As night descended, Songyuan village appeared to be steeped in a thick, inky darkness. The visibility was so poor that one could not discern their own fingers, and the streets were devoid of any movement. Knock, knock. The door to the night was rapped upon. The sound echoed through the silent room, resonating sharply in Lin Yi's heart, for the darkness had indeed enveloped the world outside. It's me, the village head of Songyuan, Old Yang. Xiaolin, hurry and open the door. Old Yang. Lin, he felt a sense of confusion. Wasn't it dangerous to venture outside in such darkness? Why was Old Yang out here now? Before Lin he could ponder further, Old Yang urged him hastily from outside. Xiaolin, open the door quickly. It was I who saved your life back then. Something is pursuing me, and if you don't let me in, I will surely perish. Old Yang's voice was filled with urgency, and the knocking grew more insistent. Lin he suddenly recalled how Old Yang had once saved his life. Yet, how could he be outside in such perilous darkness? Resolving to open the door, Lin he grasped the handle, but just as he swung it ajar, a jolt of realization surged through him. During the day, Old Yang had cautioned him never to open the door at night, even if it were Old Yang himself. For sometimes, the voices one hears are not those of humans, but rather the deceptive whispers of phantoms. These specters are cunning, mimicking human voices to lure one into opening the door, only to consume them whole. In the end, all that would remain would be a pile of clothing, with the individual having vanished without a trace. A chill of dread coursed through Lin Yi as he contemplated this. His hand rested on the doorknob, and he cracked the door open just a sliver. What he beheld was far from the amiable visage of the village head. Before him stood a figure devoid of eyes and nose, possessing instead a gaping maw, rendering it hardly human at all. Lin Yi gasped in horror, comprehending that he had encountered a specter. For who else would dare roam in the darkness of night? The specter opened its cavernous mouth, exclaiming, "At last, I have found you." Inside its yawning chasm were not teeth, but writhing black tendrils. These appendages shot forth from the specter's mouth, attempting to slither into Lin Yi's chamber through the minuscule opening. Paralyzed by fear, Lin Yi summoned all his strength and slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. However, a tremendous force assailed the door, not merely knocking but attempting to breach the threshold. The specter outside possessed immense strength, and the dilapidated wooden door would not withstand for long. In a flurry, Lin Yi barricaded the entrance with every piece of furniture he could find. "I have found you." The specter bellowed, continuously battering the door, its voice echoing with a chilling repetition. Fuming with rage, Lin Yi shouted back, "Find your mother." He understood that he had drawn the short straw this night. The specter's force was formidable, and he felt grateful that he had only opened the door crack. Had he swung it wide, the specter would surely have entered. The horrific image of being devoured by the specter haunted his thoughts, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. At that moment, he felt an unusual warmth emanating from his pocket. In a hurried motion, he retrieved the object, realizing it was the talisman Old Yang had given him earlier that day. The talisman was the sole item capable of warding off the specter in this world. The symbols etched upon it glimmered intermittently, reminiscent of the neon lights of a bustling city. Lin Yi smacked his forehead in realization. How could he have forgotten? He quickly placed the talisman upon the doorknob. Suddenly, a brilliant light burst forth from the talisman, and the commotion outside ceased abruptly. A sigh of relief escaped Lin Yi's lips. Thankfully, the talisman gifted by the village head proved effective, and it seemed the night would pass without further incident. However, before long, a more forceful pounding resounded at the door, accompanied by the raspy voice that grew louder. "I have found you." Startled, Lin Yi cursed, "To hell with you." To his dismay, the talisman appeared to have lost its efficacy against the relentless specter. The door quaked violently under the relentless assault. At that moment, Lin Yi doubted the frail wooden barrier could endure much longer. The talisman's glow flickered ominously. Gritting his teeth, he hastily retrieved another talisman and affixed it to the door. Old Yang had only entrusted him with 2 talismans should both fail. He knew he would not survive the night. Fortunately, upon placing the second talisman, the tumult outside finally subsided somewhat. Inside, the flickering candle teetered precariously. Lin Yi was filled with trepidation, as this world was vastly different from the one he had known. The perils that surrounded him were omnipresent. Though the house was dilapidated, it was his only refuge. The rotting floorboards and damp ground caused him to grimace. Yet he remained vigilant. This night would surely be one of sleeplessness. He understood that while the specter outside had quieted momentarily, it was uncertain when it might strike again. The specter was not the sole menace lurking in the darkness. Another danger threatened as well. Having been in this world for 2 days, he was acutely aware that without the village head's assistance, he would have likely perished on his very first day. The world was fraught with peril, utterly unlike the one he had left behind. He sprang to his feet, stabilizing the remaining half of the candle. The recent impact from outside had shaken the table. He understood that the flickering candle was his lifeline. As long as it burned, casting light, he would live. The candle, a gift from Old Yang, was dark in hue, crafted from a mixture of resin and animal fat. In the enveloping blackness, light was essential. Indeed, it wasn't long before he discerned faint rustling sounds emanating from the house. Given the flimsy construction and poor ceiling of his abode, these noises were alarmingly clear. Peering through the minuscule gaps in the window, he spotted slender black tendrils creeping inside. Tiny black ants and elongated, flying insects also infiltrated the space. These creatures were minuscule compared to ordinary insects, yet their numbers were infinite. At first glance, it seemed as if a shadowy tide flowed through the window. Though he had witnessed this scene several times before, each encounter with these creatures filled with dread. One could only imagine how, with each nightfall, the outside world was inundated with this relentless swarm. These insects possessed almost no weaknesses aside from their aversion to light. Bullets and blades inflicted no harm upon them. Once these minuscule creatures latched onto one's body, they would siphon away one's life essence, rendering even an adult a desiccated husk in an instant. The thought sent a shiver down Lin's spine as he anxiously regarded the candle in his hand. Should the candle burn at its normal rate, it would last for quite some time. However, once the insects invaded, the burning accelerated significantly. Upon encountering light, these creatures would gradually succumb to oblivion. These insects were known as black calamity bugs, and the only means of combating them was with illumination. The electricity within the house had long since ceased, with all power supplies having dwindled to a halt. In this world, only certain critical sectors might still possess a modicum of power. Yet, the remote village had long been abandoned, with merely a handful of households remaining. Once home to over 100 residents, many had perished in this desolate world, while others had migrated to the town. Only Old Yang, the village head of Songyuan, remained steadfast. As the black calamity bugs surged incessantly towards the house, the candle burned ever more swiftly, and Lin's heart raced in his chest. He knew that once the candle extinguished, both the bugs and the specter would burst through the door. At that point, he would undoubtedly meet his demise, and he felt utterly exhausted, both mentally and physically, yet he remained vigilant, like a loyal sentinel. Finally, the first light of dawn began to break, causing the black calamity bugs and the specter to vanish without a trace. He felt as though the harrowing night had been nothing more than a dream. Glancing at the candle in his hand, he noted it was nearly burnt out, rendering it unusable for the night ahead. As the morning sun rose, he opened the door to behold the world anew, feeling as if he had been granted a second chance at life. Bathed in the gentle rays of dawn, he could finally appreciate the fact that he was still alive. At that moment, Old Yang approached, carrying a bamboo basket. The village head's kindly visage reassured that he was not the specter of the previous night, but a genuine, living person. Noticing Lin's weary demeanor, Old Yang inquired with concern, "Xiaolin, what troubles you? Did you encounter that specter last night?" Lin nodded, replying, "Village head, that specter knocked on my door and even mimicked your voice." Old Yang furrowed his brow and responded, "Who can truly decipher such malevolent beings? Just remember, never open the door indiscriminately from now on. As the days grow darker ever earlier, our time for activities diminishes." Finally, the elderly village chief handed a basket, saying, "Young Lin, you are quite unfamiliar with this area. Today, I shall take you to gather vegetables and wild greens. Remember, gather as much as you can. Who knows? There may come a time when even wild greens are scarce." He gazed at the basket in his hands, intricately woven from bamboo, clearly a testament to the village chief's craftsmanship. The artistry of the basket was undeniable. If sold, it could fetch a considerable sum. Yet, in this world where everyone lived in constant trepidation and struggle, no one would think to purchase such a basket. Currently, Lin Yi found himself in dire need of candles, and even food was in short supply. He pondered briefly before hastily retrieving 2 talismans from the door handle. The talismans were a milky white, adorned with intricate runes, though their brilliance had significantly faded. Upon this realization, Lin Yi's expression darkened. These talismans were the village chief's safeguard for his life. Conventional weapons, be they firearms, knives, or flames, proved ineffective against the specters. Only these talismans held any power over them. Moreover, the more complex and refined the runes inscribed upon the talismans, the greater their efficacy against the specters. However, the village chief possessed only a limited number of these talismans, all vital for survival. Fear gripped Lin Yi's heart. The specter from yesterday had undoubtedly been repelled by this talisman. Otherwise, even if he had refrained from opening the door, the specter would have entered. Seeing Lin Yi's distress, the village chief hurried over to examine the talismans, taking one from his grasp and stating, "These runes are nearly depleted. We must quickly recarve them." Lin Yi, anxious, inquired, "Village chief, how should these talismans be recarved?" His urgency was palpable with the daylight waning. He dared not confront the specter lurking beyond the door without at least one functioning talisman. Chapter 2. Foraging for wild vegetables. This malevolent specter is insidious and evades all defenses. A moment's negligence could ensnare one in a web of profound trouble. Within the village, a few dilapidated houses stand abandoned, as no one dares to enter them, for the inhabitants of those houses have long since fallen victim to the ghostly entity. These tragedies occurred during its initial emergence when the villagers lacked any means of protection. It was only later that the state recognized the efficacy of talismans, and engraving runes became an essential skill for every individual in this realm. At this juncture, the elderly village chief sighed deeply. He still needed to forage for wild vegetables. The scarcity of food had become dire, exacerbated by the relationship between the black disaster insects and the specter, which had rendered the crops outside virtually non-viable. Whispers circulated about large shelters cultivating some grains within their confines. Yet in this small mountain village, the shelters were far too limited to sustain such endeavors. Moreover, the situation evolved daily, often deteriorating further. The old chief found himself helpless against these adversities. In truth, the village chief's assistance to Lin Yi stemmed from his recognition of the young man's inherently good nature. His support was not entirely altruistic. The chief harbored his own motives. His son and daughter-in-law had ventured away for work and had not returned. And the sudden emergence of the specter and the black disaster insects had made their potential return increasingly perilous. Currently, the roads lay nearly devoid of vehicles, as electricity and energy were exceedingly scarce, and travel was only feasible during daylight hours, for nighttime brought its own dangers. As dusk approached, it was likely that drivers would abandon their vehicles by the roadside, lighting fires to ward off the encroaching darkness. Nevertheless, despite this, the supply teams suffer from a disappearance rate exceeding 50%. Consequently, the buses are no longer available, and the only option is to hire specialized mercenaries, which comes at an exorbitant cost. The old village chief's son and daughter-in-law are ordinary individuals, lacking the means to employ mercenaries. However, the village chief has a young granddaughter, who has just begun her university studies. She intended to stay with her grandfather for a few days during the summer break, but unexpectedly found herself in this predicament. The old man was reluctant to send his granddaughter into town alone, so he contemplated aiding Lin Yi, hoping that Lin Yi would, in turn, assist in caring for his granddaughter when the time came to repay his kindness. Of course, at that moment, the village chief refrained from expressing these thoughts to Lin Yi, as he believed that in order for Lin Yi to help him, it was essential first to survive in this apocalyptic world. The village chief considered this a form of investment. He gazed at Lin Yi and sighed, saying, "Lin Yi, your body is far too frail at present. Even if I were to teach you to draw these runes, you would not be able to withstand it. The creation of such runes is immensely taxing on one's mental energy, and after drawing even one, a person must rest. Otherwise, their mental faculties may scatter, rendering them a fool." The village chief's words held truth, for ever since Lin Yi had traversed into this realm, his physical condition had been far from robust. After all, he endured hunger, inadequate clothing, and various bizarre circumstances each night. Now, Lenny felt on the brink of a nervous breakdown. Yet, the connection between these runes and mental energy placed him in a predicament. However, Lenny realized that these runes were vital for survival, and the old village chief possessed only a limited quantity. It would be inappropriate to request more from him, especially considering the elderly man's previous assistance. Without the village chief's help, Lenny would have long succumbed to various bizarre perils. With a resolute expression, Lenny said, "Old village chief, please teach me the method of inscribing these runes. Regardless of the outcome, I must give it a try." Seeing Lin Yi's determination, the old village chief reluctantly acquiesced. However, he casually remarked, "Lin Yi, let us discuss this matter later. For now, why not venture to the back mountain and gather some wild vegetables? It is essential to fill your stomach first." Upon hearing the village chief's words, Lin Yi agreed, recognizing the wisdom in his suggestion. Even if the village chief were to teach him the art of rune drawing, it would be more effective on a full stomach. Although these wild vegetables were commonplace, Lin Yi felt a profound sense of satisfaction simply from the prospect of satiating his hunger. Songyuan village possessed a remarkably beautiful environment, nestled beside a small mountain. A gentle stream flowed down from the mountain, surrounded by dense woods, and atop the peak stood a lookout tower, which housed a signal base station. A winding road traversed through Songyuan village. Lin Yi followed the village chief along the rustic path, taking in the scenery that brought him a sense of tranquility, momentarily transporting him back to a simpler time. Yet, as night fell, this place transformed into a realm of the uncanny. The old village chief, accompanied by Lin Yi, wandered through the mountains, gathering wild vegetables here and there. Yet, this area had already been scoured by many others, leaving them with only a meager handful of greens. Lin Yi searched diligently, sighed, and remarked, "In these times, even foraging for wild vegetables has become a challenge. The search for food will only grow more arduous in the future. It is still summer, yet I already feel a chill. I wonder how we will manage in winter." The old village chief gazed at the sky, reflecting on the profound changes that had swept through the world. Although sunlight streamed down, it no longer felt as warm as it once did. He nostalgically recalled better days, but those times were irrevocably lost. Uncertain of how much longer he could endure, he merely hoped to spend as much time as possible with his granddaughter. Fortunately, Lin Yi possessed sharper eyes than the old chief, allowing them to gather a few more wild vegetables. As noon approached, their basket remained only half full. The old village chief, drenched in sweat, wiped his brow and said, "It has already reached midday. We should return." Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Though their harvest was scant, it would suffice for a meager meal. The old chief was exceedingly cautious and would never risk returning at dusk. As they descended the mountain, Lin Yi cast a glance at Songyuan village nestled at the foot of the hill, where simple houses were enveloped by verdant hills and clear waters. In peaceful times, this place could have been a splendid tourist retreat. However, now, Lin Yi shook his head. Upon returning home from the mountain, Lin Yi was greeted by the sight of a young girl clad in a denim skirt, her face adorned with a cheerful smile as she gazed at them. With a bob of short hair framing her youthful visage, she resembled a university student in her innocence. Lin Yi recognized her as young Tian Tian, the granddaughter of the old village chief. Chapter 3. The symbolic stone. Seeing his granddaughter emerge, old Yang felt a surge of joy. Yet he couldn't help but chide her gently. "Did I not ask you to stay at home?" Young Tian Tian quickly took the basket from her grandfather and replied with a grin, "Grandpa, you stay at home every day, and I'm nearly suffocating from boredom. Besides, it's sunny outside. Can't I enjoy a bit of sunshine?" With a playful stick of her tongue, she embodied the spirit of a spirited young girl. Old Yang, though slightly admonishing, did not truly scold his granddaughter. Instead, he offered her a few words of caution. Turning to Lin Yi, young Tian Tian inquired, "How have you been lately? Did any ghostly figures visit you last night?" Lin Yi managed a wry smile as he responded, "Indeed, they came last night. I haven't been resting well these past few days." At that moment, Lin Yi felt a sense of helplessness. The nightly visits from these specters and dark calamities had left him mentally exhausted, naturally weakening his physical state. In contrast, young Tian Tian appeared vibrant and full of life, suggesting that she and the old village chief had been faring well during this time. After taking charge of the old man's basket, the village chief announced, "Next, I will teach you how to draw the symbolic stones. However, be mindful that this requires a considerable amount of mental energy. You must contemplate this carefully." At this moment, Lin Yi resolutely made up his mind, for he found himself with no path left to tread. He addressed the old village chief, saying, "Rest assured, if I truly cannot endure any longer, I shall cease." The old village chief pondered for a moment and then replied, "Very well. Please take out the 2 talisman stones I entrusted to you yesterday." Upon Lin Yi presenting the talisman stones, both the village chief and Yang Tian were taken aback. The runes on the talisman stones in Lin Yi's possession had completely faded, indicating that he had been besieged by phantoms during the previous night. The village chief examined Lin Yi's door, noting several claw marks that resembled human fingers, deeply gouged into the wood. He surmised that should another attack occur, the door would not withstand the onslaught and could be easily torn apart. With a grave expression, the village chief remarked, "This is unacceptable. Your wooden door is likely to collapse. You must hasten to craft a new one in the coming days." Lin Yi, recognizing the frailty of the door, understood that this flimsy wooden barrier could hardly offer protection for long. He gestured towards the majority of the abandoned houses in the village, leaving only a handful of families remaining, and proposed, "Chief, may I dismantle the wooden boards from the other rooms to reinforce my door? It would be excessively troublesome to forge a new one." However, after a moment of contemplation, the village chief advised, "At this juncture, it is wise to refrain from taking unnecessary risks. Upon entering these houses, one cannot help but ponder the possibility of something sinister emerging upon the opening of the door. Though it is daylight, I have witnessed instances where individuals sought to scavenge within these abodes, only to vanish without a trace. Consequently, no one has dared to venture inside since. It is rumored that these unfortunate souls fell victim to the grasp of malevolent spirits, their strength only amplifying as they became entwined with the shadows. Given your current frail condition, it would be prudent to avoid provoking such entities." It appears the old village chief has also discerned the precarious state of Lin Yi's health. However, the chief, now aged and burdened with the responsibility of safeguarding his granddaughter, Yang Tian, finds himself somewhat powerless in this situation. Lin Yi understands that relying on others may not yield the desired results. He has received considerable assistance from the chief and does not wish to be perceived as a burden. With limbs intact and youth on his side, he cannot allow himself to be outdone by the aged chief. Moreover, with the lovely Yang Tian observing him, he feels compelled to display courage. Each time he approaches the deserted houses within the village, an unsettling chill envelopes him, a coldness that creeps from his feet to his head, instinctively urging him to retreat from that place. It is with reluctance that he contemplates such thoughts. After hearing the chief's warning, he resolves not to return. His health is already compromised. To venture into such ominous locales would be akin to trifling with his own life. Thus, he clenches his teeth and states, "Chief, may I request a few wooden planks to make some repairs to this door? Rest assured, I shall certainly return this wooden plank to you later." He was compelled to seek assistance, for at present, he possessed nothing at all. The room contained merely a bed and a table. The old village chief nodded and said, Tian, please go beneath my bed. There is another wooden plank atop it. Unfasten it, and bring it over." Upon hearing this, Yang Tian responded with an "Oh." Lin Yi indeed felt a bit awkward and inquired, "Chief, is this plank from your bed? Isn't it rather inappropriate?" The old village chief chuckled, "Lin Yi, you must truly embrace life in this world. My bed is not solely reliant on one plank. Its absence is of no great consequence. A few more blankets will suffice." Understanding that this was not the time for reluctance, Lin Yi agreed. He then took the talisman stone that the old village chief handed him, which bore intricate patterns. Finally, the chief passed him a brush and said, "Lin Yi, focus your mind and replicate these runes on your talisman stone." Upon hearing such simplicity, he asked the chief, "Is it really that easy?" The old chief affirmed, "Indeed, it is that simple. However, you must try to find out." Although the runes on the talisman stone appeared rather complex, Lin Yi diligently inscribed each one. After all, despite their intricacy, he was far more averse to confronting the ghostly shadow that awaited him at night. He aspired to create an extraordinary rune that, upon manifestation, would vanquish these specters. However, after he painstakingly filled the blank runes on the stone, he looked closely only to find that these runes had vanished entirely, as if he had never drawn them at all. Stunned, he turned to the old village chief and hastily inquired, "Chief, what on earth is happening? I clearly drew them just now, and yet the runes have disappeared." Chapter 4. Reinforcement. Old Yang nodded slightly, as if he had anticipated this predicament. He then remarked, "You see, drawing runes is both simple and complex. You merely need to exercise a bit of patience and draw directly. However, do you realize that since the emergence of the specters and the black disaster insects, the population of the world has diminished by more than half? It is indeed the power of these stones that aids us in our resistance. Yet, when you inscribe the runes, you must concentrate with unwavering focus and refrain from allowing your mind to wander. Only then can these runes be successfully etched onto the stone." Upon hearing this, Linny finally comprehended the situation. No wonder the villagers rarely ventured outside. Even when they did, it was always in a hurried manner. It turned out that they aimed to complete their daily tasks during daylight hours, dedicating the remaining time to inscribing runes. For when night fell, and the specters descended upon them, they found it nearly impossible to concentrate on rune drawing and could only wait for the leisure of daylight. Thus, Linny attempted to draw several more times, yet each time the runes proved ineffective. Whenever Lin Yi felt the slightest agitation, the old village chief would gesture for him to calm his mind, lest he fail to successfully inscribe the stone by nightfall. However, at that moment, how could Linny find tranquility? As the daylight hours grow increasingly shorter, the absence of talismans at night renders one utterly defenseless against the lurking specters. Without the completed talismans, one is left with nothing but a blank stone, utterly incapable of fending off those eerie assaults. The old village chief, witnessing this predicament, could only shake his head in resignation. He recalled how, in the beginning, he too was in a similar state of helplessness. However, as time progressed, and for the sake of his granddaughter, the old chief resolutely mastered the art of talisman crafting. It must be said that talismans have become a form of hard currency. Outside of major sanctuaries, most regions now exist in isolation, and resources are scarce, making these items exceedingly difficult to come by. The wealth of the past holds no value in this new reality. Only talismans retain their significance as a form of currency. After all, everyone requires such artifacts. Thus, in a manner of speaking, talismans have become akin to a currency, one that anyone can produce provided they possess the skill and capability to do so. Amidst the sweat-soaked endeavor of drawing runes, Linny found his concentration shattered as young Tian emerged from her home, carrying a plank of wood. Clad in denim shorts and exuding youthful vibrancy, she momentarily distracted Lin Yi, leading to a failure in his talisman creation. Nevertheless, he feigned diligence and completed the rune. It was only upon seeing young Tian that he felt a fleeting sense of life, for during the day, the village lay shrouded in an eerie silence, as the inhabitants devoted their energies to warding off the phantoms that haunted them. Young Tian approached at a brisk pace, thrusting a wooden board into Lin Yi's hands. "Brother Lin Yi, you must hold your ground tonight. Grandpa and I will return to see you tomorrow." A gentle smile adorned young Tian's face. Lin Yi, equally spirited, readily agreed, saying, "Rest assured, Tian, and the old village chief, I will certainly survive until tomorrow." A surge of confidence welled up within him. He could not allow young Tian to underestimate him. If this young girl could endure in the apocalypse, why couldn't he? The old village chief glanced at the sky before stating, "I will give you this charm stone. However, my supply is limited, as I must also ensure Tian's safety. Therefore, should one charm stone prove insufficient tonight, you understand the implications, do you not?" Lin Yi felt a chill run down his spine. If one stone was inadequate, then he would require two. Thus, his survival hinged on his ability to inscribe 2 charm stones tonight. These enhanced stones were, in essence, his lifeline. Lin Yi clenched his teeth and replied, "Chief, you have already been exceedingly kind to me. Rest assured, I will repay you for these charm stones in the future." Young Tian, counting on the side, glanced up and remarked, "My grandfather has only a few charm stones left, so we truly cannot spare any more. But do not worry. I have been learning how to draw these runes recently. Once I master it, I will certainly give you a few." Lin Yi smiled very well. He suddenly felt a warmth in his heart. Yang Tian was indeed quite considerate towards him. The old village chief waved his hand and said, Tian, let us hasten our return. We should allow Lin Yi some solitude. By the way, we must consume these wild vegetables quickly. Otherwise, it remains uncertain whether we can endure the night." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi promptly acquiesced. As he watched the 2 figures depart, he tightened his grip on the wooden plank in his hand. Once the old village chief had left, he hurriedly drove a few nails into the old plank and affixed it to his door. Though his handiwork was rather crude, it was the best he could manage at this moment. Upon returning home, Lin Yi was greeted by an unpleasant odor that permeated the air. He furrowed his brow, realizing he needed to open the doors and windows to allow some fresh air to circulate. Afterward, he sought out some water to boil the wild vegetables. There was still half a bucket of water remaining, a supply provided by the old village chief. The chief had cautioned him that the water should not be consumed indiscriminately, as it might harbor insects. Thus, it was imperative to filter and boil the water before drinking. Otherwise, it could lead to complications far beyond mere illness. Now, water had become a pressing concern. What a disastrous beginning this was. Lin Yi was acutely aware that the old village chief had nearly risked his life to secure this water, for only filtered water was safe to drink. Yet, Lin Yi's room lacked a filtration system. The old village chief possessed one, albeit its filtering capabilities were inadequate and laborious. As for the water, it necessitated a trek to the river outside the village. While the village did have a few wells, the water drawn from them was not potable. Instead, it emerged as a thick, dark sludge infested with pests. Thus, the village's wells had long been sealed. Lin Yi pondered his predicament. He lacked both talismans and water, and his dwelling was on the verge of collapse, requiring considerable repairs. Most critically, he found himself without candles for the night. He had forgotten to request some from the village chief. Ultimately, being without candles was simply untenable. He would have to visit the chief's home shortly. Glancing at the wild vegetables before him, he noted their scarcity. He was uncertain of what he would eat in the future without them. With this thought, Lin Yi let out a lamenting sigh, recognizing the grimness of his situation. Contemplating these matters interrupted his attempts to draw talismans, and he stared blankly at the vanishing symbols in his hand. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a line of text emerging around the talisman he was fixated on. The talisman can be enhanced. Enhancement time, 2 hours. Upon seeing this, he nearly leapt from his seat. His hands trembled uncontrollably as he thought, can this enhancement be? Is this my golden finger? He hastily glanced at his wooden door, which also bore the enhancement note. Enhancement time, 3 hours. At this, Lin Yi erupted into hearty laughter, which echoed jarringly in the stillness of the room. Chapter 5. Enhancing the Talisman. Damn it, ghostly shadows, my golden finger has finally arrived. Let us see how you dare to come for me tonight. A surge of unwavering confidence swelled within Lin Yi. After all, he had acquired a function to enhance his abilities. Once he enhanced all his supplies and equipment, he would finally possess a foundation upon which to survive in this world. Without the support of the old village chief, Lin Yi was uncertain how much longer he could endure. The old chief himself was barely holding on. Lin Yi was acutely aware that the chief was merely putting on a brave face. For instance, today, as the chief walked with an unsteady gait, Lin Yi felt a surge of concern for him. However, he chose not to voice his worries, understanding that revealing the truth would only undermine the chief's confidence and tarnish his image in the eyes of his granddaughter, Yang Tian. Thus, the two of them shared an unspoken understanding as they navigated the day together. Yet, Lin Yi's circumstances were markedly different now. With the talisman in his possession, he knew it would take merely 2 hours to enhance it. He resolved to prioritize the strengthening of the talisman, for without it, he surmised he would have met an untimely demise long ago. His wooden door, reinforced with an additional plank, should suffice for a while. Thus, with determination, Lin Yi grasped the blank talisman and silently chanted the incantation for enhancement. As he observed the countdown on the talisman, 2 hours, 1 hour and 59 minutes, 59 seconds, 58 seconds, 57 seconds, the ticking countdown brought him a sense of relief. In just 2 hours, he would possess a fortified talisman, solidifying his resolve that with the enhanced rune, he could finally navigate this perilous world. Today, Lin Yi's spirit began to relax. A welcome reprieve after days of tension that had left him nearly breathless amidst the omnipresent dangers. Little did he know, he had finally found a moment of respite. Subsequently, he produced the second runestone, but upon attempting to enhance it via the system, he observed no response. It seemed evident that while the initial runestone underwent augmentation, he was precluded from utilizing other runestones. This enhancement process necessitated a gradual, step-by-step approach. However, Lin Yi remained unhurried, intending to employ all the runestones on his dwelling. The dilapidated state of the room necessitated the creation of a secure haven. His ambition was to fortify his abode into a veritable bastion, thereby nullifying the menace posed by spectral apparitions and calamitous dark insects. As the current runestone was undergoing its enhancement, Lin Yi found himself with idle time. Before nightfall, he hastened to the elder's residence, intending to procure a few candles. Even a single one would suffice. Lin Yi surmised that the elder's candle supply would be limited. Indeed, his assumption proved accurate. Given the pervasive darkness and the absence of electricity, candles had become an indispensable necessity for nocturnal activities. While burning firewood was an alternative, its use for both water heating and cooking rendered it impractical. Sustaining a fire throughout the night would deplete the firewood reserves, and dedicating daytime energy to a gathering would be excessively time-consuming. Consequently, candle illumination emerged as the most economical and convenient option. However, even in the elder's household, resources were finite. With the elder responsible for the well-being of his granddaughter, Yang Tian, the rate of candle consumption was even more pronounced. Nevertheless, Lin posited that if he possessed the ability to enhance runestones, he could undoubtedly enhance candles as well. Enhanced candles would assuredly burn for an extended duration. By that time, he would no longer require the assistance of the old village chief. In fact, he might even be able to offer help to him. Lin had arrived at the doorstep of the old village chief's home, only to find the door firmly shut. He glanced up at the sky, which was gradually dimming. At that moment, he cast aside any embarrassment and knocked on the door. However, there was no response from within. He had no choice but to call out. "Old village chief, this is Lin. I have run out of candles. Could you lend me a few?" With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a lively and charming face, Yang Tian. Startled upon seeing Lin, she exclaimed, "You've come. Hurry inside. Grandpa is busy drawing talismans." Shortly thereafter, the old village chief approached, holding a half-used candle. He extended it toward Lin and said, "Lin, do you have any firewood at home? I can only spare you this half candle. Candles have become increasingly difficult to procure. One must trade talismans for them now, and my supply is quite limited." Seeing the old village chief in such a predicament, Lin felt a pang of discomfort, yet he accepted the half candle. As for firewood, his own supply was already dwindling, and what little he had would not last long. In his mind, he thought that if he could enhance this half candle, it might endure for a day. Therefore, he replied, "Old village chief, I still have some firewood. With this half candle, I am certain I can get through tonight." The old village chief breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Lin Yi's words. He then remarked, "Fortunately, you arrived during the day. Had you come at night, I would have certainly refused to open the door." In the darkness, certain phantoms mimic the voices of familiar individuals. At such times, whether human or ghost, I prioritize the safety of myself and my granddaughter, and I would not open the door. This applies to you as well. Lin offered an awkward smile, expressed his gratitude, and hurriedly departed. Upon returning to his abode, he noted that although it was summer, the night descended inexplicably around 6 o'clock. Enveloping the surroundings in an inky blackness, the villagers typically returned home well before this hour, securing their doors and refusing to venture out thereafter. Lin adhered to this practice as well. He inspected his wooden door, fastened the wooden bolt, and placed a candle upon the table. Whenever he found himself idle, he would fixate on the talisman in his hand. At last, as the sky deepened into a profound darkness, the enhanced talisman in Lin's grasp suddenly emitted a faint glow. This luminescence then receded, revealing a brand new talisman before him. He hastily opened it, examining the intricate patterns upon its surface, which were not only clearer, but also far more complex than those drawn by the old village chief. Remarkably, this enhanced talisman had the ability to refine the details within. Lin Yi's heart swelled with joy. The old village chief had once mentioned that the more intricate and elaborate the runes on a talisman, the greater its power. Thus, it appeared that the talisman in his possession far surpassed the ones gifted by the old chief. Chapter 6. Reinforced wooden door. It took Lin merely 2 hours to accomplish this feat. In contrast, even those who solely possess the ability to create talismans in the larger shelters require a full 4 hours to craft a single talisman. Moreover, these talismans are scarcely comparable to the talismans of the old village chief. They are far from achieving the caliber of Lin Yi's reinforced talismans. The crucial aspect is that upon acquiring a talisman, Lin Yi experiences no discomfort whatsoever. He retains sufficient mental energy to engage in other pursuits. Typically, after exhausting a talisman in a single day, an ordinary person would be utterly fatigued, succumbing to sleep in their bed. For slumber is the most effective means of replenishing mental energy. However, in this wretched world, there exists no surplus of time for repose. Indeed, just as Lin Yi's elation from reinforcing the talisman began to wane, a series of loud knocks reverberated from outside his door. Following that, the shrill sound of fingers clawing at the doorframe pierced the air. Lin couldn't help but curse. The specters of today no longer adhered to conventional norms. Previously, they would knock for a considerable time before ceasing, but today, they had resorted to scratching at his door immediately. Fortunately, he had utilized the old village chief's bedboard for protection today. Otherwise, his fragile wooden door would not have endured for long. In haste, Lin placed the talisman against the doorframe. However, it was evident that the talisman's power was rapidly depleting, as the specter outside exhibited an intense ferocity. It seemed to believe that this barrier would not withstand for long, and before too much longer, it would breach the door and rend Lin to shreds. Terrified, Lin hurried back inside, for his reinforcing skill had just cooled down, and he was now able to employ it once more. At that moment, a line of text appeared in Lin Yi's vision. The wooden door can be reinforced. Reinforcement time, 3 hours. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yi chose to proceed. He had initially considered reinforcing a candle, but time was of the essence. He had to ensure the wooden door remained intact. For that dilapidated door could not withstand the phantoms lurking outside. In a bid to protect himself, he refrained from lighting the remaining half of the candle and reluctantly ignited the firewood he had prepared for cooking. The timber crackled and popped as it blazed fiercely within the room, repelling the encroaching shadows that surged like a tide. Seated beside the flames, Lin Yi felt no warmth in his heart. Instead, a chill seeped into his very being, emanating from the specters outside. It was evident that the charm stone belonging to the old village chief would not endure much longer. Gritting his teeth once more, Lin Yi retrieved the charm stone he had fortified. Although he had initially hesitated to use it, circumstances left him no choice. It was now or never, as his very life hung in the balance. As he placed the fortified charm stone into position, the phantoms outside indeed fell silent. The once palpable chill dissipated, leaving him in a strange sense of relief. He examined the runes inscribed upon the charm stone, though they too were beginning to fade. The rate of their dissipation was considerably less severe. It dawned on him that his charm stone would likely hold until dawn. Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief. He had managed to salvage his life for another day. Yet, he couldn't shake the thought of what awaited him tomorrow, leaving him in a state of helplessness. He glanced at the wooden door, noticing the countdown had dwindled to a mere hour. Apparently, he had already endured 2 hours this evening, yet dawn remained distant. At this juncture, Lin Yi could only place his aspirations upon the fortified wooden door. Perhaps the enhancement from the solitary runestone was insufficient. Before long, the spectral figures outside resumed their activity. The grating sound of claws against the door once again permeated Lin Yi's mind, nearly causing him to regurgitate the wild greens he had consumed during the day. He sensed that the specter was on the verge of breaching the wooden barrier. Lin Yi erupted in a curse, wiping cold sweat from his brow. He was determined to prevent the ghastly entity from entering tonight. Surveying his wooden bed, Lin Yi hardened his resolve and hastily extracted 2 planks. With no time to spare, he seized nails and a hammer, furiously affixing the bed's wooden boards to the door. With only an hour remaining, he merely needed to persevere for the wooden door's defense to become impregnable. As if aware of Lin Yi's thoughts, the spectral figures intensified their assault on the door. Both sides were now engaged in a desperate race against time. In desperation, Lin Yi piled all the household furniture against the door, striving to prevent the specter from breaching this final line of defense. The specter possessed immense strength, causing the entire wooden door to creak and groan ominously. Lin Yi even feared that the dwelling would collapse under the relentless assault. Just as Lin Yi was on the verge of succumbing to exhaustion, a sudden radiance emanated from the wooden door. Subsequently, a vastly different wooden door materialized before Lin Yi's eyes, its thickness approximating 30 centimeters, doubling that of its predecessor. The entire door was as black as ink, its wood remarkably dense. Upon rapping his knuckles against it, Lin Yi was met with a metallic resonance. This was the world's distinctive ironwood, typically reserved for grand edifices. Given its status as a strategic resource, ironwood is renowned for its unyielding hardness, necessitating specialized cutting implements for its manipulation. Common axes are rendered wholly ineffective against this construction material. Lin Yi was taken aback that his erstwhile bedboards had been transmuted into a wooden door akin to a veritable fortress. Predictably, the specter outside paused momentarily, before resuming its assault on the entrance with renewed vigor, evidently undeterred in its intent to dispatch Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi observed that the reinforcement of the door extended to its frame, resulting in a seamless fit surpassing even the finest craftsmanship. The specter's external machinations were, in essence, a misdirected endeavor. Breaching such a formidable ironwood barrier was an impossibility. Witnessing the door's robust construction, Lin Yi experienced a palpable sense of relief. He vociferously assailed the specter beyond the threshold. "Begone! If you can manage to breach this ironwood door today, I, Lin Yi, shall adopt your appellation." He surveyed the runestones flanking the entrance, finding them undisturbed, which further assuaged his anxieties. The absence of his bedboards was inconsequential. He could readily recline upon the floor. Lin Yi swiftly turned his attention to the candle in his grasp, noting its capacity for reinforcement, with a duration of 1 hour. He promptly intoned the reinforcement incantation. The reinforced candle bestowed upon Lin Yi a profound sense of security. He surveyed the walls of the house and deemed it imperative to fortify them as well. After all, Should these walls collapse, his life would be in jeopardy. Chapter 7. Reinforcement of the candle. Indeed, once the wooden door was fortified, Lin Yi felt an immediate alleviation of his anxiety. He found solace in the ability to close his eyes and rest for a brief moment. Moreover, he took the opportunity to brew a cup of hot tea over the crackling fire, mindful that in this apocalyptic world, even firewood was a precious commodity. After savoring a sip of the warm beverage, he was reminded of the necessity to remain vigilant. A deep slumber was out of the question. Who could predict whether the malevolent shadows, thwarted by the wooden door, might not find another way in? He felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. Yet he understood the importance of moderation. His current refuge had yet to meet the standards of true safety, and he could not afford to be reckless. An hour later, the candle in his hand suddenly flickered with a brilliant white light, transforming before his eyes. Previously, it had been merely half its original length, but now it had regained its full stature. Though its exterior appeared unchanged, he recognized that the candle had undergone a fundamental transformation. According to the information gleaned from his recent reinforcement, this candle was now capable of burning for 7 days. This meant he would be free from the worry of sourcing candles for the next week, alleviating the burden of having to venture to the mountains for firewood or exchange talismans for candles. However, Lin Yi was reluctant to exchange his strengthening runestones for candles, especially given the inefficacy of laws in this world. He feared that revealing such a valuable item would incite covetousness in others. Lacking adequate defenses, he was unwilling to take such a risk, preferring to remain ensconced in his dwelling, indifferent to external affairs. Acquiring the runestone assuaged his immediate concerns, freeing him from the necessity of requesting candles from the village elder for the next week, a considerable relief. Nevertheless, he recognized that 7 days would be insufficient. Furthermore, the strengthening ability seemed to be a one-time affair, as his subsequent attempts to enhance the candle yielded no results. It appeared he would eventually need to solicit the candle-making method from the village elder. Regardless, he considered the runestone a strategic asset. Lin Yi wondered if the village elder possessed the knowledge of candle production, resolving to inquire the following day. Venturing out at night was out of the question, given the omnipresent specters and the swarms of black calamity insects. He had no desire to court death. Having strengthened the candle, he promptly extinguished the firewood and ignited his newly enhanced light source. He observed that the flame burned higher and brighter, more than doubling in intensity compared to its previous state. Previously, the black calamity insects had managed to infiltrate the dwelling even with the candle lit. Today, however, the radiant candle effectively repelled the insects. Lin Yi even detected a subtle warmth emanating from the flame, a sensation previously absent. Indeed, the strengthened candle proved to be a significant improvement. Lin Yi resolved that his enhancement skills were indeed quite valuable. Now that the issue with the light source was temporarily resolved, he hastily produced a blank talisman. He decided to enhance all the remaining talismans. When the specters arrived, he would hurl these enhanced talismans at them, confident that he could eradicate the entities. Upon taking out a blank talisman, a line of text materialized. Enhancement of talisman requires 10 days. Lin Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. He had just enhanced a talisman in a mere 2 hours. How could this one necessitate 10 days? Rubbing his eyes, he glanced again, only to confirm that this talisman indeed required 10 days for enhancement. If he chose to enhance this talisman, he would be unable to utilize his enhancement skills for the next 10 days, placing him in a precarious position. After all, in 10 days, he would not even have a candle left to fend off the encroaching darkness. Something was amiss. Lin Yi pondered for a moment, recalling that the previous talisman had been inscribed with runes, while this one remained untouched. Realizing this, he quickly sketched some runes on the talisman. However, the runes vanished once drawn. Nonetheless, this was merely an experiment. Indeed, after completing the runes, he checked the enhancement again, and it now displayed that the enhancement would require only 2 hours. Lin Yi finally exhaled in relief. It appeared that creating something from nothing with a talisman required a considerable amount of time. The more thoroughly one prepares for their endeavors, the less time is required for reinforcement. This realization provided him with a new practical direction for his subsequent actions. Without further contemplation, he hastily reinforced the talisman in his possession. Once the enhancement was complete, he swiftly replaced the old village chief's talisman. With both reinforced talismans affixed to the door, the ominous shadows outside noticeably diminished in their commotion. However, Lin Yi could not afford to dwell on this. He quickly proceeded to reinforce the talisman in his hand as well. With all 3 talismans now fortified, a sense of reassurance settled within him. Aware that the night was already well advanced and dawn was imminent, He surveyed the surrounding walls and silently invoked, reinforce the walls. Consequently, the reinforcement timer began its countdown. Set for 24 hours, during which his enhancement skills would be rendered inactive. Yet, he bore no regrets. Although the windows were sealed, he felt an unsettling lack of security. Until every room was fortified, he could not find solace in sleep. With his enhancement skills still in progress, he found himself with little else to occupy his time. And thus he allowed himself to doze in a half-awake state for a while. When dawn broke, Lin Yi exhaled, extinguishing the candle. The spectral figures outside faded away. At that moment, he stretched languidly, realizing that he had managed to rest somewhat the previous night, unlike the chaotic ordeal of the first. Upon opening his door, although the sun had yet to rise, the sky was gradually lightening. For his own peace of mind, he decided to carry all the talismans from the door with him. Yet, he noticed that in the shadow beneath a distant tree, there indeed lay a white silhouette gazing at him. Strikingly, this white figure turned its head a full 180 degrees, revealing a smile to Lin Yi. At that moment, Lin Yi felt a chill surging from the soles of his feet, reaching straight to the crown of his head. Chapter 8. The ghostly shadow beneath the tree. Moreover, whenever Lin Yi beheld the ghostly figure, he found it difficult to perceive clearly. Initially, it resembled someone familiar, yet upon closer inspection, it appeared increasingly indistinct, until ultimately, he could hardly recall its features. This sensation is common among those who have encountered such apparitions, a sense of familiarity coupled with an inexplicable strangeness. Yet when pressed to describe its appearance, they find themselves at a loss. This ambiguity is precisely what renders the specter so terrifying. Indeed, Lin Yi distinctly observed the ghostly figure beneath the large tree offer him a faint smile, a gesture that sent a shiver down his spine. Swiftly, he clasped the talisman tightly in his hand. Fortunately, the talisman radiated a warmth that alleviated much of his trepidation. When Lin Yi looked again, the sun had gradually ascended, and the ghostly figure had vanished without a trace. However, his palm was drenched in sweat. He glanced at the talisman, noting that the runes had already faded significantly. A jolt of fear coursed through him. That ghostly figure had undoubtedly launched an attack against him. He remained uncertain of the nature of this assault, for such entities are inherently elusive and unpredictable. Nonetheless, the moment the talisman responded marked the earliest and most compelling evidence of the specter's offensive. He cast a glance at the hamlet, observing that many areas were shrouded in shadow, untouched by the sun's rays. A shiver ran down his spine as he realized that these were indeed places one should not carelessly venture into. It was clear that the unoccupied rooms the village elder had warned about were not to be trifled with. With haste, he sought out the village elder, Old Yang, eager to consult him about the numerous questions swirling in his mind. Upon arriving at the elder's abode, he found the entrance just being opened. Yang Tiantian remained the vivacious young girl he knew, but Old Yang appeared visibly weary. The moment Lin Yi laid eyes on Old Yang, a pang of concern struck his heart. He noticed the elder's gradual decline and promptly inquired, "Elder, what troubles you?" The village elder responded, "It's nothing much. I carved another runestone yesterday, and with that spectral entity causing a ruckus at the door all night, I didn't get a wink of sleep. Hence, the state I'm in." Given Old Yang's advanced age, his vitality was inevitably diminished compared to that of a younger person. Yet, he persisted in crafting runestones, evidently exerting himself for the sake of his granddaughter. At that moment, Yang Tiantian tugged at her grandfather, imploring, "Grandfather, please refrain from making those runestones in the future. If you continue, it will render you senseless. Allow me to take on this task." Old Yang affectionately stroked Yang Tiantian's hair, reassuring her, "It's all right. As long as I'm here, I won't let you suffer." Lin Yi sighed inwardly, reflecting on how, without the runestones and enhancement skills, he would have likely met his end the previous night. It must be said that Old Yang, this venerable gentleman, has demonstrated considerable skill by surviving amidst such perilous times. Observing Old Yang's listless demeanor, Lin Yi discerned that the elder would certainly be unable to venture outside today. Thus, Lin Yi remarked, "Old village chief, might you be aware of the method for crafting candles? Last night, we ran out of them, and I wish to make some myself." The old village chief shook his head and replied, "I, too, am unfamiliar with candle making. In the past, I would trade food with Old Zhang at the village's entrance. There was a time when food could be exchanged, but recently, Old Zhang has insisted on using talismans instead. Alas, I do not possess enough talismans." After uttering these words, Old Yang fell silent. Lin Yi was well aware that Old Yang had given all his surplus talismans to him, leaving no room for any barter involving candles. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Rest assured, old village chief, I shall take care of your candles from now on. As for talismans, you need not provide them to me any longer. I shall learn to draw them myself." Upon hearing this, the old village chief's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. His previously won spirit revitalized. Even Yang Tiantian regarded Lin Yi with astonishment, for she had studied for a considerably longer time than he. To her surprise, Lin Yi had mastered the art of talisman drawing by the very next day after the old village chief's initial instruction. One could not help but label him a genius. At that moment, the old village chief sprang to his feet and exclaimed, "Is what you say truly the case? You have managed to learn how to draw talismans so swiftly?" Lin Yi gently nodded, and then said, "Old village chief, the talismans I paint are somewhat different from yours. So you must keep this a secret." The old village chief slightly nodded and responded, "You need not elaborate. In this apocalyptic world, who among us does not harbor a secret?" Lin Yi reflected that without the old village chief, he would never have acquired such talismans. Thus, he handed 2 of his enhanced talismans to old Yang, saying, "Old village chief, please take these 2 talismans for your use. However, do you have any spare blank talismans? Just 2 will suffice. I shall draw more myself when I return." Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the old village chief's mind went blank. He had not anticipated that Lin Yi could produce 2 talismans in such a brief period. This indicated that last night, while contending with the ghostly shadows, Lin Yi had been able to concentrate his mental energy to paint talismans. It was undeniable that Lin Yi's talent was extraordinarily formidable. In this world of despair, the stronger one's mental prowess, the greater their innate ability. The omnipresent, ghostly shadows could only be harmed by talismans. Therefore, individuals with potent mental strength were welcomed everywhere, particularly in large shelters, where those with strong mental faculties were assured of excellent positions. At this moment, the old village chief was both skeptical and astonished. He picked up the 2 talismans handed to him by Lin Yi and examined them. Upon closer inspection, his astonishment only deepened. He gazed at Lin Yi, rendered speechless by his amazement. Yang Tiantian hurriedly approached and said, "Grandfather, is there something amiss?" The old village chief chuckled wryly, shaking his head. "Lin Yi, did you truly create these talismans I taught you? I can't help but feel that your drawings surpass mine significantly. Indeed, these runes are far more intricate and refined. I could never replicate this talisman." Lin Yi, feeling somewhat emboldened, explained, "I discovered these enhancements beneath the original runes through my own exploration." This revelation left the old village chief astounded, leading him to repeatedly praise Lin Yi as a prodigious talent. With the 2 enhanced talismans in hand, the old village chief felt an immense sense of relief. He promptly produced 2 depleted talismans and presented them to Lin Yi, saying, "These blank talismans are yours. However, if you wish to acquire more, we must venture to the mine in the back mountain to extract some. We cannot afford to run short on talismans." Chapter 9. Enhanced talismans to the rescue. At this moment, Lin Yi learned that the talismans were indeed excavated by the old village chief from the mine behind the mountain. With the acquisition of enhancement skills, Lin Yi realized he could produce 12 of these talismans daily, provided he utilized the enhancement abilities. This was a remarkable improvement compared to others. Moreover, Lin Yi discovered that these enhanced talismans possessed effects 5 times greater than ordinary ones. Essentially, utilizing these talismans would significantly increase Lin Yi's chances of survival. Lin Yi finally declared, "Old village chief, the talisman mine is available. Let us hasten to mine." The old village chief chuckled wryly. That area was once a mine. However, within the mine, there exists a peculiar white stone. Previously, no one understood the purpose of this white stone, but now we know it is called a talisman stone. Yet, the mine itself is shrouded in darkness. Upon finishing his words, the old chief hesitated, as the depths of the mine were indeed pitch black and devoid of sunlight. He appeared somewhat uncertain. It was evident that the mine harbored ghostly apparitions, and the likelihood of encountering them was substantial. Even Lin Yi felt a twinge of trepidation at this revelation. After all, such specters were omnipresent, particularly in places like mines. The thought of the ghostly figure that had smiled at him that morning crossed Lin Yi's mind. Were these apparitions hiding within the mine during daylight hours? However, the old chief shook his head and replied, "This phenomenon is unfamiliar to me." Lin recounted his experience from that morning, leading the old chief to ponder for a moment before stating, "I have never encountered a situation like yours. Previously, those apparitions displayed no expressions, yet one smiled at you. That is indeed perplexing. Fortunately, you possess that enhanced talisman stone. Otherwise, you might have met a grim fate at the hands of that specter." The old chief spoke with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi inwardly cursed, feeling the misfortune of attracting such a cursed apparition. Moreover, It seemed that this smiling specter was unlike the others, presenting a formidable challenge. However, the old village chief found himself at a loss, merely advising Lin Yi to avoid looking directly at the ghostly figure. As long as he refrained from gazing into its facial expression, it was likely that the specter would not initiate an attack. Lin Yi pondered this advice and resolved to remember it. The old village chief then remarked, "Lin Yi, I shall take a rest for the next couple of days and will not be visiting the mine today." Lin Yi concurred, recognizing that venturing into the mine at this moment was not a prudent decision. Firstly, he possessed too few talismans. It was imperative to acquire more before entering the mine. Who could say how vast the mine was and how numerous the specters within? Secondly, Lin Yi's supply of candles was also limited. Although he had managed to regain some mental fortitude after resting the previous night, his physical strength remained feeble. The old village chief was in a similar state. As for sending Yang Tiantian to the mine, the village chief felt even more apprehensive, especially since she was unaware of the mine's location. In the past, villagers would form teams to extract talismans, but now, as the specters multiplied, the villagers were increasingly reluctant to venture outdoors. Nonetheless, the old village chief understood that with their dwindling supplies of talismans and the growing strength of the specters, they were destined to perish if they remained idle. Thus, it was essential for them to continue their quest for talismans. After contemplating for a moment, the old village chief addressed Yang Tiantian, saying, "Tiantian, today you shall accompany Lin Yi to forage for wild vegetables. Grandfather will rest at home for a while." Lin Yi had previously accompanied old Yang to the wild vegetable gathering spot. With that, the old village chief reiterated his instructions, and Yang Tiantian set off with Lin Yi up the mountain. The elderly village chief intended to take a nap at home during the day. Lin Yi had also given him 2 talismans, which the chief carelessly tucked into his pocket. Little did he know that this action would ultimately save his life. As they ascended the mountain, Yang Tiantian, after much effort, finally managed to take a breather, chattering incessantly with Lin Yi, posing numerous questions along the way. Due to his earlier experiences, Lin Yi tried to navigate routes where the trees were less dense, opting to walk in the sunlight and avoiding shadowy areas. Their conversation revealed to Lin Yi that Yang Tiantian's parents were in a larger shelter, yet the outside world was perilous, preventing them from coming out. She remarked, "Lin Yi, if given the chance, our family will surely reunite." However, upon mentioning this, Tiantian inquired about Lin Yi's family. She stated, "My grandfather said he found you at the village entrance." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi sighed, saying, "My home is far, far away. I am uncertain if I will ever return." Yang Tiantian sensed that her words had disheartened Lin Yi, so she reassured him, "Lin Yi Dage, I didn't mean to ask that, but rest assured, no matter how distant they may be, we will find them." Lin Yi offered a slight smile, feeling a sense of helplessness within. After all, he had come from another world, and the 2 realms were not even in the same domain. How could he ever return? For now, he resolved to first satisfy his hunger. While foraging for wild vegetables today, Lin Yi encountered several villagers. However, everyone appeared emaciated and famished. Lin Yi was not well acquainted with them and had little interaction. The villagers recognized Lin Yi, aware that he had been rescued by the old village chief. Nonetheless, communication among them was sparse as they diligently foraged for wild vegetables. When they had gathered a sufficient amount, they hurriedly returned home. Yet, Lin Yi observed that the wild vegetables were becoming increasingly scarce. It was likely that within a few days, they would be completely depleted. At that juncture, they would truly need to contemplate their food situation. As Yang Tiantian was evidently undertaking this for the first time, Lin Yi assisted her in gathering some. Once they had collected an adequate supply, Lin Yi escorted Yang Tiantian back. However, upon their return, they discovered the old village chief sitting beneath the sun, drenched in sweat, as if he had just endured a severe illness. Yang Tiantian dashed forward, exclaiming, "Grandfather, what has happened to you?" The old village chief glanced at Lin Yi and then revealed 2 talismans from his hand. One of the talismans had disintegrated into powder, and the other had expended most of its energy. This indicated that the specter's offensive power was exceedingly formidable, surpassing the talisman's limits. Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. The old village chief, evidently injured, gasped for breath and cautioned, "Tiantian and Lin Yi, you must remain vigilant henceforth. The world has changed. This specter can attack even during the day. If it weren't for the 2 talismans you provided, I would likely have perished by now." The old village chief spoke with a lingering sense of dread. Lin Yi quickly inquired, "Village chief, what is going on?" The old village chief reluctantly remarked, "During the day, while I was asleep, I vaguely heard someone knocking on the door. Yang Tiantian quickly interjected, "Grandpa, are you sure you aren't mistaken? Lin Ge and I just returned." The old village chief shook his head and replied, "Alas, how could I know? I was in a daze, and it felt like daytime. When you called for me to open the door, I did so. However, as soon as I opened it, a ghostly shadow rushed in. I mentioned the talisman in my pocket, and it immediately disintegrated into dust. Only then did I realize it must have been the ghostly figure outside. Eventually, I understood that a cloud had briefly obscured the sun, allowing it to appear at my doorstep. Nowadays, these specters seem to infiltrate every nook and cranny. They used to remain dormant during the day. At this moment, the old village chief was filled with trepidation. Today, I narrowly escaped a dire fate, and I would have been deprived of witnessing my beloved granddaughter again." Hearing this, Yang Tiantian consoled him, "Grandpa, please do not worry too much." Linny sighed and added, "Earlier this morning, I too spotted a ghostly shadow in the village, but it was before the sun had risen. It seems that only areas bathed in sunlight can be deemed safe. We should refrain from venturing out on cloudy days." Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the old village chief nodded in agreement. "Your assessment is indeed correct." Subsequently, Lin Yi proposed, "Village chief, should we gather all the villagers and inform them of this situation? The circumstances are increasingly perilous." After contemplating for a moment, the old village chief acquiesced. Chapter 10. The carpenter Lu Yishou. The old village chief had his own considerations for his actions. Currently, the village comprised merely a dozen households, with many having perished or fled. Should these remaining families also vanish, only he and Lin Yi would be left, making their existence exceedingly arduous. Moreover, there were still a few artisans within the village, and in times of need, they could barter essential goods. These commodities, often taken for granted, gained paramount significance under the ominous shadow of impending doom. Even a humble candle could become a coveted prize, worth risking one's life to possess. It was indeed fortuitous that the villagers could unite for mutual support. The old chief intended to gather the remaining members and venture into the mines to extract symbol stones. With radiation levels diminishing, he believed that the specters could now manifest even in broad daylight. It was impractical for him and Lin Yi to undertake the mining alone. Additional hands were essential. Without hesitation, the old chief set his plan into motion. The village was small, and he, alongside Yang Tiantian, took on the task of summoning everyone. Although some were reluctant to attend, the promise of crucial news from the chief compelled them to gather. As the old chief surveyed the courtyard, it was filled to capacity. However, only one representative from each household had come, rather than the entire family. Nonetheless, the chief's intent was merely to convey a single piece of information. Once everyone had assembled, he displayed the symbol stones from his home for all to see. Finally, recounting today's experiences, particularly the encounter with the ghostly apparition, caused a pall of fear to descend upon the villagers, their faces paling in terror. In this atmosphere, discussions erupted among some individuals in their courtyards. Lin Yi observed the village, noting that the majority of its inhabitants were middle-aged, with only a scant few young people present. There were also a handful of elderly individuals akin to the village head. These individuals, hindered by physical limitations, found themselves unwanted elsewhere, thus compelled to linger on in the village, struggling to survive. Life in the shelter was no better. Resources were scarce everywhere. Although the shelter offered a slightly greater supply of necessities, it was also teeming with people. Lin Yi harbored doubts about the maintenance of order in such dire circumstances. He had witnessed enough to surmise that it would devolve into a brutal struggle for survival. While he did not comprehend the nature of the ghostly figures, he possessed a keen understanding of human nature. Lin Yi recognized the terrifying potential of human hearts, a dread that could surpass even that of the apparitions. Given the old village head's respectable reputation in town and the absence of any motive to deceive the villagers, the revelation instilled a deep sense of anxiety in the remaining dozen families. At that moment, a middle-aged man found himself surrounded by a group. Lin Yi turned his gaze towards the man, who, despite his humble attire, bore signs of burns on his hands. One voice emerged from the crowd, "Master Zhang, you make candles. Could you perhaps exchange some for us? You know how frightening the ghostly figures are now. We need candles for protection." Master Zhang appeared perplexed, responding, "Candles offer no defense against the apparitions. They fear only the sun and talismans. You suggest exchanging candles for talismans. But such a proposition does not sit well with the villagers, for talismans are vital for survival." Their insistence stems from a desire to persuade Master Zhang to relent and provide them with candles. It is evident that these individuals are attempting to exert pressure. Lin furrowed his brow upon witnessing this confrontation, sensing that their actions portend ill tidings. Even the venerable village elder appeared troubled. Although he too was reluctant to part with talismans for candles, he recognized that the candles were crafted by Master Zhang. The decision to trade should rest solely with him. A matter of personal liberty. At that moment, someone interjected, "Master Zhang, those malevolent entities fear the light. Regardless of the circumstances, possessing candles is preferable to being without them. Without candles, the firewood at home cannot sustain us for long. Furthermore, I perceive an increasing number of ghostly shadows lurking outside. The rate at which our candles are depleting has become alarmingly rapid." Upon hearing this, the villagers nodded in agreement. And a cacophony of voices erupted as they began to discuss the matter fervently. They had not anticipated that the elders' gathering would awaken their instinct for survival. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remains uncertain, but the unanimity of their understanding at this moment is paramount. Nevertheless, Elder Zhang remained steadfast. For the significance of candles is abundantly clear. Master Zhang felt he had previously undersold the candles to the villagers, yet he, too, had a family to support and would not part with his goods without talismans. After much debate, no resolution emerged, and the villagers were cautious not to offend Master Zhang too gravely. Were animosity to erupt, and Master Zhang were to deny them candles, these individuals would find themselves in dire straits. It was only through the intervention of the village elder that tranquility was restored. However, at that juncture, a middle-aged man emerged from the throng. His gaze was shifty, indicative of a penchant for petty machinations. This man was none other than Lu Yishou, the village carpenter. With a sigh, Lu Yishou remarked, "You remain preoccupied with the matter of candles, yet do you not concern yourselves with your front doors? I have perambulated the village and observed that each of your portals has sustained damage to varying degrees. I posit that if one lacks a door, the possession of candles becomes inconsequential. Should these wooden barriers be breached, your demise is assured." Lu Yishou's pronouncement, coupled with the villagers' inherent timidity, caused them to immediately recognize the dilapidated state of their doors, marred by the spectral figures. Should this issue remain unresolved, it was conceivable that these apparitions might forcibly breach their homes. Lu Yishou surveyed the assembly and continued, "Few among us possess iron doors, do we? Our portals are predominantly crafted from wood. As these spectral entities grow increasingly formidable, such wooden barriers offer scant protection." Lin Yi concurred with this assessment. However, his own wooden door was reinforced with ironwood, alleviating his immediate concerns. The villagers now turned their attention to Lu Yishou, with one inquiring, "Lu Yishou, what course of action do you propose? As the village carpenter, would you consider assisting us in crafting new doors? Rest assured, anything can be discussed, as life and livelihood are of utmost importance." The villagers unanimously concurred with this sentiment. However, Lu Yishou responded with a disdainful smile, stating, "Ordinary wood is utterly useless. Those ghostly shadows disintegrate upon contact. If you wish for me to craft a wooden door for you, it must be constructed from special materials." The old village chief furrowed his brow and inquired, "Lu Yishou, what materials do you propose?" Lu Yishou pointed towards Lin Yi and remarked, "Having surveyed the village from afar today, I discovered that the ironwood door of Lin Yi's home is the most suitable option." Lin Yi's heart raced. He had not anticipated that his door would be singled out so swiftly. Chapter 11. Food and Canned Goods. Initially, Lin Yi was preoccupied with how to explain his new wooden door to others, as this ironwood appeared entirely distinct from other timber. A discerning eye would recognize its uniqueness at a glance, especially since Lu Yishou was a skilled carpenter well acquainted with such materials. The old village chief also frowned, aware that Lin Yi's door had long been in a state of disrepair. He found it perplexing that Lu Yishou would take an interest in such a dilapidated door. Little did the chief know that after Lin Yi acquired his enhancement skills, he could transform the door significantly overnight. However, the chief had yet to visit Lin Yi and remained oblivious to this development. Lin Yi was also uncertain about how to articulate the situation. The old village chief frowned once more and demanded, "Lu Yishou, clarify your words. What is amiss with Lin Yi's door?" Lu Yishou chuckled. "The wooden door crafted by Lin Yi is entirely composed of ironwood, a remarkably resilient material. Even for a skilled carpenter like myself, it requires the appropriate tools and a painstaking approach to carve through it. Moreover, this wood is exceptionally thick. In my opinion, it could easily serve as a substitute for our current doors." The old village chief cast a glance at Lin Yi, contemplating for a moment before inquiring, "Young Lin, when did you replace your door? I was unaware of it." Lin Yi opened his mouth, pondering how to explain, but Lu Yishou interjected with a sardonic smile. Isn't it obvious? Lin Yi must have gone down to the villa and carried the wooden door back with him. Upon hearing this, the village chief regarded Lin Yi with a knowing look. He had not anticipated that Lin Yi had, in fact, brought a wooden door back the previous day. At that moment, the village chief had misjudged Lin Yi's actions. Thus, before Lin Yi could clarify, Lu Yishou took it upon himself to elaborate, saying, "Our village's wealthiest man, Ma Yue, has already relocated. However, the villa he built a few years ago still stands. I crafted all the doors for his household. Ma Yue is the type of person who is overly cautious, ensuring that only the finest materials were used in his home. He specifically imported a batch of ironwood. So if anyone wonders where Lin Yi acquired that iron door, it is undoubtedly from borrowing from Ma Yue's villa." Lin Yi pinched his nose upon hearing this. However, to outsiders, it was evident that Lin Yi had tacitly acknowledged the situation. Lu Yishou's remarks seemed to carry ulterior motives, until Lu Yishou proposed that they all venture to Ma Yue's villa to retrieve the ironwood he had stored there. Furthermore, prior to the appearance of that ominous specter, he had witnessed Ma Yue transporting several large carts filled with supplies, primarily compressed biscuits and canned goods. These were indeed provisions. The villagers had been subsisting on wild vegetables for days, to the point of nausea. Meanwhile, Ma Yue's household was replete with salted meats and canned beef in abundance. Upon hearing Lu Yishou's words, the villagers could hardly suppress their salivation. Lin Yi began to grasp Lu Yishou's intentions. It appeared he sought to capitalize on the opportunity to raid Ma Yue's villa. However, Lin Yi, being timid, was reluctant to embark on such an endeavor alone. Thus, he resolved to rally the others to accompany him in this quest for sustenance. It must be noted that the villagers had primarily been consuming wild greens or the remnants of their previously stored grains. The mention of canned beef and fruit stirred excitement among them, their eyes gleaming with hope. In a world where food was increasingly scarce, Ma Yue's villa represented a vital lifeline as the year drew to a close. Even Lin Yi and the old village chief felt a surge of eagerness upon hearing this news. The village chief considered that it was time to enhance his and his granddaughter's diet. As for Lin Yi, he merely thought that if he could procure some supplies and augment them with his enhancement skills, he might alleviate the recent food shortages. Thus, Lu Yishou's proposition received a favorable response from many. With such an abundance of food and construction materials, the villagers soon forgot about Master Zhang's predicament. Now, the desire to embark on this venture was palpable among them. However, Lu Yishou indeed found himself in a state of hesitation. Glancing at the sky, he noted that dusk was swiftly approaching. The location where Ma Yue had built his villa was rather secluded. Although Ma Yue was a local from the village, he had long ventured out into the world, amassing a fortune in the billions. Yet, for reasons unknown, a few years ago, Ma Yue returned to his hometown and constructed that opulent villa. Nevertheless, he seldom resided there, and this luxurious abode stood as a paragon within the village. It must be said that Ma Yue had entirely transformed the picturesque scenery of Songyuan village into a personal retreat. Just last month, after returning to the villa, he had imported a considerable amount of supplies from outside, which many villagers witnessed. At that time, Lu Yishou had been invited to work at Ma Yue's villa, so he distinctly remembered the arrival of such an abundance of resources. However, after the onset of the apocalypse, the Ma family had vanished without a trace. The iron gate of the villa's surrounding wall remained firmly shut, and there were no signs of the Ma family. The villagers speculated that, given Ma Yue's wealth, he must have sought refuge in a large shelter. Consequently, it was assumed that he could not transport all that food away, leaving the villagers to partake in its consumption. Lu Yishou, in particular, being Ma Yue's cousin, felt the weight of this situation. Despite Ma Yue's immense wealth, he had never considered providing any assistance to Lu Yishou, which filled Lu Yishou with resentment. Thus, he set his sights on Ma Yue's residence as his first target for robbery. Even if Ma Yue were to pursue the matter later, Lu Yishou felt untroubled by the prospect. After all, in these desperate times when starvation looms, who can afford to concern themselves with trivialities? At this juncture, the old village chief spoke up. "The day is drawing to a close. Let us return home for now. Tomorrow, at the break of dawn, we shall head to Ma Yue's house. United in numbers, we shall strive to retrieve whatever provisions we can from his abode." His words resonated with the villagers, prompting several to hastily return home to prepare. Lin Yi also intended to bid farewell to the old chief. For the ominous shadows lurking in the distance grew ever more unsettling. He had no desire to traverse the darkened paths when night fell, as it could cost him dearly. However, The old chief, with a grave expression, cautioned, "Lin Yi, you are far too reckless. How can you venture alone to Ma You's residence? The ironwood may be valuable, but the risks are immense. You are aware of the dangers that await." Lin Yi reassured him, "Fear not, old chief. I shall not act so foolishly again." After a moment of contemplation, the chief remarked, "With so many cans of food, Ma Yue cannot possibly carry them all. Surely some will be left behind. Moreover, I have observed that their villa harbors quite a number of useful items. We must exert ourselves tomorrow." At that moment, the old chief appeared increasingly animated. It was evident that the prospect of canned beef and fruits had ignited his fighting spirit. Food, in these times, was akin to life itself. Chapter 12. Mud Lin Yi merely smiled faintly, then returned to his dwelling, clutching the wild vegetables he had foraged. Before him stood his door, imposing and robust, its ironwood grain shimmering mysteriously under the sun's golden rays. Such a wooden door is difficult for anyone to overlook. Lin Yi silently acknowledged that he had made a mistake. He should have concealed the door more effectively. However, now that the villagers were already aware of it, no amount of further concealment would suffice. Lin Yi decided to embrace the situation as it was. Upon returning home, he hastily closed the door behind him. He then cast a glance at the walls. Aware that they were still in the process of being reinforced, he was uncertain what the walls would look like once fortified. He mused that since the previous walls were merely piles of bricks, the reinforcement would surely provide him with a strong refuge. As night gradually descended, after consuming a few bites of unpalatable wild vegetables, he vowed to himself that he would venture to the villa the following day to procure some delectable canned goods. After all, subsisting on wild vegetables daily rendered his palate utterly dull. Moreover, the absence of meat and fruit left his nutrition lacking. With his reinforcement skill, Lin Yi was also quite curious about what the fortified canned goods would be like. He did not seek exquisite flavors, only the ability to persevere a little longer. Naturally, proper nutrition was essential. Eating wild vegetables daily made him feel utterly drained of energy. However, that consideration would have to wait until he had endured this long night. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Lin Yi lit his reinforced candle. The flickering flame dispelled the shadows of the night, bestowing upon him a comforting warmth. Upon observing the ominous black pest outside the window, he felt a surge of unease. The sight of those relentless creatures infiltrating through the cracks of the window and door instilled a deep sense of dread within him. Each night, their numbers seemed boundless, and their presence left him trembling with fear. He had previously conducted an experiment regarding these dark insects, discovering that any living being would be devoured entirely, leaving no trace behind. Furthermore, no form of protection proved effective against them. Only light could disperse their sinister presence. As Lin Yi gazed at the candle before him, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he should seek out Master Zhang to barter for some additional candles. From others, he learned that Master Zhang was affectionately known as Zhang Laosan, being the third among his siblings. His candle-making skills, however, were unparalleled. The village elder had also remarked that Zhang Laosan was a craftsman of note, a valuable asset within the shelter. Yet, Zhang Laosan preferred to remain at home, and his forthright manner of speaking often offended others. Should he inadvertently upset a significant figure within the shelter, it would be beyond the means of a mere craftsman like Lin Yi to navigate such a predicament. Fortunately, the village boasted the presence of such a skilled candle maker. In truth, Lin Yi was more inclined toward mastering the art of candle making himself. Nevertheless, if Zhang Laosan proved unwilling to share his methods, Lin Yi believed he could simply acquire more candles on his own. The crux of the matter was that Lin Yi's enhanced talismans were notably more durable than ordinary ones. By his calculations, a single talisman could be exchanged for several candles. Just as he was contemplating this strategy, the sky darkened ominously, and a series of hoarse cries echoed from the entrance. Subsequently, a slight movement was detected at the door. He furrowed his brow. It seemed those detestable beings had returned once again. Moreover, these phantoms were truly vexatious to him. At times, he contemplated flinging open the door to confront the apparitions outside. However, ultimately, his life was of paramount importance. Hastily, he placed 2 reinforced talismans upon the doorknob and decided to disregard the matter for the time being. After all, his ironwood door was still relatively durable. Yet, Lin Yi distinctly sensed that the assaults on the iron door this night were far more intense than those of the previous evening. Consequently, he could not help but feel a sense of foreboding regarding his future circumstances. For, no matter how resilient ironwood may be, it remains wood at its core. In his plans, he deemed it prudent to replace his wooden door with one forged from titanium alloy. In this manner, not even explosives would be able to shatter it, which was precisely his desire. Nevertheless, he understood that fortifying his door to such a formidable standard would require considerable time. Presently, he dared not succumb to slumber. He periodically examined the degree of dissipating runes on the talismans, using this as a gauge for how much longer he could endure. Furthermore, the energy from the talismans was visibly dissipating more swiftly than the previous day. Fortunately, these two talismans should suffice for the time being. He intended to reinforce additional elements once the fortification of his walls was complete. This time, Lin Yi planned to enhance a form of camouflage material. He had observed that each time he fortified something, the transformation of his wooden door was immense. Such overnight changes would undoubtedly pique curiosity, or perhaps even covetousness, in others. As the adage goes, a man is innocent, but possessing jewels invites suspicion. If others were to discover that Lin Yi possessed such extraordinary skills, it would not only raise eyebrows among the villagers of Songyan, but would also compel the remaining aristocrats of this world to seize him for experimentation. Lin Yi had no desire to become a mere subject in someone else's scientific inquiry. Thus he resolved to create a form of camouflage to conceal his dwelling. Changing his door daily could be easily justified. However, should the villagers notice that he had replaced his entire house, it would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. In truth, Lin Yi's abode was quite modest, constructed from brick walls haphazardly mixed with some earth and topped with straw. He planned to restore the exterior of his house to its original state once he had reinforced the walls. This way, from the outside, no one would discern any difference. Furthermore, it was unlikely that anyone would conduct a rigorous strength test on Lin Yi's walls. Thus, Lin Yi toiled through the night until the early hours, finally witnessing a brilliant flash of white light upon his walls. After 24 hours of reinforcement, the task was complete. The fortified walls appeared neat and blended seamlessly with the surrounding night. Yet, under the flickering candlelight, they exuded a profound sense of security. Lin Yi even approached to touch the inner surface of the wall and knocked on it, producing a sound reminiscent of steel. With great joy, he realized that his enhancement skill indicated that the walls were entirely composed of black ironstone. The black ironstone is remarkably resilient, akin to steel, and is a unique building material in this world. However, it is also exceedingly precious, typically reserved for defensive fortifications or the private estates of the upper echelons of society. When this black ironstone was employed, it was evident from the outset that the shadowy figure outside, upon colliding with the wooden door, was sufficient to cause the house to tremble slightly. Yet, after Lin Yi fortified his walls, they remained utterly unyielding. Observing the thick encirclement of black ironstone, Lin Yi felt a sense of calm wash over him, realizing that his security had indeed progressed. Nevertheless, gazing at the dark exterior of the black ironstone, Lin Yi felt a twinge of conflict. For once this wall was revealed to the villagers, he anticipated that his days would be far from pleasant. To mitigate potential troubles, Lin Yi promptly gathered some soil, mixing it with plant ash and water. After a casual amalgamation, he found himself with a mound of mud. Lin Yi discovered that this mud could also be fortified, with a reinforcement duration of 2 hours. However, he needed to determine a specific direction for this enhancement. Thus, an idea struck him. Could he fortify the mud into a camouflage material with exceptional adhesion that would not easily flake away? Soon, words appeared at the corner of Lin Yi's vision, indicating that it could be enhanced towards a camouflage direction with a reinforcement time of 5 hours. Upon seeing this, Lin Yi felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, it required only 5 hours. He calculated the time, realizing that 5 hours would coincide perfectly with dawn. As the mud solidified, he resolved that at dawn, he would apply this concoction to the exterior walls of his abode to prevent any suspicions from the villagers. Meanwhile, Lin Yi calculated that he had an entire morning to undertake this task. Given that the villagers would be engaged in their activities the following day, it was likely they would not depart until around noon, when the sun blazed most fiercely, making it the least favorable time for apparitions to emerge. After the enhancement, Lin Yi patiently awaited the transformation of the mud before him. Once solidified, he would possess a form of invisible mud. Only after reinforcing both the wooden door and the walls did Lin Yi feel a flicker of security. At that moment, he glanced at the ceiling and noticed it too had been reinforced in tandem with the walls. It seemed the ceiling was considered integral to the walls, sparing Lin Yi the need to invest additional time in its fortification. Indeed, all of this effort proved worthwhile. From the outset, Lin Yi understood that constructing such a robust dwelling directly would not only require elusive materials, but would also demand several months of labor. The walls, enhanced by his skills, appeared as a seamless entity, a feat beyond the capabilities of any master builder. While Lin Yi awaited in silence, he was suddenly startled by distant screams, which abruptly ceased. Unable to ascertain the source of the cries, he deduced they did not originate from the village chief's household. It seemed some villagers could no longer withstand the night's trials. Indeed, although Lu Yishou expressed some personal motives this morning, his assertions undeniably held merit. The solid wooden doors were gradually proving inadequate against the onslaught of the spectral shadows. Lin Yi surveyed his sturdy ironwood and recognized that his fortification skills had, quite literally, saved his life. The previously flimsy wooden door would have offered no defense against the current spectral threat. While there were materials outside, Lin Yi felt no inclination to venture forth and rescue anyone. Even in daylight, he would contemplate the necessity of such an act, but on this night, he resolutely refused to step outside. After all, to do so would be akin to courting death. The recent cries of anguish emanated from the old village chief and Yang Tiantian, and all Lin Yi could do was silently wish them well. For though he occasionally yearned to repay kindness, he was not foolish. When one lacks the means to assist, the priority must be self-preservation. The unforeseen events of the night served as a stark reminder that his safety was still precarious. Food supplies had diminished significantly. Lin Yi resolved to visit Ma Youwei's villa the following day to retrieve provisions and search for any other useful items, such as solar panels or similar charging devices. These items were of utmost necessity to him. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Yi. Could he perhaps enhance a solar energy panel himself? With determination, he took a wooden board and inwardly chanted, "Transform my wooden board into a solar panel." Indeed, the response regarding the enhancement skill is, it can be strengthened, with a duration of 30 days. 30 days is an exceedingly long period. Currently, Lin Yi contemplates that even a modest solar panel could effectively reduce the enhancement time. However, whether possessing such an item is advantageous or detrimental remains uncertain. As long as it exists, even if flawed, he could utilize the enhancement skill to repair it. Simultaneously, Lin Yi is in need of a water purifier. Naturally, acquiring a mobile phone or a radio would be even more desirable, for within Songyuan village, they are utterly isolated from the outside world. They are unable to gather intelligence from beyond, not even the contents of the shelters. Is it possible to discover something novel or obtain information regarding the specters? These are the urgent inquiries Lin Yi seeks answers to. Nevertheless, even in the absence of such items, he believes that listening to the radio would be quite enjoyable. Lin Yi understands that although communication with the outside world is scarce, the higher echelons of the government persistently strive to relay apocalyptic updates to the residents daily, hoping to preserve the population as much as possible. After all, in the current circumstances, survival relies heavily on a substantial populace to withstand the onslaught of this calamity. Thus, information and sustenance are the two most crucial resources Lin Yi requires. However, he only hopes to uncover something within Ma Youwei's villa. According to the village chief, Ma Youwei had previously installed 2 diesel generators in the villa and even had several fine vehicles in the garage. Lin Yi yearns for these possessions. Although the vehicles would run out of fuel after a single tank, leaving him without a means to refuel, he could still apply enhancement techniques to them. At that moment, others may hesitate to venture outside, yet Lin Yi would boldly take his car out, though he would only do so if absolutely necessary. Even if he were to acquire a vehicle, it would merely serve as a precaution. Presently, Lin Yi's foremost priority is to establish his safe haven. Chapter 13, Disguise. After all, even a fortified vehicle, preferably a camper van due to its spaciousness and robust defenses, remains second to the security of one's own abode. Especially considering the limited space within a vehicle, Lin Yi is acutely aware that no matter how reinforced the metal shell of a car may be, it would likely struggle to withstand external threats. Otherwise, how could the mortality rate among outside transport teams be so alarmingly high? Moreover, Lin Yi is well aware that there is little to gain from venturing out, as he lacks the desire to explore the world beyond. Of course, in the absence of phantoms, he might have contemplated wandering about. However, in such a post-apocalyptic world, he believes it is wiser to remain in Songyuan village. As dawn approached, a sudden crack resonated, and a patch of mud before Lin Yi revealed a luminous white glow, soon transforming into a pile of preformed cement. Overjoyed by this unexpected discovery, Lin Yi tested the cement with his hand and found its adhesive properties remarkably strong. Once applied to a wall, it would adhere seamlessly. After smearing the cement onto the wall, it would perfectly replicate the original surface. As for the enchantment of this phenomenon, it can be attributed to Lin Yi's enhancement abilities. However, for Lin Yi, his work has only just begun. As dawn breaks, it is likely that the villagers have yet to arrive. Though the phantoms outside may not have completely dissipated, the black calamity insects are no longer present at this hour. Lin Yi promptly removed the 2 fortified talismans from the door latch and slipped them into his pocket. Upon opening the door, he observed a phantom lingering directly ahead. Without hesitation, he hurled a fortified talisman at it. The phantom vanished instantaneously, and Lin Yi turned to strike it again with another talisman. Early in the morning, he had no desire to witness a phantom turning back to smile at him. Such a sight sent shivers down his spine. Lin Yi firmly believed that the further he could keep his distance from these phantoms, the better. He quickly retrieved the talisman he had just thrown, noting that it had already dimmed considerably. Without further contemplation, he opted to enhance it. Subsequently, he procured a wooden bucket and a brush, and began to coat the surrounding walls with a makeshift cement. Fortunately, the area was small, and Lin Yi worked tirelessly, making swift progress. The walls, appearing entirely black, were distinguishable to the keen observer as being composed of black iron stone, an ideal choice for construction, especially in these apocalyptic times. When such building materials were desperately sought after, Lin Yi silently rejoiced at having successfully extracted the disguised cement. Had the villagers discovered it, he would have found himself in an indefensible position. After finishing the exterior wall, he procured a ladder and swiftly ascended to the rooftop to commence his painting. In the past, he feared that stepping onto the dilapidated roof would cause it to collapse beneath him. However, the reinforced rooftop was remarkably sturdy. Even when he kicked it with force, there was no discernible change. A sense of joy filled his heart as he completed the painting, restoring the house to its former appearance. He cast a glance at his wooden door, pondering whether to apply the disguised cement to it as well. Ultimately, he decided against it. While the cement-like disguise was appealing, reverting the wooden door to its original form would be redundant. Moreover, the current ironwood door had lost its significance in Lin Yi's eyes. He viewed it with a sense of disdain, knowing that he could create even superior items in the future. While the villagers were racking their brains over a sturdy wooden door, Lin Yi contemplated crafting an iron door, further reinforced to surpass the strength of an ironwood door. However, he recognized that it was more prudent to first eliminate obstacles and make do with the ironwood door until he could replace it when necessary. By the time Lin Yi completed all his tasks, he was drenched in sweat. In this world, taking a bath has become an extravagant luxury, as hot water is a scarce commodity. Moreover, the issue of accessing water from the nearby river poses its own challenges, given the inconvenience of fetching it daily. With the days growing longer and pleasant weather becoming increasingly rare, safety by the riverside is also a concern. Thus, Lin Yi realized the necessity of preparing adequately. He must ensure a sufficient water supply for rainy or overcast days when fetching water would be impractical. However, he currently lacked a clear plan for securing an alternative water source and decided to address the matters of food and shelter first before contemplating other concerns. Just as Lin Yi restored the house to its original state, he noticed Yang Tiantian rushing towards him, breathless. Particularly striking was Yang Tiantian, dressed in short shorts, her fair, long legs gleaming under the sunlight. While Lin Yi admired the sight, he felt it necessary to suggest that she put on a piece of clothing, as the sun, though not as scorching as before, still warranted caution. He wondered if the young girl was not afraid of the chill. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Yang Tiantian hurried over and exclaimed, "Lin Yi, why are you still here? Everyone has gathered and is preparing to head to Ma Youwei's villa. Originally, they weren't going to wait for you, but Grandpa insisted on calling you along. Otherwise, he said he wouldn't go. So, I came to fetch you." Lin Yi, upon hearing this, promptly set down what he was holding and replied, "Lead the way, let us go at once." After all, Lin Yi was cognizant that the extent of provisions within Ma Youwei's residence today would dictate the ease of their existence in the foreseeable future. Furthermore, this venture was a collaborative decision among the villagers, indicating a commendable level of enthusiasm for the matter. Subsequently, Lin Yi inquired, "Last night, I overheard some vocalizations. Did some household encounter misfortune?" Upon hearing this, Yang Tiantian's countenance grew somber as she recounted, Last night, Aunt Zhao's abode was breached by spectral figures. When we went to investigate this morning, the scene within Aunt Zhao's dwelling was utterly gruesome. Merely a few strands of hair remained, her flesh entirely devoured. These apparitions are exceedingly terrifying, and I am now somewhat apprehensive. Lin Yi furrowed his brow upon hearing Yang Tiantian's depiction. It seemed that old Yang had deliberately exposed Tiantian to this spectacle, lest the young one, with her carefree disposition, remain oblivious to the horrors of the apocalypse. This was likely a deliberate act on old Yang's part, as he himself was unable to ensure his own safety, and thus sought to instill in Yang Tiantian an awareness of the world's cruelty, so that she might learn to protect herself. Observing Yang Tiantian's demeanor today, Lin Yi deemed old Yang's actions to be justified, although the scene at Aunt Zhao's residence that morning had undoubtedly traumatized the young girl. Subsequently, Lin Yi inquired, "Tiantian, will you accompany us today?" Yang Tiantian nodded, her pigtails swaying in unison. She responded, "I initially had no desire to go, but Grandpa insisted that I participate, stating that I should endeavor to partake in such events in the future." Lin Yi was taken aback upon hearing this, as old Yang had previously been reluctant to allow his granddaughter to engage in such activities. Now, it appeared that he was intentionally cultivating Yang Tiantian's capacity for action. However, Lin Yi wholeheartedly endorsed this behavior. After all, in such a post-apocalyptic world, it is imperative to cultivate resilience in a young girl. No one will consistently be there to care for her. Even if assistance is required, Lin Yi would only lend a hand briefly. Surviving in this bizarre realm relies fundamentally on oneself. It seems that the incident involving Aunt Zhao's family last night had indeed left a profound impact on the old village chief. Consequently, Lin Yi and Yang Tiantian hurried to the village entrance. Upon their arrival, they found a throng of people, each laden with various bundles. Evidently convinced by Lu Yixiu's words that there were abundant supplies within Ma Youwei's villa, a collective urge to become newly affluent surged among them. As Lin Yi approached, a shrill voice called out, "Village chief, that outsider has arrived. Shall we depart?" Upon arriving, Lin Yi noticed the villagers in a chaotic uproar. The old village chief furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Nonsense. Wang Ergu, we all witnessed the scene at Aunt Zhao's house today. Frankly, your family is also unfortunate. But how can you shamelessly take from Aunt Zhao's household? Do you not feel any remorse?" Wang Ergu scoffed disdainfully. Lin Yi stepped forward to inquire about the situation. The old village chief recounted the events. They had all heard the desperate cries from Aunt Zhao's house the previous night, yet no one had dared to venture out to investigate. In the morning, Wang Ergu, emboldened, braved his way to Aunt Zhao's residence. And upon discovering that all 4 members of her family had perished, he audaciously looted everything from her home. One cannot deny that Wang Ergu's actions were indeed rather ruthless. At this moment, some individuals urged Wang Ergu to return the items, considering that Aunt Zhao's family had tragically perished the previous night, and Aunt Zhao had maintained amicable relations with the villagers. The crucial point was that there was little left in Aunt Zhao's home. The villagers had intended to preserve a memento, yet Wang Ergu remained obstinate, insisting that in this situation, whoever seized the items first would claim ownership. He resolutely refused to surrender them, and even the old village chief's intervention proved futile. Wang Ergu declared, "Today we shall go to Ma Youwei's villa to collect his belongings, for it is said that he has already departed for the base. However, if he returns, how can we transport his possessions without it resembling robbery? What right do you have to criticize me?" Lu Yixu retorted angrily, "Is this even comparable? Regardless of how much property Ma Youwei possesses, it merely amounts to robbing the wealthy to aid the needy. The few items from Aunt Zhao's household are trivial. She was already impoverished, and I find it shameful that you would even consider taking their belongings." Wang Ergu raised his chin defiantly, stating, "I do not care. I still have use for their possessions." After much bickering, no resolution was reached. Finally, the old village chief handed Lin Yi a bag, saying, "You cannot transport goods without such a bag. Moreover, this may be our only opportunity. If we wish to move items again, it will become increasingly difficult." Lin Yi understood that the villagers were gradually losing cohesion, each one primarily looking out for their own interests. At times, even a wild vegetable or a single candle would incite fierce competition among them. Although the village had once enjoyed a harmonious existence, the increasingly dire circumstances have led to a rise in individuals like Wang Ergu. Now, their only hope lies in acquiring additional supplies. Lin Yi learned from the village chief that Wang Ergu was previously a delinquent in the city. However, following the outbreak of the shadowy calamity, one must work to obtain resources in the shelters. Being inherently lazy, Wang Ergu had no choice but to retreat to his home. Observing his parents, who appeared to be middle-aged, it was evident that Wang Ergu had come to Song Yuan village with the intention of relying on them. The village chief mentioned that Wang Ergu typically contributed little to the community, with his parents being the ones to scavenge for supplies. Yet, for reasons unknown, he had recently decided to venture out and work. Lin Yi found little interest in these developments. Instead, he yearned to visit Aunt Zhao's home to gain insight into the aftermath of the shadowy attacks. While Yang Tiantian had already recounted the grim circumstances, he believed that first-hand observation would yield richer information. After all, their understanding of the shadows remained woefully inadequate. A group of people marched purposefully towards Ma Youwei's villa. Before long, they beheld the villa nestled amidst the forest. Spanning over 1,000 square meters, Ma Youwei's villa was enclosed by a large iron fence. In the past, the lawn had been meticulously maintained, but now it lay overgrown and wild. Particularly, as Lin Yi glanced back, he noticed that the wild grass had grown nearly as tall as a person, and the iron railings had long since succumbed to decay. At that moment, Lu Yishou, taking the lead, effortlessly yanked down the iron railing with a sharp crack. With a resounding thud, he tore open a segment of the railing and casually tossed it onto the grass. It was then that everyone beheld the grim sight of 2 dog carcasses at the entrance of the iron railing. The flesh and blood of these dogs had long since vanished, leaving only their skins, which lay on the grass and were on the verge of putrefaction. One could faintly discern that these 2 dogs had once been the beloved guard dogs of Ma Youwei. Who would have imagined they would meet their end here? Consequently, someone inquired, wasn't Ma Youwei particularly fond of these 2 dogs? Why did he leave them behind when he went to the shelter? Lu Yishou, with a tinge of impatience, retorted, whether he brought them or not is of no concern to us. In this world, surviving is a triumph in itself. Chapter 14. Supplies of the villa. At this juncture, Lu Yishou, irritable and cursing, expressed his disinterest in the matter. His sole curiosity lay in the extent of supplies that Ma Youwei possessed within his home. A group of individuals soon arrived at the front of Ma Youwei's villa. One could not deny that Ma Youwei's villa was impressively grand. From the exterior alone, it resembled a Western-style edifice, akin to the palaces of ancient European emperors. Clearly, Ma Youwei was wealthy. Lin Yi began to believe that if Ma Youwei truly regarded this villa as a fortress, the supplies within would undoubtedly be substantial. At this moment, the onlookers glanced back and noticed that one of the 2 wooden doors of Ma Youwei's villa was indeed missing, and the door itself was crafted from a combination of iron and wood. A group of individuals could not help but direct their gaze towards Lin Yi, who, feeling somewhat awkward, rubbed his nose, surprised by the coincidence. However, the fact that half of Ma Youwei's entrance was gone was not his doing. Lu Yishou, spotting Lin Yi, scoffed and remarked, Lin Yi, I am uncertain whether you have taken the wooden door or pilfered something else. Regardless, as long as I am here, do not even think about monopolizing Ma Youwei's resources. Ma Youwei is my cousin, and I am his younger brother. Thus, I am entitled to my share of whatever is here. Seeing this, Lu Yishou seemed to treat Ma Youwei's villa as if it were his own home. Naturally, Lu Yishou could have ventured over independently. It was merely a matter of lacking the courage to do so. What could Lin Yi do? He could only acquiesce to the situation. Nonetheless, the villa was quite spacious, and although one door was missing, those gathered at the entrance could indeed perceive a shadowy interior. Strangely, not a single soul dared to step inside. The crowd turned their attention to Lu Yishou, who, perplexed, asked, Why are you all looking at me? Hurry up and go inside. Master Zhang, also known as Zhang Laosan, chimed in, Lu Yishou, you were the one who summoned everyone here. Shouldn't you venture in to scout the way? Lu Yishou cursed inwardly, thinking how these people were unwilling to exert any effort. Gritting his teeth, he declared, What? You expect me to go in first at a time like this? I refuse. Either we all go in together, or we head back right now. Regardless, I have ample supplies at home. Let us leave these items here for the time being. After Lu Yishou spoke, he made to depart. However, Lin Yi was reluctant to see today's endeavor come to an abrupt end. He even glanced at Wang Ergu, yet Wang Ergu remained entirely concealed within the crowd, unwilling to step forward. It seemed that this group of individuals were quite cunning. Lin Yi reached into his pocket, feeling the enhanced talisman stone, and thought to himself, with the fortified talisman stone in hand, even if he were to encounter a ghostly apparition, he could withstand it for a while. If the situation turned dire, he could always retreat. Thus, Lin Yi said, Please, let us not bicker. I shall venture in to investigate. The old village chief expressed his concern. Lin Yi, you cannot simply go in there alone. This villa, it feels ominously dark. We should enter as a group. Yet, Lin Yi understood that this group needed a scapegoat. He quietly reassured the old village chief, do not worry about me. I will merely scout the perimeter. If it becomes too perilous, I shall return. Do not forget, I possess the enhanced talisman stone. The old village chief pondered for a moment. Indeed, Lin Yi's enhanced talisman stone was far more effective than an ordinary one, giving them a greater chance against the ghostly figure. Then you may proceed to investigate. It is certainly better than having a multitude of us standing here. Consequently, Lin Yi refrained from further discussion and slipped inside. The moment he entered, a pang of regret washed over him. Were it not for the supplies within this villa, he would not have taken such a risk. As he stepped inside, he immediately noticed 3 pale, ethereal shadows gazing at him from within the villa. In a fleeting moment, Lin Yi felt an icy chill course through his veins. He found himself utterly immobilized, as if his feet were nailed to the ground. It was evident to Lin Yi that the 3 spectral figures were exerting a profound influence on his very soul, akin to how a mere beast might freeze in fear at the sight of a tiger or lion. He felt trapped in a similarly dire predicament. With all 3 phantoms fixated upon him, Lin Yi lamented his woeful misfortune, just as he braced himself for an inevitable demise. An unexpected surge of energy emanated from the 2 enhanced talismans nestled in his pocket, restoring his ability to act in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved one of the reinforced talismans and hurled it toward the 3 apparitions, then dashed toward the exit without a backward glance. Upon emerging, Lin Yi addressed the villagers with a calm demeanor, urging them to enter, assuring them that there was nothing amiss inside. Despite the near brush with death, he maintained an air of composure, in stark contrast to his earlier panic. He understood that revealing the presence of the spectral figures would likely deter the villagers from ever setting foot inside again. As he spoke, he noticed a few individuals, including Wang Ergo, discreetly retreating, evidently preparing to flee. Lin Yi was familiar with Wang Ergo, a man who, despite having numerous acquaintances, would vanish at the first sign of trouble, more terrified than anyone else. In response to Lin Yi's assertion, Lu Yishou remarked, very well, very well. Pleased with Lin Yi's performance that day, Lu Yishou proposed, how about you take the first pick when we move the supplies later? The old village chief concurred, saying, your suggestion is quite commendable. Just now, Lin Yi risked much for our benefit. We must ensure he receives something in return. At that moment, although some individuals displayed reluctance, they ultimately acquiesced to this notion. As the group prepared to enter, Lin Yi remarked, it is somewhat dim inside. Does anyone have a candle? It would be best to light one as we go in. Zhang Laosan approached, saying, indeed, I brought quite a few candles today. However, when we transport the supplies later, I shall need to carry a bit more, as these candles were crafted through considerable effort. His words met with no opposition, for the discovery of these candles proved to be exceedingly useful. Thus, the group lit their candles and ventured into the room. Lin Yi held on to Old Yang and Yang Tiantian, positioning himself at the rear, uncertain of the efficacy of the enhancement talisman he had used against the 3 spectral figures. He felt it prudent to remain behind for safety. Leading the way were Lu Yishou and Zhang Laosan, with the others following in succession. Perhaps due to the number of people present, the earlier apparitions had vanished without a trace. Lin Yi felt a sense of relief wash over him. Yet his pupils suddenly dilated as he noticed that the talisman fragment he had taken with him had disintegrated into powder. Feigning indifference, he discreetly ground the powder beneath his foot. The others remained oblivious to this action, though the old village chief glanced at Lin Yi, hesitating to speak, ultimately choosing silence. After all, there are times when such matters can become quite tumultuous, making the role of the village chief rather challenging. The old village chief, Lin Yi, held a firm belief that Lin Yi would not betray him. At that moment, Lu Yishou hurriedly advanced, and the villagers followed him. As if he were intimately familiar with this villa, he led them through a series of winding paths until they finally arrived before a basement. However, this basement was secured by a robust iron door. Naturally, Ma Yue prioritized his own safety when constructing the villa. Thus, the basement, intended for storing supplies, was firmly locked behind this iron door. At this juncture, a villager inquired, Lu Yishou, you have brought us here, but how do we open this iron door? Lu Yishou produced a key from his pocket and replied, this iron door may be impenetrable for others, but not for me. Heh, this is my cousin's key, which I had procured long ago. He had secretly made a duplicate of the key while working for his cousin, a detail that Ma Yue had overlooked. Lu Yishou had not anticipated that this little matter would prove useful. Once Lu Yishou unlocked the iron door, the sight that greeted the villagers within the room left them awestruck. Lin Yi secretly rejoiced that he had come today, for the entire space was filled with shelves brimming with provisions. These shelves were stocked with an array of edible items that could be preserved for extended periods, such as canned beef, potato cans, and an assortment of canned fruits like peaches and plums. Additionally, there were some compressed biscuits and fruit juices among the supplies. Now, with both meat and sustenance secured, the villagers, oblivious to all else, surged forward, hastily filling their bags with an assortment of canned goods. Lin Yi and the venerable village elder followed suit, while Yang Tiantian selected her preferred delicacies. Given the emaciated condition of the villagers, few could truly savor a proper meal. Some, unable to resist the savory aroma, immediately indulged in the canned provisions. Despite the copious amounts seized by the throng, half of the canned goods remained untouched on the shelves. At this juncture, Lu Yishou proposed, "Having procured what we have, let us hasten our departure. We can always return when provisions are scarce." Considering the remaining abundance, he reasoned that wanton destruction was out of the question, as it would undoubtedly incite the villagers' disapproval. Presently, the location was regarded as a communal larder, and no one dwelled on Ma Yue's sentiments. Their prevailing mindset was that satiation took precedence, and amends could be offered to Ma Yue later. Moreover, the villagers were unconcerned about individual incursions, as the route was shrouded in darkness, necessitating the use of candles for navigation. Thus, the prospect of embezzlement was negligible. Lu Yishou retained custody of the key, as no one dared venture alone. Future expeditions would be conducted collectively by the entire village. The village chief, Old Yang, had meticulously crafted a plan for them, proving to be quite invaluable at this juncture. Once everyone had ventured outside, Lu Yishou hastily secured the iron gate. He casually remarked, "There are still some supplies in this villa." Lin Yi Zhang Laosan. "Which one would you prefer?" After pondering for a moment, Lin Yi replied, "I have heard there is a generator in this villa. Shall we take a look?" Lu Yishou furrowed his brow and remarked, "A generator? It is of no use without diesel. Not to mention diesel, there is no gasoline or oil available. Only the large shelters might possess some. What do you intend to do with this generator?" Lu Yishou found this curious, as aside from solar power, nothing else was operable at present. While a generator may seem advantageous, it is an immense drain on resources. For Lu Yishou and his companions, merely having enough to eat was a considerable achievement, and Lin Yi's desire for a generator seemed utterly fanciful. Even if there were some fuel within, Lin Yi would scarcely manage a few days with it. Moreover, such a device would be more of a burden than a boon. Lin Yi could only manage a wry smile, fully aware that he could not disclose his ability to enhance skills. In his view, a diesel generator could be transformed into one with various superior functions. At that point, Lin Yi would be devoid of any concerns regarding electricity. With power at his disposal, he would no longer need to rely on candles, for lighting them each night made him feel as though he were living in a primitive society. In his previous life, he had long since become accustomed to the companionship of electric lights. In Lin Yi's perspective, possessing a light bulb would alleviate his fear of ghostly shadows during the night. Thus, Lin Yi remarked, "Lu Yishou, why are you uttering such nonsense? It was you who mentioned that I could select an item in advance. This canned food does not count, as everyone has it. Please show me if there exists a generator." Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Lu Yishou pondered for a moment and replied, "As for the generator, indeed it exists. I recall its location. Follow me." Although the others dismissed the generator with indifference, they nonetheless decided to accompany him to investigate. Lu Yishou exhibited a remarkable familiarity with the villa. Upon reaching the first floor and opening the door, they discovered a thick layer of dust within. However, the original generator had long since vanished, leaving behind only a mere iron frame. The essential component had mysteriously disappeared. Enraged, Lin Yi kicked the iron frame over and inquired, "Lu Yishou, where is the diesel generator you spoke of?" "This is merely an iron frame." Lu Yishou was taken aback, stating, "That cannot be. I distinctly remember seeing a diesel generator here before. After all, these affluent individuals cannot endure power outages. But how could it have vanished now? Could it be that Ma Yue took it?" Lin Yi was not entirely convinced by Lu Yishou's conjecture, for the diesel generator was exceedingly heavy. Even if Ma Yue had fled to the external shelter, under the current circumstances, there would certainly be no surplus resources available for Ma Yue to utilize a diesel generator. At this juncture, resources such as gasoline and diesel fuel are undoubtedly under the control of the sanctuary's administrators. Despite Ma Youwei's assets amounting to tens or even hundreds of millions, in this apocalyptic world, such wealth is as worthless as waste paper, less useful than even a single runestone. Chapter 15. The generator. It is only Lin Yi who has a need for such a generator. Consequently, Lu Yishou declared, "That's none of my concern. In any case, this diesel generator was originally here, and now it's gone. If you ask me to find it, where am I supposed to look?" At this moment, Lu Yishou was utterly unconcerned. Lin Yi, frowning slightly, then inquired, "Does this place have any solar photovoltaic panels? If so, I wouldn't mind taking one back with me." Lu Yishou gestured towards the roof, saying, "There are solar panels on the roof. If you want to take them, feel free to do so yourself." The mention of solar panels did stir some interest among several individuals. After all, solar energy is one of the few usable energy sources in the world now. However, the conversion efficiency of solar energy is now significantly reduced compared to before. But fortunately, something is better than nothing. Nevertheless, having solar panels alone is not enough. One must also have the accompanying facilities to harness this solar energy effectively. Consequently, the group proceeded to the villa's rooftop. There, they found several enormous solar panels, each requiring several people to lift. At this point, Lu Yishou stated, "These solar panels are what you wanted. I have no obligation to help you transport them back." At this, Lin Yi found himself in a predicament. However, he came to acquire the solar panels for reinforcement purposes, obviating the need to transport all the electronic boards back. Therefore, without hesitation, Lin Yi audibly shattered a corner of the solar panel. Lu Yishou inquired, "Lin Yi, what are you doing? How can you utilize the solar panel if you damage it?" Lin Yi chuckled, "This will suffice. May I not bring it back for amusement?" Witnessing Lin Yi's actions, the other villagers did not emulate him. After all, no one desired to take a piece of scrap metal home. Nevertheless, several individuals attempted it. Even Yang Tiantian remarked, "Grandfather, should we also procure a solar panel to bring back? My eyes are strained from lighting candles every day." However, the village chief and others tried, only to discover that these solar panels were installed with utmost sturdiness. Furthermore, due to their limited time, they had no choice but to relinquish their efforts after a brief attempt. To retrieve these solar electronic boards, they would have to, like Lin Yi, shatter them and then carry them back. However, this would negate the purpose. Reluctantly, the group descended the stairs, preparing to return. At this juncture, Lin Yi inquired further, "Are there any radios or mobile phones within?" Lu Yishou gestured towards the surrounding rooms. "I am uncertain. Perhaps you could open the rooms and search them one by one." Lin Yi mused inwardly. How could one engage in such an endeavor at this moment? After all, upon initially entering this villa, 3 ghostly figures were observed. Had it not been for the strength in numbers, Lin Yi would never have dared to enter. At present, he possesses merely a single piece of enhancement stone, resolutely refusing to take any further risks. The crowd arrived swiftly, yet departed even more rapidly. However, smiles adorned every face as they left. Their visit to Ma Youwei's villa proved fruitful, with each individual reaping considerable rewards. Notably, Lin Yi astonishingly reclaimed a solar panel. Additionally, several more lay atop Ma Youwei's roof. Regrettably, others were unable to take these solar panels with them. Hence, Lin Yi had preemptively reserved these items in his mind, as he foresaw the burgeoning necessity for solar energy in the future. He pondered that such a small solar panel might not suffice to meet his demands. In Chapter 16, as Lin Yi turned back to survey the unopened doors, an unsettling intuition lingered within him. He felt that opening these doors might unleash unforeseen calamities. Thus, he ultimately chose not to take that risk, content with the considerable gains he had already secured. In this post-apocalyptic realm, greed could only expedite one's demise. At that moment, the villagers, burdened with their assorted packages, departed together. Lu Yishou even dismantled the grand entrance of the villa to carry it away, with scarce ironwood available. The villagers had no choice but to disassemble the furniture and wooden boards within the villa to reinforce their own doors. After all, the villa was opulent, with even the furnishings crafted from precious hardwood, known for its remarkable durability. For these individuals, repurposing such materials to strengthen their doors was the most prudent course of action. Certainly, the significance of Lin Yi is negligible. When he resolved to depart, he took that dilapidated iron gate with him. Despite its rusted condition, which made it unappealing to the villagers, Lin Yi harbored the notion that, upon returning, he could enhance this gate with his fortification skills, likely rendering it superior to his current wooden door. However, now his hands and body were laden with various items, a veritable bounty. Lin Yi observed that the village chief, Old Yang, and Yang Tiantian were also transporting a wooden table, which Old Yang suggested could be dismantled for its planks to reinforce a door. Lin Yi noted that this table was quite substantial, making it an ideal choice for such a purpose. He contemplated that once his iron gate was fortified, the surplus wooden door could be offered to the village chief, albeit not at this moment. Thus, the group trod back, weary yet satisfied. On their return, each person discreetly stowed away the candles. Zhang Laosan opened his mouth to speak, only to mutter in frustration. Yet, he dared not provoke the ire of the others. As they exited the villa, someone suddenly inquired about the Yi family of three, expressing surprise at their absence as they had entered alongside the group. At this moment, it became apparent to the villagers that three individuals were missing. The Yi family had indeed come in search of supplies, but had seemingly vanished when the others departed. The village chief furrowed his brow and remarked, "Old Yi, what is the situation? I just saw them moments ago." At this moment, Lu Yishou and Lin Yi came to a halt. Only Lin Yi harbored some suspicions. As he gazed upon Ma Youwei's villa, he could not help but feel that it resembled not a villa, but rather a den of iniquity. Suddenly, Lin Yi realized that he would no longer need to enter this place in the future. It was then that Wang Ergu suddenly exclaimed, "I spotted the Yi family. Just as we were leaving, I saw them scurrying into a bedroom to ransack it, but they haven't emerged since." The village chief inquired, "Wang Ergu, did you witness this with your own eyes?" Wang Ergu waved his hand dismissively, asserting, "Of course I saw it with my own eyes." Several villagers echoed his sentiment, claiming to have also observed the Yi family entering a different bedroom. However, it appeared they had chosen not to join the others, likely believing that searching alone would yield greater rewards. This caused the village chief to furrow his brow, stating, "This will not do. The Yi family are also villagers of our community. Shall we not enter together to find them?" Upon hearing the chief's words, the crowd fell into silence. After all, if the Yi family were to emerge, they would have done so by now. The lateness of the hour suggested that something was amiss. To allow them to enter the villa at this point would indeed be a reckless gamble. Furthermore, considering that the group had already gathered a sufficient amount of supplies that day, the prospect of risking their safety to venture inside left many feeling hesitant. Chapter 17. The Disappearing Family. Old Yang, observing the villagers' demeanor, understood their thoughts. Perhaps the village head still perceives himself as the communal leader, feeling obligated to intervene in matters concerning his constituents. Consequently, Old Yang proposed, "Lu Yishou, given your familiarity with this place, would you accompany me inside?" However, Lu Yishou hesitated, his feet remaining firmly planted. "Village head," he began, "there was something I was reluctant to mention earlier. During my previous visit to Ma Youwei's villa, I sensed an eerie, chilling presence, markedly different from my last visit. I felt uneasy, and we were fortunate to escape unscathed. What concern is it of mine that the Yi family acted independently? Furthermore, village head, with all due respect to your age, I advise against entering. I have a family to provide for, and I must hasten to return with these provisions." Upon hearing Lu Yishou's words, the villagers echoed his sentiments. Wang Ergu, in particular, promptly hoisted his share of the loot onto his person, declaring, "Village head, everyone, I have urgent matters to attend to at home, so I must depart." While Lu Yishou retained some semblance of decorum, Wang Ergu dispensed with such niceties, directly heading home with his bounty. As it was still daylight, he felt no trepidation. Witnessing Wang Ergu's departure further agitated the villagers. Under normal circumstances, they would undoubtedly rush to someone's aid. However, in their current state of fear, the villagers were unwilling to risk encountering malevolent spirits and endangering themselves in the process. Old Yang, incensed, fumed with exasperation. He glanced at this and then at that, shaking his head like a rattle drum. Finally, Old Yang turned to Lin Yi and said, "Young Lin, why don't you accompany me inside for a look? Bring a few more candles, it should be fine." However, Lin Yi was acutely aware that entering with the village chief would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Unless the villagers united, holding candles together, there might still be a glimmer of hope to find the Old Yi family. Just the two of them could not possibly suffice. Thus, Lin Yi replied, "Chief, is this really necessary? I believe it would be prudent for us to avoid taking such risks." Upon hearing this, Old Yang sighed and lamented, "I never expected you to be just like the others." At that moment, Zhang Laosan hurried over and said, "Chief, If I may, your kindness is commendable. The villagers chose you as their leader for good reason. However, given the current situation, the circumstances have drastically changed. We all feel sorrow for the old Yi family, but there is truly no need to take such risks. This is also for your own good. At this time, every additional day of life for the villagers is precious. Besides, you have a family to care for. Must you insist on risking it? In my opinion, we should simply stand at the entrance and call out. If the old Yi family responds, they will come out on their own. If there is no response, it would indicate that something has gone awry, and entering would serve no purpose. The village chief found merit in Zhang Laosan's words. Consequently, he and Lin Yi stood at the entrance, calling out into the darkness. At this moment, a portion of the villagers had departed, yet a significant number remained, standing under the sun, their courage seemingly bolstered. However, as they approached the entrance, a chilling breeze wafted forth, intensifying the sense of foreboding. The elderly village chief, already frail, shuddered as the cold air enveloped him, suddenly recalling the harrowing sensation from the last encounter with a ghostly apparition. This recollection rendered him momentarily immobile. At that instant, the charm in Lin Yi's possession shimmered, and a wave of warmth coursed through the old chief's body, prompting him to stir once more. Chapter 18. The Search for Aid at this juncture. Persuading the village chief and old Yang to venture inside to rescue anyone was futile. After all, the others were correct. He had a granddaughter to care for, and there was no justification in risking his life for the Yi family. Lin Yi called out several times from the threshold, yet the villa remained eerily silent. Logically, the Yi family should have heard his calls, unless they had retreated to the basement, which had been securely locked by Luishou. In truth, seeking out the Yi family seemed futile. Old Yang also raised his voice, but the only response was the howling wind within the villa. Lin Yi sensed that the atmosphere had grown even more sinister since his arrival, and even the surrounding villagers began to feel the weight of unease. Lin Yi was acutely aware of Luishou's frustration. He had not anticipated that the Yi family would vanish without a trace. Fortunately, today the villagers acted in unison. Had Luishou ventured alone, he likely would have been left with nothing. At this moment, Luishou felt a sense of relief for his cautious demeanor, which had preserved his life. The elderly village chief, meanwhile, was contemplative, sighing as he remarked, "Alas, old Yi has not the fortune to enjoy such a life. Regardless, we have done what we could. Let us return home." At this juncture, Lin Yi noticed that the village chief appeared to have aged several years in a matter of moments. After all, the Yi family shared a cordial relationship with the chief, evident in his recent proposal. However, the chief understood that old Yi had indeed been too greedy. Upon hearing the chief's words, the villagers began to disperse, each returning to their respective homes. The area surrounding the villa, along with its courtyard, swiftly descended into silence. Within one of the villa's rooms, the Yi family lay in perfect alignment upon an opulent mattress. Canned goods were strewn across the floor, and several shadowy specters flickered in the gloom. The blood and flesh of the Yi family's corpses had vanished, leaving only strands of hair and desiccated skin behind. Then, the ghostly figures flickered once more, disappearing into the ether. Meanwhile, Lin Yi stepped beyond the confines of the villa, glancing back to find that the exterior, despite its ostentation, filled him with dread. He suddenly recalled the 3 specters he had seen. What of those he had not? Surely, there would be more. It seemed that during the day, these phantoms lurked in the shadows. Moreover, they could neither be slain nor extinguished. Even with an abundance of talismans, once the spectral shadow is vanquished, it will inevitably regenerate in another location. This mechanism of the spectral shadow poses a significant headache for the various sanctuaries, especially as there are no superior means to eradicate it. Upon returning home, Lin Yi hastily closed the door and locked it, beginning to tally his gains from this excursion. He had procured 20 cans of beef, 20 cans of pears, 30 bags of compressed biscuits, and 10 pounds of potatoes, the latter of which he intended to plant. Although cultivating food is currently a formidable challenge, he felt that with his newfound enhancement methods, it was indeed necessary to cultivate these crops for self-sufficiency. Moreover, he had 10 bottles of concentrated juice. After obtaining these items, he sampled each one, and a wave of satisfaction washed over him. It must be said that the quality of the canned goods purchased by the affluent is quite commendable. Despite the passage of several days, they still possessed a fresh and delectable flavor. This was the essence of life, far superior to the days of foraging for wild vegetables. At this moment, he contentedly mused. Suddenly, he recalled the missing wooden door from Ma Youwei's villa. Where could it have ended up? Unbeknownst to him, After their departure, a gust of wind swept through the backyard of Ma Yue, revealing the hidden wooden door concealed within the grass. Beneath the door lay the lifeless bodies of the old Ma family, tragically trapped beneath it. Chapter 19. Fortifying food. It turns out that Ma Yue's family did not seek refuge in the shelter. Rather, after the outbreak of the apocalyptic shadows, they intended to drive to the city's sanctuary. However, during their journey to the garage, they were unexpectedly slain by the suddenly emerging specters. The garage belonging to Ma Yue was located in the adjacent yard, which Lin Yi also witnessed. Yet, the villagers refrained from touching these vehicles, as they were devoid of fuel and could not be started. Of course, there were electric cars, but at present, the villagers could not even turn on their own household lights, let alone indulge in the luxury of using electricity for transportation. Lin Yi also felt that it would be too conspicuous to retrieve a vehicle in front of everyone. After all, the car remained stationary and would not escape. He could always return later when time permitted to fortify a vehicle for his departure. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Lin Yi resolved to enhance the food supplies. Drawing from his previous experience of fortifying candles, he believed that by strengthening these provisions, they could be preserved for a longer duration and be more resilient. This was indeed imperative, as Lin Yi was primarily concerned with the safety and sturdiness of his dwelling, which would help fend off the attacks from the specters and the dark calamity insects. He perceived the resources he had amassed as woefully inadequate. In Lin Yi's vision, this was merely a temporary sustenance. He was uncertain where his next meal would come from. Ultimately, he envisioned his sanctuary becoming self-sufficient. As for others, he would be willing to assist those who treated him well. However, he would not impose upon those who could not help. In a world rife with shadows, he believed that preserving his strength was of utmost importance. However, the supply of talismans was dwindling, prompting Lin Yi to contemplate approaching the village chief in a few days to discuss the extraction of more talismans. At that moment, he was struck by the thought that if the power of the specters continued to amplify, venturing into the cave to mine could pose a significant risk. He mused that it would be splendid if these talismans could regenerate on their own. But then, it occurred to him that the reason these talismans inflicted harm upon the specters was due to the enigmatic power they contained. Thus, if he could harness that mysterious force, would it not suffice? The talisman itself was merely a vessel. Suddenly, Lin Yi recalled his enhancement skills. With a clear direction in mind, he wondered if he could enhance something that could appropriately replicate the growth of talismans. This way, he would no longer have to fret over the dwindling supply of talismans. Moreover, he was determined to act upon this thought. He still possessed the ability to utilize his enhancement skills. Although the canned food available was relatively fresh and palatable, Lin Yi aimed to develop something more durable. Ultimately, even the finest provisions would require consumption over several days. He selected a can of beef, a can of pears, and a can of compressed biscuits. After gazing at these items for a moment, he inscribed a note. Enhancement direction. Easy to store, substantial quantity, suitable for current environment. Indeed, the enhancement skill promptly relayed information back to him. Enhancement possible. Enhancement duration, 24 hours. A mere day's wait was manageable for Lin Yi. Thus, he opted to proceed with the enhancement. Next, he merely needed to await the emergence of the enhanced food. Originally, these provisions were designed to last a month according to Lin Yi's plan. However, with the enhancement skills, he believed he could sustain himself for at least 3 months. Thus, dedicating a day to augment these supplies seemed worthwhile to him. Crucially, after this day, he could also enhance his other items. Consequently, Lin Yi retrieved his solar panel, which he held high hopes for. Chapter 20. The solar panel. Lin Yi fixated his gaze upon his small solar panel, and after a moment, a line of text emerged. Enhancement possible. Duration, 10 days. At this juncture, Lin Yi affixed a note that read, Enhancement focus. Capability to store electrical energy while simultaneously establishing a lighting system within the dwelling. At that moment, the enhancement skill responded once more. Enhancement possible. Duration, 20 days. He furrowed his brow, surprised that such an enhancement would require 20 days. However, in his contemplation, he deemed those 20 days essential. 20 days were worth the wait. Lin Yi gritted his teeth. He could endure the wait. Nonetheless, during these 20 days, he needed to accumulate a sufficient supply of candles. Once the solar lighting system was operational, he could dispel those pesky dark pests with light throughout the night. Moreover, with illumination, he would regain a semblance of modernity. Lighting a candle daily felt stark and jarring. Yet, for now, the enhancement skill was still focused on food, and he could only commence the enhancement of the solar panel after waiting a day. Nevertheless, 20 days indeed felt rather prolonged. In such an environment, he suddenly pondered whether there were more pressing matters that required fortification. The wooden door before him sufficed for the moment, and he felt no urgency to enhance it further. The house had already undergone reinforcement once, and for Lin Yi, it seemed that this would suffice for the time being. At this juncture, he had begun to contemplate the issue of talismans. He believed that if anything required more immediate attention, it was indeed the resolution of the talisman dilemma. For this was the most pressing concern he currently faced. As night fell, he had eaten his fill and was prepared to indulge in a restful slumber. The remaining talisman stones he possessed could hold off threats for a while longer, which gave him a semblance of safety. However, the ironwood door bore several marks, remnants of ghostly claws, albeit shallow. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, a chilling sensation coursed through him once more. Lin Yi abhorred this feeling. It was as though something lurked outside, waiting for him to emerge. As the light faded, dark insects swarmed in from the outside, prompting him to swiftly light a candle and take a brief rest on his bed. Yet, sleep eluded him, as he found himself frequently checking the door and the status of his talismans, only allowing himself to drift back into slumber once he felt assured of his safety. In truth, his situation was far better than that of the other villagers. Today, many had returned home with wooden planks, hastily reinforcing their doors with them. While this provided a measure of stability, it was merely a superficial solution to a deeper problem. Given that these rudimentary wooden doors offer but a temporary reprieve, some villagers have realized their rune stones are dwindling precariously. Furthermore, Lin Yi observed a pervasive listlessness among the majority of the villagers, a consequence of the mental exertion demanded by the inscription of runes. At present, few are inclined to court danger. However, for the sake of acquiring rune stones, he believes almost anyone would brave peril, as the depletion of their runestones would inevitably lead to their demise. With this in mind, he resolved to seek out the village chief at daybreak to rally the villagers for another expedition to the mines to gather runestones. Only by amassing a sufficient quantity of runestones could he attain a semblance of security. Chapter 21. Daybreak. As the darkness lingered, Lin Yi, in a state of semi-consciousness, was startled by a sudden knocking at his door. Jolted awake, he surmised that the spectral entity, unable to breach the door, was attempting to deceive him into opening it. Ignoring the summons, Lin Yi retorted with a string of expletives. The knocking ceased momentarily, followed by a voice unfamiliar to Lin Yi, proclaiming, "Lin Yi, I am Ma Yue. You were at my villa today, removing items. I demand you return them forthwith." Lin Yi was taken aback. The entire village had indeed descended upon Ma Yue's villa to retrieve supplies. While such actions were undeniably unethical, everyone had participated. Why then was he being singled out? Moreover, it was Louis Shou who had proposed the idea and led the way. The man, Ma Yue, if he were to seek assistance, would undoubtedly turn to Louis Shou first. Rather than you, Lin Yi. Lin Yi gazed up at the sky, astonished to find that daylight had indeed broken. He frowned, pondering whether Ma Yue had truly returned. He recalled Ma mentioning, "I have consumed all your supplies. There is nothing left to offer you. Perhaps you should seek Louis Shou, as he orchestrated all these events." Yet, outside, Ma Yue was evidently relentless, rapping on the door again, stating, "Lin Yi, I have just returned from outside. I can forego the supplies, but you must provide me with water. I am parched." Lin Yi, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow, bewildered by Ma Yue's intentions. Just as he contemplated opening the door, he noticed that his candle still flickered with light, while the dark calamity insects surged relentlessly into the room. Under the sun, these insects would never have appeared. A sudden realization struck Lin Yi. His perception must be flawed, for the circumstances were utterly dissimilar to those of daylight. Furthermore, why would Ma Yue abandon the shelter of the grand city to return? Lin Yi doubted that nostalgia was the reason for his return, as Ma had only occasionally visited the villa since its completion. Although the villa was quite impressive, it held little allure for those wealthy individuals who lived in constant fear. In a hurry, Lin Yi glanced at his wristwatch, the hands precisely indicating 4 o'clock. Upon Lin Yi's forehead, cold sweat trickled down. If his watch displayed the correct time, it should be night. Yet, why was there light outside the window? Lin Yi hastily rubbed his eyes, and indeed observed no change from before. In desperation, he pinched a talisman stone, and an immediate surge of energy emanated from it. Lin Yi understood that any alteration in the talisman indicated it had been besieged by an enigmatic force. One must acknowledge the insidious tactics of the ghostly shadows, which were ever so elusive. As Lin Yi glanced out the window once more, there was no illumination. Only an impenetrable darkness prevailed, with the incessant influx of black insects serving as the sole constant. He inwardly sighed, realizing how perilous the situation had become. The ghostly shadows had grown far more troublesome. One moment of inattention could have led to catastrophe. In this nocturnal hour, Lin Yi believed that a few talisman stones could vanquish these specters, for the strength of the shadows during the day was incomparable to that of the night. Though he felt a slight relief, Ma Yue outside the door insisted, "Hurry and open the door. I need water. If you provide me with a drink, I shall overlook your handling of my supplies." Lin Yi cursed silently, but dared not respond to the so-called Ma Yue. Instead, he fixated on his watch, calculating the time until dawn. Outside, Ma Yue resorted to threats and pleas for mercy. However, regardless of his entreaties, Lin Yi remained resolute in his decision to keep the door shut. For in the darkness, the only beings capable of movement and persuasion were the ghostly shadows, leaving no room for any other presence. Eventually, Lin Yi simply plugged his ears to shut out the noise. Chapter 22. Diminished runestones. Above all, Lin Yi found the night utterly exhausting. It wasn't until his watch indicated 8 in the morning that the ingress and egress of the black calamity insects ceased. Simultaneously, as sunlight genuinely illuminated the surroundings, Lin Yi felt an immediate sense of relief wash over him. Even the pressure emanating from outside the door seemed to diminish. At this juncture, Lin Yi finally heaved a sigh of relief, grateful that daylight had truly arrived. It then occurred to Lin Yi that during his initial discovery of dawn the previous night, his sense of unease had not dissipated. It seemed that his intuition had already provided him with a premonition. Lin Yi felt fortunate that he had exercised caution the previous night. With the arrival of daylight, Lin Yi meticulously tidied up and hastened towards the village chief's residence. After all, if he failed to rectify the situation with the runestones promptly, the nights would undoubtedly become increasingly harrowing. Upon arriving, Lin Yi observed the village chief and Yang Tiantian tending to their wooden door. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yi promptly offered his assistance. The scratches on the village chief's wooden door were already quite deep, and without the addition of new planks, the door would not endure for much longer. The elderly village chief sighed, lamenting, "Alas, I was unable to acquire an iron door. Had I possessed one, I surmise we would have been much safer." However, Lin Yi demurred, suggesting that even ordinary iron doors might not provide adequate security, as only specialized titanium alloy steel doors would suffice. After repairing the old man's wooden door, Lin Yi inquired about the events of the previous night when Ma Yue had summoned him. Upon hearing this, the old village chief furrowed his brow and remarked, "If someone knocks on your door tonight, did I not advise you to refrain from responding?" Lin Yi quickly replied, "But, old village chief, I saw that the sky had already brightened outside, which is why I responded. I never anticipated it would lead to this." Lin Yi hurriedly recounted how the sky had suddenly illuminated the previous night. The old village chief remained silent for a long while before finally sighing and saying, "Lin Yi, if what you say is true, then we are in grave peril moving forward. I did not encounter such an occurrence last night. However, you need not worry. Ma Yue will not be returning during this time. That man is cowardly and fearful of death, hiding in a shelter. How could he possibly venture into the village? Rest assured, he is indifferent to the refuse and provisions in his villa." The old village chief spoke with conviction, yet Lin Yi felt no joy within. For the specters haunting their surroundings had become increasingly formidable. Lin Yi and the old village chief then proceeded to the home of Aunt Zhao, where their bodies still lay within. The old village chief resolved to incinerate all of the Zhao family's belongings today. After all, in the past, when someone had perished in the village chief and the villagers had followed this practice. The reason they had summoned Wang Ergu to retrieve old Zhao's possessions was to burn them for Aunt Zhao, so that if there was indeed an afterlife, they would have something to utilize. However, the malevolent spirits ravaging their surroundings now resembled a hellish realm. The villagers and Lin Yi, witnessing the horrific state of old Zhao's family, were nearly overcome with nausea. The sight of a corpse reduced to mere hair and desiccated skin, with bones and flesh completely devoured as if by spectral entities, was undeniably a vision of earthly inferno. At this juncture, some villagers contemplated retreating, yearning for the sanctuary in town, where they had heard of towering walls and a reliable power supply. However, Lin Yi doubted the town's shelter could adequately provide for everyone, given the scarcity of resources. Furthermore, the town was 20 kilometers away, and the initial rush for fuel at the onset of the Black Disaster had left the village vehicles inoperable. Inquiries about Wang Erge's experience at the shelter were met with enigmatic smiles and silence. Lin Yi surmised that if the shelter were truly advantageous, Wang Erge would not have returned. While others might consider seeking refuge in town, it was not an option for Lin Yi. His surreptitious entries into the sparsely populated village were less likely to be noticed. The town, however, was densely crowded within the confines of the shelter, making it impossible for Lin Yi to adequately camouflage his fortified dwelling during the inevitable Black Disaster incursions. Would they not risk being captured by the guards within this sanctuary for experimental dissection? Moreover, Lin Yi has not yet reached a level of strength that would allow him to confidently ensure his safety. He would only contemplate visiting the town's shelter when he can genuinely secure his own protection. Nonetheless, in Lin Yi's perspective, no place could compare to the comfort of his own humble abode. After extracting the belongings of the Zhao family, the crowd ignited several pieces of pine wood to incinerate these items. At that moment, some individuals could not contain themselves and began dismantling the wooden door and planks from the Zhao residence to take them away. After all, to them, leaving such items behind would be a waste. It was far better to claim them for a sense of security. The old village chief opened his mouth to protest, but ultimately refrained from doing so. Still, Lin Yi felt an unsettling aura enveloping the Zhao household since the family's demise. He even suggested setting the Zhao house ablaze as well, yet the villagers deemed it unnecessary, believing it sufficient to simply avoid the place in the future. Lin Yi mumbled to himself a few times, but chose not to press further. He had already expressed what he felt was necessary. He discreetly advised Yang Tiantian and Old Yang, warning them never to enter such a dwelling alone. Upon hearing this, both Yang Tiantian and Old Yang promptly agreed. Following the resolution of the Zhao family's affairs, the old village chief convened the villagers to discuss the extraction of talisman stones. Although the recent events surrounding the Zhao family had cast a shadow of sorrow, the announcement of mining operations reignited their spirits. After all, the extracted ores were precious commodities, and currently, everyone was in dire need of such resources. Consequently, the villagers acquiesced without reservation. The endeavor to extract or encountered no impediment whatsoever, an outcome that Lin Yi had anticipated. The village elder remarked, "The mine is rather distant. Perhaps we should augment our supplies tomorrow and ensure an ample supply of candles." At this, the assembly turned their gaze towards Zhang Lao San, who, with flushed countenance, protested, "Candles, always candles. I'm to provide them every day, yet my supply dwindles." The village elder responded, "In exchange for providing the candles, you shall receive a more substantial portion of the ore we extract." Only then did Zhang Lao San grudgingly concede. Muttering under his breath, relieved at the resolution of this matter, the village elder exhaled. According to his plan, they would venture into the mine to extract ore and remain there overnight, only returning the following morning. This round trip would consume 2 days, a necessity given the mine's remote location. Fortunately, several derelict dwellings, remnants of previous miners, stood within the mine, providing shelter for the night. However, Lin Yi harbored a sense of unease, deeming it perilous to spend the night in the mine. Apart from the security of his own sturdy abode, he found no place truly safe. He proposed to the village elder that they return on the same day. Yet, the village elder demurred, explaining, "The journey is too protracted, and the time too limited to extract a significant quantity of ore." Presently, the villagers are contemplating the extraction of additional ores, envisioning a future free from the need to toil in the mines. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. The venerable village chief continued, "There is another matter to consider. If we return on the same day, it is likely that we will encounter darkness along the way. What shall we do then? Although we are numerous, traversing the night's path would undoubtedly be a perilous endeavor." Reflecting on this, Lin Yi reluctantly acquiesced. However, he understood that the accommodations within the mine would be exceedingly rudimentary, prompting him to mentally prepare for the expedition ahead. Perhaps it would be prudent to embark at dawn. After deliberating with the village chief and others, Lin Yi made his way to Zhang Laosan's residence. He realized that his supply of talismans was dwindling, and he needed to procure more in order to enhance his capabilities. This would ensure his safety during tomorrow's mining venture. Within the village, it seemed that Zhang Laosan possessed the most talismans, as he was adept at crafting candles and willing to exchange goods. Chapter 23. The water purifier. Upon arriving at Zhang Laosan's abode, Lin Yi found him with a substantial quantity of candle-making materials in his left hand, preparing to create candles. Having already promised the village chief The task was hardly arduous for Zhang Laosan. The crucial aspect was that by providing candles, he could acquire additional talisman ores, which he deemed a favorable exchange. It must be noted that Zhang Laosan demonstrated a degree of shrewdness in his dealings. When Zhang Laosan noticed Lin Yi's arrival, he furrowed his brows and inquired, "What brings you here, outsider? Haven't you already garnered enough attention these past few days?" Lin Yi was well aware that Zhang Laosan harbored grievances against him as an outsider, yet at this moment, such thoughts held little weight for Lin Yi. He replied, "Zhang Laosan, I wish to engage in a business venture with you. What do you think?" Zhang Laosan's brow furrowed further as he queried, "What sort of business? Speak plainly. Do not mince words. I am quite occupied at the moment, as tomorrow marks the villagers' collective effort, and I must produce more candles." Observing his demeanor, Lin Yi quickly added, "Zhang Laosan, you possess a considerable number of talismans, do you not? I propose an exchange for a few of them. What say you?" Zhang Laosan, taken aback, questioned, "You little rascal, I indeed have talismans, but what do you intend to offer in return? Moreover, no one ever has too many talismans." At that moment, Lin Yi glanced around and noticed that Zhang Laosan's entrance and walls were adorned with an abundance of talismans. It was evident that Zhang Laosan was quite resolute, and in his quest for survival, he utilized every talisman he could acquire, each inscribed with intricate symbols. Zhang Laosan also had a wife and child, who were resting inside. It seemed that these talismans had been meticulously crafted by his family. Realizing that daytime was a time for rest, Lin Yi pondered briefly before suggesting, "How about this? Zhang Laosan, I could offer you a water purifier in exchange for your talismans. What do you think? Are you aware that this water purifier is quite rare? Moreover, the water available now is far from clean. It necessitates purification through a water purifier." Zhang Laosan furrowed his brow. Indeed, there was one at home. Yet possessing an additional unit would not be detrimental. Thus, Zhang Laosan inquired, "What do you propose for the exchange of the water purifier?" Lin Yi pondered for a moment before responding, "How about one water purifier in exchange for 5 spirit stones?" Zhang Laosan let out a derisive laugh and remarked, "You young lad, if that's your stance, then I suggest you take a right turn and leave promptly. 5 spirit stones. What a fanciful notion. A water purifier typically fetches no more than 2 spirit stones at most." However, Lin Yi insisted, "My water purifier is convenient and durable, undoubtedly superior to others by tenfold or more. 5 spirit stones is already a very reasonable price." Upon hearing this, Zhang Laosan finally replied, "Tell me, you wouldn't be trying to deceive me, would you? If your claim holds true, then exchanging for 5 spirit stones poses no issue, but I must see the goods first. If you cannot show me, then don't waste my time with empty words." Lin Yi sensed the negotiation was nearing a successful conclusion, so he stated, "I will return this afternoon with the water purifier." After saying this, Lin Yi departed. In truth, he did not possess a water purifier at the moment, but he could easily enhance one. Furthermore, his food was on the verge of being enhanced as well, making it a trivial matter to subsequently reinforce a water purifier. The essence of a water purifier is rather simple. It consists of materials such as charcoal, cotton, and a container, all of which can be assembled with ease. Lin Yi meticulously gathered these items, knowing that when the time came for enhancement, it would not consume much of his time. A mere afternoon would suffice for him to reinforce a water purifier. Chapter 24. The Wall. Upon returning home, he found that his provisions had just completed their enhancement. This latest improvement brought Lin Yi immense delight, for he discovered that these items had shed their former canned appearance, transforming instead into containers reminiscent of toothpaste. Curiosity piqued, he picked one up and examined it, noting its substantial weight. Eagerly, he unscrewed the lid and took a taste. The contents, resembling a glue-like fluid, displayed a mesmerizing swirl of red, black, and white, akin to a paste, yet they emitted a delightful fragrance. Without hesitation, he opened another and savored a bite, immediately squinting in pleasure, as the flavor was nothing short of exquisite. Even a small morsel seemed to rejuvenate his body's energy significantly. He reflected that consuming just one of these food pastes daily would be entirely sufficient. Moreover, it contained a comprehensive array of nutrients, alleviating any concerns he had regarding malnutrition. Lin Yi also noted that the quantity of food after enhancement had increased more than tenfold compared to before. Consequently, for an extended period, he need not worry about food scarcity. At least for the next 3 months, he could even extend assistance to the old village chief and others. These food pastes boasted a shelf life of 1 year, providing Lin Yi ample time to consume them all. After finally seizing the opportunity to indulge in a hearty meal, Lin Yi felt no need for restraint. He devoured 2 servings of delectable food paste in one sitting, feeling his belly stretch with satisfaction. Reflecting on the previous day's struggle with wild vegetables, he marveled at the extraordinary fare before him. However, Lin Yi was reminded of his impending task to evolve a water purifier and realized he needed to finalize the trade with Zhang Laosan promptly. Thus, he scribbled a note stating, "Water purifier with doubled power." Yet, to his astonishment, the note indicated that the enhancement skill would require an entire month. Lin Yi blinked in disbelief. Indeed, it was possible to conjure skills from thin air, but the time required was beyond his capacity to bear. At times, it would be more prudent to enhance the solar panels himself. Consequently, he took the note away and gathered the stones, bottles, scraps of cloth, and charcoal he had previously collected. Finally, he employed his enhancement skill once more, this time receiving an indication of 3 hours. Relieved, Lin Yi felt that waiting 3 hours was still manageable. During this interval, he approached his dwelling and took a stroll around its periphery. His house was situated in a spacious area, devoid of neighboring villagers. Suddenly, the thought struck him that the ghostly shadows visited him nightly. He ought to create some obstacles for them. Seizing the moment, he set out to collect small wooden planks and branches, determined to construct a fence around his home. Although these structures were merely a series of fence walls, Lin Yi found, perhaps due to psychological influences, that encircling himself within this enclosure significantly augmented his sense of security. Consequently, while these spectral figures may not face any real hindrance, they undeniably afforded Lin Yi a degree of comfort. Chapter 25. The fence. Lin Yi had planted some robust wooden stakes into the ground, weaving in between them small strips of paper or dried grass. Before long, he had constructed a fence around the perimeter of his courtyard, culminating in the addition of a small gate. Henceforth, anyone wishing to pass through this area would be required to surmount the fence. He felt increasingly fortified, and if someone were to rebel unexpectedly, the sight of his possessions would not be favorable for them. This arrangement also afforded him the opportunity to prepare for any eventualities. For Lin Yi, with the multitude of items he had acquired, it seemed prudent to bolster the defenses of his courtyard. Thus, he busied himself further. Once his water purifier had completed its process, he examined it closely, discovering that it was ingeniously designed with 2 distinct layers, resembling a finely crafted artifact. He even purified the water he intended to drink. Upon tasting it, he could not help but acknowledge that it was far superior to what he had consumed before. Now, as Lin Yi savored this purified water, it brought him as much pleasure as the pristine water he had once enjoyed, if not more. At this moment, he suddenly reflected on the utility of his enhanced skills. Indeed, this water purifier was quite valuable, a rarity that most people could not obtain. He contemplated that he, too, should evolve one for himself when time permitted. However, the immediate priority was to exchange for the talisman stones. When Lin Yi tossed the water purifier to Zhang Laosan, the latter examined it closely before readily agreeing to the exchange. At that moment, Zhang Laosan realized the remarkable efficacy of Lin Yi's purifier, discovering that its purification capabilities far surpassed those of his previous device. In this tainted world, Zhang Laosan felt that everything was contaminated, even the water he consumed, which had been evolved. Yet, he could not shake the unsettling sensation that plagued him after drinking this water. It left him feeling mentally unwell. This sentiment was not unique to Zhang Laosan. Even the village chief and young Tian Tian, along with others in the village, shared similar apprehensions. Within the larger shelters, instances of diarrhea, dizziness, and other ailments frequently arose, all attributed to the consumption of impure water. Drinking untreated water from the wilderness posed a grave risk to one's life. After discussing with his family, Zhang Laosan decided to offer Lin Yi 5 talisman stones, saying, "These are for you. We still need the purifier, so you can take these stones for now." Upon receiving the stones, Lin Yi noted that they were inscribed with intricate runes. Thus, he merely needed to reinforce his efforts thereafter. There was no further need for drawing. It appears that Zhang Laosan is rather affluent and quite steadfast in his promises. Initially, Lin Yi had intended to exchange for some candles, but upon observing the talismans in Lin Yi's possession, Zhang Laosan remarked, "If you wish to trade for candles, you may use your talismans, or perhaps a water purifier would suffice." It turns out that Zhang Laosan considered an additional water purifier to be of no detriment, as he could always continue to sell it. However, at this moment, Lin Yi had no surplus water purifiers. After reaching an agreement with Zhang Laosan, Lin Yi resolved to exchange for candles only after he mined some talismans. After a brief conversation with Zhang Laosan, Lin Yi departed promptly. As he walked along the path, he clutched the talismans tightly in his hand, feeling an intensified sense of security with the prospect of mining the next day. Upon returning home late at night, the sky had already begun to darken. He hurried to light his candles and subsequently consumed his food paste. After all, this was the time to replenish his energy. Lin Yi believed that only by having a hearty meal at night could he muster the vigor to confront the impending crises outside his door. Chapter 26. Footsteps, however. As Lin Yi traversed the road, he suddenly became aware of footsteps behind him. Initially, he presumed it was merely the villagers passing by, yet upon turning around, he found the path entirely devoid of any presence. Not a single shadow was in sight. However, he was certain he had just heard footsteps, yet at this moment, he found nothing amiss. A pang of anxiety struck Lin Yi. Could it be that he had encountered some malevolent entity once more? He ventured a few steps forward, but the ominous footsteps seemed to follow him closely. When he turned around, he was met with an unsettling emptiness behind him. It was evident without further speculation that he had stumbled into trouble. He dared not dwell on it for too long. Fortunately, he had brought along several talismans, or he would undoubtedly have succumbed to danger that day. The crucial matter was that Lin Yi could not afford to linger. As the twilight was deepening and the specters were beginning to stir, he sprinted towards his home and, from a distance, spotted the fence surrounding his property. He hurried over and secured the enclosure before hastily retreating indoors. Once inside, he cautiously glanced back at the fence, which he had just locked. Inexplicably, it was now ajar. As if something had forcefully breached it, Lin Yi dared not approach again. Instead, he firmly shut his front door and lit a candle. The sudden illumination brought him a sense of relief. It was indeed safe within his home. The outside world had become perilously treacherous. He bolted the door with determination and vowed never to reopen it again. That night, he resolved to refrain from any further actions and instead focus on enhancing the 5 talismans he had obtained from Zhang Laosan. Each talisman required 2 hours for reinforcement, and by dawn, he would nearly have completed the enhancement of all of them. Lin Yi rummaged through his home and found several large bags. During his previous trip to gather supplies, he had neglected to bring bags, resulting in several items being left behind. The mere thought of this filled him with regret. Although Ma Youwei's villa remained intact and the supplies were still there, the prospect of returning alone was daunting. Encouraging the villagers to join him would be even more futile. After all, they had just completed a raid, and now that they had food and drink, they were reluctant to take further risks, especially with a family from the village still missing in that villa. Consequently, the villagers harbored a sense of trepidation. The upcoming mining expedition was a necessity, as the talismans were essential for everyone. For Lin Yi, he could no longer afford to ponder the risks. He had to mine those talismans. He was acutely aware of the villagers' current apprehension. This time, he was determined to collect an ample supply of talismans. Otherwise, he had a nagging feeling that the next opportunity to mine might be a long time coming. Fortunately, they were lucky to have a talisman mine nearby, while many villagers from other areas had relocated to the town due to the absence of such resources. Of course, Lin Yi had also learned that those seeking refuge in the town were not living in comfort. They labored daily. Some shelters organized transport teams to exchange goods elsewhere, but most transport teams headed to nearby mines. Each expedition resulted in significant losses, and those chosen for the shelter's transport teams faced perilous odds, often teetering on the brink of life and death. For him, such a life was one he wished to avoid. Moreover, the meager offerings within the shelter held no appeal for Lin Yi. Upon experimentation, he discovered that all his enhancements surpassed those available in the shelter. The crux of the matter was that he lacked any foundation in this world. If he were to enter the shelter, he would be regarded no differently than the others. Although the shelter currently operated under certain regulations, these rules were imposed by the powerful and ultimately might still dictate the discourse. Being embroiled in conflict was not necessarily advantageous. It would be prudent for Lin Yi to concentrate on developing his safe haven. However, a sense of unease lingered within him, for he remained uncertain about the shadow pursuing him. This specter appeared somewhat dissimilar to the one he had encountered previously. Could it signify the emergence of yet another type of apparition? Such thoughts plagued his mind. The increasing number of shadows filled him with an acute sense of peril. Just as he was consuming his meal and fortifying his talismans, a series of wails echoed from outside. He recognized the cries belonged to Ma Youwei from before. "Lin Yi, if you do not open the door, I shall haunt you in death." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi smirked coldly. The tactics employed by the current specters seemed to be multiplying. However, he had already witnessed such a ruse once and would not fall for it again. Moreover, he noticed that the more talismans he possessed, the stronger his resistance against the specters became. It was no wonder that Old Third, possessing a plethora of talismans, remained unsatisfied. He surveyed his dwelling, contemplating how much greater his sense of security would be if it were adorned with rune stones. Chapter 27. The Great Worm. Linny pondered that while it might not be aesthetically pleasing to fill his home with numerous runestones, the crux of the matter was his possession of enhancement skills. If only he could merge these runestones with other elements, it would be a remarkable feat particularly. If he could integrate them with living entities that possessed the capacity for growth, he could establish a system imbued with the power of runes. The mere thought of this prospect filled Lin Yi with excitement. Should he succeed in enhancing such creations, it would indeed be a monumental achievement. However, for the moment, it remained a mere aspiration. In his vision, combining these runestones with plants would yield flora imbued with the strength of the stones, while simultaneously allowing for growth, thereby ensuring a continuous source of rune power. With this in mind, Lin Yi felt his security would be significantly bolstered. It must be acknowledged that his current musings were quite astute. He looked forward to acquiring some plants from outside tomorrow, eager to merge them with the runestones. The only lingering concern was the duration required for such enhancement. Nevertheless, Lin Yi believed he could endure any length of time, for these growth-capable plants were truly revolutionary. Especially in this apocalyptic era, he felt confident that if he were to successfully create such entities, the seemingly ghostly apparitions would pose little threat to him. Now he fears that the power of the talisman stones may prove ineffective against these phantoms, and when that time arrives, it will truly be a place of genuine threat. However, the information he currently possesses is scant, prompting Lin Yi to adopt a step-by-step approach. At present, he is in urgent need of a radio. He surmises that some villagers might possess one. Additionally, he intends to gather more talisman stones or water purifiers to barter with these villagers for the radio. Lin Yi has attempted to create a radio from scratch, but such an endeavor would take him several months, time he can ill afford. He merely desires a radio. Even if it is broken and non-functional, to him, it would be of little consequence. After all, producing such items has become exceedingly effortless for him. As long as he acquires this tangible object, the duration required for enhancing his skills will significantly diminish. This urgency drives his desire to trade for a radio. Lin Yi contemplates seeking out the village elder at dawn to inquire about this matter. After all, he is a recent addition to the community, and many villagers remain skeptical of him. It is only with the village elder's intervention that the situation might become more manageable. While Lin Yi is engrossed in these plans, a sudden crash interrupts his thoughts. This time, it is not the door, but rather the window that is assaulted by a cacophony of sounds. He hastens to investigate. And to his astonishment, he is confronted by a swarm of tiny black disaster bugs, along with a fist-sized creature that is violently battering against his window. The creature, resembling an insect, unfurled its semicircular wings, its jaws adorned with serrated teeth, relentlessly battering Lin Yi's window. Fortunately, his entire room had undergone fortification beforehand. Even the floor had been reinforced during its construction. Had it been the previous windows, they would undoubtedly have succumbed to the onslaught of these malevolent black pests. Although the candlelight illuminated the black disaster insects, their larger size rendered them less susceptible to dissipating quickly compared to their diminutive counterparts. Thankfully, only a couple of these formidable black insects were incessantly assaulting Lin Yi's window, providing him with a modicum of relief. However, the emergence of these mutated variants left him perplexed. At that moment, Lin Yi felt a surge of gratitude for having upgraded his safe house just prior. He recalled that these black disaster insects exhibited a distinct aversion to light, yet the smaller ones disintegrated upon contact with illumination, whereas the larger ones would likely require a full minute under the candle's glow before they vanished. Lin Yi was acutely aware that a bite from these black disaster insects would lead to corrosive wounds. If left unchecked, they could consume an entire person. This realization brought forth a wave of anxiety. The situation was undeniably deteriorating. Suddenly, Lin Yi's thoughts shifted to his window. The fortified barrier, constructed from black ironstone, trembled under the relentless impact of the larger black insects. If these creatures were to grow even larger, he could not assure the integrity of his window's defense. At that moment, Lin Yi suddenly recalled that although the villagers' windows had been reinforced with wooden boards, he could not ascertain whether these makeshift barriers were more resilient than his own. He was struck by a chilling thought. If their windows failed to hold, That fist-sized black calamity insect could infiltrate their homes, likely resulting in yet another night of attacks on the villagers. Indeed. No sooner had this notion crossed his mind than a faint, haunting scream echoed from outside. Upon hearing it, Lenny sighed. It seemed that once again, the village would suffer casualties tonight. He was left pondering whether the village chief's residence would be targeted by such formidable black pests. As Lin Yi was mired in these thoughts, a series of loud thuds suddenly reverberated at his door, resonating with the same frequency as the sounds from the windows. His complexion drained as he cursed under his breath, realizing that the insects had progressed from attempting to breach the windows to assaulting his sturdy door. Although his ironwood door was undeniably robust, he could not guarantee that these large black insects would not succeed in breaching it. Anxiety gripped Lin Yi. Yet he resolved that if his iron door held firm through the night, he would reconsider fortifying it further the following day, perhaps with the iron door he had previously brought along. Given the escalating threat from the outside, Lin Yi ultimately decided to prioritize upgrading his door. After a considerable interval, he was relieved to find that the ironwood door had withstood the onslaught. Though he sensed it had sustained some damage, he believed it would endure until dawn. He could only think this way in his heart. It seems that the current situation is indeed a time of great turmoil. Lin Yi suddenly realized that being passive at this moment was somewhat disadvantageous. Were it not for his enhanced abilities, he would have felt on the verge of losing hope in this world. Outside the door, there were not only ghostly shadows but also large, mutated black disaster insects. Given the nature of these mutations, it was entirely plausible that the ghostly figures could undergo similar transformations. With this thought, Lin Yi let out a sigh. Indeed, this world resembled an apocalyptic realm, offering little respite for ordinary people, while these individuals believed they were merely surviving. Any slight turn of events could spell doom for the villagers with scarce resources or those wandering outside. However, these matters were beyond Lin Yi's control. After all, he was unable to fortify his own safe house, let alone concern himself with others' affairs. Thus, Lin Yi was quite occupied that night. First, he had to prevent those black disaster insects from breaching the premises, and second, he tirelessly reinforced the talismans. As soon as he sensed any weakness in the door, he would place a talisman upon it. The sound of footsteps that had trailed behind him still lingered vividly in his mind. The persistence of these ghostly beings was truly exasperating. As dawn approached, the commotion outside finally subsided, allowing Lin Yi a moment to rest his eyes. With plans to mine talismans that day, he knew he needed to rejuvenate himself. However, he had barely closed his eyes before rising again. For the light of day had already broken. Although the sun's rays have lost some of their earlier intensity, their presence still signifies hope. As Lin Yi opened the door to greet the morning light, it seemed as though the shadows of the night had vanished, rendering his harrowing experiences from the previous evening akin to a mere dream. Shaking his head to dispel lingering thoughts, Lin Yi prepared to embark on a new day of labor. However, before delving into his tasks, he felt compelled to assess the condition of his home, given the commotion that had transpired the night before. Upon inspecting his windows, he noticed some marks, yet the damage appeared minimal, indicating that the iron windows were quite resilient. In contrast, a glance at the front door revealed a disheartening sight. It was riddled with dents and craters. Had it not been for its substantial thickness, he might have met a grim fate at the jaws of the creatures from the previous night. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Lin Yi hurried to seek out the village chief. Along the way, he encountered several villagers, each bearing a grim expression, suggesting that they too had endured various tribulations the previous night. The prevailing circumstances were far from promising. Upon arriving at the village chief's residence, Lin Yi discovered that the worst had indeed come to pass. The chief's door bore a gaping hole, approximately the size of a fist, seemingly made by the very creatures that had invaded the village the night before. In a moment of concern, he knocked on the door, for the chief had yet to emerge. A troubling thought crossed Lin Yi's mind. Could the chief have perished? And what of Yang Tiantian? If the chief was lost, it was likely that she had met a similar fate. Reflecting on his circumstances, Lin Yi sighed inwardly, realizing the formidable challenge ordinary individuals face in merely subsisting in this world. After a brief series of knocks, the door was opened by a beautiful figure. He gazed intently and recognized Yang Tiantian, her face stained with tears. She held a bandage in her hand, but it was marred with blood. Startled, Lin Yi promptly inquired, "Tiantian, are you injured? Was it caused by the black insects last night?" Sobbing, Yang Tiantian shook her head, uttering, "Lin Yi, I wasn't hurt last night, but my grandfather was. Please, you must help him. I'm at a loss as to what to do." Her distress was palpable, her tears flowing freely. Upon hearing this, Linny hastily accompanied Yang Tian into the room, where he beheld the village chief lying on the bed. The chief's complexion was pallid, and there were traces of blood on his thigh. Lin Yi scrutinized the wound on the chief's leg, noting its considerable size. At that moment, the elderly village chief opened his eyes and lamented, "Lin Yi, who would have thought I'd be bitten by that accursed insect last night? Its bite is corrosive. Fortunately, I made the decisive move to scrape away the surrounding flesh. Otherwise, you would have found me as nothing more than a pool of blood today." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi exclaimed in astonishment, "Village chief, are these black calamity insects really that terrifying?" With lingering trepidation, the village chief nodded, affirming, "Indeed, Lin Yi, I did not anticipate such a massive influx of dark insects last night. Tian and I struggled against them for quite some time, and it was only under the illumination of the candles that we managed to eradicate them. Otherwise, I doubt I could have evaded them." At that moment, Lin Yi observed that the village chief's leg was heavily bandaged, with traces of iodine indicating disinfection. Without these medicinal supplies, the village chief might not have survived until this morning. Subsequently, Lin Yi proposed, "Village chief, why don't you relocate to my residence? This house is simply too dilapidated. Frankly, we evaded disaster this time, but what about the next? I doubt this wooden door can withstand much longer." Upon hearing this, the old village chief sighed and turned to young Tian, saying, Tian, perhaps you should reside at Lin Yi's home. His door is made of ironwood, which can withstand attacks for a considerable duration. Our wooden door is likely insufficient." After all, the old village chief had no means of acquiring an iron door, and he was well aware that his house had fallen into disrepair over the years. Originally, the old village chief had not intended to live much longer, and it was only for the sake of his granddaughter that he had persevered until now. However, upon hearing the old village chief's suggestion, Yang Tian glanced at Lin Yi, her face flushing crimson. After all, she and Lin Yi were both unattached, and given that Yang Tian was a university student, she found the prospect of living together somewhat difficult to accept. Although she held favorable feelings toward Lin Yi, Yang Tian had no such intentions at present. Moreover, with his grandfather in such a condition, Yang Tian shyly remarked, "Grandfather, what are you saying?" "I won't go to Brother Lin Yi. I want to stay by your side." The old village chief sighed deeply in response, saying, Tian, this is not the time for stubbornness. Listen to me and go stay with Lin Yi. Let me fend for myself." However, Yang Tian, resolutely pouting, retorted, "Grandfather, why don't we go together? If you don't go, then I want to either." At that moment, her determination was palpable. The old village chief, hearing her words, could only shake his head in resignation. Yet, Lin Yi's place was not particularly spacious. If the three of them were to reside together, though there would be some mutual support, it would be rather cramped. Observing the chief's concerns, Lin Yi felt a twinge of uncertainty himself. After all, he had many possessions that he preferred to keep hidden, while he held a considerable trust in the village chief. In these perilous times, he believed it prudent to exercise caution. It was best to keep his cards close to his chest, avoiding unnecessary exposure. Thus, Lin Yi suggested, "Village chief, perhaps I should bring over my ironwood door? My door is far superior to yours. Once installed, it should provide you with some protection for a while." The old village chief pondered for a moment before responding, "Lin Yi, if you give me your ironwood door, what will you do for yourself?" Lin Yi chuckled to himself, contemplating that he could forge a formidable steel door, rendering the wooden door somewhat beneath his regard. This notion conveniently aligned with the village chief's needs. Chapter 28. Preparing for departure. However, Lin Yi did express, "Rest assured, village chief, I have no use for that wooden door at present. I possess an even superior door to install. Yet, this ordinary wooden door here is certainly inadequate." Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the elderly village chief responded earnestly. Acknowledging his genuine need, he remarked, "If what you say is true, then I shall accept your wooden door. In fact, I am aware of the location of ironwood trees, but harvesting them requires an arduous trek into the mountains, and transforming them into a door is quite labor-intensive. I cannot manage this alone. The ironwood trees are notably resilient and robust, making their felling a daunting task, especially in such an environment where villagers' time is exceedingly precious. None would squander it on chopping down ironwood. Thus, despite the knowledge that a few ironwood trees thrive on the mountainside, the villagers have no intention of pursuing them. To them, it is far more prudent to gather what is readily available, saving both time and effort. The prospect of felling ironwood not only wastes time, but could also result in one becoming lost in the dense woods. Even Lu Yishou, the carpenter, refrains from such endeavors. Observing the injury on the old chief's leg, Lin Yi inquired, "Village chief, what shall you do about your injury? Will you still venture to the Talisman Stone Mine today?" The elderly village chief furrowed his brow, struggling to rise to his feet, and declared, "Why not go? As long as I draw breath, I must partake in such matters." However, witnessing the frail state of the old chief, Lin Yi felt a twinge of compassion and suggested, "Village chief, perhaps you should rest at home. Allow us to handle this." Yet, the village chief shook his head, resolutely declining. He understood the significance of and its potential yield, which directly impacted the survival of his family. The outcome of this endeavor would determine how long they could sustain themselves. It was evident how vital this was to them. The village chief was determined to gather that, even at the cost of his own life. However, Yang Tiantian expressed her concern, saying, "Grandpa, given your condition, perhaps you should refrain from going. I can accompany you later." The village chief gazed at Yang Tiantian, contemplating for a moment, before ultimately rejecting her suggestion. For him, it was imperative to bring Yang Tiantian along during this collection. In the past, he might have kept her sheltered indoors, but the current circumstances rendered it too perilous to leave her alone at home. A young girl like her would likely be ill-equipped to face danger. Observing the village chief's steadfastness, Lin Yi acquiesced. Moreover, the villagers' collective venture to mine the could be regarded as a unified effort. Moreover, the villagers are now filled with anxiety. Without the guidance of the elderly village chief, it is likely that they would descend into chaos, a scenario Lin Yi is keen to avoid. Thus, Lin Yi remarked, "Village chief, you may go, but please assume a supervisory role rather than participating in the mining yourself. There are plenty of young and middle-aged individuals in the village who can undertake the labor." Upon hearing this, the old village chief readily agreed. At that moment, Yang Tiantian confidently proclaimed, "The task of mining the symbol stone rests upon my shoulders." Indeed, it was not long before villagers began to gather at the village chief's doorstep, each laden with various packages. The old chief requested a cane from Yang Tiantian and emerged, leaning on it. Upon seeing the old chief's condition, the villagers began to murmur amongst themselves. Ultimately, it was only after the village chief reassured them of his well-being that they quieted down. At this juncture, the old chief glanced skyward and stated, "The symbol stone mine is still quite a distance from our village. We must set off at once." Concerned for the chief's safety, a few villagers insisted that Lin Yi accompany him for support, thus alleviating Lin Yi's burdens as well. Understanding that this was not the time for modesty, Lin Yi complied. His gaze swept across the crowd, noticing several villagers bore injuries, some on their faces, others on their hands, and a few on their legs. Nevertheless, despite their wounds, they all followed suit. Calculating in this manner, it seems that the entire village has mobilized to venture towards the runestone mine. While it is likely that some elderly individuals and children remain at home, they are concealed in a rather discreet location. The old village chief counted the number of villagers and hastily set off with them. The path they traversed was composed of narrow mountain trails, and despite the daylight, Lin Yi could already sense a chill in the air. Only Yang Tiantian remained steadfastly by the old chief's side. The villagers were somber expressions, their previous mirth and laughter having vanished entirely. Under such circumstances, Lin Yi could empathize. When one's life is under threat, laughter becomes a distant memory. After what felt like an extensive journey through the mountains, Lin Yi finally spotted a cave ahead. The cave appeared ominously dark, instilling a sense of discomfort within him. At that moment, a stir arose among the villagers as someone exclaimed, "Chief, the mine is located within that cave. We must hurry inside." Before the old chief could respond, Zhang Laosan interjected, "Are you seeking death by entering now? Do you not see how pitch black that cave is? Everyone, light your candles first." Zhang Laosan, a man of considerable integrity, distributed a candle to each person, including one for Yang Tiantian. As he handed out the candles, he muttered, "Though these are free, I expect you to exchange runestones for them later." The crowd chuckled in agreement, and the old village chief took the rare opportunity to commend Zhang Laosan. After all, if someone were to recklessly venture inside, it is quite likely that they could fall victim to a spectral hand. Once everyone had finished lighting their candles, they proceeded into the cavern. However, at this moment, Lin Yi had already gripped 2 enhanced talismans in his hand. In Lin Yi's view, in such a dark cave, he would certainly not believe it if there were no apparitions present. Caution is the mother of safety. Lin Yi did not wish to collapse, just as he was nearing the finish line. After Yang Tiantian had lit her candle, The two of them closely followed the village chief toward the back. Subsequently, the group made their way toward the cave. Chapter 29. The Dark Abyss. As soon as Lin Yi stepped into the Dark Abyss, a chilling breeze swept through, causing several individuals to shiver uncontrollably. Lu Yishou and Wang Ergu hastily tightened their clothing, inwardly cursing the frigidness of the cave. The gust extinguished the flames of their candles, prompting Lin Yi to shield the flickering light with his hand until it reignited before he continued onward. Upon entering, the atmosphere was eerily silent, punctuated only by the sound of villagers' footsteps. Nevertheless, Lin Yi sensed something amiss, as the quietude enveloping them was almost oppressive. The only sounds were the breaths of the villagers. And notably, no one dared to exhale audibly. At this moment, Lin Yi felt a palpable unease and discreetly remarked to the village chief, "Chief, has anyone fallen behind? I can still hear footsteps behind us." At this juncture, Wang Ergu, who was lingering at the back, interjected, "Lin Yi, what are you saying? I am the last one. There is no one behind me." Upon finishing his words, Wang Ergu seemed to realize something and quickly retracted his neck. His earlier choice to hide at the back stemmed from a fear of danger. When Lin Yi mentioned the sound of footsteps behind them, Wang Ergu, feeling apprehensive, hurriedly squeezed into the crowd. At this moment, the village chief furrowed his brows and declared, "Everyone, let us halt at once." Indeed, the villagers complied obediently, not daring to move, and even Yang Tian stood still. At this juncture, a cold sweat cascaded down Wang Ergu's back, for as everyone ceased their movements, they too appeared to hear the footsteps behind them. Lin Yi was able to discern the sound due to its distinctive rhythm, having heard it once before, making him particularly sensitive to it this time. As Lin Yi spoke, Wang Ergu was drenched in cold sweat, to the extent that he was rendered speechless. Ultimately, unable to contain himself any longer, Wang Ergu mumbled and dashed to the front. Everyone had now heard the footsteps. Could someone from their village have lagged behind? At this moment, Zhang Laosan remarked, "No, there is no one left. I distinctly remember when I lit the candles. Everyone was present here. Unless someone from another village has come. But if they were arriving, why wouldn't they light a candle?" Indeed, the cave was shrouded in darkness, and only their group, holding candles, could perceive any light. However, if someone were approaching from behind, it would be quite implausible for them not to light a candle. At this juncture, a conjecture arose within everyone's minds. Phantoms dwelled within the cavern, shielded from the sun's irradiance. Ergo, these specters sought refuge within this abysmal aperture. Alas, upon divining this, the villagers were seized by mortal terror, some rendered unsteady on their feet. Yet, despite their surmise, none dared to utter it aloud, lest it amplify their trepidation. Lin Yi exhorted, "Let us not stray afar. Huddle together, placing the elderly and children at the nucleus, with the adults forming the periphery. Verily, those on the perimeter must bear an abundance of runestones, lest they succumb to the onslaught of these entities." Wang Ergu demurred, retorting with a pout, "What dost thou imply? Why must we constitute the vanguard, shielding them? I, too, am but a child. I, too, desire to be ensconced within." Wang Ergu's pronouncement incited a maelstrom of reproaches from those assembled. Despite his brazenness, he was compelled to stand at the periphery, bereft of any succor. Lin Yi promptly guided Yang Tian and old Yang to the heart of the throng. Regardless, trepidation gnawed at their hearts, impelling them to unite in solidarity. Without such cohesion, their demise seemed imminent. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind swept through, extinguishing the majority of the villagers' candles. Lin Yi was startled, having augmented his candle with his enhancement skill upon entry. At this moment, the candle had just completed its enhancement, and the fortified candle exhibited a remarkable resilience against the winds. Consequently, while the candles of others extinguished, Lin Yi's candle remained intact. Suddenly, Lin Yi caught sight of a fleeting white shadow, alarmingly directed towards Yang Tian. With swift reflexes, Lin Yi hurled a talisman towards it and promptly pulled Yang Tian aside, thereby averting the impending attack. This caused a wave of panic among the surrounding villagers. Once they rekindled their candles, tranquility was restored. Observing this, Lin Yi hastily advised, "Everyone must safeguard the candles in their possession. Should they extinguish, we cannot fathom the consequences that may ensue." The recent episode had left the villagers quite shaken. At this juncture, each individual regarded their candle with newfound apprehension. Some shielded the candle from the gusts of wind, determined to prevent a recurrence of the earlier incident. Meanwhile, Yang Tian was drenched in cold sweat, casting a grateful glance towards Lin Yi. Had it not been for his intervention, she might have met an untimely demise. The village elder recognized the gravity of the situation, yet both he and Lin Yi refrained from further conversation, knowing that speaking now would only complicate matters for Lin Yi. It was then that the elder observed that Lin Yi's candle appeared distinct from theirs. Although a sense of curiosity lingered in his mind, he understood that this was not the appropriate time for such discussions. At that moment, Lin Yi examined the talisman in his hand and noted that the runes had dimmed considerably. It appears that the power of the ghostly specter encountered earlier should not be underestimated. However, with the subsequent gusts of wind, Lin Yi remained unaffected. The others, having prepared themselves, took care to shield their candles. Thus, as they ventured deeper into the abyss, they maintained a steady and orderly advance. After traversing this darkness for an extended period, they finally emerged from the tunnel, only to find themselves within the vast interior of the mountain, which appeared as though it had been hollowed out. Numerous quaint wooden cabins dotted the landscape, revealing that this had once been the dwelling place of miners. Arriving here marked their arrival at the mining site, where white crystalline stones adorned the terrain. These were the coveted symbol stones. The group rejoiced at their discovery, eagerly grasping their shovels to commence their excavation. The abundance of, or within the mine was staggering, and there was no competition. Everyone worked independently. However, Lin Yi noted that this area was entirely devoid of any ghostly apparitions, instead offering a sense of comfort. It was only natural, considering they were now within the realm of symbol stones. Although these ores bore no carved runes, the collective energy amassed within the mines rendered them inhospitable to the specters, who predominantly lingered in the shadowy passages. With the sanctuary of the symbol stone mine secured, Lin Yi felt a measure of relief, especially since he had come well prepared, bringing an array of supplies. Lin Yi did not deliberate for long before he took the bag and proceeded to mine the runestones. His speed in extracting these stones was remarkably swift, and before long, both the village chief and his own bag were filled to capacity. At this moment, Lin Yi observed his surroundings and realized that everyone was wielding shovels, diligently excavating the runestone deposits. Upon closer inspection, he noted that there were indeed plenty of these stones, sufficient to cater to the needs of all the villagers. Lin Yi took a moment to scrutinize the runestones. These had not existed prior to the apocalypse, yet following its onset, individuals had discovered this abandoned mine, where these remarkable stones had inexplicably emerged. However, the origin of this phenomenon remained shrouded in mystery. He carefully examined one of the white stones, which exhibited a prismatic structure and a notably smooth surface. Despite its delicate appearance, it possessed extraordinary powers capable of warding off the ominous specters lurking outside. As the villagers gathered the runestones in earnest, dusk began to envelop the landscape, signaling the approach of night. Traveling after dark was unwise, and it was widely acknowledged that remaining within the confines of the ruined stone mine was the safest course of action. However, once night descended, the dreadful black plague insects would begin to swarm. Consequently, Lin Yi, along with Lao Yang and Tian Tian, hastily chose a wooden cabin to take shelter in. Likewise, other villagers formed small groups and selected their own cabins to settle into. Upon entering, Lin Yi felt a twinge of regret. How he wished he possessed a vehicle. If only he could drive a large truck here, he would not have to fret about the insufficiency of talismans upon his return. Presently, despite having gathered a considerable quantity of talismans, Lin Yi realized that his 2 hands could only carry so much. The timing of his next visit remained uncertain. The crux of the matter lay in the ominous darkness of the corridor outside, which unsettled him. The village chief had previously informed Lin Yi that their talisman mine was a priceless treasure. Were it not for the considerable distance to the shelters, powerful figures might have already seized this mine for themselves. With the current freedom to extract resources, Lin Yi understood that should this wealth fall into the hands of the upper echelons of the shelters, they would be reduced to mere slaves, exchanging their labor for a paltry amount of talismans. The thought of such a fate resting in the hands of others weighed heavily on Lin Yi. He contemplated fortifying the wooden cabin. However, he was aware that such an enhancement would bring about changes, and he had not brought any disguised cement with him. Furthermore, the small wooden structures were closely interconnected, making it easy for the villagers to notice his actions, while Lin Yi could contend with the villagers. The risk of news leaking out could attract forces from the larger shelters, whether they be military troops or bloodthirsty mercenaries. He certainly did not wish to squander himself in such a perilous situation. Thus, at this moment, Lin Yi decided to light his candle. Finally, gazing upon the candles held by the village elder and Tian Tian, he remarked, "Chieftain, and Tian Tian, perhaps you needn't light your candles. Mine should suffice." The village elder had also noticed that Lin Yi's candle emitted a far greater radiance than theirs, a brilliance more than adequate to illuminate the entire dwelling, rendering the lighting of 2 additional candles somewhat superfluous. In truth, Lin Yi perceived the flames held by the village elder and Tian Tian as exceedingly meager, incapable of generating even a modicum of warmth, paling in comparison to his own enhanced candle. Nevertheless, Lin Yi's actions would conserve some of their precious resources. Ultimately, Lin Yi reclaimed the candles from the village elder and Yang Tian Tian, silently employing his enhancement skill. He resolved to bestow the enhanced candles upon the chieftain and Yang Tian Tian at a later time, thereby extending their utility upon their return home. The village elder detected a certain vigilance in Lin Yi's demeanor. The cavernous darkness, it must be said, even within the confines of the cave, brought forth a plague of loathsome insects that swiftly infested the entire space with the advent of night. At that moment, the voices of other villagers echoed through the cavern. Laced with muttered imprecations, Lin Yi recognized the voices of Wang Ergu and Lu Yishio, suggesting that they were presently beset by some tribulation. At this juncture, several dark insects infiltrated Lin Yi's abode through the cracks in the walls, only to be extinguished by the candlelight. However, Lin Yi's primary apprehension lay in the potential reappearance of the large, black insect from the previous night. Should such calamitous dark insects emerge, Lin Yi would likely have to engage in a struggle. However, Lin Yi had already made preparations, holding an iron shovel, ready to strike down any large dark insect that appeared. Dark insects are relatively easy to deal with, but that is only in reference to individual creatures. What is truly difficult to contend with is their endless multitude. If one were to observe the world from nightfall, they would discern that the entire world is enshrouded by a boundless, ebony ocean. Such a night is all the more perilous. This is why the majority of people prefer to sequester themselves in enclosed spaces during the night. The cabin was not large, so the 3 of them were somewhat cramped together. However, at this moment, none of them complained. Yang Tiantian merely stared blankly at the crackling, burning candle, her future now somewhat uncertain. Lin Yi was also aware that this usually optimistic young woman had gradually become despondent after experiencing these events. After a long while, Yang Tiantian finally said, "Grandpa and brother Lin Yi, do you think we can survive until the end?" Old Yang was silent for a moment. In the past, he would have had some confidence, but the increasing strength of the specters and dark insects had become overwhelming. For instance, today, he would not have been able to reach the runestone mine without the help of the villagers and Lin Yi. At this moment, the old village chief was also somewhat apprehensive, unsure of how long he could persevere. Observing Yang Tiantian and Lin Yi, he sensed a rather amicable rapport between them, which brought him a measure of solace. At this juncture, the old village chief was finding the present circumstances increasingly unmanageable. Just then, a resounding thud echoed as something forcefully impacted the dilapidated wooden door. This suddenness put all 3 on edge. Lin Yi, brandishing his shovel, vigilantly monitored the activity outside. Abruptly, with a splintering crack, the decrepit door shattered, and a black pest, about the size of a fist, darted into the room. Without singling out a target, the black pest flew directly toward Lin Yi. With remarkable reflexes, Lin Yi swung his shovel, flattening the insect. However, even when flattened, these black pests were resilient, and after a brief moment, it began to stir again. The old village chief promptly cautioned, "These black pests, first, must not bite you, and second, the fluid on their bodies is corrosive to the skin." Upon hearing the old village chief's warning, Lin Yi quickly distanced himself from the pest. The only thing that seemed to harm the black pest was the burning candle in Lin Yi's hand. Indeed, under the candle's flame, the black pest gradually dissipated. However, as the candle was enhanced, it required a substantial amount of light. The previous night, the black pest that had bitten the villager took a full minute to vanish, whereas this pest disappeared in just 20 seconds under the candle's illumination. Nevertheless, a dark void at the entrance allowed a continuous stream of black pests to pour in. The candle was clearly burning down at an accelerated rate. Lin Yi furrowed his brow upon witnessing the situation. It would have been preferable had the door remained intact. However, with a gaping hole now present, he found it challenging to conceive a solution. He retrieved his stool and used it to block the dark void. At this moment, both the old village chief and Yang Tiantian exhaled in relief. Soon after, Lin Yi and the village chief heard the panicked cries of villagers emanating from the surrounding wooden houses. It seemed that many had encountered the mutated black insects, but their fortunes had not been as favorable. The cries suggested that some individuals had suffered bites, and without prompt medical attention, such injuries in this environment could prove fatal. Unless, of course, they had brought along medicinal supplies. Unfortunately, with transportation severely hindered, the available medicine was limited to previous stockpiles, and the current supplies dwindled with each use. The village chief had managed to keep some medications at home. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. With a sigh, he remarked, "It appears we must find a way to acquire some medicine from Dr. Yi Qian in the future. I wonder if she has an ample supply sufficient for our needs." Lin Yi recalled the name of Dr. Yi, a graduate of a medical college. She had chosen to remain in Songyuan village after her studies to serve as the village doctor. She oversaw the village clinic, which had become her responsibility following the outbreak of the apocalypse. However, aside from her medical expertise, Dr. Yi possessed little else. Thus, she bartered medications for food, clothing, and other necessities. Dr. Yi extended her hand, barely managing to gather enough supplies to survive in this desolate world. In this apocalyptic era, medical professionals are exceedingly scarce. Indeed, some large shelters have sought to invite Dr. Yi to join their ranks. However, she has declined all offers, believing that the villagers possess a certain sincerity. The larger shelters, in stark contrast, operate in a realm devoid of law and order. Furthermore, Dr. Ye's vibrant attire, coupled with her statuesque figure and striking beauty, has drawn considerable attention. In times of peace, her looks would undoubtedly confer numerous advantages. Yet, in this grim reality, such beauty only invites peril. Given the current state of global governance, where operations are far from seamless, the cost of crime has diminished significantly. In fact, if one possesses sufficient power, such actions may even be overlooked. Dr. Yi is no fool. She is acutely aware of what her beauty signifies to those with ulterior motives. The lecherous gazes directed at her only heighten her discomfort. Thus, even as she remains within the confines of the village, she has no desire to venture into any large shelters. Where there are people, there is conflict. Dr. Yi has heard tales of physicians who have been subjugated by the powerful, serving only their personal interests. Her aspiration is to utilize her medical skills for the benefit of the broader populace. To be relegated to treating the ailments of the elite within a shelter is a prospect she finds utterly intolerable. Upon hearing the village elder's words, Yang Tian chimed in. "I get along famously with Sister Yi Qian. Grandfather, should you require any medication in the future, I shall have a word with her." Old Yang chuckled, Tian. "Even if we were to procure medicine, we would need to offer something in exchange to the lass, Yi Qian. We must not resort to expropriation. The young maiden has shown considerable fortitude in settling down in our village." Yang Tian promptly replied, "Grandfather, I overheard Sister Yi Qian mention that it was you who presided over her initial settlement in Songyuan village. Sister Yi Qian still recalls it to this day." Yang Tian nodded. "Rest assured, Grandfather, I perceive Sister Yi Qian to be of excellent character. She will undoubtedly exchange a fair amount of medicine with us." The village elder nodded in response. Subsequently, he pondered what he possessed that could be bartered with young Yi Qian for some medicine. Observing the injury on his foot, he realized that without professional medical attention, the wound would likely take an extended period to heal. However, the village elder could not afford to wait that long. Lin Yi also cautioned the village elder, as he was utterly ignorant regarding medication. Yi Qian generally kept to herself, and Lin Yi had exchanged few words with her. It seemed that, henceforth, they would need to enlist Yang Tian's aid to establish a connection with Yi Qian. Regardless, securing medication for the epidemic was paramount. If nothing else, no one wished to passively await death after being bitten by a black bug. Nevertheless, while Yi Qian was indeed comely, she appeared somewhat frail. Moreover, her ability to endure for such an extended period must be attributed to the abundance of medicinal supplies in the infirmary. Additionally, the infirmary was constructed with considerable sturdiness. Otherwise, a mere young girl would surely not have been able to persist for so long. Furthermore, today Lin Yi observed that the young girl was quite diligent in her efforts to excavate the rune stones. However, due to her limited strength, it took her a considerable amount of time to fill her bag. She is likely waiting in one of the small cabins at this moment. Consequently, Lin Yi resolved that after nightfall, he would proactively approach Yi Qian to clarify his intentions. Currently, the items he had available for trade included runestones, water purifiers, and enhanced candles. Fortunately, these items were in high demand among the villagers. He was determined not to miss this opportunity, yet it was necessary to make an attempt. Chapter 31. Dr. Yi Qian. At this juncture, Lin Yi had made up his mind, and as night descended, He, along with old Yang and Yang Tiantian, took turns resting for a while. However, their slumber was far from peaceful, as their door was repeatedly battered by the large black calamity insects. This incessant disturbance proved to be quite vexing for Lin Yi and his companions. Simultaneously, Lin Yi noted that the number of these formidable black insects seemed to have increased significantly compared to the previous days. He shuddered to think of the implications if their numbers continued to swell. The survival of the entire Songyuan village would be in jeopardy. The arduous night passed with the group languishing in exhaustion. By the following morning, all the black calamity insects had scurried into their resting holes. Although the sun was not visible, it seemed that the black disaster insects operated on a temporal basis, their appearances and disappearances occurring almost instantaneously. Unlike the specter that seemed to be omnipresent. When Lin Yi and Yang Tiantian emerged, several villagers also came out, each bearing wounds that suggested they had suffered greatly from the black disaster insects the previous night. Aside from Zhang Laosan, who was completely unharmed. Both Louis Shou and Wan Ergo bore bite marks on their faces. However, they had wrapped bandages around their injuries. As Lin Yi and the others stepped outside, they noticed a group of people surrounding a tall woman, engaged in a heated discussion. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yi recognized the woman as Yi Qian. Yet, the once beautiful eyes of the lady were now reddened with anger, nearly leading her to faint. It appeared that Yi Qian had endured some inhumane treatment. Lin Yi hurried over and inquired, "What is all this commotion about? The sun has risen. We should set off back home at once." At that moment, Wang Ergo interjected, "Village chief, I recall that the clinic was indeed a part of our village, right? The medicines ought to be distributed among us. Why should Yi Qian alone claim all the supplies? If it were any other day, it would be one thing. But today we have been bitten severely by the black disaster insects, and Yi Qian should share the medicines with everyone." Yi Qian, puzzled, retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? The clinic has not received funding for years. Those medicines were purchased with my own money. Why should I distribute them to you without reason?" Yi Qian is, after all, still a young girl, and when confronted by a scoundrel like Wang Ergo, she finds herself bereft of any effective means to cope. However, she understands that she cannot afford to concede, for her very survival hinges upon these medicinal supplies. Moreover, if she were to be devoid of any medication, she would be powerless to alleviate anyone's ailments. It is indeed a challenging predicament akin to a skilled cook unable to prepare a meal without ingredients. The crux of the matter lies in Yi Qian's compassionate heart. She cannot allow others to squander her precious medicines. In her view, only those with expertise can unlock the true potential of these remedies. As for whether Wang Ergo could grasp her intentions, she would never entertain such a notion. Yet, Wang Ergo chuckled and remarked, "Yi Qian, you claim that you purchased them? That may be your assertion, but I remain indifferent. For the infirmary was established by our village. I suggest you relinquish the infirmary." Yi Qian's face flushed crimson with urgency as she retorted, "Wang Ergo, you speak nonsense. The infirmary was appointed to me by the health department. You have no authority to interfere." Wang Ergo erupted into laughter, saying, "Yi Qian, have you lost your senses? At this moment, what government oversight remains? Our Songyuan village is isolated from the world. Outside, everyone lives in trepidation. Who still concerns themselves with health departments? Those entities have long ceased to exist. To be frank, beyond the shelter, the outside world resembles a lawless territory. You may not yet grasp the full scope of the situation in Songyuan village, but I am aware that there are bandits lurking near the Red Rock shelter, preying upon the unwary for murder and plunder." Wang Ergo, without hesitation, divulged a significant piece of information he possessed. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi furrowed his brow. Indeed, the onset of this apocalypse had thrown everything into chaos. In areas beyond the reach of government authorities, there exist desperate individuals who engage in heinous acts. If it were not for the fact that Songyuan village lacked any substantial resources, it is likely that these bandits would have already descended upon them. The robbers primarily target the transport convoys surrounding the Hongyan Sanctuary. Anywhere there is a potential for profit, they will strike. Although Songyuan village is nestled deep within the mountains and distanced from the Hongyan Sanctuary, Lin Yi nonetheless took note of this information. If these outlaws were driven away by the sanctuary's inhabitants, they might very well turn their attention to these individuals. As the saying goes, even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. When cornered, it is plausible that such a destitute place as Songyuan village could also become a target for plunder. At times, natural disasters and man-made calamities are inextricably linked, making them unavoidable. Yi Qian, exasperated, stamped her foot and exclaimed, "Wang Ergu, what does this have to do with me? Moreover, if I give you the medicine, will you know how to use it? Some medications, if taken improperly, can be lethal. Wang Ergu, I am not deceiving you." Upon hearing Yi Qian's words, Wang Ergu hesitated for a moment, then realized, "Yi Qian, are you attempting to trap me? Regardless of whether this talisman is produced in Songyuan or not, I deserve my share." In truth, Wang Ergu was indifferent to the talisman's usability. His primary concern lay in the fact that these medicines could be exchanged for valuables, which was the crux of his intentions. Amidst the commotion incited by Wang Ergu, the villagers, though harboring some reservations, pressed forward to confront Yi Qian, driven by their own survival instincts. Yi Qian, clenching her teeth, was on the verge of tears. She had always been attentive to the villagers' needs, promptly attending to them whenever they sought her assistance. Yet, none of those she had aided seemed to recall her benevolence, each demanding that she relinquish the medications. Yi Qian struggled to comprehend how the villagers, typically so unassuming, had undergone such a transformation. The village elder approached, inquiring, "What is all this commotion about?" He continued, "I shall confer with Dr. Yi Qian. Furthermore, bear in mind that she is the sole physician in our village. Should Yi Qian decline to extend her assistance, I shall not intervene." The village elder's words quelled the villagers' clamor. When some still voiced dissent, the village elder declared, "Those who wish to return, follow me forthwith. Those who do not, shall spend another night in this cavern." Spending the night in the cavern was fraught with peril. Even the pitch-black passage leading in and out of the cavern was enough to terrify the villagers. At this juncture, none dared to remain in the cavern. Thus, the villagers clutched the runestones they had mined and, with candles in hand, prepared to exit the cavern in single file. However, the cavern's frigid wind persisted, prompting Lin Yi to offer his enhanced candles to Yang Tiantian and the village elder, while cautioning them to be mindful of the surrounding dangers. During this outing, Lin Yi sensed something amiss, for the phantoms from the previous night had been unusually silent. Although the presence of the talisman stone mine could account for this, he found it hard to believe that the phantoms would simply watch the villagers depart without interference. After voicing his thoughts, Lin Yi handed a reinforced talisman stone to both the village chief and Yang Tiantian. At that moment, Yi Qian approached, nodding respectfully to the elderly village chief, as he was the only one among them who had spoken a few words beforehand. Consequently, as they ventured forth, Yi Qian stayed closely beside the village chief and Yang Tiantian. Fortunately, in this brief span of time, Yi Qian and Yang Tiantian had forged a close friendship. Observing this, Lin Yi discreetly slipped a reinforced talisman stone into Yi Qian's hand. Initially, she had no intention of making a fuss, but upon receiving Lin Yi's gesture, she quietly accepted the talisman stone. While Yi Qian had not given it much thought at first, she soon realized that the talisman in her grasp differed subtly from Lin Yi's. In fact, Lin Yi's talisman was remarkably exquisite, with patterns that seemed beyond human craftsmanship. Hastily, Yi Qian tucked the talisman stones away, her heart racing as she felt she had stumbled upon a momentous secret. At that juncture, Lin Yi cast a significant glance at Yi Qian and smiled, recognizing the opportunity to befriend the beautiful doctor. A single talisman stone held little value for him, especially since he had already extracted so many. Upon returning, all that remained was to let time reveal the truth. Lin Yi carved a rune stone in just 2 hours, expending neither his mental energy nor feeling any fatigue. For him, it was as effortless as eating or drinking. However, Yi Qian held a different perspective. She cast a grateful glance at Lin Yi, fully aware of the arduous nature of carving such stones from her own experience. The intricate runes on the stone he provided made the task even more daunting. Having delved into the study of these runes, Yi Qian understood the significance they held for her. She clutched the rune stone tightly, contemplating her intention to meticulously analyze it upon her return, as she was eager to uncover the abundant energy within, far surpassing that of her previous stones. In an era where the extraction of rune stones had grown increasingly challenging, she was naturally inclined to embrace this opportunity. Yet, as Lin Yi handed the runestones to them, the villagers stepped into the center of the passage. At that moment, the tunnel of the mine was enveloped in complete darkness. Even with all the candles lit, their flickering flames merely illuminated the immediate surroundings. A mere distance away was shrouded in impenetrable blackness. What kind of place is this? It's so dark and eerie. If I'm summoned here again, I certainly won't return. Wang Ergu vented his grievances, prompting the surrounding villagers to caution him against speaking so recklessly. Suddenly, a chilling gust surged through the cave, sending shivers down Lin Yi's spine. In an instant, the candles in the villagers' hands extinguished with a loud crackle. Only the special candles held by Lin Yi and Old Yang continued to flicker. However, by the light of the candles, Lin Yi keenly observed a fleeting white shadow, followed by several cicada calls, and even the sound of gnawing, which resonated painfully in the pitch-black corridor. At that moment, the talisman stone in Lin Yi's hand suddenly grew warm, signaling the approach of a ghostly presence. In such a perilous situation, the villagers fled in terror. Yet the chaos in the vicinity made it clear to Lin Yi that if this group failed to unite, they would soon fall prey to these phantoms. Recognizing the urgency of maintaining order, Lin Yi quickly raised his candle and urged, "Hasten to light your candles. Also, bring forth the talisman stones and ascertain who is missing." Lin Yi acutely sensed that a few individuals from the crowd had indeed vanished, their absence marked by sounds emanating from the rear. He turned his gaze in that direction, only to witness several white shadows flitting by. Suddenly, one shadow turned to him and offered a faint smile. Though the figure's features were obscured, Lin Yi distinctly noted its jagged, blood-stained teeth, still glistening with remnants of flesh and tattered fabric. The fabric appeared vaguely familiar, likely belonging to one of the villagers. The sight of such savagery left him momentarily paralyzed, invoking a primal instinct akin to that of being hunted by a formidable beast, and he felt his mental state teetering on the brink of collapse. It appears that the manner of attack employed by these apparitions is predominantly psychological. Once one's mental fortitude crumbles, they swiftly descend upon you to consume your very essence. It was only when the talisman embedded within Lin Yi began to radiate warmth and a surge of energy coursed through his being that he was jolted from his previous state of anxiety. Upon regaining his composure and glancing about, he discovered that the malevolent apparition which had bared its teeth at him had vanished without a trace. At that moment, the villagers, having calmed their frayed nerves, hastily ignited the candles they held. The village chief urged, "Quickly check among yourselves, who has gone missing?" Ultimately, someone uttered, "It is Wang Gao. The entire Wang family has vanished." The village chief sighed deeply, recognizing that their absence portended grave misfortune. He proposed they return to investigate, yet the villagers vehemently opposed. They had indeed found some tattered clothing and shoes belonging to the Wang family, but beyond that, no further traces could be uncovered. It was as if the Wang family had simply evaporated, leaving behind only 3 bags of talismans, quietly resting on the ground. The family, who had endured great hardship to unearth these talismans, had met their demise just as they were about to depart. The village chief, upon witnessing this, felt a pang of sorrow. The talismans they left behind were promptly divided among the remaining villagers, for it was deemed a waste to let them linger here. Better they serve a purpose for the community. The old village chief remained silent, understanding that any further discourse at this juncture would be futile. The villagers of the Runestone village swiftly divided their spoils, and once completed, they hastened towards the cave's entrance without a moment's pause. Lin Yi and the village chief, Old Yang, shared a mutual desire to leave this place as quickly as possible, so they departed the cave alongside Yi Qian and Yang Tiantian. Upon exiting the cave, a ray of sunlight illuminated their path, instilling in everyone a profound sense of having survived a calamity. At that moment, Lin Yi cast a glance back at the cave entrance and was struck by its pitch blackness, resembling a monstrous beast poised to devour. He sighed, realizing that the runestone passage harbored numerous ghostly shadows. Returning here would undoubtedly prove challenging in the future. Chapter 32. Harvest. Once the villagers emerged from the cave, they felt a twinge of sympathy for old Wang's family. Yet this empathy was swiftly overshadowed by their gratitude for their own survival. In such dire circumstances, it had become a grim reality that the ghostly apparitions targeted individuals at random, leading to certain death. Lin Yi, however, was acutely aware that he had narrowly escaped the specter's gaze, thanks to the candles and the enhanced runestones in his possession, which had effectively neutralized their attacks. Otherwise, he could very well have been among the fallen. In that moment of contemplation, Lin Yi pondered why these ghostly apparitions seemed to fixate upon him. Was there something uniquely significant about him? He surveyed himself and found nothing extraordinary, just an ordinary person. Meanwhile, the villagers reveled in their bountiful harvest, as each household had gathered a considerable number of rune stones. With their escape secured, there was no longer any reason to linger. Thus, some villagers, eager to return, made no farewells and hurriedly dragged their rune stones towards Songyuan village. The village chief, Old Yang, remained silent, After all, the task had concluded, and it was time for everyone to return to their respective homes. As Lin Yi and his companions prepared to leave, Yi Qian approached quietly, her lips pressed together. As she walked closer, Lin Yi was enveloped by a fragrant aroma. It seemed that this beautiful woman had a penchant for elegance, as she was impeccably adorned even at this moment. Yi Qian approached and softly said, "You are Lin Yi, aren't you? Thank you for saving me earlier. Without your intervention, I might have met a dire fate. To be honest, I have always possessed a frail vitality, which renders me particularly sensitive to spirits. I sensed that ghostly figure was fixated on me, but fortunately, the talisman you provided deflected its attention. Otherwise, I truly could have perished." There was a hint of lingering fear in her voice. Lin Yi found it curious. Could Yi Qian possess some unique constitution, perhaps akin to having yin-yang eyes? After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Dr. Yi Qian, my intention in offering you the talisman was merely to request your assistance in the event of future funerary matters." Yi Qian smiled and reassured him, "Rest assured, even if I were to save no one else, I would certainly come to your aid. By the way, do you require any medicinal supplies? I have some pharmaceuticals with me, and once we return, I can provide you with a few." Lin Yi eagerly agreed, understanding that medicinal resources were currently scarce. In truth, Yi Qian was generally reluctant to part with her supplies unless absolutely necessary. However, the gift Lin Yi had presented her today was exceptionally valuable. Moreover, having saved her own life, Yi Qian wished to avoid being indebted to Lin Yi. Thus, seizing the opportunity, she articulated her thoughts. At that moment, Yang Tiantian hurried over and said, "Sister Yi Qian, could you take another look at my grandfather's wound? Your medical skills are exceptional, and I am at a loss." Upon finishing her plea, her lips quivered, on the verge of tears. Yi Qian promptly rushed to examine the old village chief's injury. With a hint of concern, Yang Tiantian inquired, "Sister Yi Qian, my grandfather has an injury on his leg. You wouldn't neglect it, would you?" Yi Qian replied, "Tiantian, the village chief has shown me kindness. I could never turn a blind eye to his injury. Besides, I ventured out to collect talismans equipped with some medical supplies." She scrutinized the old village chief's wound, her brow furrowing in concern. Observing her reaction, Lin Yi quickly asked, "Dr. Yi, what troubles you? Is there an issue with the wound?" Yi Qian sighed and responded, "The toxicity of this black disaster insect is exceedingly potent. Fortunately, the village chief treated it promptly and procured some medicine. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire." With that, she tore off some gauze and applied a special concoction to the old village chief's wound. This caused him to grimace in pain. But to maintain his dignity in front of his granddaughter, old Yang bore it stoically. After Yi Qian had finished rebandaging, she said, "Village chief, I have dressed your wound. However, you should refrain from exertion for the time being. It will likely take 3 days to heal." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. 3 days was manageable for him. At this moment, several individuals had distanced themselves from the cave entrance. Yet it was evident that they were reluctant to linger any longer in the mine. After tending to the old village chief's wounds, they hastened their descent down the mountain. However, along the way, they encountered a thicket of thorns obstructing their path. Just as Lin Yi prepared to step over it, he was halted by Yi Qian. With a puzzled expression, Lin Yi inquired, "Yi Qian, is there something amiss with these thorns?" Yi Qian approached the thicket, examining it closely for a moment before responding. "These thorns are poisonous, and we did not observe them upon our arrival, indicating that they must have grown in just one day." Lin Yi glanced at the thicket, which was dark and bristling with sharp spikes. He reluctantly plucked a thorn, taking great care to measure it, only to discover its remarkable hardness. The old village chief, equally perplexed, remarked, "Indeed, when we passed by yesterday, the way was clear. How could such a substantial thicket have appeared overnight?" Yi Qian, with a serious demeanor, replied, "I suspect that these plants may have undergone a mutation. If we continue to traverse the wilderness, it is likely to become increasingly perilous." Lin Yi examined the thorns attentively and, using his knife, cut a small segment to take back with him. Noticing the bewildered expressions of the others, he smiled and said, "I plan to cultivate these thorns. This way, I will have a foundation for my wall." Yi Qian was about to advise Lin Yi against handling such specimens, sensing that these thorns were not as innocuous as they appeared. However, Lin Yi was determined to take it back for cultivation. In the end, Yi Qian had no choice but to acquiesce to Lin Yi's wishes. In truth, Lin Yi was contemplating the nature of this thorny and toxic bramble. What would happen if it were to merge with a rune stone? If the thorns, once infused with the power of the rune stone, could pierce the ghostly shadows mercilessly on their next encounter. A smile crept across Lin Yi's lips at the thought, almost yearning to return and delve into research immediately. Since they had arrived empty-handed, they were now burdened with a substantial sack of rune stones for their return journey, which took them a bit longer. By the time Lin Yi arrived home, it was nearly afternoon. Chapter 33. Enhancing the thorns. Upon his return, Lin Yi carefully stored away his rune stones, intending to enhance them one by one when time permitted. Yet, he had more pressing matters at hand. He retrieved a segment of the black thorny branch he had previously collected and then produced an enhanced rune stone. A flicker of inspiration struck him, and upon employing the enhancement skill, he discovered that this thorn could indeed be augmented. Subsequently, Lin Yi stumbled upon an astonishing revelation. The fusion of the thorns with the rune stone could bestow upon them the stone's power, alongside the growth attributes of the bramble. He decided to name this creation Rune Thorns. Should this entity prove cultivable, he resolved to adorn his entire perimeter with such thorns, effectively barricading the ghostly entities beyond reach. Furthermore, these thorns would also serve as a formidable deterrent against the black disaster insects, significantly bolstering the security of his safe haven. At this moment, Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement within him. After days of relentless effort, he had finally discovered a relatively effective method to restrain the ghostly shadows. These thorns, at first glance, appeared indistinguishable from any ordinary brambles, yet internally they had undergone a revolutionary transformation, almost akin to an entirely new species. Lin Yi believed that if he could cultivate this species, it would undoubtedly be a groundbreaking achievement. Regrettably, in the current world, there were scarcely any accolades to be earned. Otherwise, he felt he could easily secure a reward in the range of 10 to 18 million, or even 100 million. However, even if he possessed such wealth now, it would be of little use to him, as he found it impossible to spend. Money that cannot be utilized is, to him, akin to mere scraps of paper, serving only the purpose of being burned for warmth. Lin Yi gazed intently at the two items for a while, and at last, the enhancement skill exhibited a response, albeit with a reinforcement duration of 2 days. The necessity for a 2-day wait caused Lin Yi to hesitate momentarily. Nevertheless, he ultimately resolved to proceed with the enhancement of these thorns. If these thorns continued to grow, theoretically, he would no longer have to worry about a shortage of talismans. At the very least, upon returning to his safe haven, he would be free from concerns regarding the ghostly shadows. With these thorns continuously expanding, the vicinity would eventually be enveloped in them. When that time came, the ghostly shadows would have to contend with the fortified thorns if they wished to enter. Lin Yi pondered for a moment, but refrained from immediate action, as he still needed to enhance his main entrance. The elderly village chief found himself hindered by mobility issues, rendering the ironwood door undesirable in his eyes. Consequently, he decided to dismantle the ironwood door and present it to the chief, replacing it with a sturdier iron door. Afterward, he engaged in a brief session of skill enhancement, which indicated that fortifying the iron door would require 10 hours. Upon calculating the time, Lin Yi deemed it manageable, especially considering that the fortification would undoubtedly elevate the door to a new echelon of strength. Without hesitation, he opted to commence the process. However, prior to that, he applied a layer of camouflaging cement to the door. This camouflaging cement not only served to conceal, but also possessed remarkable durability, effectively providing an additional layer of protection to the iron door. When Lin Yi delivered the ironwood door to the village chief, the chief expressed profound gratitude. He felt fortunate for having saved Lin Yi's life, as the initial investment was finally yielding returns. The chief was reassured, thankful he had not heeded the advice of other villagers who suggested abandoning Lin Yi to his fate. With the ironwood door now bestowed upon the chief, it should endure for some time, unless the Black House Worm and the Phantom's strength escalated to an alarming level. However, by that time, Lin Yi would have the capability to enhance other items as well. Once Lin Yi completed these tasks, twilight began to envelop the surroundings. He consumed some of his food paste to replenish his energy, when suddenly, the clattering sounds resumed. Lin Yi recognized that the Phantom and the Black Worm were once again assaulting his iron door. Given the door's current vulnerability, his most precarious moment lay within the ensuing 10 hours, during which he needed to safeguard it diligently. Lin Yi did not ponder for long. He ignited 2 enhanced candles, illuminating the entire room as if it were midday. Subsequently, he placed all his talismans atop the iron door in a singular motion. As he did so, the knocking from outside diminished slightly. Although they could not breach the door, The sound of impact was jarringly loud, depriving Lin Yi of any semblance of rest. Therefore, he turned his attention to the thorny vines he had brought earlier that day. Lin Yi conducted an experiment with these thorns. Should someone be caught off guard and pricked by them, it was likely they would succumb to paralysis, accompanied by a corrosive effect. This led Lin Yi to speculate whether these thorns bore similarities to the black disaster insects. Could it be that these thorns were once ordinary, transformed into their current state by some form of contamination? Might the black disaster insects have originally been mere earthbound creatures, yet upon infection, became relentless in their assault on humanity, exhibiting an exaggerated reproductive rate? Otherwise, Lin Yi found it difficult to account for the seemingly endless proliferation of these black disaster insects. The specters were even more perplexing, as no one had clearly discerned their true appearance. Thus, these apparitions could either be the manifestations of the deceased or entities that materialized from thin air. To date, there has been no definitive explanation from the authorities. These specters can emerge at any moment, regardless of day or night, with the sole exception being areas directly illuminated by sunlight. They do not appear there. Whether indoors, within caves, or deep in the forest, as long as there is darkness, the potential for their presence looms. When the specters first emerged, they claimed numerous lives. What was particularly alarming was their steadily increasing strength, which instilled a profound sense of dread in Lin Yi. These phantoms were already formidable adversaries, and should their power escalate further, it would become a nightmare for many. Even the grand sanctuaries outside were feeling the mounting pressure. By the following day, the first rays of dawn illuminated the room. Suddenly, Lin Yi noticed a faint white light flickering above his door, and in an instant, the door transformed. What was once a flimsy iron door had been reinforced, and Lin Yi discovered that his steel door had reached an impressive thickness of 100 millimeters. When he tapped it with his hand, he realized that this iron barrier was incredibly resilient, impervious even to armor-piercing rounds. Now, even if the specters and the Black Pest were to enhance their strength, he felt no fear. The fortified steel door provided him with an immense sense of security. Chapter 34. Yi Qian's visit in the following days. Lin Yi found solace in the knowledge that he would not have to worry about the safety of his refuge for quite some time. With this steel door in place, no matter how fiercely the specters and the black calamity insects might strike at night, he felt unfazed. Fortunately, the outer layer was coated with camouflage cement, making it appear like an ordinary door. Yet, on the inside, it concealed a different reality. To prevent any clandestine intrusions during his absence, Lin Yi decided to coat both sides of the door with the same camouflage cement. Only after completing all of this did Lin Yi finally exhale in relief and step out of his room. As he emerged, he was greeted by the sight of a beautiful female doctor, Yi Qian, striding towards him with her long legs. At that moment, Yi Qian's face radiated with a healthy glow, indicating her improved disposition. It seemed that after the events of the previous day, her mood had significantly brightened. Indeed, the reason for her cheerful demeanor today was that she had gained considerable insights from the runes Lin Yi had provided her, which would greatly assist her in future rune carvings. Thus, Yi Qian had made a special trip to express her gratitude to Lin Yi, even bringing along a medical kit. Upon noticing Yi Qian's approach, Lin Yi smiled and inquired, "Dr. Yi, what brings you here?" Yi Qian replied, "Lin Yi, the rune you gave me yesterday has been immensely beneficial. I came today to repay your kindness. I would like to check on your health, if you have any injuries. I shall treat you, and if you are well, that would be splendid." Hearing her words, Lin Yi pinched his nose and readily agreed. With the opportunity to receive a complimentary health check from such an enchanting doctor, he was more than willing to accept. Moreover, it had been quite some time since Lin Yi had visited the hospital, and he was uncertain about his recent physical condition. However, aside from the initial weakness he felt upon arriving in this world, he now sensed a marked improvement in his health. Feeling a sense of urgency due to other matters demanding his attention, Lin Yi allowed Yi Qian to utilize various instruments to conduct a thorough examination. Afterward, she expressed her satisfaction, saying, "Lin Yi, your body is in excellent health according to the tests. It appears that you are in a considerably better position than most inhabitants of the village. I believe you have little to worry about. So do continue to maintain your well-being. By the way, I have some anti-inflammatory and fever-reducing medications here. The quantities are quite substantial, so allow me to provide you with some. However, I must mention that the stock in my medical room is dwindling, so you should use it sparingly." Yi Qian felt somewhat helpless, as many pharmaceutical companies have already shut down. Even those that remain operational are unable to function in this world. Only the larger shelters might still sustain some level of pharmaceutical production. However, medications have become a scarce resource, and once they are distributed, they are quickly depleted and fail to circulate. Thus, these medicines can be described as diminishing with each use until they are entirely exhausted. Fortunately, Lin Yi is currently in dire need of these medications, so he accepts whatever Yi Qian offers without hesitation. At that moment, Yi Qian finally voiced her inner curiosity. "Where did you acquire those talismans you gave me?" Lin Yi chuckled but refrained from answering. He simply remarked, "Dr. Yi, everyone has their own secrets, do they not?" Yi Qian, being a perceptive individual, recognized that if Lin Yi was unwilling to divulge, it would be unwise to press further. She was content as long as she sensed no malevolent intent from him. At that juncture, Yi Qian glanced at Lin Yi's dwelling and inquired, "Why don't you invite me to your room for a while?" Upon hearing her words, Lin Yi felt a twinge of confusion. Considering the implications of a man and woman alone together in such a setting, uncertain of what might unfold, the crux of the matter lies in this apocalyptic world, where everyone is filled with trepidation. Each individual regards their dwelling as their very lifeblood, and generally, they refrain from inviting outsiders in, unless a relationship has reached such an intimate level that there is no need for pretense. However, Lin Yi and Yi Qian had merely exchanged a few words and some items. Yet, Yi Qian insisted on entering Lin Yi's abode, demonstrating that she regarded him as one of her own. Lin Yi rubbed his nose and replied, "Dr. Yi, you are certainly welcome to enter my home. However, it is rather modest and lacks many amenities. Please do not be disappointed upon entering." Yi Qian chuckled lightly. Her intentions were to deliberately foster a closer bond with Lin Yi, not for any other reason, but because she recognized the immense value within him, the formidable rune. Such a thing she had never even heard of in the shelter, let alone encountered. Yi Qian continued, "You have yet to visit my place, which is the medical room in the village. Should you ever find yourself in need, feel free to seek me out there. Rest assured, I will always open the door for you." Her words astonished Lin Yi even further. He had not anticipated that Yi Qian would undergo such a transformation today. The Yi Qian he once knew was an ice-cold beauty. Nevertheless, Lin Yi felt reassured, believing that the disguises of cement in his dwelling would conceal his secrets adequately. Thus, he acquiesced. When Lin Yi opened the door to invite Yi Qian inside, her expression visibly conveyed a touch of disappointment. Initially, she believed that with Lin Yi possessing such enhanced runes, his life would be quite splendid. However, to her surprise, Lin Yi's room was exceedingly sparse. Had it not been for the facade of faux concrete, Yi Qian would undoubtedly have been taken aback upon entering. Not for any trivial reason, but because the walls constructed entirely of black ironstone were a feat beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Coupled with the fortified steel door, the entire abode formed a cohesive iron structure. In this post-apocalyptic world, such a dwelling embodied the essence of survival. Yet, beneath the guise of the faux concrete, Yi Qian perceived Lin Yi's residence as little more than a dilapidated earthen hut. At that moment, Yi Qian expressed her concerns, stating, "I observe that the black disaster insects and ghostly shadows are growing increasingly formidable. Do you not feel a sense of insecurity residing in such a place?" Chapter 35. Conserve your provisions. Lin Yi chuckled softly, for this was precisely the outcome he desired. Otherwise, having his home scrutinized daily would have weighed heavily on his heart. He shrugged his shoulders, responding with a hint of resignation. "Miss Yi, you are aware that this is merely the nature of the dwelling. I currently possess no means to alter it. For now, having a shelter from the wind and rain is a blessing in this wretched world." Inside, there was not even a semblance of a chair. Yi Qian had no choice but to sit down on Lin Yi's bed, and he observed this without uttering a word. Yi Qian, undeterred by any sense of embarrassment, accepted Lin Yi's hospitality as he generously offered her a cup of boiled water, saying, "Miss Yi, would you care for a drink?" Yi Qian nodded slightly, but after drinking the water, she merely felt that it seemed a tad purer. In truth, this water had been purified by Lin Yi, who had also taken the extra step of boiling it. After all, firewood had become a scarce resource. Despite the abundance of trees surrounding Sungyuan village, the dead branches had long been collected. To procure firewood, one would have to resort to chopping down trees, a labor-intensive task. Particularly, Lin Yi had reinforced his axe, rendering it extraordinarily sharp and significantly boosting his efficiency in felling trees, while others were laboriously carving rune stones. Lin Yi had the energy to engage in alternative tasks, thereby greatly enhancing his firewood collection efforts. However, After taking a sip of water, Yi Qian's stomach audibly grumbled. Previously, she had not thought much of it, but in Lin Yi's presence, her cheeks flushed crimson. She stammered, "Lin Yi, I haven't had breakfast and came straight over. Perhaps I should head back for now and visit again when I have the time. Oh, by the way, you could also come to my place." This suggestion left Lin Yi pondering. Could it be that this young woman was struggling to get by alone lately? Was she seeking companionship? Or perhaps she saw in him a robust young man, someone who could assist her in withstanding the apocalypse? Yet, Lin Yi had no intention of abandoning his fortified safe house to reside in a medical facility. Even if these medical rooms are constructed with the finest reinforced concrete, they pale in comparison to the comfort of one's own home in your eyes. However, out of consideration for Yi Qian's feelings, Lin Yi casually agreed. "If it's convenient for you, I shall visit your place next time." Yi Qian exhaled in relief. Her invitation stemmed from the increasing difficulty she faced living alone. She yearned for companionship to help her navigate the remaining days of her life. Deep down, Yi Qian harbored no illusions about her longevity in this desolate world. Her focus was simply on achieving a semblance of peace and choosing to endure. If even the smallest creatures strive for survival, how could she, as a human, resign herself to despair? In her view, among the few remaining individuals in Songyuan village, Lin Yi stood out as the youngest, strongest, and most handsome. As for others, like Wang Ergu, she would rather face death than allow them to take advantage of her. Her earnest visit to Lin Yi today was also driven by a desire to gather information. Fortunately, their conversation had been pleasant thus far. At that moment, Yi Qian took a small sip of water, and Lin Yi handed her a tube resembling toothpaste. It was his enhanced food paste. Curiously, she asked, "What is this? Are you suggesting I brush my teeth?" Lin Yi chuckled and replied, "Miss Yi, this is not toothpaste. It contains food. It's my unique recipe. Why not hastily open it and give it a try? After all, you are my guest, and I would be delighted to treat you to a meal." Yi Qian, flustered, declined the offer, for food was indeed scarce at that moment. She recounted to Lin Yi the last time the villagers had gone to Ma Youwei's villa to transport provisions, a venture she had also participated in. "I still have some," Yi Qian admitted, her cheeks flushed. Yet, as her gaze fell upon the food paste in Lin Yi's hand, she couldn't help but swallow nervously. Noticing her reaction, Lin Yi smiled slightly and remarked, "Dr. Yi, if I recall correctly, those canned goods are rather hefty. Even if you ventured to Ma Youwei's villa, you would hardly be able to transport much, would you?" His words caused Yi Qian to blush anew, for he spoke the truth. During the villagers' expedition to Ma Youwei's villa to gather supplies, she had indeed joined them. Although she understood that intruding into another's home was improper, the pangs of hunger were unbearable, and thus she had also scavenged some provisions. Presently, her own dwelling housed a few cans. Though their delightful flavors made her reluctant to indulge, she often subsisted on coarse grains instead. Lin Yi, perceptive of Yi Qian's hesitation, reassured her, "Dr. Yi, rest assured. I have plenty of this. Moreover, it is particularly filling. You should give it a try." Upon hearing his words, Yi Qian's apprehensions began to dissipate. With a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, she opened the food paste, and an enticing aroma wafted through the air. The delightful scent invigorated her, and she found herself swallowing in anticipation. She squeezed out a small portion and consumed it, feeling so content afterward that her eyes fluttered shut. After all, this was food enhanced by Lin Yi's extraordinary skills, excelling in both taste and nutritional value. Yi Qian savored it slowly, and after finishing half, she paused, for she was already satiated. Observing the small tube of food paste in her hand, she expressed her astonishment. "What kind of food is this? It's truly remarkable. Even military rations could scarcely reach this level." Lin Yi smirked, knowing that his enhancement abilities far surpassed those of ordinary military provisions. Once Yi Qian finished her exclamation, she noticed the remaining half of the food paste and offered it back to Lin Yi, saying, "I'm full. Perhaps you should take this back?" Lin Yi had no intention of reclaiming it. He waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Miss Yi, this is yours to keep. Since you're full, take it home for later." Grateful for his generosity, Yi Qian accepted the food. In this post-apocalyptic world, she typically managed with just one meal a day, a choice shared by many. In contrast, Lin Yi had no such reservations, often ensuring he had 3 hearty meals daily. Thus, this tube of food paste could sustain Yi Qian for several days. Chapter 36, Helicopter. This was another reason Yi Qian felt immense gratitude towards Lin Yi. Without the food paste he provided, She would have been troubled by her provisions for the next couple of days. Lin Yi was also aware that Dr. Yi Qian likely did not lead a particularly pleasant life. Although she appeared radiant on the outside, the anguish she harbored within was probably known only to her. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Yi Qian was even more astonished. She sensed that he was no ordinary individual. However, the notion of someone like him residing in such a dilapidated house was utterly unbelievable to her. She suspected that he must harbor some undisclosed secrets. Nevertheless, Yi Qian chose not to voice her thoughts, understanding that Lin Yi was reluctant to share certain matters. She realized that inquiring would likely be futile and thus resolved to keep him in her thoughts, knowing that nurturing a good relationship with him would be beneficial in the future. Not to mention, Lin Yi's medicinal concoctions and the enhanced talismans he possessed could easily captivate anyone's attention. After satisfying her hunger, Yi Qian departed contentedly, as she needed to discuss some matters with the village chief, Old Yang, and found herself heading in the same direction. Lin Yi accompanied her on the way back. The clinic was not far, as the entirety of Songyuan village was quite compact, with the villagers gathering spots in close proximity. However, the towering mountains surrounding Songyuan village were indeed vast. As Lin Yi escorted Yi Qian outside, a thunderous roar echoed from above, followed by the arrival of a colossal aircraft. They exchanged astonished glances, both taken aback by the unexpected presence of a helicopter at that moment. Remarkably, the helicopter landed at the signal tower, which had been constructed atop a mountain. The area had been leveled during the tower's construction, making it a suitable landing site for a helicopter, a rather fortunate arrangement. The resounding roar startled the other villagers, awakening them from their slumber. With expressions of bewilderment and astonishment, some villagers murmured, "Could this helicopter be here to rescue us?" Yet, they hesitated to fully embrace this notion. After all, there was but a single helicopter, capable at most of saving one or two individuals. Moreover, in a world so rife with specters, even if one were to be rescued, where could they possibly go? Nevertheless, Lin Yi remained unconcerned. The pivotal point was that after the helicopter had settled beside the signal tower, it fell silent, as if indifferent to the unfolding events. Someone suggested to old village chief Yang, "Shall we go take a look?" The chief furrowed his brow and replied, "Whether it is fortune or misfortune, we cannot evade our fate. We have been isolated from the outside world for far too long. Since a helicopter has come, we should seize this opportunity to inquire further. Besides, there is strength in numbers." Upon hearing the chief's words, the villagers collectively made their way toward the signal tower. The tower perched atop a nearby low hill, built when the chief was still in his middle age. Fortunately, it had been maintained over the years, but since the onset of the apocalypse, maintenance personnel had vanished, leading to its gradual decay. Upon arrival, the villagers spotted two middle-aged men casually standing atop the helicopter, taking a break. As the villagers approached, the two men lazily opened their eyes and remarked, "You all still dare to come? Let me tell you, this is the only opportunity this week, and in an hour, we will depart without delay." The tone of the two men was decidedly arrogant. The village chief furrowed his brow and inquired, "Where have you come from? What does this 1 hour signify?" One of the individuals responded, "This was announced on the broadcast. What is the matter with your Songyuan village? Hadn't we previously informed you through the broadcast? There will be a weekly opportunity for the exchange of supplies within the confines of the Hongyan Refuge, which, of course, is facilitated by our helicopter flying in and out on the same day. The reason for the 1 hour limit is that if we delay any longer, night will fall. Once darkness descends, our helicopter cannot venture out indiscriminately. In this world, even in the dark, those pests will still be airborne, and there are ghosts as well. These entities are truly omnipresent." The village chief, feeling embarrassed, remarked, "Our village lacks a radio, hence we were unaware of this matter." This revelation caused the helicopter crew to frown, as they had not anticipated that this village was devoid of even a single radio. Subsequently, two individuals descended. One was clad in military attire, wielding a submachine gun. This weapon proved ineffective against specters and black insects, making it evident that it was intended for human adversaries. Clearly, the refuge was also lacking in certain supplies, prompting them to consider various village gathering points. Some individuals intended to barter with them, simultaneously hoping to preserve these vital resources, allowing the villagers to survive as long as possible in the periphery of the refuge. Indeed, it appears that the management of the shelter, perhaps due to its numerous responsibilities, is currently under immense pressure. Each day presents a myriad of spectral challenges, and the staggering number of encounters results in the unfortunate loss of individuals. In an effort to safeguard the remaining populace, the leadership of the shelter has reluctantly devised a plan. They have established a weekly exchange opportunity, utilizing helicopters for transportation, thereby allowing for a round trip during daylight hours and avoiding the perils of the night. This method proves considerably safer than relying on automobiles. Upon disembarking from the helicopter, a man named Li Dahai, who is also the head of the base, converses with the village chief. Another individual present is Zhang Depeo. They emerge from the helicopter bearing an abundance of supplies, including water purifiers, radios, and various construction materials. Holding a radio, they inquired, "You do not possess a radio, do you? How about exchanging this device for something of value?" This radio allows for the reception of messages from the Hanyan shelter, as well as other communications. However, it requires batteries, which are currently in short supply. Should the batteries deplete, further exchanges will be necessary. Upon seeing the radio, the village chief's eyes lit up, prompting him to ask eagerly, "How do we go about the exchange?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Dahai responded, "Let us arrange it this way. For this radio, you shall provide us with 100 talismans in exchange. Each battery costs 10 talismans, and since this radio contains 2 batteries, the total will amount to 120 talismans." The old village chief, upon hearing this, scoffed and remarked, "A radio costs 120 spirit stones. This is not a trade, it's outright robbery." Chapter 37. Visitors from the sanctuary. Even Lin Yi frowned at this exchange method, deeming it excessively domineering, clearly taking advantage of Song Yuan village's lack of resources by pricing everything in spirit stones. Indeed, Lin Yi recognized that Song Yuan village had little to offer. Observing the chief's pained expression, Li Dahai said, "Chief, once we leave this village, there may be no other options. You must understand that this radio is highly sought after in many places." He continued, "We also have candles, jerky, and grains that could be bartered." Subsequently, Li Dahai produced some valuable items. However, the villagers had no use for them, and their prices were exorbitantly high. Were it not for their recent excavation of spirit stones from the mine, they would not have been able to afford these goods. Lin Yi suspected that the people from the sanctuary were aware of their mining activities, prompting them to arrive for trade the very next day. The chief was inclined to negotiate, but felt a pang of reluctance. However, without a radio, he could not access information from the outside world, leaving him in a state of indecision. Lin Yi quietly approached and said, "Chief, do you happen to have any discarded radios? If so, I could fix them up for us, ensuring we do not fall prey to exploitation." The chief was pleasantly surprised by this suggestion and whispered, "Lin Yi, is that truly possible? As far as I know, the villagers still possess some old and used radios. However, they are all broken now. If you could repair these radios, we wouldn't need to barter anymore." Upon hearing Lin Yi's affirmative response, the old village chief felt somewhat relieved. Nevertheless, for Li Dahai, this was merely a task to be completed, indifferent to their discussions. At that moment, some villagers became interested in certain items and approached to exchange for them. Among these items were some medicines, which made Yi Qian eager to acquire them. However, those medicines required several tens of symbol stones, a cost that felt quite burdensome, leading her to forego the exchange. Crucially, Li Dahai had mentioned that other resources could be used for barter, yet the villagers' offerings were deemed unsatisfactory. They primarily sought symbol stones, and Lin Yi keenly sensed that the Hongyan sanctuary was indeed in dire need of symbol stones. Otherwise, they would not be acting in such a manner. After a considerable amount of time, when the last villager exchanged 10 symbol stones for a piece of jerky, Li Dahai waved his hand, glanced at his watch, and stated, "It is time for us to return. In Songyuan, it seems we are exceedingly impoverished, but there is no alternative. We shall come back next week." With that, Li Dahai departed without hesitation. Meanwhile, Zhang Depeo remained vigilant, aware that at this time, they were wary of individuals attempting to seize resources. Furthermore, these resources did not belong to them personally, but rather to the Hanyan sanctuary. Should any losses occur, they would face dire consequences. After waiting for Li Dahai to finish unloading the supplies, Zhang Depeo, accompanied by 2 others, returned to the cockpit with his weapon in hand. Consequently, the helicopter ascended directly into the sky. Observing its receding silhouette, Lin Yi pondered for a moment. It seemed that the higher-ups of the Hanyan sanctuary possessed a certain discernment. After all, the mutual exchange of supplies could significantly enhance the survival prospects for both parties. However, the prices set were rather exorbitant. Initially, Lin Yi refrained from offering his enhanced talismans for trade, fully aware that once he presented such items, not only Li Dehai and Zhang Depeo, but likely the entire Hongyan Sanctuary would dispatch individuals to acquire them. Lin Yi was resolute in not offering his resources for trade until he confirmed his safety. Chapter 38. The exchange of radios. After witnessing the helicopter's departure, the villagers found themselves lingering beneath the signal tower, engaged in hushed discussions for quite some time. Ultimately, they resolved to bring their valuable possessions next week in hopes of exchanging them for supplies from the Hongyan Sanctuary. This time, their departure had been hasty, leaving many unprepared. When Li Dehai returned, he would undoubtedly be astonished, for the villagers had unearthed a significant number of talismans during their recent excavation of the talisman mine, though many had neglected to bring them this time. Given that the signal tower was already somewhat distanced from Area 1, the round trip merely consumed an hour. Observing that no one had departed, the village chief inquired, "Does anyone have a broken radio at home? I can trade something for it." At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in coarse cloth raised his hand and spoke. "Village chief, I possess a radio, albeit a broken one, utterly useless. What would you offer in exchange?" This man, with a sun-kissed complexion and well-defined muscles, was none other than Li the blacksmith from the village. The village chief glanced at him and replied, "How about this? I shall offer 10 rune stones for your dilapidated radio. What say you?" Li the blacksmith scoffed and retorted, "Village chief, Li Dehai is trading a radio for 120 rune stones. I assure you, despite its broken state, it holds at least a value of 50 rune stones." It turned out that Li the blacksmith had observed the helicopter and deemed the strength of the Red Rock Sanctuary commendable. He intended to exchange all his possessions for rune stones, preparing to venture to the Red Rock Sanctuary. Although he had been living reasonably well as a blacksmith in the village, the demand for his skills at the Red Rock Sanctuary was significantly high. After all, in this post-apocalyptic era, chaos reigned in many regions, and everyone sought a weapon for self-defense. Even in Songyuan village, he had forged numerous weapons. However, the opportunities for blacksmithing had dwindled, prompting him to contemplate his future. He believed the Red Rock Sanctuary was an excellent choice. Upon hearing Li the blacksmith's words, the elderly village chief, infuriated, puffed his cheeks and exclaimed, "Li the blacksmith, what nonsense are you spouting? Can you compare this to your own? Your radio is inoperable, yet you demand 50 rune stones. Why don't you go rob someone instead? I possess merely 10 talismans. If you wish to exchange, then so be it. If not, then that's that." "I find it hard to believe that anyone would desire a worthless radio," the village chief declared. In response, Blacksmith Li glanced at the surrounding villagers and proclaimed, "Who wishes to trade for my radio? It is a mere 50 talismans." However, upon his announcement, few responded. Had the radio been functional, perhaps more would have considered the offer. At that moment, Lu Yixiu, who had always been at odds with Li, chuckled and remarked, "Li, the village chief has already offered you a bargain with those 10 talismans. Frankly, your radio is nothing but a piece of junk, cherished only by you. In the past, it might have fetched a decent price as an antique." Lu's words elicited hearty laughter from the other villagers, causing Li's face to fluctuate between shades of blue and red. The village chief, genuinely wishing to assist Li, continued, "Li, have you given it further thought? I must remind you, opportunities like this are fleeting. I remain resolute in my offer. Should you decline, I may well increase my offer next time and acquire something of greater value." In truth, the village chief's interest in the radio was negligible, and considering its status as an antique, any repairs would necessitate further expenditure of his hard-earned talismans, which Li was unwilling to part with. Thus, Li reiterated, "Is there anyone else who desires my radio? Simply bring talismans for the exchange." However, Li the blacksmith inquired around, yet found no interest. The others were simply indifferent. Had it been a quality radio, perhaps they would have shown some enthusiasm. But the issue of the radio's power supply loomed large. The villagers possessed no surplus talismans, and daily exchanges for batteries with these talismans were impractical. Moreover, batteries had become regulated items. Anything related to electrical energy or petroleum was in short supply. Aside from the core areas of major shelters where such items might be found, they were largely scarce elsewhere, bordering on strategic resources. Electricity and energy were necessities for every shelter, arguably even more critical than talismans. Observing the indifference of the crowd, Li the blacksmith donned a cheerful demeanor and said with a grin, "Village chief, since that is the case, name your price, and I shall sell you this radio." The village chief, infuriated by Li's demeanor, nevertheless acquiesced. With the helicopter having departed, the villagers lingering in the square by the signal tower found little amusement and thus descended the mountain in groups. Upon their return to the village chief's home, the chief and Lin Yigong were met by the hurried approach of Li the blacksmith, who clutched a dilapidated radio. It must be said, the radio was in a lamentable state, rusted and shabby. The elderly chief, trembling with anger, exclaimed, "Li the blacksmith, is this the radio you spoke of? How could it be in such a condition? How dare you demand a price, you old fool?" He believed that this radio was quite a rarity, so he remarked, "Village chief, I was already aware of this. We have agreed upon the price, and you must not go back on your word." The village chief hesitated slightly and replied, "Lin, are you certain you can repair it? If it cannot be fixed, perhaps we should forego it?" Upon receiving Lin Yi's affirmative response, the village chief reluctantly exchanged some talismans with Li the blacksmith to procure the radio. For Lin Yi, it was of little consequence. It merely depended on the time required for reinforcement. However, he genuinely needed the item, so he accepted it with some reluctance. The village chief then handed the radio to Lin Yi, and after receiving the talismans, Li the blacksmith cheerfully departed. Meanwhile, Li contemplated what antiques or trinkets he might have at home to trade with the village chief for supplies, as he had already resolved to head to the shelter soon. These items would serve little purpose for him. Chapter 39. The Thorn of Transformation. The village chief expressed his concerns, saying, "Lin Yi, are you truly confident in your ability to repair it? It is in such a poor state that I believe we should have negotiated a lower price. It might cost several talismans, and even Li the blacksmith has made his exchange." The village chief clearly felt that this trade was not worthwhile. Lin Yi smiled and replied, "After all, we have gathered a considerable amount of talismans from our recent excursion to the talisman mine." He continued, "Village chief, it's just a few more talismans. If this radio can indeed be repaired, it would be a significant boon for us." Upon hearing this, the old village chief chuckled and said, "Lin Yi, I have a humble request. If you manage to repair that radio, would you be so kind as to lend it to me for a listen? It has been ages since I last enjoyed the sound of a radio." Lin Yi smiled in response, assuring him that it would be absolutely fine, for it was indeed the chief's assistance that enabled him to acquire the radio in the first place. However, Lin Yi, while reinforcing the radio, felt it prudent to conceal his actions from the chief. He concocted an excuse to take it home for further repairs, and thus discreetly slipped away. Upon returning home, Lin Yi eagerly employed his enhancement skills and discovered that the radio was indeed capable of being upgraded, a process that would require a full day. However, the absence of electricity posed a significant challenge. Fortunately, he retrieved the solar panel he had previously obtained. At that moment, the solar panel proved to be quite useful. The radio was small, leading Lin Yi to carefully cut a piece the size of a fingernail from the solar panel with a knife. He then combined these two elements. Contemplating the connection between the solar energy and the radio, with a bit of sunlight, the radio would be powered. Indeed, the enhancement skill promptly provided a notification. To enhance the solar-powered radio, the required time was 1 day and 5 hours. Lin Yi was overjoyed. This meant he would no longer have to worry about electricity while enjoying the radio in the future. Although the radio could only be used in sunlight, the solar panel also possessed a storage function, making it an acceptable solution for Lin Yi. With this confirmation, he looked forward to acquiring a brand new radio by the next day. Having resolved the issue with the radio, Lin Yi contemplated the matter of fortifying his rune thorns, a cultivatable runic flora of considerable importance to him. Initially, Lin Yi procured a pot and planted the thorns therein. To his astonishment, within merely a day, Lin Yi observed a significant augmentation in the thorns' growth. Remarkably, Lin Yi discerned that the thorns exhibited accelerated growth during nocturnal hours, seemingly eschewing photosynthesis in favor of assimilating a certain energy inherent in the darkness. This discovery engendered further astonishment within Lin Yi, as he had never before encountered such a botanical anomaly. Upon inquiring with the village elder, Lin Yi ascertained that the black thorns were previously unknown to him. Given the sheer multitude of plant species, even Lin Yi, with his prior worldly experience, could not claim familiarity with all flora. Conceivably, the plant's emergence was intrinsically linked to the post-apocalyptic milieu. Hypothesizing thus, Lin Yi occasionally positioned the potted thorns outdoors prior to nightfall, only to find them burgeoning, occupying the entirety of the pot by the subsequent morning. At times, Lin Yi entertained the notion that, if unrestrained, the thorns might proliferate to encompass the entirety of the mountain range. It appeared that the plant's sudden manifestation was either spontaneous or the result of pre-existing flora undergoing mutation due to prolonged exposure to the nocturnal environment. As Lenny contemplated this, his heart sank. Life had already been arduous enough, what with the black disaster insects and ghostly shadows. If the flora and fauna within the mountains were to mutate, even foraging for wild vegetables and traversing would become troublesome. Lin Yi was acutely aware that the path leading to the Talisman Stone Mine was already overgrown with thorns, and given the passage of time, these thorns would proliferate chaotically in the wild. By the time they returned for mining, they would likely have to clear away these thorns, inadvertently increasing their workload. If this situation delayed their journey, potentially leading them to search for the mine well into the night, it could prove fatal for them. Lenny even attempted to burn the thorns, discovering that they were resistant to fire unless doused with fuel, a scarce resource at this juncture. No one would squander fuel on setting fires. Moreover, the thorns were so resilient that hacking at them with a knife was a considerable waste of time. It must be said that dealing with these thorns was rather vexing. However, Lin Yi considered using them as a makeshift fence, which indeed had its merits. A notion he found quite appealing. Yet, each time he handled the thorns, he wore gloves. Although he had access to medication, he could not afford to sustain injuries and had to conserve his resources, wary of unnecessary waste. Just as Lin Yi finished his tasks, Yang Tiantian hurried over. As the elderly village chief's mobility had become limited, rendering Yang Tiantian responsible for most errands. Observing Yang Tiantian panting heavily, Lin Yi hurriedly inquired, "Tiantian, what is the matter? Is something amiss?" He first poured a glass of water for her to help her catch her breath. After taking a sip, Yang Tiantian pointed towards the village chief's direction and said, "Lin Yi, I need your assistance." Recently, many villagers have begun engaging in this activity. Lin Yi furrowed his brow and asked, "What activity?" Yang Tiantian replied, "You're not aware? I believe you should consider joining in." She seemed to be teasing him. Eventually, Lin Yi had no choice but to accompany Yang Tiantian to the village chief's location. Upon arrival, they noticed a mold at the entrance of the village chief's home, approximately the size of a door, surrounded by some cement and sand, as well as a few steel bars. The old village chief was seated nearby. Lin Yi approached him, furrowing his brow, and asked, "Chief, what is going on?" The old village chief smiled and replied, "Lin Yi, we owe you a debt of gratitude for the ironwood door you provided, which has protected us from the onslaught of those dreadful pests. However, the ironwood door has sustained some damage. Consequently, the villagers have decided to use this mold to construct a cement door." Lin Yi recognized that the mold was crafted by carpenter Lu Yishou, while the steel bars were likely provided by blacksmith Li. Utilizing the mold to cast a cement door would indeed address the villagers' pressing needs. It must be said, however, that such a large door might prove rather cumbersome in construction. Even though it was quite inconvenient for the villagers to come and go, it paled in comparison to the importance of preserving life. Chapter 40. The solar-powered radio. Lin Yi contemplated that this was indeed a commendable idea, and out of curiosity, he inquired, "Who conceived of this?" The village chief chuckled and replied, "Well, it was Lu Yishou and Li Taijiang who proposed it themselves." "How so?" Lin Yi asked, intrigued. "They even created a demonstration. The version reinforced with steel bars and cement is truly impressive. Many villagers have already adopted this method. Lin Yi, would you not consider making one for yourself? Your wooden door, I fear, may not suffice. This cement board is remarkably sturdy. I highly recommend it," the old village chief said with a grin. In truth, Lin Yi already possessed a 100mm steel plate and had little regard for these cement boards. To him, such a solution might only provide temporary safety. If the Black Calamity or specters were to evolve further, daily incursions would gradually weaken the cement walls. However, for the villagers, this cement board represented the optimal solution at present. Not wishing to appear overly exceptional, Lin Yi replied to the village chief, "Shall I also create a cement board?" The village chief chuckled softly and then said, My leg is injured, and I am unable to manage this myself. My strength is insufficient. Would you kindly assist us in this endeavor? Oh, and you may use this mold directly." Lin Yi smiled. In truth, this task was remarkably simple. The molds were readily available. All that was needed was to mix cement and sand together, place a few steel bars within the molds, and pour in the cement. After allowing it to set for a day, the cement slab would take shape. Once the village elder finished explaining this process, he promptly expressed his gratitude. He then inquired about the restoration of Lin Yi's radio, to which Lin Yi responded that it would be completed by tomorrow. Upon hearing this, The elder was filled with joy. He was eager to discover what information the radio might contain. Knowing the whereabouts of his son or daughter-in-law would be splendid. For although Yang Tian seldom voiced her feelings, there were moments she deeply missed her parents. The elder was aware that he might not receive any concrete news, but having a general understanding of the outside world would be beneficial, providing him with some reassurance. After pouring the molds, Lin Yi pondered for a moment and decided to make one for himself. After all, everyone else had one, and he did not wish to stand out excessively. Once he completed the task, he refrained from any further activities and remained in front of his house, his eyes fixed intently on his radio, as it was nearing the completion of its enhancement. Just as Lin Yi began to feel a tinge of boredom, a flash of white light emanated from the radio, and before him appeared a brand new device. It must be said, this radio was quite striking, boasting a sleek, aerodynamic design, entirely in black, with a solar panel on the back to absorb sunlight and even store energy. Upon acquiring the radio, Lin Yi was utterly enamored, hastily placing it under the sun to bask in its rays. Once the device had sufficiently charged, he promptly powered it on. Recalling the information provided by Li Dahai, he tuned into channel 66, designated for the Yin shelter. Almost immediately, the voice of a female broadcaster resonated through the radio, and he sat upright. For at long last, he could genuinely listen to the broadcast and glean information from the outside world. The transmission began. We regret to report that a fatal incident occurred last night at the Hanyan shelter. Investigations reveal that it involved a rectangular object. During the night, some workers heard knocking at the door, and despite repeated warnings from the authorities, someone opened it. Consequently, over 100 individuals in the factory lost their lives. The area has since been cordoned off. Unauthorized personnel are advised to stay away. Additionally, we must caution that when encountering a shadowy figure, one should avoid making eye contact. Doing so may result in the figure becoming entangled with you. Furthermore, during the night, one might be lured to open the door by these apparitions. It is recommended that individuals wear earplugs at night and disregard any sounds emanating from outside. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was taken aback, for he had indeed made eye contact with such spirits on several occasions. Cursing inwardly, he lamented the persistent hauntings that visited him each night, realizing that these restless souls were far from dissipating. Subsequently, a message echoed through the broadcast, cautioning listeners not only to avoid making eye contact with the specter, but also to refrain from any form of communication with it. Any actions such as cursing or scolding the apparition would merely provoke its emotional volatility, leading it to haunt one during the night. Therefore, the authorities advised that when encountering the specter, one should flee if possible. If not, taking refuge indoors was the only option. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a cold sweat trickle down his face as he recalled having previously shouted obscenities at the ghostly figure. Had he unwittingly earned its ire? Frustrated, he gritted his teeth, realizing that confronting the specter with aggression was futile. The next time he encountered it, he resolved to hurl a talisman and flee rather than engage. While he understood this specter, referred to as the knocking ghost, was manageable, he was acutely aware of the greater threat posed by its evolved forms, which could spawn additional phantoms, complicating matters further. The broadcast also revealed that those who fell victim to the specter had their personal belongings disturbed. Thus, it was advised to incinerate such items and avoid direct contact, as doing so would render one a target for the ghost. Lin Yi pondered this, noting he had no connections to the deceased in the village, which, in retrospect, hinted at his prescience. However, while Lin Yi felt a sense of relief, Wang Ergu at home was far from pleased. Lately, he had been engulfed in a haze, particularly during the night when an inexplicable chill enveloped him, rendering even the heaviest garments ineffective against the cold. Ultimately, he resorted to burning firewood for warmth, which provided some relief. However, at his rate of consumption, the firewood was far from sufficient. The items Wang Ergu had taken from Aunt Zhao's house remained piled up in his room. Unbeknownst to him, a crimson mark, shaped like a thong, was gradually materializing among these objects. The completion of this mark would herald the end of Wang Ergu's life, a predicament he was entirely oblivious to. Chapter 41. An eerie imprint. It wasn't just Wang Ergu. Even the canned goods the villagers had salvaged from Ma Youwei's house were developing similar crimson marks. In the unseen corners, the entire Songyuan village had unknowingly plunged into a formidable crisis. The villagers were ignorant of the fact that Ma Youwei had been slain by the ghostly apparition, and consequently, everything within his villa had been tainted with an eerie imprint, a fact unknown to the villagers. Even with this knowledge, The canned goods were indispensable provisions. Faced with the choice between starvation and potential demise at the hands of the ghostly apparition, they had to choose the lesser of two evils. At this juncture, Lin Yi was struck by the realization that the only items he had brought from the outside were Ma Youwei's canned goods and the large solar panel. He had already reinforced the stockpile of canned goods, which would have undoubtedly removed the original marks. However, unbeknownst to Lin Yi, a red mark was gradually coalescing on his solar panel in an area he had not inspected. As time elapsed, the villagers gradually discerned certain anomalies. They noticed an increasing chill each evening, particularly after consuming the canned goods. A pervasive sense of unease gripped them even within their homes, akin to confronting wraiths alone in the darkness. Consequently, they were compelled to clutch their talismans for solace each night. Upon receiving this intelligence via the radio, Lin Yi promptly sought out the village elder, intent on relaying the dire news. To ensure his survival within the village, Lin Yi recognized the imperative of minimizing casualties, as a surge in fatalities would only amplify the specter's power and curtail their movements. Gazing upon the vacant dwellings, Lin Yi harbored no desire to venture inside. The village elder, elated by Lin Yi's return with the radio, eagerly joined Yang Tiantian in listening to the broadcast. The broadcast's content, primarily repetitive, evoked a sense of dread in both the elder and Yang Tiantian, who had not anticipated the specter's tenacity. The village elder swiftly rose, exclaiming, "Quickly, assemble the villagers for a meeting. We must impart this information to them. I suspect that those slain by the specter may themselves transform into specters. As it stands, the village is already rife with them." The elder's voice trembled with trepidation. Initially, the villagers regarded the elder's summons to a meeting as an unwelcome imposition. However, after the village head played the radio for everyone, they were all astonished. Wang Ergu, in particular, was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground and burst into tears. "Village head, what should I do? I was blinded by greed and took Aunt Zhao's belongings. I deeply regret it now. Perhaps I should give it to you?" The old village head immediately scolded. "Wang Ergu, what are you saying? I'm trying to help you, but you want to harm me. What else can you do with it? Burn it quickly, unless you want to invite ghosts to your door." Wang Ergu was startled and hurriedly went back with his father to burn all the things he had taken. In Wang Ergu's eyes, these things were no longer treasures, but death warrants. After Wang Ergu hastily left, the villagers chattered among themselves. Finally, the village head said, "Everyone, go home and check. Don't take things you shouldn't, or no one can save you. It's getting late, so hurry back." The villagers looked at the sky, realizing it was getting dark, and they didn't want to waste any more time there. In fact, Wang Ergu was not the only one in the village who had taken things. Sometimes, seeing the houses of deceased villagers empty, they would take things to use. But no one expected these things to be so dangerous. Sending them back was to prepare them to throw away or burn these items, making sure they were not kept at home. However, while some items were discarded or burned, the cans retrieved from Ma Youwei's home remained in the villagers' houses. Some individuals even hesitated to dispose of the empty cans, repurposing them to hold water or grains, and now even for storing talismans. Upon returning home, Lin Yi lit a candle and then brought over the pot of thorns he had cultivated. He placed 2 enhanced talismans at the roots of the thorns, which would require 2 days for enhancement. Though 2 days is not an insignificant duration, Lin Yi clenched his teeth, knowing that once the enhancement was complete, his safety would be significantly bolstered. Soon, a flash of white light enveloped the pot of thorns and the enhanced talismans, indicating that the enhancement process had commenced. Now, all that remained was to wait for 2 days, after which he would possess a new, even formidable plant. At that point, his thorny wall would be nearly complete. However, Lin Yi then glanced at the empty space between the wall, his yard, and his house, realizing that he needed to plant something in that area as well. Thorn bushes would not suffice there, as he needed to traverse that space daily, and planting thorns would only cause him inconvenience. Thus, Lin Yi decided to cover the entire area with turf, which would also be combined with the enhanced talismans. Thus, when the specter attempts to approach Lin Yi, it is akin to a soldier navigating a minefield, leaving these phantoms in a state of torment. It is likely that those of lesser strength would dissipate before even reaching Lin Yi's threshold. Contemplating this, Lin Yi resolved to select the appropriate type of grass to plant within the confines of his courtyard. Ultimately, he decided to venture up the mountain to gather some wild grass, for while it may lack in other attributes, its rapid propagation was undeniable. Once cut, it would swiftly regrow, proving resilient against the specter's depletion. Fortunately, such wild grass was abundant on the mountain, and Lin Yi soon returned with a potful, placing it within his abode to nurture. Once the ruins were upgraded and fortified, he would commence the enhancement of this wild grass. Chapter 42. River Water. As night descended, Lin Yi lit a candle and fashioned a pair of earplugs. He resolved to ignore these specters during the night, dismissing them as if they were mere figments of the imagination. As long as they could not enter, he would be safe. However, just as he was about to don the earplugs, another figure emerged. Lin Yi recognized that this voice was not that of Ma Yue from the past few days, but rather that of Yang Tiantian. He heard her exclaim, "Hurry, Lin Yi, my grandfather is in danger. You must come out and save him." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming urge to curse. He was astonished that the specter would resort to impersonating a young girl, which infuriated him to no end. Just as he was about to unleash his frustration, he restrained himself. It appeared that this specter, having failed to mimic Ma Yue, had now adopted the guise of Yang Tiantian, indicating its evolution as it sought to employ familiar faces against him. Regardless of whether Yang Tiantian outside is genuine or not, Lin Yi finds himself unable to open the door at this moment. He cannot fathom that such a young girl could traverse the treacherous night unscathed. Just as Lin Yi contemplates this, a sudden, piercing scream emanates from outside. "Lin Yi, please save me. The creature out here is terrifying, and I fear it will devour me." Yet, Lin Yi remains indifferent to her cries, which grow increasingly desperate. He muses to himself. It seems she is quite adept at feigning distress. Eventually, unable to bear the cacophony any longer, Lin Yi plugs his ears with earplugs and closes his eyes to rest. Soon, he hears a series of thuds. The ominous black calamity insects have begun to infiltrate once more. Fortunately, he has already lit candles, and as soon as these creatures enter, they are swiftly incinerated. However, Lin Yi notices with concern that the rate at which his candles burn has accelerated significantly. Evidently, the larger insects are becoming more prevalent. As night falls, he discovers that the water supply within the dwelling is dwindling. Since his arrival in this wretched place, he has not indulged in a single hot shower. The scarcity of firewood to heat water is one reason, but he dares not bathe in cold water. Not only is unheated water unusable, but risking a cold could be tantamount to a death sentence in these dire times. It's worth noting that even those in the upper echelons of the shelters outside can only afford a bath every couple of days, and they too must endure the discomfort. At present, Lin Yi pondered whether he could procure a water pump from somewhere. If he were able to obtain such a device, he could potentially extract water from the depths of the earth, thereby alleviating his concerns about water entirely. Although the underground water was far from pristine, and certainly not as safe as river water, he was aware of the peculiar nature of his enhancement skills, which might offer a solution to this dilemma. However, before anything else, he needed to acquire a water pump, even if it were defective. Initially, there was a pile of firewood in his house. Yet Lin Yi found it insufficient each time he attempted to light a fire. Thus, he realized that he had numerous tasks ahead of him. Reflecting on his responsibilities, he identified two essential activities for the following day. First, to fetch water from the river beyond the city, and second, to gather some timber from the mountaintop. He also mused that it would be splendid if he could construct an electric heater. This would eliminate the arduous necessity of chopping wood and the potential dangers that accompanied it. Lin Yi glanced at the solar panel he had brought along, determining that once he completed the enhancement of the rune plants, he would turn his attention to upgrading the solar panel. Naturally, he intended to place the solar panel on the roof, as it was now devoid of any obstructions. By positioning it there, he could harness solar energy. Nonetheless, he planned to remove the solar panel at night to protect it from the lurking shadow insects and phantoms. For this singular solar panel was treated by him with utmost reverence, akin to a treasured possession. As dawn broke the following day, Lin Yi stretched languidly. Upon opening the door, he discovered that the fortified power of the talisman at the entrance had diminished significantly. He shook his head. It seemed that the specters had indeed been thwarted by the talisman last night. Observing the situation, it was evident that the consumption of the talisman was accelerating. Time was of the essence, and he needed to hasten the construction of his safe haven. When Lin Yi finally opened the door, he found nothing outside. Confirming that the apparitions had been at play once more, his gaze fell upon the fence, which had suffered considerable damage, prompting him to prop it up before taking a bucket to fetch water from the small river beyond the village. The river meandered gracefully past Songyuan village, its waters crystal clear and the surroundings picturesque. In a world devoid of apocalyptic fears, he would not have hesitated to pitch a tent here and relish the serene beauty. However, in his current state, he lacked the inclination to admire any scenery. His sole desire was to hastily collect the water and return. Yet, before he reached the riverbank, he noticed several villagers hastily making their way back, their expressions fraught with anxiety. Among them was the blacksmith, Li, whose demeanor was particularly grim. As Lin approached the river, bucket in hand, the villagers quickly surrounded him. Without waiting for him to speak, Li the blacksmith urged, "You should go fetch water." Perplexed, Lin replied, "Li, why are you so concerned? If I'm not fetching water, what purpose do I have at the river?" At that moment, a villager stamped his foot and exclaimed, "Alas, we have arrived too late. The river is completely dry, devoid of a single drop of water. Just now, we observed nothing but silt within the riverbed. The water trapped in that mud is unusable. There are insects lurking within it, and even boiling it would be futile, for the water is too murky to be of any use." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes widened in shock. This news struck him like a bolt from the blue. He had initially thought that the lack of water would merely entail some hardship in fetching water from the river, yet he never imagined that the lifeblood of Song Yuan village, this small river, could be entirely devoid of water. Puzzled, he wondered, how can this be? Even if it hasn't rained for a few days, surely the river wouldn't dry up so suddenly? Li the blacksmith, his face ashen, replied, "The reason the river has run dry is obvious. It must be the people upstream who have diverted its flow. I cannot believe they would act so ruthlessly, leaving us downstream without a single drop. It is tantamount to condemning us to death." Lin Yi's expression darkened at these words. Chapter 43. The pumping machine. Lin Yi could hardly fathom the extent of the upstream people's callousness. This meant that the upstream area was undoubtedly a large refuge. Having just arrived in this world, he was unfamiliar with its intricacies. However, Lin Yi surmised that the refuge upstream could very well be the Red Rock Refuge, where many individuals resided, suggesting that even their water supply was strained, prompting them to sever the river's flow. Yet, Lin Yi believed such actions were unjustifiable. The river was extensive, and there were numerous places downstream, not merely Song Yuan village alone. In each village, only a handful of individuals struggle to survive, often relying on the river for their very existence. When the upstream is abruptly obstructed, it directly jeopardizes the livelihood of the downstream villagers. In this post-apocalyptic world, everyone is already enduring immense hardships, yet there are still those who instigate further turmoil. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's expression fluctuated between hues of anger and despair, leading him to inquire, what can be done? The river has run dry, and they have no access to water. The notion of drilling for well water seemed utterly impractical, as the wells were infested with dark, repugnant insects, rendering them unfit for use. Reflecting on the predicament, Lin Yi contemplated two potential solutions. The first was to collect dew each morning, while the second was to await the heavens to bestow rain, allowing him to store water. Currently, Lin Yi's household had a meager supply of stored water, and he secretly hoped for a torrential downpour to sustain him for a few more days. If he could obtain a water pump and enhance its capabilities, he would no longer need to fret about the peril of water scarcity. However, his primary concern remained how to navigate this dire challenge. Yet, Lin Yi was not one to blindly accept the villagers' words. He resolved to approach the riverbank for a first-hand assessment. What was once a picturesque riverside had long vanished, leaving behind a desolate scene devoid of water, revealing only mud. A scant layer of water bubbled weakly atop the muck, presenting a dismal sight. This water was far too perilous to consume. Although purification and boiling might yield some benefit, the effort would demand excessive firewood and energy he simply did not possess. Thus, a group of individuals departed, their spirits dampened. As soon as they departed, news about the river running dry swiftly spread. At that moment, the village chief and Yang Tiantian wore expressions of deep concern. The village chief, with a hint of worry, remarked, "Lin Yi, what shall we do? Are we simply to await the rain to replenish our water supply?" Lin Yi shook his head and replied, "Village chief, at this juncture, what else can we do? If rain does not grace us from above, we have no choice but to wait. However, I still have a small reserve of water that should last us another 2 or 3 days." The village chief and Yang Tiantian exchanged glances. While they had a bit of water left at home, their consumption had increased due to the two of them. Reluctantly, the village chief ventured out to barter for additional water, utilizing talismans as currency. Then Lin Yi inquired, "Village chief, Do you think this predicament was orchestrated by the Red Rock Sanctuary? After a moment of contemplation, the village chief responded, "It is indeed a possibility. Considering the number of people at the Red Rock Sanctuary, they could easily construct a dam during the day. Unfortunately, this leaves us, the downstream residents, in a dire situation." Lenny then asked, "Village chief, do you know if any villagers possess a water pump?" The village chief shook his head. "Lenny, I am unaware of such matters. Moreover, even if a water pump exists, it would be futile. Attempting to draw groundwater is a fruitless endeavor, as it yields nothing but insects." Lin Yi was acutely aware that the underground water was no longer accessible. However, acquiring a water pump had become of paramount importance to him. Thus, he reluctantly traversed the village once more, only to discover that no one possessed such an apparatus. He contemplated venturing to Ningchuan or the Hongyan shelter. Yet the prospect seemed daunting, as the journey could extend into the night. Consequently, he abandoned this notion, resigned to await the next opportunity to trade with the individuals from the Hongyan shelter, hoping for a stroke of luck in obtaining a water pump to alleviate his pressing dilemma. Chapter 44. Yi Qian's assistance in the days that followed. Lin Yi resolutely limited himself to a single cup of water daily, refusing to squander the precious resource, which had become invaluable in his current circumstances. Just as he began to ponder strategies to navigate the impending challenges, Yi Qian hurriedly entered. Clad in form-fitting jeans and a professional ensemble that accentuated her demeanor as a career woman, she stood at the doorway, hesitating for a moment before gently knocking and inquiring, "Are you inside? May I come in?" Lin Yi furrowed his brow, glancing at his watch to confirm the daylight outside, and opened the door, saying, "Dr. Yi, what brings you here?" With a hint of embarrassment, Yi Qian replied, "Lin Yi, could I possibly ask for your assistance? I find myself at a loss for help from anyone else." Upon hearing Yi Qian's request, Lin Yi furrowed his brow. However, Yi Qian's dignified and beautiful appearance was quite pleasing to the eye. Furthermore, they had previously engaged in business dealings, and her medical expertise, particularly in treating injuries, was invaluable to Lin Yi. Establishing a connection with Yi Qian was an opportunity Lin Yi wouldn't dismiss. He resolved to hear her proposal before making a decision. "Dr. Yi," he inquired, "what assistance do you require from me?" Yi Qian, with a hint of timidity, responded, "Could you, perhaps, instruct me in replicating the patterns on that runestone? Despite my diligent study, my attempts have only resulted in increasing dizziness, as if my very mental essence were being drained." Lin Yi was enlightened, realizing that this was the purpose of Yi Qian's visit. It was understandable, given her intelligence and academic background, that she had recognized the immense value of the enhanced runestone. However, Lin Yi himself had never drawn the patterns, let alone instructed someone else. After all, he had created them using his enhancement skill. Attempting to draw one himself would likely exhaust his mental reserves. Therefore, he cleared his throat and said, "Dr. Yi Qian, I regret to inform you that this is a closely guarded secret, one that I cannot disclose at this time." Lin Yi deliberately remained enigmatic. Yi Qian's face betrayed her disappointment, but she forced a smile and said, "I understand. I apologize for my impetuousness. Rest assured, I shall not inquire about this secret again. Recently, I utilized their mold to cast a cement door slab. However, the slab is excessively heavy, rendering me unable to lift it. Could you assist me?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yi recalled that Yi Qian's door was also wooden, pondering how this petite woman had managed to endure thus far. Observing Yi Qian's evident anxiety, he surmised she was indeed in distress. Yi Qian continued, "Can you help me? I fear my door cannot withstand the night. If I do not secure this cement slab, I might." In her agitation, she stamped her foot. After all, at just over 20 years of age, she was in the prime of her youth, and the thought of perishing so unjustly was intolerable to her. Lin Yi contemplated for a moment before responding, "Very well, Dr. Yi, I shall accompany you." Yi Qian expressed her gratitude profusely, even offering to exchange some medication with Lin Yi. Intrigued, he accepted her pharmaceuticals and discovered that they could indeed be enhanced, boasting potency far superior to their original efficacy. For instance, certain hemostatic medications, when amplified, required merely half a dose for immediate effect, a far more efficient alternative than undergoing a full treatment regimen. At this juncture, Lin Yi promptly gathered these items. Yet his enhancement skills were still in the process of upgrading. Thus, he resolved to first upgrade the runic thorns before enhancing these medicines. The infirmary was not far away. Upon arriving, Lin Yi and Yi Qian discovered that a cement slab had indeed been poured at the entrance, albeit in an uneven manner, with one side raised and the other lowered. It was evident that Yi Qian had no expertise in this task, as her efforts seemed rather haphazard. Nevertheless, the slab appeared to be quite sturdy. Together, Lin Yi and Yi Qian exerted considerable effort to prop the cement slab against the door of the infirmary. Yi Qian smiled, relieved that she would finally be safe for the night. However, the wooden door had long been in disrepair, without the cement slab. It was uncertain whether she could survive until evening. With a light-hearted smile, Yi Qian suggested, "Why don't you come in and have a seat?" The invitation from such a beautiful doctor prompted Lin Yi to contemplate before he acquiesced. The infirmary was rather spacious, featuring a bedroom adjacent where Yi Qian could rest. Otherwise, she would have nowhere to stay. Yet, aside from the blocked entrance, Lin Yi observed that other areas of the premises were also somewhat dilapidated. At that moment, he noticed 2 talismans on Yi Qian's desk, intricately engraved with complex runes. Yi Qian, displaying a sense of pride, retrieved the talismans and remarked, "Lin Yi, these are my own creations, but they are nowhere near the effectiveness of yours." Lin Yi examined them closely, acknowledging Yi Qian's meticulousness. Her runes were indeed more intricate than others, yet they paled in comparison to his own. However, Lin Yi conducted an experiment and found that Yi Qian's actions were not entirely fruitless. At the very least, the energy contained within her talismans was significantly greater than that of others, albeit slightly inferior to his own. This discovery left Yi Qian elated, and she could only imagine the sensational impact her findings would have if revealed to the world. Yet, she could not fathom why Lin Yi chose to keep such matters concealed. He believed that maintaining a low profile in this apocalyptic world was prudent, serving as a means of self-preservation. Lin Yi also advised Yi Qian to remain silent about this affair. If anyone inquired, she should merely claim that she had stumbled upon it. After hearing this, Yi Qian reluctantly agreed. After observing for a while, Lin Yi departed, as the night had fallen. At that moment, Yi Qian opened her mouth, wishing to ask Lin Yi to stay with her, but the words caught in her throat. Chapter 45. The Infernal Radio. Yi Qian was uncertain of Lin Yi's thoughts, and as a woman confronting phantoms and dark pests in the dead of night, she gradually felt overwhelmed. Especially after the previous night, when a phantom had mimicked Lin Yi's voice to tempt her into opening the door. Had she not been quick-witted, she might have unwittingly complied. This was precisely why Yi Qian had rushed to find Lin Yi that morning. First, to ascertain his safety, and second, to persuade him to stay with her during the night. Unfortunately, Lin Yi had his own responsibilities to attend to, making it impossible for him to remain. Nevertheless, as a doctor equipped with her own skills, Yi Qian knew that should Lin Yi sustain any injuries, he could still seek her assistance. Upon returning home, Lin Yi exhaled a sigh of relief, for the dusk had already settled. Each evening, even before darkness enveloped the sky, a sinister aura pervaded the village, instilling a sense of imminent peril. Aside from the fleeting encounters with a few villagers while fetching water during the day, he had not seen anyone emerge since. It seemed that everyone preferred the safety of their homes at this hour. Consequently, upon his arrival, Lin Yi promptly secured the door and lit a candle. After a modest meal, he felt satiated, though he had only consumed half a cup of water. Until the issue of water supply was resolved, he was determined not to squander his precious resources. Simultaneously, Lin Yi intended to venture out at dawn to gather dew. This task was no trifling matter. While droplets of dew would accumulate in the forest by morning, traversing to collect them would consume considerable time. Moreover, the early hours posed potential dangers, and by the time the sun fully ascended, the moisture would evaporate entirely. Thus, he found himself constrained to a brief window of opportunity for dew collection. That night was shrouded in silence, disrupted only by the scuttling of dark insects. Feeling a twinge of boredom, Lin Yi hastily switched on the radio, seeking its sound to dispel the encroaching darkness, though he understood that the radio could not engage in conversation. However, Lin Yi felt that he should not heed certain voices and should spend this silent and dreary night alone, a night fraught with danger. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the radio crackled incessantly tonight, emitting a raspy sound. It is worth noting that this radio had been enhanced, indicating a signal issue. Lin Yi furrowed his brow and remarked, "This is not how it usually is at night." Just as he was about to turn off the radio, a horrifying scream suddenly emanated from it, startling him profoundly. Following that, a wretched female voice pierced through the static. "Lin Yi, please open the door and save me. I am outside. Please help me." Lin Yi stood frozen in place, for the voice unmistakably belonged to Yi Qian. He glanced repeatedly at the door, yet there was no sign of anything amiss. Still, the radio continued to echo Yi Qian's desperate cries for help. At that moment, Lin Yi noticed that the reinforcement talisman he carried was rapidly losing energy, clearly indicating that something sinister was approaching him. Suddenly, with a loud bang, one of the talismans shattered, while the energy of the other plummeted. Lin Yi jumped in surprise and hastily switched off the radio with a decisive snap. However, to his astonishment, the radio refused to turn off. He even unplugged it. Yet the chilling cries persisted. This time, Lin Yi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He realized that if the radio's cacophony continued unabated, he would undoubtedly meet his demise within the confines of his own room that night. Aware of the peril he faced, Lin Yi realized he had drawn the attention of something spectral. It seemed that even the radio should remain and used at night, but regret was futile at this juncture. A growing weariness washed over Lin Yi, and he perceived the room's illumination to be gradually dimming. With gritted teeth, knowing that opening the door was out of the question, he hastily kindled a roaring fire with the remaining firewood. Without hesitation, he cast the radio into the conflagration, regardless of the effort he had invested in enhancing it. To Lin Yi, it was inconsequential. His sole desire was to silence the infernal device. Chapter 46. The missed Lin Yi had no time for contemplation. He was compelled to resolve the immediate predicament. As for the loss of the radio, he could always dedicate time to enhancing another. After all, while superior radios were costly, inferior ones were easily procurable. Furthermore, Lin Yi resolved to pursue an enhancement that would shield radios from the interference of spectral shadows. Glancing around, Lin Yi wiped the perspiration from his brow. Fortunately, the radio had not been fortified against fire. Upon being cast into the flames, it gradually melted, and the sounds emanating from it diminished until they vanished altogether. Only when the radio had been completely consumed, reduced to ashes, did Lin Yi breathe a sigh of relief. This single evening, due to his imprudent use of the radio, had cost him 3 enhanced runestones, leaving him unnerved. Fortunately, as a precautionary measure, he habitually carried several runestones on his person, even within the confines of his dwelling, never removing them. Unbeknownst to him, this habitual action had saved his life. At this moment, Lin Yi slowly observed the radio melting away, feeling a sense of safety wash over him. He exhaled deeply, having just experienced a suffocating sensation. Realizing that had he hesitated any longer, he might have perished within the confines of his own home. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. The methods of attack employed by these phantoms were manifold and exceedingly bizarre. Lin Yi felt that his understanding of the specters was insufficient. He needed to diligently gather more information regarding them. Throughout that night, he dared not blink, as the burning would never once ceased. Although the radio had been completely consumed by flames, Lin Yi refrained from extinguishing his campfires out of caution. The loss of the radio weighed heavily on his heart, especially since he had acquired it merely 2 days prior. It seemed he would have to seek out another opportunity to find a replacement. When dawn broke, Lin Yi hurriedly disposed of the ashes from the burnt radio outside. However, upon opening his door that morning, he was met with a faint mist wafting through the village. This ethereal haze filled the air, instilling in him a sense of impending danger. After surveying his surroundings and finding no other disturbances, he quickly fetched a cup to collect dew from the forest. Uncertain of when it might rain, Lin Yi resolved to gather a water source while the opportunity presented itself. In order to be cautious, Lin Yi carried 4 enchanted talismans, which provided him with a modicum of reassurance. However, the task of gathering dew proved to be arduous. After an entire morning's labor, he had only managed to collect half a cup. Moreover, the dew was unfit for direct consumption. It required purification and boiling before it could be utilized. Unbeknownst to him, as he collected the dew, he found himself at the edge of a small river. There, in the midst of the water, he discerned a pale shadow, which from behind bore a faint resemblance to a woman. A chill ran down Lin Yi's spine. He did not believe that any villager would venture alone to the center of the river at this hour. The riverbed was muddied, and he could clearly see that no footprints marred the surface. Thus, it became evident that what he beheld was not a living person, but rather a spectral apparition. The realization sent a shiver through him. To encounter a ghost in the early morning was unexpected. He gripped the talismans tightly. The specter by the riverside slowly turned its head. From a distance, Lin Yi observed that it was cloaked in long hair, rendering its face invisible, leaving him in the dark regarding its true appearance. Tentatively, he took a few steps back, Yet the ghostly figure in the river clearly noticed him, and soon began to levitate. The sight of a ghost in broad daylight sent Lin Yi's heart racing. Without a second thought, he turned and fled. However, the specter relentlessly pursued him, its ability to fly allowing it to close the distance swiftly. With no other option, Lin Yi hurled a talisman toward it. The talisman pierced directly through the spectral figure, which emitted a heart-wrenching wail. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt as though his eardrums might shatter. The talisman, having traversed the ghostly form, silently disintegrated into dust behind it. Lin Yi sensed an overwhelming strength emanating from the apparition. It was formidable indeed. It appeared that the more powerful the specter, the longer it could withstand the light. Seizing this opportunity to create distance, Lin Yi was consumed by a singular thought. He needed to escape swiftly. The specter's onslaught intensified, seemingly astonished that a living person could inflict harm upon it. Suddenly, the ghost lunged toward Lin Yi with alarming speed, nearly driving him to tears. He hurled another talisman to deflect the specter's attack. With each talisman he cast, he managed to increase the distance between himself and the haunting figure. However, his supply of talismans was dwindling rapidly. At this rate, he would soon find himself bereft of any means of defense. Desperation clawed at Lin Yi's heart as he sprinted towards the village. Initially, he had contemplated seeking refuge with the village chief, but given the chief's own precarious situation, he realized that doing so would only lead the specter to the chief and Tian, potentially resulting in dire consequences. As for Yi Qian, he shook his head. She could offer him no assistance. With this realization, Lin Yi understood that he must rely solely on himself. Gritting his teeth, he charged towards his own home. After all, there were still some runestones in his chamber, which could at least provide a temporary defense. However, the mist in the woods seemed to linger there exclusively. When Lin Yi emerged from the forest, he noticed that the spectral figure remained within the fog, reluctant to venture out. Lin Yi immediately felt relieved, realizing that the white mist was indeed peculiar. At that moment, although the white mist in the village had dissipated, it persisted within the woods. No wonder he had felt a chill upon entering the forest earlier. Naturally, Lin Yi dared not re-enter at this point. If he were to go back in now, he would undoubtedly be torn to shreds by the specter. With lingering fear, Lin Yi hurried back home. Chapter 47. Escape from the mist upon returning home. Lin Yi collapsed onto the table, gasping for breath. The scene he had just witnessed was truly terrifying. Lin Yi resolved to remind the village chief in the future that no one should venture out when the white mist appears in the morning. In his opinion, the white mist must be blocking the sunlight, granting these spectral figures a certain range of activity. He simply hadn't anticipated his misfortune in encountering a specter while collecting dew. Speaking of dew, he picked up the cup and examined it, discovering that much of the half-cup of dew he had collected had been lost during his frantic escape. Now, only a tiny amount remained. Lin Yi shook his head helplessly, set the cup down, and then went to find the old village chief. After such an ordeal, it was already late morning when Lin Yi arrived at the village chief's house. However, it is peculiar that, even as midday approaches, the mist within the woods shows no sign of dissipating. When Lin Yi arrived at the doorstep of the village chief's home, a considerable number of people had already gathered. At that moment, the villagers appeared anxious, and the atmosphere was rather solemn. Lin Yi, upon his arrival, quietly inquired, "Chief, what has transpired?" The village chief sighed and replied, "What else could it be? Another household in the village has gone missing." Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Chief, what happened?" At that juncture, Lu Yishou interjected, "All right, what is the situation?" Zhang Laosan went out early this morning to collect rainwater, accompanied by his wife and child. However, when we recently ventured to check, we were nearly frightened to death upon encountering a ghostly figure. Had we not fled swiftly, we would have vanished without a trace. Yet, Zhang Laosan, confident in his abundant talismans, sought to gather more dew and ventured deeper into the forest. Now, he is yet to return, and none of us dare to enter again, especially with the mist still lingering in the woods. What if we encounter another ghostly apparition? After hearing this, Lin Yi glanced around, and the village chief, Lao Yang, elucidated his concerns, also sighing. Zhang Laosan has a family to support, and perhaps water supplies were running low, prompting him to search for dew in the woods. However, once he entered, he ventured deep within, and as of now, he has not emerged. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's heart sank. If Zhang Laosan were merely an ordinary villager, Lin Yi would not have felt particularly concerned. However, The crux of the matter is that Zhang Laosan is the sole candle maker in the village. Should he perish, the village will be plunged into darkness, left with no choice but to burn firewood. Yet, procuring firewood presents its own dilemma, as one must venture into the woods to chop or gather it. Alas, the forest is now shrouded in a thick fog that deters anyone from entering, including Lin Yi, who recounted his previous encounters to the village chief. With a heavy sigh, the old chief remarked, "It is fortunate that I intended to go this morning, but my mobility issues prevented me. It seems I have narrowly escaped a grim fate." At that moment, the chief, still gripped by trepidation, realized the woods had transformed into a forbidden zone. Chopping trees now posed a significant risk of encountering the spectral apparitions, and no one would gamble with their life. Lin Yi was acutely aware of the peril that nightfall brought. Devoid of light, relying solely on talismans was utterly inadequate. Both the ghostly shadows and the dark plague insects were formidable adversaries, relentlessly depleting the villagers' resources. It appeared to be a race against time to see who could endure the longest. As the villagers engaged in animated discussion, a sudden cry pierced the air. "Chief, Zhang Laosan is returning from the woods." The onlookers turned to see Zhang Laosan, his body marred with wounds inflicted by tree branches, his clothing nearly reduced to tatters. Yet, he emerged alone, his wife and children conspicuously absent, leaving their fate uncertain. Old Zhang knelt on the ground, weeping inconsolably. I lament. Why did I ever bring you out here? Now, even the daylight hours are fraught with peril." His wails resonated with profound anguish, prompting some villagers to offer solace. They recognized his intrinsic value to their survival and were wary of him succumbing to despair or, worse, taking his own life. Some kept a close watch, lest he attempt self-harm, for even in death, the secret of his candle-making craft must be preserved. It was a grim testament to the villagers' hardened pragmatism in the face of the apocalypse. They viewed everything through the lens of survival, their senses dulled to the devastation and loss that had become commonplace. Old Chuan approached and patted Zhang's back, saying, "Old Zhang, it's not your fault. None of us could have foreseen this sudden white fog. How did you manage to escape? Are you certain your family is lost in those woods?" Zhang nodded tearfully. I had more rune stones. Whenever those spectral figures approached, I would hurl a handful at them. But my wife and children were too weary, and the phantoms overtook them. I tried to carry them out, but my wife, she pushed me to safety, sacrificing herself. His words dissolved into another torrent of grief. Lin Yi remained silent, realizing the near-fatal cost of a mere dew collection expedition. Yet he, too, was not without his own burdens and close calls. Lin Yi even berated the Red Rock Sanctuary, deeming it exceedingly selfish. Were it not for their interception of water sources, the entire Songyuan village would not have found itself in such dire straits. Lin Yi glanced at Zhang Laosan's talisman, which merely bore some ordinary runes. However, Zhang Laosan possessed a considerable quantity of these talismans, which would ultimately support his return. The crowd hastily offered their consolation until Zhang Laosan expressed his intent to avenge his family, at which point they collectively exhaled in relief. Nevertheless, some remained apprehensive and hurriedly exchanged candles with Zhang Laosan to avoid a potential shortage. Where there was one, there soon followed another. Before Zhang Laosan could fully emerge from his sorrow, he was besieged by a throng of villagers clamoring to trade for his candles. Reluctantly, Zhang Laosan acquiesced and exchanged some candles, with even Lin Yi and the village chief joining in the trade. In truth, Lin Yi did not place much value on these candles. He merely sought to allocate sufficient time to reinforce his solar panels and subsequently establish a lighting system within his dwelling. By that time, Lin Yi believed he might be the sole individual among the surrounding villages capable of harnessing electricity. Chapter 48, Reinforcement Pills. The remarkable aspect of this power source was its cleanliness and efficiency, providing a continuous supply. If it were not for the overly large blades of the wind turbine, Lin Yi would have pursued one. Otherwise, he would have aspired to acquire a wind generator. Of course, a nuclear reactor would be even more advantageous. With a nuclear reactor, Lin Yi felt confident that his energy concerns would be resolved, allowing him to remain comfortably ensconced within his safe house indefinitely. He merely deemed it improbable. For within the vast expanse of Huaxia, only Longqing seemed to possess a nuclear reactor. It was estimated that across the entire blue planet, there were perhaps only 4 or 5 large sanctuaries housing such reactors. The notion of Lin Yi acquiring a nuclear reactor was nothing short of fanciful. However, his aspirations were not excessively lofty. If a reactor was unattainable, then perhaps procuring some nuclear waste would suffice. Yet, the time required for enhancement would likely be astronomical. After some contemplation, he ultimately relinquished the idea. For the time being, he decided to focus on deploying the solar power generator. The plight of Zhang Laosan served merely as a reminder to the villagers. Yet, the sorrow of Zhang Laosan was one he had to endure alone. For in an environment rife with insecurity, no one had the luxury to concern themselves with his emotional state. Nevertheless, some of his external injuries were treated by Yi Qian. Of course, Zhang Laosan refrained from using talismans, as Yi Qian required some candles. He then inquired with the village chief regarding the matter of radios. However, the villagers possessed only a single broken radio, belonging to Blacksmith Li, and none others were available. Consequently, he surmised that he would have to wait for Li Dehai from the Hongyan Sanctuary to arrive with a helicopter for resource exchange, at which point he could inquire about the availability of radios. When Linny returned home with the candles, he was suddenly struck by a flash of white light. And to his astonishment, the thorn bush he had nurtured turned entirely white. Uncertain whether it was merely an illusion, Linny discovered that the leaves and stems of the white vines were adorned with intricate, minute runes. When these runes were interconnected, they resembled the runes found on the floating stones. This revelation filled Lin Yi with elation, for it indicated that his rune thorns had finally reached completion in their enhancement. With his enhancement skills once again at his disposal, he wasted no time, applying them entirely to the candles and runestones. He resolved to accumulate a greater quantity of candles, intending to enhance them along with the runestones before venturing to fortify other items, as these two consumables had seen considerable usage of late. However, with the rune thorns now at his command, he believed that his future consumption of rune stones might diminish. For instance, each night, when the specter lingered outside his door, seeking entry, he found himself expending nearly one enhanced rune stone to repel these ghostly apparitions. Yet, with the presence of these rune plants, as long as the specters were not excessively powerful, the rune thorns could effectively obstruct them. With this newfound advantage, Lin Yi did not linger idly. He promptly gathered the rune plants and planted them beneath his fence. It was noteworthy how swiftly the thorny plants thrived once acquired. After planting them all, he finally exhaled in relief. He then cast a glance at the fog-laden forest, which now stood as a forbidding zone for him. Following the events of the day, not a single villager dared to venture into its depths. Lin Yi faced a troubling predicament. He could no longer collect the dew. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the Symbol Stone mine is also nestled within the woods, which suggests that mining for symbol stones will pose a significant challenge in the future. However, the existing symbol stones can sustain them for a month or so. Yet, after a month or two, they will still have to venture into risky endeavors to extract more. The uncertainty of what may transpire in a month's time loomed large in Lin Yi's mind, causing him a throbbing headache. Simultaneously, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. His limbs felt weak, as if he were utterly depleted of strength. He struggled to remain standing and hastily leaned against the wall to sit down. Lin Yi shook his head in bewilderment, questioning how he had suddenly arrived at this state. At that moment, he recalled whether he had fallen victim to some trick of the phantom shadow. He promptly grasped the symbol stone in his hand. However, the stone showed no signs of change, indicating that it was not the phantom shadow at play. Could it be that he had been poisoned? With a helpless sigh, Lin Yi opened his eyes and inspected the dew he had collected today, which was barely enough for a single sip. To his dismay, the once pristine dew now bore traces of black substances at the bottom of the cup. Upon seeing this, Lin Yi cursed aloud, suspecting the mist to be toxic. Having inhaled the forest mist today, he undoubtedly had ingested these harmful substances as well. He quickly filtered the water with a purifier, and indeed, the filtered water regained its crystalline clarity. It appeared that these toxic substances could be entirely eliminated. With this realization, he heaved a sigh of relief and swiftly retrieved the medication that Yi Qian had given him. At this juncture, having just metamorphosed into a candle, he stowed it away and extracted a modicum of the medicinal substance. Subsequently, he designated a specific trajectory for its augmentation, aiming to transmute it into an antidote against the toxins within the mist. Predictably, after a brief interval, the enhancement incantation proffered a notification. The medicinal substance was amenable to amplification, albeit necessitating 5 hours. 5 hours, an unexpectedly protracted duration, furrowed Lin Yi's brow. Evidently, the toxins permeating the mist possessed considerable potency. It was only due to his limited inhalation earlier that day that he had managed to avert succumbing to the miasma. Even in the absence of spectral apparitions, For the present, he remained indoors, abstaining from any excursions, and assumed a meditative posture to recuperate. As night descended, he ignited the candle. However, the interim while awaiting the drug's enhancement proved to be an agonizing ordeal. Concurrently, he discerned that the mist seemed to be inducing a gradual paralysis of his cerebral nerves, engendering a sensation of somnolence. Nonetheless, he recognized the imperative of remaining vigilant, as succumbing to slumber would likely portend his demise before the subsequent dawn. Consequently, each time he felt himself drifting into unconsciousness, he would inflict a sharp puncture upon his thigh, persisting until the area became a sanguinary tableau. In the nocturnal hours, the enhancement of the medicinal substance finally reached its culmination. The resultant concoction bore a superficial resemblance to its predecessor. However, while the original medication provided by Yi Qian had been white, the enhanced version manifested as viridescent pills. The verdant hue of these pills instilled a sense of trepidation within Lin Yi upon beholding them. Chapter 49. The gas mask. Lin Yi examined a pill, noting that its verdant hue resembled a leaf deftly molded into a round shape. Upon this observation, he furrowed his brow, questioning the utility of such a creation derived from skill enhancement. Would it prove to be of any use? Nonetheless, a profound discomfort gnawed at him, compelling him to clench his teeth and ultimately resolve to consume it. Upon swallowing the pill, Lin Yi's perspective shifted dramatically. Unlike the bitter medications he had previously endured, this pill was surprisingly crisp and possessed a subtle sweetness, reminiscent of enjoying candied beans. After finishing it, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy as his eyes narrowed in bliss. In a world such as this, where even a single piece of candy could be deemed a luxury, relishing this fortified pill as a confection was a small, yet significant pleasure. Moreover, it must be noted that the effects of this enhanced pill were quite remarkable. Almost immediately after ingestion, the troubling symptoms he had experienced vanished entirely, restoring his senses to their normal acuity. Suddenly, he recalled the daily fog that enveloped the village each morning. Unlike the persistent mists of the forest, the village's fog dissipated only with the rising sun. If this fog harbored toxic substances, it became imperative for him to craft a gas mask. Resolutely, Lin Yi gathered materials such as charcoal, filter cotton, rubber, plastic bottles, and rope, ready to embark on his task. Lin Yi was naturally unaware of how to craft a gas mask, yet he recalled certain materials essential for its creation. At present, his sole focus was on gathering these materials as comprehensively as possible. This would enable him to enhance them. The more raw materials he procured, the shorter the time required for the enhancement, as opposed to directly attempting to forge a gas mask. Once Lin Yi had sufficiently fortified the materials, a prompt finally emerged regarding his enhancement skills. The gas mask could be fortified with an enhancement duration of 4 hours. He breathed a sigh of relief. 4 hours was manageable, and by dawn the next day, the gas mask would likely be complete. Indeed, perhaps due to the enhancement pills Lin Yi had consumed, he found himself unusually invigorated, hardly managing to sleep throughout the night. However, he had resolved not to indulge in such medication again, as the delectable green pills, while enticing, needed to be rationed. Fortunately, he had a total of 10 enhancement pills, having consumed merely one himself. He intended to deliver some to the village chief, Old Yang, and offer 2 to Dr. Yi Qian, hoping that the enhanced medication might elevate her medical skills. By the following morning, a brand new gas mask lay before Lin Yi. Upon donning it, he discovered that the mask was remarkably light and did not impede his breathing at all. After inspecting it further, he closed the door. Well aware that the mist could harbor specters, he had no intention of venturing out to meet his demise. It was only after the village's mist had entirely dissipated that Lin Yi would venture out. He calculated the time, waited another couple of hours, and consumed some sustenance. When the village's fog had mostly cleared, Lin Yi donned his gas mask, preparing to depart. Chapter 50. Verdant Waters. It must be acknowledged that Lin Yi was exceptionally cautious at this juncture, perhaps even excessively so. The instant Lin Yi affixed the gas mask, he discerned that even after the dispersal of the village's mist, some deleterious substances had inevitably settled. These noxious elements were subtle. However, due to the enhanced properties of Lin Yi's gas mask, he detected this minute alteration. Lin Yi ambled around the village. Yet scarcely any villagers had opened their doors at this hour. Lin Yi journeyed for a considerable duration without encountering many individuals. It was not until midday that he sporadically sighted 1 or 2 people. By this time, Lin Yi had arrived at the village chief's residence. The village chief, Lao Yang, had his gate firmly shut. Lin Yi rapped on the door and was greeted by a flushed Yang Tiantian, who opened the door. Yang Tiantian's eyes were bloodshot, and upon observing this, Lin Yi inquired, "Tiantian, what ails you? Have you fallen ill?" Yang Tiantian steadied herself and articulated, "I am uncertain. Ever since the village was shrouded in mist this morning, each time I ventured out, I experienced a wave of discomfort. Consequently, I have refrained from going out of late. However, grandfather has also been confined to his bed, suffering greatly." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's heart sank. It appeared that Lao Yang and Yang Tiantian had indeed succumbed. Thus, he promptly stated, "Tiantian, please escort me inside to take a look." When Lin Yi and Yang Tiantian entered, they found old Yang lying in bed, clearly in distress. Yang Tiantian, feeling anxious, said, "Brother Lin, I will seek Sister Yi Qian's assistance for my grandfather. Please keep an eye on him for me." Just as she was about to leave, Lin Yi grasped her arm firmly and replied, "Tiantian, there is no need for such haste. Rest assured, both of you have been poisoned, but I possess an antidote." Upon hearing this, Yang Tiantian was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Brother Lin, I never knew you could heal." Lin Yi smiled in response. Although he was not a healer, his enhanced abilities certainly could help. He then inquired, "Tiantian, where is your family's water source?" Yang Tiantian pointed towards a water vat, and Lin Yi approached to discover it contained very little water. Nevertheless, after pondering for a moment, he produced a green pill and dropped it into the vat. Initially curious, Yang Tiantian watched as the water transformed into a greenish hue. Despite her trust in Lin Yi, she couldn't help but feel apprehensive about the bowl of green liquid before her. Quickly, she asked, "Brother Lin, what are you doing?" Lin Yi chuckled and explained, "Tiantian, this is an antidote I just acquired. The mist in this village is toxic, so unless you have a gas mask, it's best to avoid going outside. However, your poison isn't severe. A sip of this antidote will suffice." Yang Tiantian's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this really the antidote? She instinctively lifted a cup of the liquid and brought it to her nose to take a cautious whiff. Although it may appear somewhat peculiar, upon inhaling the essence, Yang Tiantian felt a significant alleviation of her discomforting symptoms. A renewed sense of vigor surged within her, and she realized that Lin Yi had not deceived her. Summoning her courage, she took a sip of the potion, her eyes widening in astonishment as she discovered its efficacy. After consuming the elixir, Yang Tiantian felt markedly lighter than before. Elated, she exclaimed, "Brother Lin, it truly works. I must hasten to give some to my grandfather." Without delay, she rushed to administer a few sips to old Yang. Previously, due to the excessive inhalation of the noxious mist, old Yang felt as if he were on the brink of death. However, after being detoxified by the potion, he managed to open his eyes. Lin Yi quickly conveyed the situation, prompting old Yang to sigh heavily. Alas, the current environment is indeed becoming increasingly dire. If not for your timely provision of medicine today, I might have perished right here. I wonder when these trying days will finally come to an end. Old Yang's demeanor reflected a growing pessimism regarding the present circumstances. Lin Yi distributed several more pills, instructing them to dilute with water should any further issues arise. Given that his supply of medicine was dwindling, he was relieved that the enhanced potions possessed potent effects, allowing a single pill to suffice for multiple uses when dissolved in water. After confirming that both old Yang and Yang Tiantian were stable, Lin Yi hurriedly set out to seek Yi Qian. Arriving at Yi Qian's doorstep, he called out repeatedly, yet received no response. At that moment, Lin Yi furrowed his brow, pondering where Yi Qian could have possibly gone. Chapter 51. The Secret Formula. However, Yi Qian's absence from home held little significance for Lin Yi. He resolved to seek out another individual, Zhang Laosan. After all, Zhang Laosan had ventured into the woods alongside Lin Yi and was the last to emerge. This indicated the considerable quantity of mist he had inhaled. Last night, Lin Yi had suffered immensely, and without any fortifying elixirs, he doubted his own survival. Given the substantial amount of vapor Zhang Laosan had absorbed, Lin Yi felt it prudent to assess Zhang Laosan's condition at this juncture. Of course, Lin Yi's intention was not to rescue Zhang Laosan. Their relationship was merely transactional. Lin Yi's motive for visiting Zhang Laosan was to facilitate an exchange. He believed that with his current supply of antidotes, he could barter for some essential resources from Zhang Laosan. Presently, his most pressing need was for supplies, as he required ample provisions until his energy system was resolved. At this moment, Lin Yi possessed a mere 4 candles, which fell short of his requirements. Nonetheless, He was reluctant to squander his existing resources and saw this as an opportune moment to test his luck. Upon arriving at Zhang Laosan's abode, Lin Yi was taken aback to find Yi Qian present. He speculated that Yi Qian had been summoned by Zhang Laosan, who was likely suffering greatly from the effects of the toxins and required her assistance for treatment. At that moment, Zhang Laosan writhed on the bed, appearing to endure tremendous agony. Meanwhile, Yi Qian was indeed busy to the point of perspiration, administering injections and medication to Zhang Laosan. Yet his condition showed no signs of improvement. Lin Yi watched as the medications were utilized, feeling a twinge of sorrow. If these drugs were to be enhanced by him, their efficacy would be immense, yet at this moment, their use seemed a lamentable waste. Upon noticing Lin Yi, Yi Qian nodded slightly before resuming her treatment of Zhang Laosan. After all, as a physician, the exchange of medication for supplies by Zhang Laosan did not lessen her sense of responsibility. If she failed to heal him, guilt would surely weigh upon her conscience. Just as Yi Qian prepared to administer another dose, Lin Yi could no longer bear to watch and swiftly intervened. Yi Qian frowned and queried, "What are you doing? If this toxin remains unpurged, he may not have much time left. Please do not waste my time." Lin Yi furrowed his brow and replied, "Dr. Yi, to my knowledge, this medication seems ineffective against such toxins, does it not?" In a state of urgency, Yi Qian wiped the sweat from her brow and responded, "Lin Yi, this toxin is exceedingly peculiar. I have attempted several different medications with no success. I intend to try once more. If this fails as well, I shall have no choice but to concede defeat." After speaking, Yi Qian felt a profound sense of helplessness and disappointment. The circumstances were indeed dire, leaving her with only the capacity for basic first aid. Whether Zhang Laosan would survive was now a matter left to fate. Upon witnessing the situation, Lin Yi hastily remarked, "Dr. Yi, perhaps you could leave this medicine to me. I believe my remedy could save Zhang Laosan." He then produced a green pill from his possession. Initially, Yi Qian had not given much thought to Lin Yi's words. But upon seeing the drug, her eyes widened in astonishment. She confidently held the green pill to her nose and took a whiff. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "What makes this medicine so potent? I have never encountered such a substance before. Could it be a novel pharmaceutical?" Yi Qian's astonishment was warranted, as Lin Yi consistently managed to surprise her. He shrugged nonchalantly, for such occurrences were trivial to him. At that moment, Yi Qian smiled and declared, "Now there is hope. Zhang Laosan need not perish." With that, she prepared to administer the medicine to Zhang Laosan. However, Lin Yi had indeed taken the drug down. Yi Qian, somewhat perplexed, asked, "What do you mean by that?" Lin Yi furrowed his brow and responded, "Zhang Laosan, can you hear me?" At that moment, Zhang Laosan grimaced in pain. Yet upon sensing a glimmer of hope, a spark of optimism flickered in his eyes as he bravely nodded despite his agony. Lin Yi continued, "If you wish to take my antidote, you must offer something in exchange. What do you have to trade?" "The only items I possess are food and candles." Zhang Laosan's voice emerged as a hoarse whisper, indicating that his throat had also suffered damage. Lin Yi furrowed his brow and then spoke, "Zhang Laosan, I do not desire food at this moment. Instead, you may exchange candles with me." At that moment, Zhang Laosan was eager to obtain the antidote, so he hastily replied, "All right, how many candles do you require?" "I can offer you 10. Will that suffice?" Lin Yi shook his head and remarked, 10 candles are insufficient. For this is a matter of life and death. Moreover, it won't take you long to produce another 10 candles, will it?" Zhang Laosan, his voice hoarse, responded, "What if I offer you 15 candles? To be honest, I only have 20 remaining, and I must reserve 5 for myself." However, Lin Yi remained noncommittal, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, which only served to frustrate Zhang Laosan further. Zhang Laosan then inquired, "How many candles do you suggest? I can replenish your supply later." Lin Yi shook his head once more, stating, "Zhang Laosan, I do not require an abundance of candles. I merely request that you share the method of their creation. This must be a family craft of yours, is it not? In truth, in this era, retaining such skills is of little use. They hold value only in this fleeting moment, for once this opportunity passes, it shall be lost." Yi Qian observed in silence, for in these times, no one would selflessly save another. Everyone sought to maximize their own resources. Thus Lin Yi's actions were not without justification. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Laosan gritted his teeth and declared, "Very well, I shall barter with you, but I am currently unable to move. Could you assist me in retrieving the candles?" At this moment, Lin Yi, under the guidance of Zhang Laosan, retrieved a cherished secret formula from his bedside cabinet. Sensing that he had achieved his objective, Lin Yi smiled faintly, carefully stowed away the candle's recipe, and then handed the medicinal pill to Yi Qian. Yi Qian, dissolve this medicine in water and administer it to Zhang Laosan. It should save his life, he instructed. Without delay, Lin Yi hurried off to test his secret formula. Chapter 52. The exchange of candles. Yi Qian gazed at Lin Yi's departing figure, then glanced at the pill in her hand. She realized that she was increasingly perplexed by Lin Yi. In haste, Yi Qian dissolved the elixir in water and presented the bowl to Zhang Laosan. Indeed, Lin Yi's remedy proved remarkably effective. After consuming the potion, Zhang Laosan experienced a swift recovery. At that moment, he shakily rose to his feet. Zhang Laosan, are you all right? Yi Qian inquired. Zhang Laosan's spirit had revived somewhat. Dr. Yi, I feel fine now. This medicine is truly remarkable. Although I have parted with the secret formula, at least I have salvaged my life. Noticing that Zhang Laosan still appeared somewhat frail, Yi Qian instructed him to rest well at home before she departed. Upon stepping outside, she discovered that Lin Yi had already vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Lin Yi returned home, eager to examine the candle's secret formula. He found it to be quite straightforward, albeit with certain ingredients that were rather elusive to procure. The creation of candles necessitates the use of soy wax, paraffin, or beeswax, the latter of which must be extracted from beehives. However, the pursuit of bees at this moment is quite challenging. Paraffin is a chemical substance, and it appears that it is only available in the shelters of larger cities. On the other hand, soy wax is relatively accessible. Acquiring soybeans is notably easier than obtaining other materials. Yet, soybeans are currently classified as food, and Lin Yi finds himself without any. He suspects that Zhang Laosan may still possess some raw materials, though likely in limited quantities. Fortunately, with the secret formula at his disposal, Lin Yi will be able to craft candles as soon as he acquires the necessary ingredients. Thus, he has effectively resolved the issue of candle production. Lin Yi is also contemplating the possibility of exchanging the candles he creates for other resources. After enhancing the runic thorns, he has dedicated the remaining time to improving both the runestones and the candles. Presently, the most pressing concern is securing a water source. Recently, Lin Yi has observed the sky, noting the absence of rain, which poses a significant challenge for him during this period. 2 days later, while Lin Yi was engaged in enhancing the runestones, the sudden roar of helicopters outside filled him with excitement. It seemed that individuals had arrived from the shelter to exchange goods. Lin Yi quickly gathered his candles and runestones, along with 2 sets of gas masks and 3 water purifiers he had crafted in recent days, all of which he intended to barter with Li Dahai for supplies. When Lin Yi arrived, he found that many villagers had already gathered in the open ground beneath the signal tower. On the helicopter, Li Dahai and Zhang Daba remained as they always were, silent for the moment while the villagers busied themselves exchanging supplies. Everyone appeared quite satisfied, and Li Dahai felt relieved that their trip had not been in vain. Upon meeting the people from the Hongyan shelter, Lin Yi inquired about the water source. After listening to him, Li Dahai sighed and replied, "We are helpless regarding this water source. The Hongyan shelter has a large population, and water resources are tightly controlled. If one wishes to obtain water, they must exchange their contribution points or purchase it with talismans." Understanding the scarcity of water resources, Lin Yi realized that the upper echelons of the Hongyan shelter certainly held water supplies in their grasp. Consequently, ordinary individuals would have to navigate through them to acquire water, revealing the underlying interests at play. The village chief, standing nearby, quickly represented the villagers by inquiring about the Songyuan River. Upon hearing this, Li Dahai shook his head and said, "Previously, we did take some water from the Songyuan River, but we did not construct a dam. Now, we can barely sustain ourselves, and we lack the capacity for that. Moreover, to my knowledge, not only has the Songyuan River dried up, but other rivers have as well. Currently, everyone is in need of water. We can only hope for rain. Furthermore, the forest is shrouded in mist, and the fog in the wild is even thicker. So it would be wise for you to refrain from entering when you have the chance." Upon hearing this, the village chief let out a bitter smile, remarking that villagers had already perished in the mist. Naturally, no one was inclined to venture into the fog at this moment. Subsequently, Lin Yi produced a water purifier and inquired, "Li Dahai, what do you think of this water purifier? Would it be possible to exchange it for a radio?" Li Dahai examined the water purifier in his hand and casually replied, "This purifier is quite impressive, even superior to those in the shelter. However, to trade for a radio, this single purifier would be insufficient. Lin Yi then presented another water purifier, saying, "Surely, with these two purifiers, I could secure a radio?" Li Dahai frowned at this and responded, "How about this? 2 purifiers along with 10 talismans in exchange for a radio. You are aware of the current scarcity of water resources. Very few are willing to part with such a fine purifier." Lin Yi acquiesced to this arrangement, though the talismans he offered were unenhanced. After receiving the purifiers and talismans, Li Dahai, brimming with excitement, produced 2 batteries and said, "Young brother Lin, would you like these batteries? If so, you might consider bringing another set of purifiers." Lin Yi shook his head and replied, "I have no more purifiers, but I do possess candles. Would you be interested?" "Candles?" Li Dahai scoffed slightly, although candles were indeed in high demand at the Red Rock shelter, given that the meager electricity available was monopolized by the upper echelons of the shelter. Most commoners still rely on candles, and the training ground utilizes them as well. However, Li Dahai exhibited a lack of enthusiasm for candles. He subsequently remarked, "Brother Lin, it's not that I'm disparaging them, but candles are exceedingly commonplace. Even the Hanyan Sanctuary has numerous workshops producing them, while my batteries are a scarce commodity. Every single one is precious. To offer candles in exchange seems rather disrespectful to the value of batteries." Lin Yi chuckled softly and replied, "Brother Dahai, do not be hasty. Would you care to examine my candles before reaching a conclusion? What makes these candles so special?" Li Dahai scoffed, with a knowing glance. Lin Yi produced his candle and lit it, instantly capturing Li Dahai's attention. "Quickly, extinguish that candle. Lighting it during the day is sheer waste," he exclaimed. "Brother Lin, do you have any more of these candles? If you can spare 2, I shall gladly exchange them for my batteries." Chapter 53, The Detector. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi nodded, recognizing that Li Dahai had an eye for quality. However, during this exchange, Zhang Depeo remained silent, his gun raised and an expression of vigilance on his face. Although these villagers posed no threat, Zhang Depeo's demeanor suggested he was on high alert, catching Lin Yi's attention. It seemed that Zhang Depeo might be a veteran or perhaps a special forces operative. In truth, batteries were not of paramount importance to Lin Yi, yet he was keen to possess them for a while, especially since his supply of solar panels was limited. Lin Yi exchanged several batteries with Li Dahai, using 2 reinforced candles as currency. As Li Dahai handed over the radio and batteries, he cautioned, "Little brother, do not turn on the radio at night. Shadows of ghosts abound after dark, and even the slightest radio wave may become tainted by their presence." Lin Yi smirked at this warning. He had already encountered such phenomena himself, and it was rather amusing that Li Dahai chose to mention it now. However, during his previous encounters, no one had offered him a radio, which Li Dahai had naturally refrained from bringing up. At that moment, Li Dahai's keen eyes caught sight of something within Lin Yi's backpack, prompting him to inquire, "Little brother, what else do you have in that bag? Do show me." He added reassuringly, "Rest assured, I have a variety of items available for exchange." Lin Yi glanced inside and replied, "There is nothing here that piques my interest, but if you happen to possess a water pump, I would be keen to make a trade." Li Dahai furrowed his brow at this request. While he did not have a water pump on hand, he knew there were several in the shelter. However, he also recognized that such an item was of little use at present. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Brother, the water pump is certainly negotiable. You may come by next time. But tell me, do you have anything valuable to offer for exchange right now?" Lin Yi pondered briefly before retrieving 2 enhanced gas masks from his backpack. The moment he unveiled the masks, even the usually impassive Zhang Depeo's eyes widened in astonishment, while Li Dahai began to exhibit signs of excitement. Li Dahai spoke with palpable excitement. "Brother, is this truly a gas mask? How do you still possess one?" "To speak candidly, there are toxins permeating the fog everywhere. We always feel a sense of trepidation when flying. A gas mask would certainly alleviate our concerns." Lin Yi furrowed his brow and inquired, "Doesn't your base provide you with a few gas masks?" Li Dahai responded with a wry smile. "These gas masks are reserved for the high-ranking officials. As mere workers, we aren't afforded such luxuries. Brother Dahai, I wonder how effective your gas mask is." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt compelled to test the efficacy of the mask, so he replied with a smile, "Why not give it a try and assess its worth?" Li Dahai promptly donned the gas mask and, after a brief trial, clutched it tightly, unwilling to part with it. Gritting his teeth, he asked, "Brother, how much do you intend to sell this gas mask for?" "Rest assured, regardless of the price, I am eager to exchange for one." Li Dahai realized that Lin Yi's gas mask was remarkably effective, lightweight, and providing superior protection compared to the inferior items he had previously utilized. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi suggested, "How about this gas mask for 200 talismans?" 200 talismans? Such a considerable amount. Li Dehai widened his eyes, astonished by the plethora of talismans before him. He was unable to part with such a significant quantity, especially considering that talismans had become a scarce commodity. Reluctantly, he waved his hand and remarked, "Brother, you may not be aware, but talismans are exceedingly difficult to acquire nowadays. One single talisman can be exchanged for a multitude of items. The forests are now shrouded in dense fog, and the mining areas are enveloped as well. For us to venture into those mines has become tenfold more challenging. And that is after suffering considerable losses in personnel. To be frank, the people at the base have started to conserve their talismans." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Indeed, the situation aligned with his expectations. During such fog-laden times, the difficulty of extracting talismans had escalated by several levels. It seemed that his previous venture with the villagers to mine for talismans had been the last of its kind. The next time they attempted such an endeavor, it was likely to end in disaster. However, having crafted a reinforced gas mask, Lin Yi was reluctant to part with it at a low price, as it had been enhanced with special skills, rendering it superior to ordinary masks. Li Dehai observed the situation, his expression fluctuating between hope and despair. He understood that without something to pique Lin Yi's interest, a trade would be impossible. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved a white wristband from his pocket. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, perplexed by the nature of the object before him. At that moment, Zhang Depeo interjected, "Li Dehai, are you truly considering exchanging this item?" Li Dehai clenched his teeth and replied, "Indeed, such an excellent gas mask must be mine. To be frank, a member of my family suffers from pulmonary issues and can no longer endure these mists." Upon hearing this, Zhang Depeo fell into a contemplative silence, for he was aware that Li Dehai's wife was afflicted with a lung disease, which had only worsened since the onset of the fog. Acquiring this gas mask could alleviate some of her suffering. It was evident that Li Dehai was resolute. Although a gas mask could not cure a lung ailment, it could provide his wife with a modicum of relief, which Li Dehai deemed worthwhile. Noticing the solemn expressions on their faces, Lin Yi inquired with curiosity, "What is this item? Is it truly valuable?" Li Dehai glanced at Lin Yi and explained, "This object is a device developed by the Dragon Country Research Institute to detect ghostly apparitions. Whenever a ghostly presence is nearby, it emits a red light. The intensity of the light signifies the level of the apparition's threat." He then posed the question, "So, would you consider this exchange?" Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, and even the village chief and the surrounding villagers gazed at the device with rapt attention. They were taken aback to discover that it was a detector for ghostly apparitions. It was easy to surmise the immense value of such a device, leaving Lin Yi astounded that Li Dehai was willing to part with it for an exchange. Even Lin Yi found his breath quickening, a tremor of excitement coursing through him. With the acquisition of the ghost shadow detector, enhanced by his own skills, it transcended the mere function of a simple monitoring device. Lin Yi vowed to obtain this remarkable item at all costs. Chapter 54, Rune Plants. Lin Yi declared, "Brother Dezai, I have made up my mind. I am willing to trade for this item." Upon hearing this, Li Dezai breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Very well. But Brother Lin, your 2 gas masks are insufficient." Reluctant to part with the ghost shadow detector, which he held tightly in his hands, Lin Yi inquired, "What else do you require? I am willing to exchange anything I possess." After a moment of contemplation, Li Dezai proposed, "In that case, I will need 2 gas masks and an additional 200 runestones, and the detector will be yours." Lin Yi pondered for a while before reluctantly agreeing. Fortunately, during his previous expedition to the runestone mine, he had acquired over 400 runestones. However, after spending 200, he would only have a little over 200 remaining. Meanwhile, the villagers, including the village chief, Old Yang, directly exchanged runestones with Li Dezai for various necessities. Once the villagers ceased their exchanges, Li Dezai gathered the items and hastily piloted his helicopter back to the Red Rock Sanctuary. In his own words, the dangers of daylight were escalating, and he needed to return promptly. On this day, Lin Yi emerged as the one who benefited the most. With the ghost shadow detector in his possession, his chances of survival during future excursions had significantly increased. Lin Yi could hardly contain the joy swelling within him. Upon returning home, he eagerly set about enhancing the spectral detector. He was filled with anticipation regarding how the device would evolve after his modifications. At that moment, The village chief scratched his head, expressing his sentiments. Lin Yi, with this invention, life will be considerably easier from now on. Even Tian Tian and Yi Qian approached, with Tian Tian curiously trying the bracelet on her wrist, while Yi Qian examined it from various angles. However, since this device was of utmost necessity to Lin Yi and there was only one, he naturally intended to keep it for himself. It was likely that similar devices could be found within the Red Rock Sanctuary, but acquiring them would entail some form of sacrifice. In truth, the gas mask and water purifier were contraptions of his own making, while the runic thorns, solar cells, and enhancement runestones remained his trump cards. Contemplating this, Lin Yi resolved to enhance more items that would benefit everyone, facilitating future exchanges. The villagers cast envious glances his way, yet no one uttered a word, acknowledging that each pursued their own path. After all, Lin Yi had invested his own resources to acquire these tools, a luxury not afforded to the others. They could only watch as he took away the ghostly detector. Satisfying the curiosity of Tian Tian and Yi Qian, he finally stowed the detector away, bid farewell to the old town chief, and hurried back home. Upon his arrival, he immediately began the enhancement process on the spectral detector. He chose the path of enhancing the sensitivity of the ghost shadow detector, incorporating specific metrics and enabling proactive sensing. The enhancement skill provided a prompt indicating that it could be upgraded, with a duration of 3 days. Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief. To him, 3 days was indeed worthwhile. He immediately began the process of enhancement. Subsequently, he equipped the newly exchanged radio with batteries and tuned in to the broadcast. Although the radio was functional, it paled in comparison to his previous one. This thought filled Lin Yi with a sense of regret. Yet he found himself powerless in the moment. He resolved to enhance the radio after completing the upgrades to the ghost shadow detector. Once Lin Yi finished all his tasks, a piercing scream pierced the air from outside, followed by a torrent of curses. He glanced at his watch. It was still daytime, and the voice was unmistakably that of Wang Ergu, whose booming voice was highly recognizable. What was Wang Ergu doing outside his door? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi flung open the front door to find Wang Ergu writhing on the ground, his body entangled in thorns. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yi felt no sympathy for Wang Ergu's plight. Instead, he experienced a flicker of delight, realizing that his thorns could actively attack humans, which was indeed promising news for him. Moreover, Wang Ergu was clearly not a reputable individual. The runic thorns had initially been intended for dealing with ghostly apparitions, but they proved equally effective against petty thieves. Blood oozed from Wang Ergu's legs, yet he merely attributed his misfortune to bad luck, oblivious to the thorns beneath him. Upon seeing Lin Yi approach, Wang Ergu expressed his surprise, saying, You actually returned so swiftly? Don't you typically linger at the village chief's house for a while during the day? Lin Yi, noting Wang Ergu's keen awareness of his whereabouts, let out a cold laugh and replied, Wang Ergu, why should my comings and goings concern you? However, you, standing before my residence, what exactly do you intend to do? Wang Ergu, undeterred, insisted, Do you still have a gas mask? I possess talismans and wish to exchange them. Lin Yi shook his head, stating, I do not have a gas mask at present. When I do, I shall inform you. Ah, right, a complete gas mask costs 50 talismans. If you lack that amount, then there's nothing to discuss. Upon hearing this, Wang Ergu felt a pang of regret, but replied, Very well, 50 talismans it is. When can I expect delivery? I urgently require the gas mask. Lin Yi frowned, realizing Wang Ergu intended to venture out. It was evident that Wang Ergu had come to pilfer something. As no fool would attempt thievery under the cover of night, such deeds were only feasible by day. Wang Ergu had indeed timed his visit quite accurately, but Lin Yi was preoccupied with hastening back to reinforce his ghostly detection device. After Wang Ergu managed to rid himself of the thorns, they agreed upon a time to meet, and he limped back home. At this moment, being injured was no trivial matter, and Wang Ergu needed to hasten home for treatment. Lin Yi observed the rapid growth of his thorns, estimating that it would not be long before he could encircle a section of land before his door. Certainly, Lin Yi has also planted the rune grass in front of his own door, but it has only grown to the size of 1 square meter for now. It is estimated that it will take another 10 to 15 days for it to fill the entire yard. Chapter 55, The Secrets of the Villa. However, Lin Yi is not in a hurry. After all, this matter requires gradual enhancement. Today's visit from Wang Ergu served as a reminder. It appears that the rune thorns can ward off ghostly shadows, and it is prudent to guard against malevolent individuals as well, for one must remain vigilant against potential threats. Lin Yi believes he ought to bolster the security system within his abode. With the advancement of rune enhancements and the establishment of rune grass, the safety around his residence has significantly increased. Now, Lin Yi fears the possibility of unwelcome intruders entering his home. Thus, he resolves to design some traps around his property upon completing the enhancements for the rune detector. Should these individuals overstep their bounds, Lin Yi would not hesitate to ensure that they do not return. Just as Huang Ergu departed, a young man stealthily approached. Upon seeing this individual, Lin Yi furrowed his brow. The man, named Qi Cheng, also hails from Song Yuan village. However, Qi Cheng now appears gaunt, with his chest pressed against his back. As if starved to the point of emaciation, it is evident that he has been enduring hardship of late. Moreover, his sunken eyes and pronounced dark circles suggest a state of grave illness. Lin Yi instinctively distanced himself and said, "Qi Cheng, if you have something to say, you may do so from there." He firmly positioned himself to block Qi Cheng from crossing the fence. Initially, Qi Cheng had intended to enter, but the thorn-covered brambles gave him pause, as he sensed there was something peculiar about them. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Qi Cheng remarked, "I heard you actually redeemed a specter detector today. That's quite a valuable item." Lin Yi and Qi Cheng were not well acquainted. Lin Yi only knew that Qi Cheng was an apprentice of Lu Yishou. In the village, some young people with limited education would seek out artisans as masters. But Lin Yi's knowledge of Qi Cheng was limited to this. Hearing Qi Cheng's abrupt statement, Lin Yi responded with a forced smile, "Indeed, it's quite useful." Qi Cheng paused for a moment, then inquired, "Could I possibly trade something for your specter detector? I'm willing to offer you anything you desire. Would 1,000 runestones suffice? However, not at this moment, as I don't possess that many. In a few days, I can provide you with as many as you wish." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi frowned. Qi Cheng immediately wanted to exchange for his specter detector. Even if the specter detector wasn't currently being enhanced, Lin Yi wouldn't part with it. Furthermore, Lin Yi wouldn't consider Qi Cheng's method of bartering on credit, even if he had the items in hand. Lin Yi nearly chuckled in exasperation, replying, "Qi Cheng, if there's nothing else, perhaps you should wash up and retire for the night. It will soon be dark." However, despite Lin Yi's scornful remarks, Qi Cheng did not take his leave. Instead, he implored, "If you could lend me the detector for just a day, I have a significant purpose in mind. I have uncovered a secret that requires your ghostly shadow detector. Should I succeed, it will undoubtedly yield substantial profits." Lin Yi shook his head in refusal. Given Qi Cheng's current state, he had no inclination to lend the ghostly shadow detector for any secretive exploration. Thus, Lin Yi responded, "Qi Cheng, I am afraid I need the detector for my own use. Even if you offered 1,000 talismans, or even 10,000, I would not part with it. This matter is settled. Unless you have pressing business, you should attend to your own affairs." Lin Yi had long anticipated that, upon acquiring the ghostly shadow detector, there would be those in the village who would covet it. Yet, he never expected the first to emerge would be Qi Cheng. Lin Yi held little regard for Qi Cheng as a person. Upon hearing this, Qi Cheng continued to plead desperately, even resorting to relentless persistence in his attempts to persuade Lin Yi. Nevertheless, Lin Yi remained steadfast in his refusal, eventually shutting the iron door firmly. Seeing the iron door close, Qi Cheng gritted his teeth in frustration. As night fell, he departed hastily, leaving Lin Yi's doorstep enveloped in tranquility once more. By nightfall, Lin Yi noticed a marked increase in the stillness surrounding his home, allowing him a much-needed respite. Perhaps due to the growth of the rune thorns, the night felt significantly quieter than before. Concurrently, Lin Yi scrutinized the runic detector, noting its inactivity, which suggested a night devoid of spectral visitations. Following this tranquil night, Lin Yi opened his door the next morning, his pupils contracting in astonishment. He discovered a pair of dark footprints imprinted upon his square meter of runic turf. The grass beneath the imprints appeared as though scorched, withered, and lifeless. Lin Yi realized that the previous night had not been without its ghostly presence. Rather, the spectral entity had been intercepted by the runic flora, though not without the plants sustaining damage. Fortunately, these runic grasses possessed the ability to regenerate, promising a full recovery within a few days. Lin Yi was greatly satisfied, reassured that his enhancements were progressing in the right direction. He hastened to inspect his hedgerow, where he observed that half of the once white brambles were blackened as if by fire. Regrettably, Lin Yi had to prune the charred runic thorns to allow the remaining plants to sprout anew. It appeared the ghost had first encountered the runic brambles and then trod upon the runic turf, which significantly weakened it, causing it to dissipate before reaching Lin Yi's doorstep. By the time Lin Yi completed these tasks, it was midday. After consuming some nutrient paste, he prepared to leave, only to find a throng of villagers gathered at the entrance, chattering animatedly. Lin Yi furrowed his brow and proceeded to investigate. At this moment, information holds great significance. Though it is said that the safe house is relatively secure, it remains essential to gather intelligence from the outside world. Lin Yi stood listening for a while, ultimately expressing his astonishment. What are you talking about? How did Qi die? Lin Yi was indeed taken aback, especially since Qi had come to borrow the ghost shadow detector late yesterday. Fortunately, he had not lent it out. Otherwise, with the man's demise, where would he retrieve the detector from? At this juncture, the village chief, Old Yang, stated, "We discovered Qi Cheng's body in front of Ma Youwei's villa. He perished right at the entrance of Ma Youwei's home. It is unclear what he intended to do there. Could it be that Ma Youwei's residence harbors some secrets?" At this moment, all eyes turned to Lu Yishou, for Qi Cheng was his apprentice. The villagers speculated that Qi Cheng's visit to Ma Youwei was likely at Lu Yishou's behest. However, Lu Yishou's expression fluctuated between gloom and fury. Lin Yi observed this and mused. Could it be that Qi Cheng had ventured out without Lu Yishou's knowledge? Chapter 56. Cremating the corpse. Lu Yishou clenched his teeth and remarked, "What can you all say? Qi Cheng sought his own demise. What does that have to do with me? He must have stolen my key and gone to Ma Youwei's house alone." Lin Yi, curious, inquired, "Did Qi Cheng run out of food? What business could he possibly have at Ma Youwei's place?" At that moment, Lin Yi suddenly recalled why Qi Cheng had requested to borrow the ghost shadow detector. He had indeed intended to go to this very location. Lu Yishou's eyes flickered, darting around as he spoke. Qi Cheng intends to procure weapons. When we visited Ma Youwei's villa, he was present as well. It is inconceivable that he could have consumed everything in such a short span of time. In my opinion, he must be planning to retrieve weapons from Ma Youwei's residence. Upon hearing Lu Yishou's words, the villagers were taken aback. After all, Ma Youwei was merely a businessman. How could he possibly possess weapons? Under the villagers' pressing inquiries, Lu Yishou felt that the truth could no longer be concealed. The crux of the matter was that Qi Cheng had betrayed him, and Lu Yishou saw no reason to shield him any longer. In truth, he held little affection for this apprentice, viewing him merely as a laborer. Lu Yishou continued, "I reside quite close to Ma Youwei, and I am aware that he acquired a handgun in his early years, kept within his own room. On one occasion, I inadvertently let it slip, and Qi Cheng must have taken note of it. I suspect he remembered it ever since. Today, following his demise, I made a point to investigate, only to discover that my previous key has long been missing. If I can locate his corpse, perhaps I might find my key by searching the area. That key can unlock Ma Youwei's villa." After Lu Yishou finished speaking, he clenched his teeth in frustration. Even the surrounding villagers began to express their dissatisfaction with Qi Cheng, with some audaciously proclaiming that his death was well-deserved. The villagers viewed Ma Youwei's villa as a potential refuge, believing that the remaining provisions within were intended for them, interpreting this as the affluent individual making a contribution to their plight. However, they had not anticipated that Qi Cheng would take such drastic measures. The key had been removed, and Qi Cheng met his demise right in front of Ma Youwei's villa. The villagers were left pondering whether to retrieve the key or not. Previously, everyone had aimed to claim the key for themselves, but it was evident that Qi Cheng had fallen victim to a spectral entity. Consequently, the key must surely be tainted by the essence of this ghostly presence. If they were to take the key, they risked being contaminated, potentially endangering their very lives. At this juncture, all eyes turned to the village chief. The elderly chief furrowed his brow upon hearing this and then remarked, regardless of the circumstances, "We should first investigate the villa. Moreover, Qi Cheng's body must be cremated. It cannot remain exposed." The villagers accepted the chief's proposal, recognizing the gravity of the situation. However, Lin Yi contemplated the fact that Ma Youwei possessed a handgun. If he were to enhance this firearm, wouldn't it significantly bolster his own chances of survival? Especially if he could fuse the handgun with talismans. Would the modified weapon then be capable of inflicting harm upon the specter? The existing arsenal, be it explosives or artillery shells, had proven largely ineffective against these eerie beings. Presently, the remaining factions across various nations were researching methods to imbue shells with the power to counteract spectral forces, yet progress was slow and results scarce. Nevertheless, Lin Yi could not afford to wait indefinitely. His primary concern was the expenditure of time. Thus, the immediate task at hand is to procure this firearm. When the time comes, whether it be a spectral figure or a person of nefarious intent seeking to threaten his safety, they shall have to reckon with the gun in his possession. Chapter 57. Another corpse in pursuit of retrieving the key and incinerating Qi Cheng's body. The village chief led a group towards the villa of Ma Wei. Fortunately, the group was somewhat familiar with the area, and soon they arrived at the courtyard of Ma Yuewei's villa. It was at this moment that they beheld a lifeless body lying still before Ma Yuewei's yard, resembling a deceased canine. The most incensed among them was Lu Yishio. Not only had his apprentice betrayed him, but he had also brought disgrace upon Lu Yishio before the villagers. Enraged, Lu Yishio felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a few vigorous kicks, yet fear held him back, compelling him to suppress his fury. At that juncture, someone spoke up. Who among us would dare to touch this corpse? Given the paramount importance of the key, Lu Yishio was unwilling to abandon it. He retrieved a twig, stating, "Very well, I shall extract the key with this branch. This scoundrel has proven to be a nuisance even in death." After a considerable time, Lu Yishio finally extracted a key from Qi Cheng's pocket. He discarded the twig, exhaling a sigh of relief, and remarked, "Good, good, good. Fortunately, the key remains." At that moment, the significance of the key overshadowed the worth of his apprentice in Lu Yishio's eyes. However, none were willing to touch the key directly, fearing that contact might result in being tainted by the haunting presence. Even Lu Yishio, who has come to regard this villa as his own home and believes himself to be its master, pondered the waste of canned food and supplies within the villa due to the absence of a key. Lin Yi also took a moment to examine the shape and size of the key, silently committing it to memory. Naturally, Lin Yi refrained from touching the key. After all, whoever possessed it would inevitably become the target of everyone's disdain. At that moment, Lu Yishio glanced at Li Taijiang and inquired, "Smith, could you possibly craft a key identical to this one?" Li Taijiang approached, scrutinizing the key intently for a while before responding, "It can certainly be done, though it will take some time. I need to take some measurements." Subsequently, he produced a metal ruler and meticulously measured the dimensions of the key, finally announcing, "All right, I have taken all the measurements. It shouldn't be a problem to make a duplicate." Lu Yishio nodded lightly and then instructed someone to fetch some dry hay and firewood. Preparing to incinerate Qi Cheng's body, for leaving it here posed a potential risk. As he burned the remains, he muttered curses, "Damn that wretched boy. Even in death he refuses to grant me peace." At that moment, a villager rushed over in a panic, exclaiming, "Village chief, trouble is brewing. I discovered Ma Yuewei's corpse over there on the grass. His entire family of 3 lies there in a row." The village chief frowned. Recognizing the newcomer as Xiao Yozi's words startled Lu Yishio greatly, prompting him to exclaim, "Xiao Yozi, what are you talking about? Ma Yuewei has clearly returned to the sanctuary. How could he possibly have died here on this grass? And his body is still in this villa?" Xiao Yozi shrugged and replied, "It is indeed true. I have seen Ma Yuewei before, and I know what he looks like. However, he is now unrecognizable, yet I can vaguely identify him. Perhaps you should take another look." Lu Yishio's expression shifted unpredictably, and even the village chief, Old Yang, along with the other villagers, felt an ominous sensation. They were unaware of when Ma Yuewei had died or the circumstances surrounding his demise, and crucially, they had not discovered his body during their last visit. Before them lay Qi Cheng's corpse, gradually reduced to ashes by the fire. Once the body had been completely consumed, Old Yang remarked, "Very well. Let us hasten to take a look. This villa is no longer safe." The village chief's words rang true. At that moment, the villagers followed Xiao Yozi to the front of a vehicle in the villa's overgrown backyard. It was here that Xiao Yozi had stumbled upon the corpses of Ma Yuewei and his family while gathering straw. Beside them lay a wooden door. From a distance, Lu Yishio caught sight of the remains of Ma Yuewei's family. Although he could not discern Ma Yuewei's features, he was certain that the body belonged to him. Lu Yishio's countenance darkened, and those familiar with Ma Yuewei also recognized the striking resemblance of the corpse to him. Tragically, the entire family of 3 succumbed to the spectral outbreak within these very walls. It's plausible that Ma Yuewei was among the initial victims, which explains his reluctance to return to this residence. After all, the provisions within this villa are essential for survival. Without them, money becomes almost worthless in comparison. With a sigh, Elder Yang lamented, "Perhaps we should cremate the remains of Ma Yuewei's family as well, though it may already be too late." Lu Yishio, burdened by a guilty conscience due to his initial suggestion to seek refuge at Ma Yuewei's home, felt a profound sense of dread upon discovering Ma's demise. He took the initiative of constructing a pyre upon which the bodies of Ma Yuewei and his family were placed and consumed by the roaring flames. Only after their remains were reduced to ashes did a sense of relief wash over them. Subsequently, the village elder, casting a wary glance at the villa, proposed, "I have an unsettling feeling about this place. Perhaps we should set it ablaze and be done with it." This suggestion was met with immediate opposition, led by Lu Yishuo and echoed by other villagers, including the blacksmith, Li. Lu Yishuo argued, "We mustn't burn it down, elder. The villa contains vital supplies, and sustenance is paramount during these apocalyptic times. I suspect your own stores are dwindling. If we destroy this place, we'll lose a valuable source of food." The village chief, upon witnessing the multitude of objections, chose to remain silent, for both options of being killed by the specter or succumbing to starvation were equally undesirable. Lin Yi cast his gaze upon the solar panels atop Ma Youwei's residence. Previously, he had only managed to carry a small fragment of a panel, which proved insufficient. Given the numerous applications for energy in the future, he deemed it prudent to wait until he could dismantle all the panels before igniting them. Chapter 58. The Spectre in the Rain. Thus, Lin Yi remarked, "Village chief, let us return for now. In my opinion, leaving these items here should pose no immediate concern." To the villagers, Ma Youwei's villa represented a treasure trove. Although fraught with danger, the risk was deemed worthwhile to avoid starvation. However, the discovery of the Ma family's corpses cast a shadow of unease over them. Upon the villagers' return, a sudden tempest arose, with dark clouds enveloping the sky. No one could have anticipated such a swift change in weather. The village chief urged everyone to hasten their pace, a hint of delight gracing his features as he declared, "Everyone, hurry home. It seems rain is imminent, and we must gather as much rainwater as possible." In truth, the village chief's exhortation was unnecessary. As the villagers were already racing towards their homes, the encroaching darkness signaled the potential emergence of the specter. Fortunately, the impending rain promised some relief for their recent water supply woes. Lin Yi felt a surge of joy, reflecting, having longed for rain with bated breath. "It is finally upon us." Upon returning home, a sudden clap of thunder reverberated through the sky, followed by a torrential downpour. At that moment, Lin Yi paid little heed to anything else. He hastily brought out all the pots, bowls, and water barrels from his home to collect the rainwater. However, while gathering the rainwater indoors, an unsettling chill crept down his spine. The relentless downpour blurred his vision, and just then, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene, revealing ethereal white figures standing in the rain. Terrified, he promptly shut his door, realizing that the rain was teeming with ghostly apparitions. These spectral forms were indistinct, and he could not discern whether his eyes were deceived by the deluge. Yet the tremor of fear coursing through him was unlike anything he had ever felt before. Previously, he had only glimpsed one or two phantoms at most, but never had he encountered such a multitude during a storm. His heart raced as he peered through the window, only to find that the ghostly figures had vanished, as if the entire spectacle had been but a mirage. Furrowing his brow in concern, Lin Yi decided against venturing out again, focusing instead on collecting as much rainwater as possible, hoping to enjoy a warm drink. The deluge persisted throughout the day, and by the following morning, the rain showed no signs of abating. Lin Yi's anxiety grew. He feared that this relentless downpour might lead to flooding, a prospect fraught with peril. Fortunately, Lin Yi's residence had undergone reinforcement. Despite the torrential downpour outside, he felt no hint of dampness within his abode. However, the other villagers were not as fortunate. This sudden deluge, while alleviating the water scarcity crisis, threatened to inundate their homes if the rain persisted. By the following day, the rain continued to pour relentlessly, yet Lin Yi showed no signs of venturing outside, instead choosing to replenish his food supplies at home. Just as he was confined indoors by the weather, a sudden flash of white light from his ghost detector caught his attention. It turned out to be the ghost detector he had exchanged previously, now fully enhanced. A surge of joy filled Lin Yi's heart as he hurried to examine it. To his astonishment, the device no longer resembled a wristband, but had transformed into the shape of a pocket watch. Inscribed on the watch was the number 10, and it emitted a faint, almost imperceptible red glow. This sight startled Lin Yi, for the red light indicated a potential presence of malevolent spirits. The intensity of the glow correlated with the strength of the specter, implying greater danger for its owner. Yet, Lin Yi was acutely aware that he was safely at home. Glancing at the enhancement talisman affixed to his door, he noticed the energy emanating from it was slowly dissipating. Alarmed, he quickly activated several additional talismans, causing the red light on the ghost detector to gradually dim. ultimately giving way to a gentle white glow. This soft illumination resembled the comforting light of a bedside lamp during the night, instilling within him a sense of safety and reassurance. Lin Yi hung the ghost detector, resembling a pocket watch, around his neck. At that moment, he noticed that the displayed value was 0. Could it be that this reading also indicated the strength of the ghostly presence? Although red light could provide some indication, it was far less precise than numerical data. It seemed that this enhancement had indeed bestowed considerable abilities upon him. Lin Yi was enamored with the ghost detector, and to ensure his safety, he took a stroll around the house, discovering that the readings remained at 0. Only then did he feel a sense of relief, at the very least. His safe haven was secure for now. However, Lin Yi soon found himself parched, having gone several days without a drop of water. Despite the abundant rain outside, he dared not venture out to drink. He glanced at his watch. It was already noon, yet the outside world was shrouded in darkness, with visibility reduced to nothing. Accompanied by torrential winds and rain, the sound of the downpour echoing all around him. Nevertheless, Lin Yi gritted his teeth. He could not ascertain how long the rain would last. He had to venture out to fetch some water, otherwise, he risked dying of thirst before he could be slain by a ghostly apparition. Hastily, he adorned himself with talismans and resolved to act swiftly. After opening the door, he intended to dash out and grab a bucket of water. Fortunately, the location he had previously used to collect water was not far from the entrance. Just as he opened the door and prepared to rush outside, he noticed the ghost detector around his neck suddenly illuminated in a vivid red. To his astonishment, the reading surged to 50, then soared to 100. A chill ran down Lin Yi's spine. This indicated a formidable ghostly presence lurking outside. He subsequently gazed outward, only to behold the same haunting scene from before. Amidst the rain, a myriad of ghostly apparitions loomed, shrouded in a misty white haze. Yet, they remained eerily motionless. However, upon Lin Yi's emergence, they all simultaneously turned their heads to regard him. A profound sense of dread enveloped Lin Yi, as if his very soul were on the verge of vanishing. He stood there, transfixed, until the rapid depletion of the talismans on his person compelled him to act. The spectral figures here were overwhelmingly potent. He knew he must hasten his return. Yet, as he cast his gaze upon the water bucket at the entrance, Lin Yi gritted his teeth. Having taken such a perilous risk to venture out, he could not simply abandon his endeavor. In that moment, disregarding all hesitation, he grasped the bucket and swiftly retreated indoors. Chapter 59. The Long Guardian of Red Rock. Upon returning to the shelter with the filled bucket, Lin Yi hastily secured the door and exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. At that moment, he felt utterly drained of strength. Although the distance he had traversed was minimal, only he understood the immense pressure he had endured. When the multitude of ghostly figures had simultaneously fixed their gaze upon him, Lin Yi felt as though death was imminent. Lying motionless on the ground, it took quite a while before he mustered the energy to rise. His body was coated in ash, remnants of the shattered talismans. With no alternative, he poured out the talisman dust, realizing that not a single one had remained intact. At that moment, he took a deep breath, relieved that he had just retrieved numerous enhanced talismans. Otherwise, he might have met his demise. He glanced outside, contemplating the dire situation he found himself in. If any villagers ventured out, they would undoubtedly face a grim fate. He did not believe that their talismans could rival the potency of his own. If even his enhanced talismans struggled to withstand the threat, the others stood little chance. However, Lin Yi could no longer concern himself with them. He was parched and in great discomfort, yet he felt a flicker of gratitude. Those phantoms standing in the torrential rain were still some distance away. Had they been any closer, Lin Yi might not have survived. The phantoms remained motionless in the downpour, as if participating in some arcane ritual. Yet Lin Yi was oblivious to their intentions and dared not inquire further. He merely observed the bucket brimming with rainwater, its clarity striking, but he hesitated to drink directly from it. Instead, he employed a purifier, filtering the water repeatedly, and only after boiling it did he eagerly partake. After sipping a few mouthfuls of the warm liquid, he began to feel a semblance of warmth return to his body. At that moment, Lin Yi realized he had indeed survived. He consumed some food, while the relentless rain continued to pour. He glanced at the ghostly presence detector around his neck, which still emitted a faint red glow, indicating a reading of 6. This signified that phantoms lingered nearby, yet as long as the number remained below 10, he was assured of his safety. Upon observing the downpour, Lin Yi's countenance reflected a mixture of apprehension and resolve, indicative of the perilous circumstances. He then retrieved a runestone, upon which he inscribed rudimentary runes, and commenced a silent incantation of enhancement. Recognizing the exigency of the situation, he sought to augment his capabilities by availing himself of every available moment. Subsequently, Lin Yi produced a schematic diagram, upon which he delineated an approximation of the key to Ma Youwei's domicile. Initially, he juxtaposed his own key alongside it, but after some deliberation, he substituted it with a metallic fragment. Thereupon, he mentally intoned a request for the creation of a key capable of unlocking all portals in existence. Shortly thereafter, the enhancement incantation yielded a response, stipulating a requisite enhancement period of 100 years. Lin Yi, initially agape with astonishment, eventually regained his composure and emitted a wry chuckle. It became apparent to him that his aspirations were excessively ambitious. The world's sanctuaries and clandestine entrances were unlikely to yield to conventional keys. Indeed, undiscovered relics such as the runestone mine might very well exist. Consequently, Lin Yi's ambition to forge a key capable of unlocking all doors was deemed overly optimistic, and the exorbitant enhancement period rendered it impractical. In light of these considerations, Lin Yi reformulated his request, specifying the creation of a key capable solely of unlocking the doors of ordinary residences. In his estimation, the level of difficulty associated with breaching non-secretive locations, such as Ma Youwei's villa or the abodes of ordinary villagers, was essentially equivalent. Indeed, at this moment, the prompt for skill enhancement indicated that the reinforcement duration would last 10 hours. For Lin Yi, this was not an excessively long period, so he opted to proceed with the enhancement. Subsequently, Lin Yi found himself idly waiting, as the heavy rain outside rendered him unable to venture out. Thus, he patiently awaited the completion of the key enhancement. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Red Rock shelter had constructed formidable walls to safeguard its inhabitants. However, the entire shelter was now shrouded in relentless rain, yet it buzzed with activity. The director of the Red Rock shelter, Zhao Lei, was currently in a secret chamber, appearing somewhat anxious. Although this chamber was concealed, it was brightly lit, as the leader of the Red Rock shelter enjoyed a steady supply of electricity. Nonetheless, this small chamber was host to an urgent meeting. Zhao Lei wore a troubled expression. To his right sat a robust middle-aged man, exuding strength and vigor. The leadership of the shelter comprised 5 individuals, and the muscular figure beside Zhao Lei served as the enforcer. In this post-apocalyptic world, the former police stations had fallen into disuse. However, the management of the shelter was far more stringent than in the past, leading to the establishment of a law enforcement department. This enforcer was a blend of former police officers and military personnel, forming a crucial protective force for the entire shelter. To Zhao Lei's left sat an elderly gentleman clad in a white shirt and sporting a pair of glasses. He was the director of the Research Institute, Li Jiao. Additionally, there was Zhou Wei, the head of Energy and Materials Management. Another figure stood out, a woman from the medical department named Su Shui, clad in a white lab coat. Her voluptuous figure was undeniably prominent. The 5 individuals gathered within the confines of the refuge indicated that the Hongyan shelter was facing a dire crisis. Zhao Lei remarked, "Wang Meng, why don't you go ahead and share the status of your law enforcement operations? Have the phantoms outside retreated?" Wang Meng shot a fierce glare at Zhou Wei and replied, "Director Zhao, we are not lacking in firearms and ammunition, but those phantoms outside are impervious to such weaponry. What we truly lack are the talismans. However, our Minister Zhou insists on conserving our limited supply." Wang Meng's words were laced with frustration, for the scarcity of talismans had cost him numerous combatants, each loss weighing heavily on his heart. Zhou Wei, however, merely shrugged in response to Wang Meng's ire, stating, "You cannot hold me responsible for this. Mining for talismans has become increasingly arduous. I cannot deplete our reserves entirely, or what will happen to everyone afterward? Shall we all simply wait for death?" Wang Meng, infuriated, slammed his hand on the table and declared, "I cannot accept this. The energy and talismans are in your possession, and I refuse to let my comrades perish in vain." During this heated exchange, it seemed as though Wang Meng and Zhou Wei were on the brink of physical confrontation. Zhao Lei cleared his throat loudly, finally intervening to separate them. He cast a disapproving glance and suggested, "You two should try to understand each other's positions. By the way, has the Research Institute made any recent breakthroughs?" As Li Jiao's turn approached, he promptly stepped forward and remarked, "Director Zhao, We have established contact with the research institute at a higher level. Recently, they have transmitted the latest methodologies for the fabrication of ghost shadow detectors, and we are currently intensifying our research and production efforts. The efficacy of the previous version of the detector seemed rather inadequate. Thus, should this new batch of detectors be developed, they will undoubtedly be far more precise. In the midst of a rather oppressive atmosphere, Li Jiu's announcement served as a beacon of hope, even momentarily easing the tension on Wang Meng's face. Wang Meng then responded, "You must expedite the production of this device. My team is currently engaged in a fierce struggle against those spectral entities. With the implementation of this ghost shadow detector, my personnel may sustain fewer casualties." Wang Meng, a former military officer, had taken a position within the government after his retirement. However, with the onset of the apocalypse, the need for capable individuals arose, leading Zhao Lei to summon him to serve as a law enforcer. The final participant, a woman from the medical department, remained relatively silent, as her department was not involved in combat matters but solely focused on treating the wounded. Unfortunately, those afflicted by ghostly attacks were predominantly beyond saving, rendering their rescue team powerless. Zhao Lei tapped the table and then stated, "It appears that the most pressing concern at present is the talisman stones, is it not?" Zhou Wei affirmed, adding, "There are 3 talisman stone mines in the vicinity. However, since the last incident, our transport teams have often gone out and not returned, suffering a loss rate exceeding 50%. Otherwise, we would not be facing such a shortage of talisman stones now." Upon hearing the news, Zhao Lei wrapped his fingers on the table, evidently pondering a solution. Finally, he inquired, "Where's the farthest mine?" Zhou Wei contemplated for a moment before responding, "Director, the most distant sanctuary is located in Songyuan village, surrounded by a vast forest. Currently, the mountains are shrouded in thick fog, making it nearly impossible for our personnel to enter. It is essentially a one-way trip. Moreover, the area harbors a substantial amount of runestone ore. If we could successfully extract these resources, it would significantly alleviate the burden on our sanctuary." At that moment, Wang Meng refrained from contradicting him, acknowledging the truth in Zhou Wei's words. Had it not been for the remote location and extraction difficulties, they would have long since sought to exploit those runestone mines. Unfortunately, the most unfortunate individuals at present are the villagers of Songyuan, who guard the runestone mines yet are utterly unable to extract them. Not to mention the specters that may emerge from within the fog. The toxins contained in the mist itself are beyond the villagers' capacity to withstand, unless they possess enhanced gas masks. However, Lin Yi cannot possibly spare the time to provide each villager with a fortified gas mask. Doing so would be a waste of precious time, and some efforts may prove counterproductive, given the scarcity of time. After a prolonged discussion among the few individuals in the chamber, Zhao Lei finally declared, "Once the rain ceases, I will request missile support from Mountain City to obliterate the runestone mine, clearing a substantial area for us. Ultimately, we can use helicopters to extract the resources ourselves." "It is settled." Wang Meng felt a spark of interest and then asked, "Director, is there still a way to communicate with Mountain City?" Zhao Lei nodded quietly. "We have established a clandestine communication channel, though the creation of this channel incurred significant personnel losses. Therefore, I generally refrain from utilizing this secret line unless absolutely necessary. And now, regrettably, we have no choice but to do so." Fortunately, the Mountain City, prior to the apocalypse, was a major metropolis of the Dragon Kingdom, and it even housed a Western war zone. Though it has suffered extensive damage, some missile launch sites remain operational. While these missiles may prove ineffective against the phantom shadows, they are certainly capable of clearing the mineral-laden mountain peaks. Upon hearing this, Wang Meng felt a surge of excitement, for he recognized the feasibility of such a plan. If they could bombard the mountains to extract the enchanted stones, salvation would be within their grasp. Moreover, following the missile strikes, the dense forest would undoubtedly be obliterated. And with the subsequent exposure to sunlight, the influence of the mist would diminish significantly. However, even missiles can only be deployed with precision. It is impossible to create a clear path through bombardment alone, which is why Zhao Lei suggested the use of helicopters. Yet, the transportation efficiency of helicopters pales in comparison to that of trucks, necessitating the development of a new thoroughfare. Unfortunately, time is not on their side. After reaching a consensus, they decided to proceed with the plan and promptly exited the building. Outside, the torrential rain continued to pour relentlessly, leaving even the inhabitants of the shelter shivering in their homes. Wang Meng ascended to the city wall, where numerous enchanted stones were embedded, though their glow flickered erratically. Whenever some of the magical stones shatter, a squad of law enforcement soldiers promptly arrives to replenish them. Wang Ming's primary responsibility is to ensure the safety of the city walls. Indeed, the entire sanctuary's inhabitants have exerted tremendous effort for the sake of these walls. Yet, despite these endeavors, numerous specters appear in the sanctuary each night. During the day, the enforcement team drags numerous corpses from within, consigning them to flames outside the city. Suddenly, with a deafening crack, lightning cleaved the sky in two. In that brilliant flash, Wang Ming beheld a sight that nearly shattered his sanity. Countless specters amassed outside. He had never witnessed such a scene before. For a fleeting moment, he believed he had descended into hell. The specters stood motionless in the torrential rain, their vacant eyes gazing skyward, devoid of life. Yet, their mere presence, even in stillness, bore down heavily upon Wang Ming. As the lightning flickered and darkness reclaimed the sky, Wang Ming's spirits plummeted to an abyss. No, this cannot be allowed to happen. He had not anticipated the sheer number of specters. Should they all converge, the sanctuary would stand no chance of withstanding them. Not even the colossal refuge in the mountain city could endure such an onslaught. Determined, Wang Ming resolved that he must acquire the magical stone mine without delay. Otherwise, their survival would be in jeopardy. Chapter 61, The Planting Plan. This instinct is inherent in Wang Ming as a soldier. Fortunately, the scene was witnessed by few, prompting Wang Ming to resolve to keep the matter concealed to avert potential calamities. Disclosing it could lead to casualties, resulting in chaos within his own ranks, ultimately proving futile. He instructed his subordinates to remain vigilant, emphasizing the necessity of safeguarding the city wall, which had become their sole reliance. After descending from the wall, Wang Ming, burdened with anxiety, spent the entire night in restless contemplation, preparing for the impending operations. The extraction of talisman stones was not solely the responsibility of the energy department. His enforcement team had an even greater array of tasks ahead. In Songyuan village, after 10 hours of waiting, Lin Yi's reinforced key was successfully summoned. Upon inspection, he found that the enhanced key bore little distinction from its predecessor, save for its lighter weight and a slight yellow hue reminiscent of gold. However, it was certainly not gold. Lin Yi perceived its remarkable malleability, as if it could effortlessly transform into various shapes. He tested his own key, discovering it could unlock his cabinets and boxes with ease. Thus, accessing Ma Youwei's door seemed equally achievable. Elated by this realization, Lin Yi promptly secured the key away. Glancing outside, he noted the torrential rain, rendering any venture impossible, compelling him to remain indoors. In truth, Lin Yi mused that having a television to pass the time would be delightful, though such indulgences were mere fantasies. Undeterred, he dedicated the ensuing hours to further reinforcing talisman stones. The relentless downpour persisted for 4 days and nights, during which Lin Yi remained industrious, spending 30 talisman stones and acquiring 2 sets of gas masks. After the torrential rain ceased, the sky appeared in exquisite azure, particularly radiant under the sun's gentle embrace. However, Lin Yi had little inclination to revel in the beauty, for although the heavens were splendid, the earth lay in disarray. The village was inundated with stagnant water, its surface riddled with treacherous potholes, rendering the paths arduous to traverse. This deluge had wreaked considerable havoc upon Songyuan village. Lin Yi even observed several uninhabited houses that had succumbed to collapse. Yet, the impact of this tempest on Lin Yi himself was rather negligible. Firstly, his abode had been fortified, rendering him impervious to even the heaviest downpour. Secondly, he discovered that following the rains, the runic grass and runic thorns he had cultivated emerged unscathed, thriving even more vigorously in the aftermath of the storm. This was indeed a stroke of good fortune for Lin Yi. However, as he stepped outside, he was met with the haunting echoes of lamentation reverberating throughout the village, suggesting that the storm had claimed the lives of several villagers. A sense of heaviness enveloped Lin Yi's heart upon this realization. He made his way to the village chief's home, where he found the chief still resting in bed, attended to diligently by Yang Tiantian. Relieved to see the chief in good health, Lin Yi felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated the chief's resilience during such trying times. He promptly offered his praises to Yang Tiantian, who responded with a smile, saying, "Brother Lin, if it weren't for your care and the fortified potions, I fear my grandfather would not have survived." Startled, Lin Yi listened as Yang Tiantian elucidated. Her grandfather had succumbed to unconsciousness, but fortunately, the verdant pill provided by Lin Yi had revived him. However, A considerable amount of water had been ingested in the process, and they had prudently avoided venturing out during the rainfall. Relieved, Lin breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that in such dire circumstances, any excursion by young Tian or old Yang would have been a fatal error. The demise of villagers and other households likely mirrored his conjecture. They had fallen victim while attempting to collect rainwater during the storm. At this juncture, village chief Old Yang was evidently grievously afflicted, confined to his bed, unable to rise. He yearned to ascertain the welfare of the villagers, but his strength failed him. Ultimately, he implored, Lin, I beseech you to assist me. Ascertain which households have suffered fatalities, and cremate the remains. We cannot afford to leave them unattended. Lin nodded somberly, conveying his understanding. Subsequently, with a heavy heart, he traversed the village. He discovered that the torrential downpour had decimated the populace by over a third, primarily those who had ventured out to gather rainwater. Providentially, only one member from each household had undertaken the task, averting complete annihilation. The individual who had braved the rain had, in all likelihood, resigned themselves to sacrificing for their family's sake. Lin was overcome with a sense of helplessness. Upon reaching Wang Ergu's residence, he witnessed Wang Ergu dragging out his father's lifeless body, his customary jovial countenance replaced by somber resignation. Bereft of a water source, Ergu's father, unable to endure any longer, had ventured out to collect rainwater, only to succumb a few steps from his door. Observing Ergu's silence, Lin refrained from further comment. Upon reaching the square, they discovered over a dozen corpses amassed. The village, already sparsely populated, had no time for grief, and the bodies were cremated together. During this somber task, Lin encountered Dr. Yiqian. After a brief conversation, Lin inquired, I heard some villagers are heading to the Red Rock shelter. Dr. Yi, do you plan to go? Yiqian, intrigued, responded, Brother Lin, what about you? I'm undecided. Lin shook his head, stating, I certainly won't be going. Relieved? Yiqian quickly added, if you're not going, Brother Lin, then neither will I. We're both in danger regardless. They think they'll be safe at the shelter, but I've heard people are dying there too. I'd rather stay here. Lin cast a surprised glance at Yiqian, sensing she was withholding something. However, respecting her privacy, he refrained from probing further, mindful of his own secrets. Once all the bodies were gathered, Lin collected some hay along the way and even dug up some humus from the surrounding fields, which he spread across his backyard to begin excavating a pit. This labor occupied the better part of the day, and Lin managed to unearth approximately 100 square meters of land. Although the area was not extensive, it sufficed for Lin Yi's needs. At this juncture, he also resolved to embark on cultivation, for he understood that no matter how plentiful the food supply, it would eventually dwindle. Without planting something, Lin feared he might not survive the winter. For an ordinary person, planting at this time would be exceedingly difficult. However, with his enhanced skills, Lin believed he could establish a secret cultivation base. The pits he dug within the 100 square meters were not deep. He merely constructed a rough framework. Subsequently, Lin silently invoked the skill enhancement, requesting the creation of an underground breeding base that was robust, durable, concealed, and difficult to detect. In an instant, a soft white light enveloped the shallow pit beneath his feet, with the enhancement time displaying 3 days. Without hesitation, Lin chose to agree. Chapter 62. The caravan in the distance. 3 days may seem neither long nor short. However, for Lin, to excavate a breeding base of such functionality within that time frame would be nothing short of miraculous. Now, all he needed to do was lie at home for 3 days, awaiting the completion of the enhancement for his breeding base. Having done this, Lin incinerated the soil he had excavated from the fields, along with dried grass and leaves, gathering the resultant ashes. Subsequently, he amalgamated these ashes with the soil from the fields. He was preparing to concoct a nurturing soil, one that would be exceptionally fertile and capable of fostering the growth of various crops, even accelerating their development. Such a soil was, of course, non-existent in the world, but Lin resolved to further fortify it once the breeding base was enhanced. To this end, he meticulously gathered a selection of novel soybean and corn seeds. Naturally, in his estimation, these seeds also necessitated reinforcement. Otherwise, cultivating them in such an environment would prove exceedingly challenging. As for the direction of enhancement, Lin opted for attributes such as abundance and a shortened growth cycle. Consequently, although the area of 100 square meters was not extensive, it should suffice to provide sustenance for him alone. With these tasks completed, Lin glanced at the sky and, noting the lateness of the hour, promptly returned to his dwelling. A torrential downpour had claimed numerous lives in the village, casting a pall of tragedy over the atmosphere. Thus, Lin Yi had refrained from socializing, instead retreating to his home, hastily securing the door and preparing to rest. Whether due to the efficacy of the runic thorns or the runic turf, Lin Yi had been enjoying remarkably sound sleep in recent nights, with the frequency of those detestable specters disturbing him diminishing considerably. Lin Yisong let out a sigh of relief. From his observations, after the recent rainfall, it seemed that the entire Songyuan village would no longer suffer from water shortages. Even the pond to the south of the village had filled to the brim. In light of this, it appeared that there would be no cause for concern regarding water sources for at least the next month or two. Consequently, Lin Yi enjoyed a restful night. However, upon stepping outside the following morning, he was greeted by a cacophony of noise emanating from the village entrance, accompanied by the unexpected roar of engines. In this era, Lin Yi was acutely aware that although Songyuan village was accessible via a road, no vehicles had traversed it since the outbreak of those peculiar incidents. What was happening today? The sound of the engines stirred a sense of nostalgia within him, reminiscent of a return to a civilized society, rather than existing under the shadow of phantoms every day. As he approached, he noticed a row of 5 large trucks parked along the roadside. Remarkably, these trucks were reinforced with steel, and even their tires were secured with iron chains. Beside them stood 5 luxurious recreational vehicles, their robust construction and protective features indicating their considerable value. Lin Yi surmised that these individuals must have spent the night in their RVs, as he observed several depressions around them, presumably where protective talismans had been placed, clearly intended to ward off apparitions. As for the contents of the trucks, he could only speculate, for they were sealed tightly with metal plating, leaving their purpose a mystery unless the occupants chose to reveal it. Here was a convoy, quite a sizable one, and notably, its members were armed. By all accounts, the convoy's armed strength surpassed that of the entire village of Songyuan combined. Yet, upon reflection, Lin Yi surmised that any convoy bold enough to traverse the wilds at this juncture must possess considerable might. Just then, a bespectacled individual, seemingly the leader, emerged from one of the vehicles and engaged the village chief in conversation. Given the chief's limited mobility, Yang Tiantian supported him. Observing this, Lin Yi hastened to offer his assistance. The convoy's leader adjusted his spectacles and inquired, "This is Songyuan village, correct? I've located it on the map. We require a brief respite here. Might I inquire if the Red Rock Sanctuary lies ahead?" The village chief furrowed his brow in response, stating, "Red Rock Sanctuary does indeed lie ahead, but wouldn't it be more prudent to seek shelter there for your rest?" The man with the gold-rimmed glasses offered a wry smile. "We're accustomed to the rigors of the wilderness. The sanctuary doesn't quite suit our needs. We merely require some supplies. Besides, our recreational vehicles are quite robust and can withstand the conditions." However, it was evident to any discerning observer that the group maintained a high level of vigilance, suggesting that their cargo held significant value. They evidently feared being robbed within the sanctuary, preferring to brave the perils of the outdoors rather than avail themselves of the safety it offered. The village chief, being astute, decided to follow the lead of the conversation, saying, "In that case, I am curious about what you seek. Anything our village possesses, we are willing to exchange." The man smiled and replied, "I am Yuan, the leader of this convoy. We are currently in need of food and water. Rest assured, we can offer items in return." He then instructed 2 subordinates to gather supplies for trade with the villagers. To Lin Yi's astonishment, the items they presented included warm materials such as sheepskin and cowhide, as well as dried mutton and beef. Some villagers, unable to resist, offered their own water and talismans in exchange for these goods. Even Lin Yi found himself unable to refrain from trading for some dried mutton. At that moment, one of the subordinates hurried over, saying, "Boss, the road ahead has been damaged by heavy rain. We are preparing to repair it, but it may take 2 or 3 days." Upon hearing this, Yuan nodded and turned to the village chief, stating, "We may need to rest here for 2 or 3 days." It was evident that this group was quite affluent and possessed considerable strength. Lin Yi noticed that around one of the motorhomes, there were 2 armed guards standing watch, indicating that it housed someone of significance. Yuan occasionally went inside the motorhome to report on matters before descending once more. Fortunately, their motorhome was parked at the roadside, maintaining a respectful distance from the villagers. Lin Yi harbored a certain curiosity regarding how they spent their nights, for surely a caravan could not be as sturdy as a proper dwelling. Simultaneously, he observed that this group had exchanged a considerable number of candles with Zhang Laosan, presumably to utilize during the night. Chapter 63, Midnight Convoy. Yet, Lin Yi felt a pang of concern. Although he had administered the enhanced medication to Zhang Laosan previously, the latter's condition continued to deteriorate, likely due to the extensive poisoning he had endured. It was possible that the recent loss of his family member had inflicted a profound blow upon Zhang Laosan, leaving him seemingly unable to recover from the trauma. Following the exchange, Zhang Laosan departed unsteadily, a stark contrast to his former self. However, Lin Yi refrained from calling out to him, uncertain of how to offer comfort in such a moment. Once these matters reached a temporary conclusion, everyone returned to their respective homes. Some villagers, upon arriving home, eagerly prepared barbecued dishes using the dried mutton, an indulgence that felt quite lavish at this time. Yuan organized the convoy to fell several large trees, which soon ignited into a roaring fire. Nearby, several caravans were closely huddled together, while a few large trucks stood guard outside. As night descended, the passengers aboard the buses retreated into the caravans, a measure taken both to conserve resources and for the enhanced safety that caravans afforded over the large trucks. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, the convoy members hastily gathered to enjoy a meal together. As the sun descended, the convoy retreated into their recreational vehicles, with one particular vehicle conspicuously nestled in the center, encircled by the others. Within this pivotal RV resided two women. At that moment, the captain, Yuan, entered. Recognizing the pair as mother and daughter, Yuan announced, "Miss Yi, let us rest here for the night. There is a village nearby, and having recently procured additional supplies, we should be able to endure the night." Yuan glanced at Miss Yi, whose exquisite face was etched with worry. He was acutely aware of Miss Yi's esteemed status as the daughter of a prominent figure in the Yanqing sanctuary. His duty was to escort Miss Yi to Shanqing, a perilous journey that had already exacted a heavy toll on their ranks. Initially comprising 30 vehicles, the convoy had dwindled to a mere 10. The abandoned vehicles were either damaged beyond repair or sacrificed due to combat attrition and insufficient manpower. Even with the remaining 10 vehicles, Yuan could not guarantee their safe arrival. Aware of Miss Yi's captivating beauty and to circumvent potential complications, Yuan had instructed her to remain inside the vehicle whenever possible. Fortunately, Miss Yi had been compliant, mitigating numerous potential issues along the way. At that moment, Miss Yi, Yusini, responded, "Captain Yu, rest assured, we shall heed your instructions. However, how long until we reach Shanqing?" Yuan calculated and remarked, "Miss Yi, tomorrow we shall exchange some supplies at the Red Beauty Sanctuary, and then the mountain city will be our final destination, likely within the next couple of days. Should our journey proceed smoothly. Recently, heavy rains have damaged many roads, compelling us to repair them as we traverse, which has brought us to this point. The reason for escorting Miss Yi to Mountain City is a directive from Lord Yi. As someone tasked with serving the Lord, I am bound to comply with his orders. Furthermore, I am aware of Lord Ye's deep affection for his daughter. Thus, there must be compelling reasons for her relocation to Mountain City, suggesting significant troubles in Yang City. However, this remains merely conjecture on my part." Yuan settled into a corner, closing his eyes in meditation. His primary duty was to ensure Miss Ye's safety. All else was of little concern to him. As he spoke, the daylight gradually waned. Upon returning home, Lin Yi continued to ponder the events of the day. He was astonished that the fortified RV could indeed traverse the night. Yet, he perceived numerous shortcomings in such vehicles. Nevertheless, it seemed that in the emerging world, having a reinforced RV would be indispensable for venturing outside. Presently, Lin Yi aspired to acquire such a vehicle, and all he needed to do was enhance the fortifications of the RV, thereby significantly improving its safety. As the night deepened, an eerie silence enveloped the entire village, shrouded in darkness with not a sound to be heard. Even the caravan of Yuan was remarkably still, with everyone nestled inside their vehicles, candlelight flickering softly. Over the past few days, they had been living in this manner, surrounded by talismans. Yet, despite this vigilance, their convoy suffered losses every few days. With everyone retreating to their vehicles, the bonfire outside went unattended, leaving the inky blackness devoid of illumination. Suddenly, from within this darkness, a pale figure emerged, followed by another, and then a third, until spectral white forms proliferated across the landscape. Unbeknownst to Yuan and his companions, a fierce gust of wind swept through, causing the bonfire to crackle ominously before it extinguished abruptly. In the instant the fire died, sinister black pests swarmed over the caravan and cargo vehicles. Hearing disturbances near the vehicle, Yuan realized that their caravan was infested with these dreadful insects, even finding them densely clustered on the windows. He picked up the walkie-talkie and called out several times, but received no response. Confounded, Yuan considered that his subordinates were all seasoned veterans, well-versed in the trials of battle. It was implausible that no one would reply after such an extended call. After testing the walkie-talkie, which functioned perfectly, he concluded that something must have gone awry with those on the other end. Observing the fluctuating expressions on Yuan's face, Yi Sini hurried over and inquired, "Captain Yu, what troubles you? Is there an issue?" At that moment, Yuan, wearing a grave demeanor, replied, "Miss Yi and Madam Yi, you both should remain here and not move. I sense that something has gone awry. It appears we are entangled in a predicament. Curse it, I knew that every night would not allow me a moment's peace." After shouting a few more exclamations and receiving no response, he resigned himself to the situation. At this juncture, further contemplation was futile. He promptly seized the keys and, with a decisive click, started the motorhome. As the vehicle roared to life, the two powerful headlights illuminated the surroundings, dispersing the ominous black insects lurking nearby. However, the occupants of the other motorhomes appeared unmoved by this sudden burst of light. Yuan shouted, "Quick! Turn on the lights! We must leave this place. Hasten and activate the headlights." Yet, the surrounding motorhomes remained eerily silent, as if they had never housed a soul. Only the dark, ominous insects enveloped these vehicles, resembling oversized black matchboxes. Chapter 64. The escape. Yuan was utterly terrified, his heart racing. In all his years of survival and traversing the wilderness, he had never encountered such a dire situation. Was this night destined to spell doom for them all? At this moment, Yuan had no time for further reflection. He needed to make critical choices swiftly. At this moment, Yuan had no inclination to disembark and ascertain the fate of his subordinates, for the recent events had already elucidated the dire circumstances. Although he was reluctant to accept it, he recognized that reality was oftentimes more brutal than he had imagined. Taking advantage of the flickering light, Yuan glanced to the side and was indeed alarmed to discover several spectral figures standing at a distance. The sight nearly sent his spirit reeling. He yearned to scream, yet he stifled the urge, aware that Lady Yi and Miss Yi were present, and that among the entire convoy, only the three of them remained. Gritting his teeth, Yuan pressed the accelerator and surged forward. Remaining in that place was tantamount to certain death. He had to carve out a path to safety for himself and Miss Yi, for that was his duty and mission. However, as the vehicle moved, the apparition shifted in tandem. Subsequently, the talismans within the car began to deplete rapidly. Yuan, disregarding everything else, shouted, "Quickly, Miss Yi and Lady Yi, take out all your talismans. The vehicle is no longer safe. We must leave this place at once." Upon hearing this, Yi Sini hastily produced all the talismans she bore. Yet, even so, the consumption of talisman energy far exceeded Yuan's expectations. As he watched the talismans shatter and their energy dissipate before his very eyes, both Yi Sini and her mother grew increasingly anxious. Whereas Yi Sini had maintained her composure during the day, she now resembled an ordinary woman beset by fear and trepidation. Gazing at Yuan, she was on the verge of tears. At this moment, Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of panic, for he knew that venturing outside would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Moreover, at their current pace, reaching the Red Rock Sanctuary seemed implausible. The journey lay ahead, and it was now nightfall. The gates of the sanctuary might not open. Even though Miss Yi held a prestigious status, as the overseer of the sanctuary, she had to consider the well-being of the entire establishment. Any unusual occurrences during the night could warrant refusal of entry. As Yuan glanced at the ghastly figures trailing behind the vehicle, an icy dread washed over him. To his horror, he noticed that one spectral form had even managed to crawl atop the car, and the inscribed talismans embedded in the roof were rapidly depleting. Cursed apparitions. He cursed inwardly, and with a final push on the accelerator, he surged forward. In that moment, Yuan was oblivious to where he was fleeing. He simply knew he had to escape. Thus, he hastened the vehicle, intending to traverse through the village and make his way toward the vicinity of the Red Rock Sanctuary. However, as he drove, he caught sight of a villager's home, where a courtyard unexpectedly emanated a soft glow from its plants amidst the darkness. This was a sight Yuan had never witnessed before. Such an anomaly suggested something amiss. Indeed, the courtyard belonged to Lin Yi. Over time, the fence surrounding the area had become overgrown with thorny runes, and even the grass within the courtyard was thick with rune-imbued turf. Yuan observed that several spectral figures lingered around the perimeter, but they merely hovered there, evidently repulsed by the luminous flora, reluctant to draw near. Upon observing a spectral figure hesitate before entering the courtyard and subsequently vanish, Yuan gritted his teeth. Despite his ignorance of the courtyard's peculiarities, it represented his sole lifeline. Though the path ahead was uncertain, the courtyard potentially offered sanctuary. Thus, Yuan steeled himself and drove into the yard. Once inside, he promptly applied the brakes. Halting his vehicle, he then vociferously proclaimed towards the entrance, "Villagers of Songyuan, I am Yuan, the one who exchanged goods with you today. May I seek refuge here? Rest assured, if I survive this night, I shall grant you any request." Meanwhile, inside the house, Lin Yi discerned the sound of a vehicle, piquing his curiosity. He wondered who would be out driving so late. The only convoy he knew of was the group he had encountered during the day, but he believed they would be resting at night. Subsequently, Lin Yi overheard Yuan's entreaties, leaving him bewildered. He questioned Yuan's motives and even entertained the possibility of a ghost impersonating him. Naturally, Lin Yi chose to disregard the external clamor. He merely turned over in bed, yawned, and feigned deafness. Regardless of whether it was a ghost or a living person, Lin Yi resolved not to open the door that night. As for the truth, he knew it would be revealed when he awoke the following morning. Yuan's repeated calls from the vehicle elicited no response from Lin Yi, causing his mood to become increasingly fraught with anxiety. However, at this moment, he dared not alight from the vehicle, reluctantly choosing to remain inside and awaiting the hope that the luminous plants outside might ward off the spectral shadows. Strangely enough, since Yuan had breached the confines of this courtyard, the apparitions outside had considerably diminished, evident in the notably slower depletion of the talismans. This brought a modicum of relief to Yuan. At this rate, the talismans should sustain them until dawn. Chapter 65. Handling the corpse. Due to the fence being breached by the vehicle, a gap had been left exposed. The once impeccable defense now bore a flaw. Lin Yi observed the ghost detector in his arms emanating a crimson glow, with the readings abruptly soaring to 20, which startled him immensely. Hastily, Lin Yi placed several talismans at the entrance. Their energy rapidly dissipated until the reading fell below 10, at which point he breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yuan was not faring much better. He, along with Miss Yi and another companion, were ensconced within the RV, with the talismans surrounding them also depleting swiftly. Nevertheless, since entering the courtyard, their situation had significantly improved compared to the outside. Numerous specters lingered beyond the courtyard walls, seemingly wary of the flora. At that moment, Yi Sini quietly inquired, "Captain Yu, what are these entities? Have they only just been researched? How come they are absent from our Yang City sanctuary?" Upon hearing this, Yuan could only manage a wry smile. After all, Miss Yi was a pivotal figure within the Yang City sanctuary. If she had not encountered these entities, it was certain that others had not laid eyes upon them either. At this moment, Yuan gazed upon the myriad of plants in the courtyard, feeling an undeniable pang of envy within. If only he had such a garden in his own dwelling, he would surely be overjoyed. Yet, it was evident that these flourishing plants were the result of considerable effort from the inhabitants of the house. Yuan contemplated whether he could procure some similar plants to take back and cultivate, even if he could not replicate the grandeur of a full garden. A few potted plants would suffice, serving as a modest means of survival in this apocalyptic world. The group felt a slight sense of calm. Yet the two ghostly figures still lingered around the vehicle, preventing Yuan and Yi Sini from feeling entirely at ease. Thus, they spent the night in a state of anxious vigilance. Fortunately, as dawn broke, the spectral figures gradually dissipated. Exhausted, Yuan and Yi Sini leaned against the metal exterior of the RV and succumbed to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, on the other side, with a creak, Lin Yi opened the door to his home, only to furrow his brow at the sight before him. His thorny wall had been breached by the RV, which now sat within his yard. Lin Yi recognized this vehicle as belonging to the convoy outside. Yet he was perplexed as to why only 2 vehicles remained of what had once been a substantial group. With his wall damaged, he resolved to confront these individuals. Approaching the iron gate, he knocked insistently until Yuan and Yi Sini finally stirred awake. As Lin Yijing stood outside the vehicle, Yuan regained his composure and promptly opened the door, apologizing. "I sincerely apologize, my friend. Last night was fraught with urgent matters. Rest assured, we shall compensate you for the worth of your belongings." Lin Yi furrowed his brow and replied, "You all witnessed my plants from last night, did you not? These items are of considerable value. What means do you have to offer in compensation?" Yuan, feeling the weight of the situation, gritted his teeth and responded. We have a limited amount of talismans. We cannot offer those as compensation. How about this? We have some dried meat in our vehicle that I can give you. Lin shook his head, stating, dried meat will not suffice. While it may be a delicacy for others, I am not in need of provisions at this moment. Yuan, frustrated by his inability to discern the young man's intentions, suggested, in that case, I have several dozen pounds of gasoline. Would you be interested? If so, I am willing to provide it. Given that only one vehicle remained, Yuan recognized the gasoline's value, yet they had little use for it at present. As their conversation progressed, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Although he intended to pursue solar energy in the future, the prospect of supplemental fuel was indeed appealing. However, Lin Yi was not prepared to settle so easily, and continued, Captain Yu, your arrival at my location last night was, in a sense, a rescue. Regardless of the circumstances, this quantity of fuel is rather insufficient. Upon witnessing the situation, Yuan promptly remarked, this is manageable. We have dozens of vehicles parked by the roadside. If you desire, I shall relinquish those vehicles along with the fuel and supplies they contain. His words, though lighthearted, belied the gravity of his predicament, for he could not transport those vehicles and would ultimately have to abandon them. Moreover, with his subordinates now deceased, Yuan needed to find someone to handle the disposal of their remains, and Lin Yi appeared to be a commendable choice in this regard. At that moment, Lin Yi furrowed his brow and inquired, What? You would give me all those vehicles? What transpired last night? Witnessing Lin Yi's reaction, tears began to well in Yuan's eyes. After all, those who perished the previous night were his comrades, with whom he had faced numerous perils. The loss was profoundly impactful. Consequently, Yuan recounted the events of the previous night to Lin Yi, who gasped in disbelief, astonished by the perilous circumstances they had encountered in the wilderness. However, he perceived that with some modifications, those few RVs could serve as significant assets. In Lin Yi's view, the ease with which these individuals fell victim to the spectral threat suggested insufficient protective measures. The reason Yuan and his companions had survived in the RVs was due to their adequate defense and the abundance of protective talismans. Therefore, Yuan contemplated enlisting Lin Yi's assistance in recovering the bodies of his fallen comrades, intending to take their ashes with him. After some consideration, Lin Yi agreed and even proposed that Yuan offer dried meat as compensation, organizing some laborers from the village to assist with the task. At this juncture, the mother and daughter, Yi Sini, alighted from the recreational vehicle, their presence immediately captivating Lin Yi, as he had not beheld such pulchritude in quite some time. Reminiscent of luminaries from a bygone era. Upon observing Miss Yi and Madame Yi emerge, Yuan grew anxious, remonstrating with Lin Yi. Miss Yi, Madame Yi, why have you ventured out? Were you not instructed to remain concealed? However, Yi Sini responded with a sense of contrition. Captain Yu, how could I possibly remain unseen? These individuals have sacrificed themselves for the sake of the Yi family. It is incumbent upon me to bid them farewell on their final journey. Yuan, after a moment of contemplative silence, conceded, Very well, Miss Yi, your compassion and righteousness are such that the brethren are content to serve under your command. The appearance of the Yi Sini and her mother elicited a wave of admiration from the surrounding villagers. However, given the circumstances, their thoughts were preoccupied. Lin Yi, however, was immediately struck by the grisly scene within the recreational vehicle, a sight that evoked a sense of somber reflection. Their demise in this location underscored the palpable increase in spectral entities in the wilds surrounding Songyuan village, an ominous development indeed. Chapter 66. A thorn bush. Such a task was, in truth, an unwelcome one, yet unavoidable. Moreover, the disposition of these corpses by the roadside was patently unsuitable, compelling the villagers to steel themselves and proceed. Even the village head, upon learning of the multitude of fatalities, hastened to the scene to assess the situation. Ultimately, he directed a contingent to procure timber, and under the watchful eyes of Yuan and Yi Sini, the remains of the fallen subordinates were consigned to the flames, reduced to ashes. After completing the tasks, Yuan wasted no time and promptly compensated the villagers, subsequently handing over all the keys to Lin Yi. He remarked, Lin Yi, I owe you a debt of gratitude for last night. Take these keys, use them if you can, and if not, feel free to dismantle them for parts as needed. With the items presented to him, Lin Yi graciously accepted them. Upon seeing Lin Yi take the keys, Yuan continued, What exactly are you cultivating in your courtyard? I must admit, I've never seen them before. Would it be possible for you to spare a plant for us? Rest assured, we shall keep it confidential. as our sole intention is to ensure Miss Ye's safe passage to Shanqing. Lin Yi furrowed his brow upon hearing this. After all, these enchanted plants had been enhanced by him, and it seemed they could not thrive beyond a certain vicinity. Should they be removed too far, their efficacy would diminish. Unless he were to upgrade these enchanted thorns once more, he found himself lacking the necessary conditions at present. Yet, having accepted the items, it felt impolite to decline. Thus, he responded, "Captain Yu, since you have asked so earnestly, I shall grant you one plant. However, I cannot guarantee its effectiveness once it is removed from my possession." Yuan's heart swelled with joy at this response. The mere willingness to part with a plant was sufficient. Both he and Yu Xini had witnessed the remarkable effects of these plants firsthand and were utterly convinced of their value. Moreover, after a period of cultivation, the runic thorns that formed the boundary of the courtyard had become fully grown. Just yesterday, a camper had breached it, leaving a gaping hole. However, Lin Yi had a solution. He could transplant a specimen from another location to fill the void. Although this would result in a somewhat sparse appearance for the entire runic thorn wall, it was undoubtedly preferable to leaving an unseemly gap. Lin Yi's foremost priority was to effectively utilize these runic plants. Since the establishment of the runic fence and the runic turf, the consumption of runestones had significantly decreased. He observed that these runic plants emitted a faint glow during the night, which had also contributed to a noticeable reduction in the presence of the dark calamity insects. Viewed at night, Lin Yi's safe haven resembled a solitary rock amidst a black tide, impervious to the relentless waves that crashed against it. Lin Yi, accompanied by Yuan and Yi Xini, soon learned that Yi Xini's mother was named Zhang Ru. Zhang Ru, however, was not one for many words and wore a subtle expression of melancholy, akin to the countenances of most individuals in this post-apocalyptic world, where mere survival had become a formidable challenge. Upon their arrival at the Ark, Lin Yi dug up a thorn plant and presented it to them, instructing Yuan on the proper method of planting. Yuan received it with the eagerness of one who had discovered a great treasure, eagerly scooping up a bit of soil from Lin Yi's garden. According to Yuan, it was best to use the original soil for such plants. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi merely smirked. Having already gifted the plant, he felt little concern for what remained. In the minds of Yuan and Yi Xini, these rune plants are perhaps the rarest in the entire world. Once they disseminate these rune plants, it will undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for the people of the shelter. Thus, Yuan solemnly secured the rune thorn and remarked, "Brother Lin, I am at a loss for how to repay your kindness. Should you ever find yourself in Mountain City, we will certainly assist you." In Lin Yi's view, as long as Miss Yi was escorted to the village shelter, her esteemed status would surely lead to Yuan's significant advancement. To be candid, both Yuan and Miss Yi held a certain disdain for Song Yuan village, perceiving it as exceedingly feeble, so fragile that it could face obliteration at any moment. In this apocalyptic scenario, only large shelters could sustain human existence. Certainly, Yuan extended an invitation for Lin Yi to accompany them, yet Lin Yi rejected the proposal without a moment's hesitation. He felt secure in his current freedom and questioned the necessity of going to a shelter. Was it merely to languish? In Lin Yi's opinion, if shelters were as infallible and devoid of peril as claimed, Yuan and Yi Xini would not risk their lives camping in the wilderness, especially with so few survivors left in their protective team. He did not hold much faith in the purported benefits of these shelters. After escorting the group to the RV, Lin Yi inquired, "Captain Yu, is this truly the only RV you have left? Do you intend to use it to transport Miss Yi to the Mountain City shelter? After all, it is quite a distance, with the nearest being the Hongyan shelter." With a helpless sigh, Yuan lamented, "Lin, you are right. Continuing our journey to the Mountain City Sanctuary in this RV is certainly unfeasible. This vehicle offers us little protection. We should first head to the Hongyan Sanctuary, and then arrange for them to send us to the Mountain City Sanctuary." Lin Yi furrowed his brow upon hearing this. After all, the Hongyan Sanctuary was not his establishment, and sending an outsider there might incur unexpected costs. Nevertheless, he masked his concerns and replied, "Oh, since you intend to visit the Hongyan Sanctuary, I recall that today is the day their representatives come to exchange supplies with us. Perhaps you should meet with them first." Yuan felt a spark of inspiration at Lin Yi's words. He remembered Li Dehai and Zhang Depeo, who had not visited for nearly a week. By now, they should be due. At that moment, Yi Xini interjected, "Captain Yu, since the Hongyan Sanctuary's people will be here to exchange supplies, why not wait a little longer?" It seemed she too shared the sentiment that traveling in the RV outdoors was less than safe. Ideally, they could fly directly to the Hongyan Sanctuary by helicopter. Indeed, before they could finish their conversation, a helicopter buzzed overhead, circling before finally landing in the square beneath the signal tower. Lin Yi pointed towards the tower and exclaimed, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. We must hurry to investigate." He then added, "Oh, and I still need to exchange some supplies." Equipped with his enhanced gas mask and water purifier, Lin Yi prepared to depart. Chapter 67. Cultivation base. This time, Lin Yi intended to trade for some Spectre detectors, which he had found quite useful previously. Naturally, he also hoped the shelter would offer something new, allowing him to further enhance his strength. Yuan and Yi Sini exchanged glances and followed Lin Yi. Zhang Ru, feeling exhausted from the day's events, decided to rest in the RV. Given that it was daytime and there were plenty of runestones inside, she was safe even alone. When Lin Yi arrived with Yuan and Yi Sini, Li Dahai and Zhang Depeo were already waiting. Some residents were exchanging supplies. Overjoyed to see Lin Yi, Li Dahai hurried over, exclaiming, "Brother Lin, you finally arrived. What do you need? Rest assured, I'll trade you anything I have. Do you have any more of those gas masks from last time? If so, I'd be happy to trade for them." Lin Yi responded, "I do have gas masks, but do you have any more detectors?" Li Dahai chuckled wryly and sighed. "I only have one left. We don't have many of those in the shelter. However, I heard they're developing a new detector, which should be available soon." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes brightened. However, even if this detector had made advancements, it would likely still pale in comparison to his own enhanced version. Nevertheless, this did not preclude the possibility of using these devices to further augment his own. Unfortunately, Li Dahai did not possess them at present, so Lin Yi would have to wait for an opportunity to exchange later. Thus, he hastily summoned Yuan and Yi Sini. After a discussion with Li Dahai, Yuan and Yi Sini wore solemn expressions. Li Dahai spoke gravely. "We recently experienced a torrential downpour that lasted for several days and nights, resulting in significant damage to the Hongyan shelter. At this moment, I fear we cannot spare any personnel." As an insider of the Hongyan shelter, Li Dahai was acutely aware of the internal situation. Nonetheless, Yuan, filled with concern, urged, "Brother Dahai, please allow me to meet with the higher-ups within your organization. To be frank, Miss Ye's status is exceedingly valuable, and I must make this attempt." After some contemplation, Li Dahai agreed. However, he first needed to confer with the shelter's superiors to verify Yi Sini's identity before bringing her to the Hongyan shelter. In these precarious times, trust could not be given lightly. They arranged for Li Dahai and his companions to return the following day. If Yi Sini's identity proved legitimate, they would arrange for a helicopter to transport them back to the Hongyan shelter. This news delighted both Li Dahai and Yi Sini, as traveling by helicopter was certainly preferable to driving a motorhome. Consequently, Yuan graciously extended a favor, gifting Lin Yi the fine motorhome. Moreover, the vehicle was already situated within Lin Yi's courtyard, and he realized that there was no need to move it at all. After a while, Li Dahai set off to return to the Hongyan shelter to report on the situation, once the villagers had exchanged their supplies. Tonight, Yuan and Yi Sini, along with Zhang Ru, would spend another night in the windmill. However, this evening was far superior to the last, as Lin Yi had reinforced the thorny rune, significantly enhancing the defensive capabilities. Consequently, the trio in the vehicle could finally experience a respite, allowing them to enjoy a well-deserved rest. At this moment, Lin Yi had indeed discovered his backyard, as his previously enhanced breeding facility had completed its upgrades today. Given that the breeding facility was constructed in a basement format, it appeared from the surface to be merely a layer of grass. Upon pulling back this grass, Lin Yi revealed a fortified steel plate. When he opened the steel plate, a passageway lay beneath it. Descending down, he found a spacious underground area measuring a full 100 square meters. Fortunately, the reinforced basement was remarkably sturdy and well ventilated, devoid of any unpleasant odors. Astonishingly, this enhanced breeding facility even featured distinct compartments, which were undoubtedly useful. Thus, Lin Yi resolved to complete the fortification of the humus soil before placing it into these compartments. Subsequently, he could cultivate crops in his breeding facility, allowing it to flourish. Additionally, the fortified soil would sustain crop growth for an extended period without any decline in fertility. Once these crops are harvested, Lin Yi will nearly achieve self-sufficiency. Chapter 68. Finding Help. Currently, Lin Yi is engaged in this endeavor. He first brings the prepared humus soil into the basement. Now that his enhancement skills are available, Lin Yi is determined not to squander the opportunity to fortify the humus soil. With a silent incantation in his heart, a faint luminescence envelopes the entire humus. All that remains is for Lin Yi to await the completion of this transformation into nutrient-rich soil. He claps his hands and enters the basement, which boasts commendable concealment. By covering it with steel plates and laying turf on top, one could hardly discern that it houses a planting facility. However, cultivating plants requires sunlight, necessitating an electrical system. Thus, Lin Yi's solar panels must come into play. Once the solar panels are operational, the issue of illumination will be resolved, allowing for the extensive cultivation of his agricultural plants. Nevertheless, this process must be approached incrementally, and fortunately, there is no rush. After exiting his basement, Lin Yi finds Yuan and Yi Xin still at home, having remained inside their camper without venturing out, and he has not called for them. Ultimately, Lin Yi decides to visit the village chief's home. Since the heavy rain, the villagers have been free from water shortages. But now they are facing a looming crisis regarding supplies. Due to the incident involving Lu Yishio, the villagers now hesitate to approach Ma Youwei's villa. However, Lin Yi intends to retrieve some supplies from the villa, including the remaining firearms and the solar panels from Lu Yishio's rooftop. Unfortunately, Lin Yi cannot accomplish this task alone, prompting him to seek the village chief's assistance in organizing a community expedition to Ma Youwei's residence. Lin Yi is not concerned about the villagers' willingness to participate, as he possesses a breeding base and is not troubled by food shortages. In contrast, the villagers rely solely on provisions obtained from Ma Youwei's home. Upon hearing Lin Yi's proposal, the village chief recognized its merit and responded, "I am unable to walk well. Please convey this message to the villagers as if it were my own. Additionally, our food supplies are dwindling, and I fear that if we experience another prolonged downpour, we may struggle to secure food, which would be disastrous." Lin Yi had already contemplated this issue and readily agreed. Nonetheless, his thoughts immediately turned to Lu Yishio. In Lin Yi's view, there must still be a wealth of resources within Ma Youwei's villa, yet Lu Yishio is undoubtedly keeping certain matters to himself. Lin Yi understands that coaxing Lu Yishio to speak could prove challenging. Nevertheless, Lin Yi's current objective is straightforward and to mobilize the villagers effectively. He will need the support of several local talents. Who knows what Lu Yishio is tinkering with at home? Upon seeing Lin Yi's arrival, Lu Yishio hastily covered his belongings with a plastic sheet. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "What brings you here? Are you so devoid of tasks?" Lin Yi pondered for a moment before articulating the village chief's intentions. Upon hearing this, Lu Yishio frowned again and remarked, "You all dare to go? Do you not remember that Ma Youwei perished inside? I have not entertained such thoughts lately." Lin Yi promptly responded, "Lu Yishio, the key to Ma Youwei's villa is in your possession. If you are reluctant to go, then kindly hand over the key to me." Lu Yishio found himself in a quandary upon hearing this. After a moment's hesitation, he declared, "Fine, I will go. We shall all go. But you should lead the way as you did last time. What do you say?" Lin Yi grimaced at this. Lu Yishio was indeed becoming quite audacious. However, with the village chief absent, it fell upon Lu Yishio to rally the others. Thus, Lin Yi had no choice but to swallow his pride, for he was also willing to take risks in pursuit of resources. Lu Yishio believed he was leveraging Lin Yi, yet Lin Yi was equally capitalizing on Lu Yishio. Fortunately, their relationship was merely transactional. Lin Yi felt that even if Lu Yishio encountered difficulties, he would have done his part. Once the group had reached a consensus, they commenced their plans, determined to visit Ma Youwei's villa while daylight still graced the sky. Simultaneously, Lin Yi felt that the villa belonging to Ma Youwei's family would likely be devoid of any remaining possessions. After all, in such dire circumstances, the villagers would not, as they did previously, leave behind a portion of supplies in anticipation of future retrieval, for by the time the next opportunity arose, they might not even be alive to claim them. When the villagers had gathered, Lin Yi indeed observed that Zhang Laosan was leaning on a cane, clearly indicating that the injuries from the last encounter had hindered his mobility. Even the village chief did not make an appearance, merely sending young Tian Tian in his stead. At that moment, Lu Yishio remarked to Zhang Laosan, "What are you doing here? You could be at home making candles instead. With your condition, should a ghostly figure appear, you would have nowhere to flee." However, Zhang Laosan stubbornly shook his head and replied, "No, there are others' belongings at stake. We, the villagers, all have a share. Why should I not go? Furthermore, my candle-making materials are dwindling, and I must gather more supplies." Upon hearing Zhang Laosan's obstinacy, Lu Yishio remained silent for a moment before waving his hand. conceding. "All right, Zhang Laosan, since you insist on going, we cannot stop you, but do not be a hindrance." Zhang Laosan scoffed quietly to himself, thinking Lu Yishou often lacked diligence in his work, yet had the audacity to accuse him of slowing down. Nevertheless, seeing himself laden with supplies brought a sense of relief, for he was prepared. Lin Yi then scanned the crowd and noted that Wang Ergu was absent, clearly indicating that the death of Wang Ergu's father had profoundly affected him. Having packed their belongings, both Qian Yi and Sweet Yang were prepared to embark on their journey. Lin Yi cautioned them to exercise caution along the way. Wen Yu and Tingting Yi exhibited a palpable lack of enthusiasm. While the supplies from Wei Ma's residence were undoubtedly beneficial to the villagers, enabling them to sustain themselves for a period, they were deemed insignificant in the eyes of Xian Yi, even when you held them in disdain. Selfishly, he desired that Jin Zhu, Xian Yi, and Ru Zhang, among others, come to receive them, while being disinclined to concern himself with other trivial matters. As the villagers made their way to Wei Ma's villa, Yilin noticed the presence of 2 surveillance cameras positioned at the entrance. These were ostensibly installed by Wei Ma to deter potential thieves. It then occurred to Yilin that installing a surveillance camera at this juncture could prove advantageous. Of course, the purpose of installing a surveillance camera at this time was not to deter thieves, but rather to monitor the eerie entities lurking outside. Upon realizing this, Yilin promptly scaled the structure and removed one of the surveillance cameras, subsequently placing it in his bag. Shou Lu furrowed his brow and inquired, "What do you intend to do with that surveillance camera? If it's damaged during removal, it'll be rendered useless due to the lack of power." However, Yilin simply replied, "I intend to take it back for research purposes. Whether or not it can be utilized remains to be seen." After examining the remaining surveillance camera, Yilin deemed it unnecessary, as he possessed one that had already undergone enhancement, rendering additional ones superfluous. Lu Yishou glanced at the monitor, realizing he could not conceive of any practical use for it, thus refraining from taking any action. At that moment, the surrounding villagers began to express their confusion, inquiring, "Aren't you going in? We have been standing here for quite some time." Lu Yishou turned to Lin Yi, suggesting, "Brother, this operation was initiated by you. Please proceed inside first. I shall wait until it is safe for me to follow." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi smirked, thinking to himself that this fellow was indeed a cunning old fox. Chapter 70. Creating a stir at this juncture, the villagers' gazes shifted towards Lin Yi. It appeared that their trust in him had been bolstered by the previous incident, coupled with the substantial supplies he had exchanged with the people from the Hongyan shelter. Consequently, the villagers regarded Lin Yi as a local magnate. Lin Yi pursed his lips, pondering the adage, "One cannot catch a wolf without first sacrificing a child." He understood that if he were to propose venturing into danger alongside the villagers, they would undoubtedly refuse, for their lives were deemed more precious than anything else. Moreover, Lin Yi did not perceive any genuine peril. As long as he remained vigilant, he believed he would encounter no significant issues. With this thought in mind, Lin Yi approached the entrance of the villa. Inside, it was shrouded in darkness, seemingly even more so than during his last visit. He could not afford to dwell on such matters any longer. He was compelled to retrieve all the supplies within, for time was of the essence. At the very least, he needed to package all the solar panels from the roof, as he understood that the forthcoming energy resources were of paramount importance. If the issues concerning energy and electricity remain unresolved, his base will be unable to achieve complete self-sufficiency. While candles can provide illumination, they merely suffice for ordinary consumption. Moreover, with the recent addition of an underground farming facility, Lin Yi felt compelled to establish an electrical system in the coming days. At the very least, adequate lighting must be ensured. Even if the plants evolve, they still require photosynthesis to thrive. Standing at the entrance, Lin Yi calmly tossed several enhanced talismans into the hall. Indeed, as soon as the talismans landed within, they erupted with a series of explosive sounds. At that moment, the readings on the ghostly detector in Lin Yi's arms surged to 100. After deploying a few talismans, the detector's value dropped to 50. Yet this figure still indicated a considerable lack of safety. Nevertheless, Lin Yi was reluctant to squander his talismans, as this was a collective decision made by the villagers. He could not solely expend his own resources. Although the villagers possessed talismans, their combined efforts would yield significant results, especially since each individual would bring along their own talismans and related items. Lin Yi felt he had cleared the path ahead, and it was time for the villagers to join him. Thus, after lingering at the entrance for a moment, He called out, "Come in quickly, light the candles, and let us proceed with the same swiftness as before. We must retrieve all the canned goods from the warehouses." Upon hearing this, the remaining villagers couldn't help but lick their lips, for the finest sustenance they had enjoyed recently had been those very canned goods. Li Dehai and Zhang Depeo both held supplies from the Red Rock Sanctuary, exchanging them for a considerable number of canned goods, which, despite their years of shelf life, remained remarkably fresh upon opening. Upon noticing that Lin Yi was unoccupied, Lu Yishou and Zhang Laosan quickly produced several candles and made their way towards the interior of the house. When the villagers gathered, Lin Yi was acutely aware of their trepidation, knowing they must have brought a significant quantity of talismans with them. Indeed, the readings on the detector plummeted to around 10, prompting Lin Yi to exhale in relief, recognizing that, at the very least, their safety was temporarily assured. Simultaneously, Lin Yi discreetly concealed his ghostly shadow detector. Understanding its critical value in times of need, he remained vigilant, careful not to attract the attention of the nearby villagers, as the device had been enhanced, and he wished to keep its existence a secret. Thus, the group arrived, uneventfully, at the entrance of Ma Youwei's warehouse. Without needing prompting, Lu Yishou hurriedly unlocked the large door. Aside from Ma Youwei's apprentice, who had previously wandered through, no one else had visited this space. The conditions within remained largely unchanged. Yet this time, the villagers exhibited far greater enthusiasm. Upon entering, they frantically stuffed their bags with cans and compressed food. Lin Yi, too, did not hold back and filled his own bag to the brim. Notably, the villagers had brought significantly larger bags than before. Both Yang Tian and Yi Qian managed to fill an entire large bag with cans and provisions. Were it not for their limited strength, they likely could have carried even more items. Similarly, Lin Yi discreetly retrieved a reinforced key, intending to use it to unlock Ma Youwei's safe. Believing that acquiring a firearm would be a prudent measure for ensuring safety in these precarious times. Chapter 71. A futile key. As the villagers neared the completion of transporting the supplies from the warehouse, Lin Yi addressed them, stating, "Folks, we will undoubtedly continue to relocate resources, and it is probable that we won't be returning here. Perhaps we should thoroughly search each room in Ma Youwei's house. If you come across anything of value, we can collectively gather it and take it with us, rather than risking repeated visits." Lin Yi's proposition was met with some hesitation among the villagers, as their initial intention was solely to retrieve supplies and not to acquire additional items. However, Lu Yishou's eyes lit up upon hearing this suggestion. He possessed knowledge of several items within Ma Youwei's residence, some of which were known only to him. But he had refrained from divulging this information. After some deliberation, Lu Yishou resolved to adhere to his plan, regardless of the villagers' participation. Consequently, he declared, "Let us meticulously search each room, and if anyone has a desire to take something, we shall proceed to acquire it. Otherwise, we shall refrain from doing so. Let us collectively consider this, and there should be no issue with everyone inspecting the premises together." Lu Yishou carried the keys to Ma Youwei's villa, and accordingly, the group followed Lu Yishou's lead, meticulously searching each room. Before long, as the doors of Ma Youwei's home swung open one by one, the villagers swiftly seized the supplies within. In the midst of this frantic search, they found themselves atop the villa's roof. Lin Yi intended to transport all the solar panels away. However, the villagers possessed only a rudimentary understanding of their value, with many struggling to secure their next meal. Who among them had the resources to repair these solar panels? Faced with an overwhelming quantity that he could not possibly carry alone, Lin Yi resolved to offer some of his own supplies in exchange. He selected several robust laborers from the village to assist him in transporting the solar panels. The villagers, recognizing the potential to sell these items, acquiesced to Lin Yi's proposal. Yet, upon glancing back, Lin Yi noticed that Lu Yishou had vanished without a trace. He recalled that initially, Lu Yishou had refrained from taking anything, lurking in the shadows and observing others. With Lu Yishou now missing, it was evident he had likely gone in search of something more valuable. Lin Yi promptly called out, "Has anyone seen Lu Yishou? Why has he not shown up yet?" At this moment, the villagers exchanged glances, and one spoke up, "I saw Lu Yishou head into a room below, and he has yet to emerge." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi smirked, sensing that Lu Yishou was undoubtedly up to something dubious. He quickly urged, "Let us investigate at once. If Lu Yishou encounters trouble and perishes here, it would be dire indeed." Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the villagers were immediately engulfed in a sense of unease. After all, they had gathered together with the intention of departing as a group, The thought of one person meeting their demise here weighed heavily on their hearts. In truth, Lin Yi was indifferent to whether Lu Yishou was alive or dead. He merely sought to uncover the clandestine activities Lu was engaged in. As Lin Yi spoke, a group hastily rushed over to investigate. However, they found themselves obstructed at the entrance, unable to gain access. At that moment, Lin Yi, holding a key, remarked with a smile, "I can unlock this door." He then produced the enhanced key he had acquired, feeling a sense of satisfaction as it effortlessly opened the grand entrance. Upon entry, they beheld Lu Yishou, perplexed and struggling with a safe that would not yield to his attempts. Lu, astonished, turned to Lin Yi and inquired, "How did you get in? Wasn't this door locked?" Before Lin Yi could respond, the surrounding villagers closed in, their suspicions about Lu Yishou's intentions becoming clear. Lu Yishou was in a state of panic, perspiration beading on his forehead, yet the safe remained obstinately shut, leaving him at a loss. He turned to Li Tiexiang and said, "You claimed you could make keys. Look at the one you provided me. Utterly useless." Li Tiexiang, raising his hands in exasperation, replied, "You are being rather ungrateful. You wish to claim all the benefits from that safe for yourself while attempting to use me as your pawn. Moreover, I am not a locksmith, so how could I possibly remember such intricate details?" Li the blacksmith appeared utterly indifferent, which only intensified Lu Yishou's frustration. Just as they were speaking, the villagers began to gather around. Clutching the safe tightly, Lu Yishou insisted, "What are you all here for? Ma Yue is my cousin. His belongings are mine. I have already been generous enough to allow you to move the warehouse supplies. This safe is mine, and none of you will take it." Lu Yishou's face flushed with urgency, displaying a reckless determination. At that moment, the villagers seemed somewhat perplexed, and many hesitated. Lin Yi took out his key and weighed it in his hand, sensing that his enhanced key would easily unlock the safe. However, he had no intention of assisting Lu Yishou for free, especially since he was also eager to discover the treasures within the safe. Thus, he discreetly pocketed his key. After all, Lu Yishou lacked the key and was unable to open the safe. Ultimately, its rightful ownership would belong to Lin Yi. Seeing Lu Yishou's desperate demeanor, the villagers exchanged glances and decided to withdraw. Nevertheless, as they left, Lu Yishou insisted on taking the safe with him, but in vain, for it remained locked, leaving him in a state of agitation. Hence, he turned and exclaimed, "If anyone desires my safe, you must offer something in exchange. Any valuable supplies or useful items from your homes will do." However, the villagers were undoubtedly lacking in interest, as they were currently forced to stretch their meals to last longer, leaving little to no funds available for an enigmatic safe whose contents remained a mystery. Despite Lu Yishou's air of intrigue, the villagers simply could not spare the coin to exchange for such a thing. When inquiries arose regarding the contents of the safe, Lu Yishou would merely shake his head, resolutely refusing to divulge any information, insisting only that it contained something of value. As Lu Yishou found himself in a quandary, Lin Yi suggested, "Lu Yishou, since you are eager to exchange for that item, why not let me propose a trade?" Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Lu Yishou's eyes sparkled with newfound hope as he awaited the response from this affluent individual. With a playful grin, Lu Yishou approached, saying, "You may take the safe with you, but do you still have that gas mask? Perhaps you could part with the set for me? As you know, I am a carpenter, and even when cutting trees at the forest's edge, I am exposed to the mist. It has been an age since I engaged in any carpentry work." Lu Yishou primarily dealt with crafting wooden doors and furniture, making the gas mask quite essential for him. Yet, Lin Yi was reluctant to acquiesce so easily to Lu Yishou's request. "I hardly have any gas masks left," he replied. "What about a water purifier instead?" Lu Yishou grimaced at this suggestion, retorting, "That simply will not do. A water purifier is of little use to me in such quantity. What I truly need is the gas mask. If you are unwilling to trade, I shall simply take the safe back home. I refuse to believe it cannot be opened." Upon hearing those words, Lin Yi curled his lips and finally conceded, "Very well. I shall return to fetch a gas mask for you, in exchange for this safe." Lu Yishou chuckled lightly, casually tossing the safe over to Lin Yi. With no other choice, Lin Yi enlisted someone to assist him in carrying the safe. Lu Yishou had deemed the safe a burden, believing it to be impenetrable. However, for Lin Yi, it was anything but a nuisance. He felt an overwhelming eagerness to return home and unlock the safe. With the matter at hand resolved, the group exited Ma You's villa, this time well prepared. None among them went missing. Yet, as they stepped outside and glanced back, a chill crept down their spines. At that moment, someone suggested setting fire to Ma You's villa. as they felt an unsettling aura linger, haunted by the specter of those who had perished within its walls. Lin Yi entertained a similar notion, but he discreetly checked his ghostly presence detector and noted a gradual rise in the readings. He understood that nightfall was approaching and the concentration of spirits was intensifying. At that juncture, he could no longer afford to linger, hastily departing the scene, his pace quickening to a near run. Observing Lin Yi's urgency, Lu Yishou and the other villagers quickened their steps as well. Once they had moved on, the area around the villa fell silent once more. A gust of wind swept through, and in the shadows of the villa, a few dark figures stood, coldly observing the villagers who had now vanished into the distance. Glanced back reflectively, discerning nothing, he shook his head, resolving to examine the contents of Ma Youwei's safe. As the sun descended, it cast an amber radiance, yet offered no warmth. After the robust men had engaged, delivered the solar panels and safe to his abode, generously compensated them with supplies, even bestowing each with a candle. Much to their astonishment, recognized the magnitude of his gains, the acquisition of the solar panels and Ma Youwei's safe. Hastened to retrieve the safe, retreating indoors and securing the entrance with a resounding thud. Chapter 73. The Black Soil, brandishing his enhanced key, audibly unlocked the safe. The process was seamless. Unlike Lu Yishou's laborious attempts, the safe, evidently crafted from titanium alloy, appeared impenetrable. Within, a compact handgun, an array of diamonds, and several gold ingots were revealed. These treasures would have commanded considerable value in the previous world, but now, the diamonds and gold held little worth being neither edible nor exchangeable for necessities. Considering the potential need for these items during future augmentations, Lin Yi decided to stow them away. Naturally, the primary objective of this venture was the acquisition of the pistol, a tool of utmost utility to Lin Yi at this juncture. With palpable excitement, Lin Yi picked up the handgun, noting its accompanying complement of 5 bullets. While this ammunition was undoubtedly insufficient, Lin Yi possessed the ability to enhance them, rendering the inadequacy inconsequential. Moreover, the compact nature of the pistol facilitated ease of concealment, making it ideally suited to Lin Yi's present circumstances. After examining the firearm, Lin Yi mentally commanded, augment pistol, enhance skill, amplify pistol's power, and imbue it with armor-piercing capabilities. Subsequently, the augmentation skill indicated feasibility, stipulating a 1-day duration. However, the augmentation skill was currently preoccupied with fortifying humus soil, despite its unassuming appearance. This humus soil represented a vital asset for Lin Yi's survival in this mode, sustenance being paramount. An abundance of weaponry would be rendered futile without addressing the fundamental issue of food supply. Lin Yi silently stowed the pistol, comforted by the remaining 5 rounds of ammunition, sufficient for his immediate needs. Upon his return, Lin Yi honored his commitment by providing Lu Yishou with a gas mask. Lu Yishou expressed profuse gratitude, escorting Lin Yi to the threshold. Observing the lateness of the hour, Lin Yi returned home, noting the continued presence of the recreational vehicle. Yu Wen and Yi Sini remained ensconced within, seemingly engaged in their customary activities, having not emerged throughout the day. Lin Yi shook his head, thinking that as long as these individuals did not cause him any trouble, he could care less about their whereabouts or how they chose to spend their time. At that moment, he contemplated descending into the basement to check on the enhancement of his humus soil, but upon calculating the time, he realized that it would be too late, so he decided against it. Nevertheless, Lin Yi envisioned the possibility of creating an underground passage between his dwelling and his breeding base, allowing him to access his subterranean breeding grounds even at night, thus significantly enhancing the safety of his time management. Simultaneously, he considered the necessity of constructing several discreet and secure basements where he could ensure his survival. He also thought it prudent to store some of his valuable possessions within these underground chambers. Ultimately, he realized there was still much to enhance, but progress would need to be made step by step. As Lin Yi pondered over what additional materials required fortification, nightfall gradually enveloped the surroundings. He hastily lit a candle to endure a rather distressing evening. Upon the arrival of the following morning, Lin Yi eagerly made his way to his breeding base. To his delight, he discovered that the humus soil had already been fully enhanced. A flash of white light illuminated the space, revealing that the once varied mixture of breeding soil had now transformed into a uniform, rich black hue. This black soil boasted exceptional fertility, and Lin Yi recognized that this enhanced humus had metamorphosed into a form of black soil far superior to the ordinary variety. Beholding such an abundance of dark soil, Lin Yi was overjoyed and promptly filled the basement compartments with it. Subsequently, he hastily gathered soybeans, corn, and vegetable seeds, murmuring, augmented cultivation, directed enhancement, rapid propagation, ease of preservation, and high yield. After a moment, the enhancement skill provided a notification, a 5-hour enhancement duration. Lin Yi was relieved, as the enhancement time was not extensive, likely due to the limited quantity of seeds. Procuring even this modest assortment of seeds required considerable effort and bartering with the villagers. Fortunately, with these provisions, subsequent enhancements would be more convenient. Observing the seeds enveloped in a layer of hazy, ethereal light, Lin Yi was greatly pleased. Once the cultivation enhancement was complete, he could plant them. Afterward, upon resolving the power system, everything would be successfully accomplished. Having completed these tasks, Lin Yi ventured outside, where he observed Yuwen, Yi Xini, and Zhang Ru packing their belongings, preparing to depart with numerous bags and packages. Approaching them, Lin Yi inquired, "Are you preparing to leave?" Yuwen was carrying the bulk of the larger items alone, while Yi Xini and Zhang Ru each pulled a small bag, likely containing their personal effects. At that moment, Yuwen smiled at Lin Yi and stated, "The Red Rock Shelter has consented to accept us, and a helicopter will arrive today to transport us. We are deeply grateful for your assistance during this period, young man." Yuwen approached and shook hands, at which point Yi Xini and Zhang Ru also came over to express their gratitude to Lin Yi. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a surge of joy. Finally, these individuals were departing. The constant presence of others in his courtyard had left him feeling rather uneasy. He then thought to himself, what a splendid opportunity this was. He would gladly accept the RV. The vehicle was practically unscathed and still operational. Although Lin Yi had no immediate plans to venture out, it was always prudent to be prepared, as it was better to have it than not. At that moment, Yuwen awkwardly chuckled and said, "Well, Lin, as I mentioned, the RV is yours. However, do take care not to wander outside alone. The world beyond is exceedingly unsafe right now." Recalling his previous experiences, Yuwen felt a chill run down his spine. Just as they were conversing, a sudden roar echoed through the air above Songyuan village. The three of them looked up to see a helicopter circling overhead, indicating that Li Dahai had been dispatched from the shelter to retrieve Yuwen and the others. Lin Yi accompanied the trio to the square beneath the signal tower. His intention was to glean specific information about Yi Xini from Li Dahai, but to his disappointment, Li Dahai had little to share and seemed reluctant to divulge more. Accepting this, Lin Yi refrained from pressing further. As long as these individuals were leaving without causing him any trouble, he was content. Of course, as they departed, Yuwen and his companions discreetly took some rune plants with them, yet they would not disclose this to the shelter's personnel, for these were their closely guarded secrets. Moreover, on this occasion, Li Dahai did not bring any supplies, as he was solely there to retrieve Yi Xini and her companions. After exchanging greetings, he departed in a helicopter. At this moment, Yuwen Kai let out a sigh of relief and then inquired, "Brother Dahai, I believe the leaders of your shelter must be aware of Miss Ye's identity by now. When do you plan to send us to the Mountain City shelter?" Upon hearing this, Li Dahai shook his head and replied, "I came solely to see you, my brother. I have not heard of any plans to escort you to the Mountain City shelter. Furthermore, the routes to the Mountain City shelter have been completely severed. We currently have only a few clandestine passages available, but transporting personnel and supplies has become exceedingly troublesome." Yuwen Kai wished to express more, but was interrupted by Li Dahai, who continued, "At present, there are simply no personnel available to assist you. Moreover, danger lurks everywhere. The journey to the Mountain City is long, and our helicopter cannot travel such distances. Therefore, it would be best for you to remain at the Hongyan shelter for the time being." Yuwen Kai opened his mouth, intending to respond, but was again interrupted by Yi Xini. Clearly feeling somewhat dejected, she said, "Brother Yu, let us not dwell on this any longer. Since we are here, we might as well make the best of it and stay at the Hongyan shelter for a while." With Yi Xini's words, Yuwen Kai reluctantly acquiesced. Once these individuals departed, Lin Yi joyfully ran towards his courtyard. The recreational vehicle parked in front of the courtyard now belonged entirely to him. The keys were even still in the ignition, untouched, and the fuel tank was full. Lin Yi even took the RV for a spin around Songyuan village before ultimately parking it in his backyard. Mindful of the preciousness of the fuel, Lin Yi wondered if he should utilize the fuel, perhaps as a combustible or to create a Molotov cocktail. He imagined a scenario where, armed with a pistol in one hand and a Molotov cocktail in the other, he would deter anyone who dared to antagonize him. After securing the RV, Lin Yi left it there, as it wasn't immediately needed. Then, when the 5-hour mark arrived, Lin Yi hastened underground to check on his seats. He observed that they had all completed their evolution, now adorned with faint patterns, a stark contrast to their previous appearance. Lin Yi knew that his planting base was now a resounding success. Without hesitation, Lin Yi set aside a few seeds as backup and planted the rest in the black soil, sprinkling them with water to await germination. At that moment, Lin Yi also reinforced his pistol, aware that Yuan and his group were relatively reasonable. However, he knew that desperate robbers were capable of anything when their lives were on the line. Should a band of marauders descend upon them, they would be indifferent to the virtues or destitution of the villagers of Song Yuan. Their sole intent would be to plunder, eschewing any semblance of equitable exchange. The Red Rock Sanctuary, regrettably, lacks the means to effectively intervene. At best, they might dispatch a helicopter for a cursory reconnaissance, but in their present state of vulnerability, they are unlikely to concern themselves with extraneous matters. Consequently, Lin Yi is compelled to undertake this reinforcement, though he would rather be fortifying his solar panels, which have remained untouched since their acquisition. Lin Yi envisions mounting one such panel atop his recreational vehicle, thereby augmenting its capabilities and obviating the need for conventional fuel. The other he intends to affix to his rooftop, thereby resolving his energy needs. A faint, ethereal luminescence emanated from the pistol as it underwent its enhancement. With these tasks concluded, Lin Yi exhaled in relief. He then busied himself within the subterranean confines of the breeding ground for a spell before retiring to his abode for a brief respite. However, his repose was short-lived, as he soon donned a gas mask, seized an axe, and ventured forth to fell timber. Lin Yi harbored an unshakable conviction that he must clear the surrounding arboreal growth. For even in broad daylight, the shadows cast by the trees instilled in him a sense of unease, and their presence obscured his field of vision. Furthermore, Lin Yi transported a quantity of wood to the subterranean breeding facility, resolving to diversify his culinary repertoire and cultivate mushrooms within the cellar's depths. The mere thought of mushrooms made Lin Yi yearn for a hearty mushroom soup. After completing his tasks, Lin Yi stretched languidly. Surveying his hedge, he realized that it alone would not suffice, as the thorny plants could only deter specters, not humans. Lin Yi contemplated whether to imbue the brambles with additional properties or enhance another plant altogether. He glanced at the mountains, shrouded in a thin veil of mist. Having stayed away for so long, he shuddered to think of the extent of the plant's mutations within. Lin Yi was suddenly reminded of the runestone mine in the mountains. The abundance of unmined runestones struck him as a tremendous waste. He considered organizing the villagers to extract the ore once more. But venturing into the mountains at this time would be suicidal, and the villagers, though greedy, would surely balk at such a proposition. With that thought, Lin Yi abandoned the idea. However, providing each villager with a gas mask was beyond his capabilities. Furthermore, the pervasive specters lurking within the mountain mist were a constant source of anxiety. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, he was not the only one with his eyes on the vast floatstone deposit. At that moment, Zhao Lei, the director of the Red Rock Shelter, turned to the law enforcement officer, Wang Ming, and inquired, "How goes our communication with the Mountain City Shelter? Is their missile base still operational?" Wang Ming, filled with a sense of urgency, remarked, "Director, it is indeed usable. However, the Mountain City Sanctuary has informed us that their capabilities have suffered some damage after employing missiles. Consequently, we must allocate a portion of the runestones we extract to them." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei curled his lip in disdain, for during this tumultuous period, attempting to mine runestones was akin to risking lives recklessly. Chapter 75, Manifestation. The Mountain City Sanctuary had previously served as one of the military districts of the Dragon Nation, housing a missile launch facility. Yet, these missiles, even if deployed, would be ineffective against the Phantoms. After all, the distant and beautiful nation had launched nuclear weapons without achieving any significant impact on those apparitions. Now, by merely pressing a button to unleash a barrage of outdated munitions, they could procure runestones that had cost countless lives to extract from the Red Rock Sanctuary. Despite Zhao Lei's frustrations, he recognized the necessity of utilizing missiles to pave the way, as abstaining from such measures would only lead to greater losses. The extraction of runestones was becoming increasingly arduous, compelling Zhao Lei to contemplate the future supply of these precious resources. Although he had acquiesced to the demands, Wang Ming felt a pang of sorrow, aware that it would be their comrades who would bear the brunt of this endeavor. Yet, for the survival of the entire sanctuary, Some sacrifices were inevitable. In this harsh world, Wang Ming rose to his feet and declared, "My lord, if that is the case, I shall take it upon myself to make contact. Rest assured, once they clear the path with their bombardment, we shall be able to extract sufficient rune stones for our needs." Zhao Lei smiled wryly and remarked, "The talisman stones are perpetually insufficient, as this mine is inherently limited, while the specters are boundless. Even if the talisman stones we extract this time last for a few years, what about a decade or a century from now?" Hearing Zhao Lei's words, Wang Ming fell into a contemplative silence. After all, the supply of talisman stones is finite, and they must engage in a constant struggle against the specters. Unless these malevolent entities are entirely eradicated one day, their existence will continue to pose a threat. The thought of this weighed heavily on him, especially considering that the specter outbreak had only occurred 6 months prior. They were already feeling overwhelmed. It is daunting to imagine what the situation will be like in 5, 10, or even 100 years. At this juncture, Wang Ming could only say, "My lord, do not burden yourself with so many worries. Let us focus on enduring these next few years." After all, he was but a simple man. Subsequently, Wang Ming retrieved a gas mask. Upon seeing it, Zhao Lei furrowed his brow and inquired, "Wang Ming, what is this? Are our gas masks insufficient? If we require more, you should consult Zhou Wei." Wang Ming responded, "Indeed, take a look at this mask. The individuals under Zhou Wei cannot produce anything like it. I tried this mask myself, and it effectively filters the toxic gas from the dense fog. I am unsure who manufactured it, but it is undeniably effective. If all our warriors were equipped with such gas masks, we could traverse the path to extract the runes with far less caution." Upon hearing Wang Ming's remark, Zhao Lei promptly donned the gas mask to test it. Indeed, this mask was a product of the exchange between Li Dahai and Wang Ming. It was a remarkably evolved and robust design, seamlessly crafted to the extent that it bore no resemblance to industrial manufacturing. Even Zhao Lei was taken aback by its quality. Holding the mask in his hands, he inquired, "Wang Ming, from where did you acquire this mask? Did you trade supplies from our Hongyan sanctuary for it? This would certainly enhance the safety of our warriors in their future endeavors." Wang Ming replied with a wry smile, "My lord, this was obtained from a fellow named Lin Yi in Song Yuan village, through our helicopter squadron. However, I've heard he possesses only 2 or 3 sets, and they are all exchanged now. To amass a significant number, we would need hundreds or even thousands, which is quite unfeasible with our current manpower." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei furrowed his brow and responded, "Yet there are individuals of such caliber in the vicinity of our Hongyan sanctuary. Please, elaborate on who this Lin Yi truly is." Chapter 76. Generators and Pumps. As the director of the Hongyan sanctuary, Zhao Lei's perception was notably astute. Even the slightest hint could reveal that Lin Yi was no ordinary individual. At this moment, Zhao Lei found it hard to believe that a mere villager could possess such remarkable items. As the director of the sanctuary, Zhao Lei had never encountered someone like Lin Yi, leading him to speculate whether Lin Yi hailed from a prominent family or was perhaps a descendant of a distinguished scientist, given the sophistication of his equipment. While the Red Rock Sanctuary could produce gas masks, their quality was considered adequate only before the apocalypse. Subsequently, Wang Ming shared the information he and Li Dahai had gathered with Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei furrowed his brow and inquired, "What?" This individual materialized abruptly in Song Yuan village, and no one had seen him before? Wang Ming confirmed, "Indeed, it seems he came from elsewhere, though he didn't disclose his origin. However, he appears content in Song Yuan village and shows no inclination to leave. It seems he intends to settle there permanently." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei paced back and forth in his office before suggesting, "In that case, why not invite Lin Yi back to our Red Rock Sanctuary on your next visit? After all, Song Yuan village is quite barren. Our sanctuary, with its numerous inhabitants, offers greater security. Moreover, if he's willing to divulge the gas mass production method, we can acknowledge his contribution and exempt him from labor." Wang Ming scoffed at this, remarking, "I doubt he'd readily impart such knowledge. Such valuable skills are typically guarded closely for self-preservation. Even I wouldn't easily share them." However, Zhao Lei remarked, "If he is unwilling to surrender, shall we not resort to coercion and persuasion? Regardless of the circumstances, this is for the sake of our entire Hongyan base. You must ensure this matter is handled with utmost diligence." Wang Ming, left with no alternatives, responded, "My lord, since you have stated it so, what course of action remains for us?" Reluctantly, Wang Ming nodded in agreement. Yet, he believed there was still room for negotiation. He intended to have Li Dahai initiate contact with Lin Yi, as long as Lin Yi was amenable to a trade. They felt that any supplies within the shelter could be proposed, provided they were not excessively demanding. They would acquiesce. At that moment, Wang Ming inquired, "My lord, Yusini and her group have already been brought over by Li Dahai. I have ensured their accommodation. Would you like to meet them?" Zhao Lei furrowed his brows upon hearing this and replied, "Given the multitude of issues we currently face, we cannot afford to concern ourselves with them. Sending them to the Mountain City shelter is out of the question. Everyone is preoccupied with their own safety. If a meeting is to take place, it would be prudent to postpone it for a while. We have no information regarding the situation at Yangqing's shelter, and communication has been utterly severed. Alas, you may take your leave now." Upon hearing this, Wang Ming subsequently withdrew, as he needed to find Li Dahai and plan a visit to Song Yuan village the following day. Such matters, he believed, required swift resolution. Thus, when Lin Yi observed Li Dahai's helicopter descending once more the next day, he felt a twinge of curiosity, wondering if there had been further developments concerning Yi Sini's group. Li Dahai, however, assured him that all was well on Yi Sini's end, but he had an unusual request to make. Lin Yi furrowed his brow and inquired, "If you have any requests, Brother Dahai, please don't hesitate to voice them." Li Dahai hesitated before responding. "My friend, would you be willing to share the method for crafting those gas masks? Rest assured, we approach you with the utmost sincerity. We are prepared to offer anything you desire in exchange." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi frowned, realizing that the gas masks were not manufactured but rather enhanced. Consequently, there was no crafting method to divulge. How could he barter something that simply didn't exist? Simultaneously, Lin Yi recognized that the inhabitants of the shelter required gas masks to venture out in search of resources. It seemed their current masks were of inferior quality, leading them to seek his assistance. Lin Yi instinctively reached for the pistol in his pocket. However, he was acutely aware that his individual strength was no match for the collective might of the entire shelter. Should they all descend upon him, he would be unable to withstand their assault. Furthermore, he needed to barter with the shelter for essential supplies, as the villagers' offerings no longer met his needs. At that moment, Lin Yi responded, "I am willing to share the method, but do you possess generators or water pumps? I require them urgently. Provide me with these, and I shall relinquish the crafting method." Li Dahai's brow furrowed upon hearing this. Generators were a precious commodity, and while the Red Rock shelter possessed several, they were primarily reserved for critical departments. The average citizen could scarcely afford to use any electricity. Now, Lin Yi surprisingly requested a generator, which is typically beyond the means of ordinary individuals. To begin with, the diesel required for its operation is usually only accessible to larger factions. For an individual to power a generator is indeed quite challenging. However, for Lin Yi, this presents no insurmountable obstacle. He is fully capable of enhancing the generator to the point where it can function without diesel. Indeed, even burning wood could suffice for power generation. Lin Yi perceives reliance solely on solar energy as insufficiently secure, as it can only generate power when sunlight is available. What if there were to be no sun for 10 days or even half a month? Thus, the issue of energy is not to be taken lightly, and he finds himself in need of a water pump as well. Although the recent heavy rain has allowed the villagers to accumulate a considerable amount of water, the timing of the next rainfall remains uncertain. Lin Yi has contemplated digging a well, yet such an endeavor often yields nothing but black pests, with no water in sight. Moreover, the act of well digging poses significant dangers. Lin Yi concludes that it would be wiser to enhance a water pump instead. He envisions placing the pump in his underground chamber. Whenever water is scarce, he can simply use electricity to draw some up, thus avoiding the perilous task of venturing out on rainy days amidst lurking dangers. As for the water pump, Li Dahai is unconcerned. After all, there are few locations where it can currently be utilized, and it also requires an electric supply. Li Dahai remarked, "Lin Yi, I can agree to provide you with the water pump, but regarding the generator, I must consult with others before proceeding." Chapter 77. The deal reached after all. The generator is a strategic resource, and Li Dahai does not possess the authority to agree so readily. Lin Yi understood that exchanging the generator is no simple task. However, he remained unfazed and said, "Brother Dahai, if you intend to go, do so promptly. Tomorrow, I shall await your news here." Once Li Dahai departed in his helicopter, Lin Yi hurried back home. Upon his arrival, he retrieved a blank sheet of paper and began to write down a method for enhancing the production of gas masks, ensuring it was straightforward and practical. Before long, the enhancement skill provided a notification. Enhancement possible, duration, 1 hour. Since this enhancement pertained merely to a production method, The time required was less than anticipated, aligning with Lin Yi's expectations. Not long after, a flash of white light occurred, transforming the sheet into a substantial stack of paper filled with dense text. It appeared to be the method for crafting advanced gas masks. Lin Yi glanced over it casually, satisfied, and set it aside. After all, the materials required for construction are labor-intensive, and Lin Yi simply did not have the luxury of time to gather them. Moreover, he realized that enhancing the method was more convenient than constructing it from scratch. Lin Yi now awaited news from Li Dahai. If the shelter indeed required this batch of gas masks, then, in Lin Yi's view, his generator would likely find a favorable fate. In truth, Lin Yi initially went to Ma Youwei's villa in search of a generator, yet he was unable to locate one. Had he found the generator at that time? The ensuing complications could have been avoided. Hastily, Lin Yi placed a solar panel atop his roof and quietly uttered, "Enhance the efficiency and functionality of the solar panel," while simultaneously establishing a system for illumination and warmth within the dwelling and extending the electric lighting to the underground aquaculture base. Upon concluding his statement, a prompt regarding the enhancement skill appeared. Enhancement is possible, requiring 5 days. After perusing this information, Lin Yi stroked his chin, taken aback by the duration of the enhancement. Nonetheless, he recognized the necessity of completing this enhancement given the current energy constraints. By the time the 5 days elapsed, the seeds he had sown should have germinated, perfectly coinciding with the power supply. Thus, Lin Yi silently resolved, commence enhancement now. Subsequently, the solar panel melded seamlessly with the entire rooftop, initiating the enhancement process. Lin Yi exhaled in relief. Once the enhancement was completed, he would no longer need to rely on candles at night, but rather could illuminate his space with incandescent lights. However, this did not render the candles obsolete, as the electricity would only be usable indoors. In the future, when venturing outside, he would still need to carry some candles. For instance, during his previous visit to Ma Youwei's villa, he recognized that without the many individuals holding candles to pierce the darkness, retrieving those solar panels would not have been so effortless. Additionally, he placed another solar panel directly into the RV. Regarding the motorhome, Lin Yi resolved that he would not venture out with it unless it was fully equipped. After completing his preparations, just as he was about to descend, a sudden gust of cold wind enveloped him, causing him to shiver. He realized that the weather was transitioning into autumn, yet it felt significantly colder than previous years. Once he descended, he first donned an additional layer of clothing and then inspected some timber. He also took the time to check on the village chief. Given the old chief's current mobility issues and Yang Tiantian being a woman, Lin Yi decided to deliver some timber to them. As for Yi Qian, Lin Yi chose not to visit her for the time being, as he had previously observed her exchanging numerous supplies with Li Dahai, suggesting she would manage through this period without difficulty. The following day, as Lin Yi prepared to leave, he was surprised to see Li Dahai rushing towards him, accompanied by several others. Lin Yi's heart lifted at the sight, confirming that the shelter had indeed acquiesced to his request. Upon meeting Lin Yi, Li Dahai exclaimed, "You rascal! I spoke with the folks at our shelter yesterday, and we decided to hand over these 2 generators to you. However, they are rather old and may prove to be quite troublesome." Lin Yi understood that the shelter would not part with their latest generators, and having a set of older ones was still commendable. He promptly replied, "Brother Dahai, spare me the details. Let us get these into my backyard swiftly." Once everything was settled, Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief. Subsequently, he imparted the method of enhancing his gas mask to Li Dahai. Li Dahai was taken aback by Lin Yi's willingness. Upon receiving the production method, he exclaimed, "Brother Lin, you have truly come to my aid. My family has expressed that we owe you a favor, and in the future, should you require assistance, provided it is not excessive, we will certainly oblige." After contemplating for a moment, Lin Yi acquiesced, finding no grounds to decline. Eventually, Li Dahai continued, "Brother Lin, would you be interested in joining our shelter? My family has extended an invitation to you, even allocating a residence for your arrival. Once you join us, you will be appointed as a squad leader. What do you think?" It is worth noting that the current demand for positions within the shelter is quite high, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to gain entry. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi furrowed his brow. He surveyed his own circumstances. The effort he had invested in fortifying his safe house was no less valuable than the prospect of entering the shelter. Furthermore, given that the Hong Yin shelter sought his expertise, it was inconceivable for him to abandon his own establishment. Thus, Lin Yi feigned contemplation for a moment before respectfully declining the offer. Observing Lin Yi's refusal, Li Dahai expressed a hint of regret, offering a few words of persuasion. However, Lin Yi remained unmoved, prompting Li Dahai to withdraw in a somewhat despondent mood. Nevertheless, he took solace in having accomplished his task and earned his own merit. After Li Dahai departed, Lin Yi eagerly examined the pump and generator he had recently acquired in exchange. These two items were immensely beneficial to him at present. Chapter 78. The Rain Man. Initially, Lin Yi meticulously examined the water pump and generator, finding them to be in satisfactory working order, which greatly pleased him. Subsequently, he carefully placed these items in the basement, within the confines of the house. His intention was to prioritize the enhancement of the water pump and generator once his power system upgrade was complete. Furthermore, Lin Yi planned to excavate an additional basement within the house to ensure the secrecy of both the water pump and generator. Should others discover his ability to extract water effortlessly and without cost, it would likely incite frenzy among them. In this society, innocence is no defense when possessing valuable assets, and Lin Yi intentionally conceals much of what he possesses. Currently, he remains unmolested because the extent of the value he holds is yet unknown, and the worthiness of any potential action against him remains to be assessed. Moreover, Lin Yi sensed that he had begun to attract attention, prompting him to expedite the enhancement of his safe house to ensure its security. Meanwhile, upon Li Dahai's return, Zhao Lei and Wang Ming were elated to receive the manufacturing methods. Wang Ming expressed his curiosity, remarking, "Director, was it too easy to get these things? Does he perhaps possess even more valuable assets?" After listening, Zhao Lei pondered for a moment and then remarked, "Regardless of whether he possesses anything of value, what matters is that this item serves our purpose now. As for the future, we shall address it when the time comes." Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Yanqing, one of the 5 major sanctuaries of the Dragon Kingdom, the situation was dire. The 5 sanctuaries, Yangcheng, Shanqing, Longqing, Haiqing, and Jinling, harbored the majority of the surviving populace of the Dragon Kingdom, while the remaining individuals largely resided in various smaller sanctuaries beneath these great cities. Scattered villages also persisted, maintaining a relatively loose connection throughout the realm. In stark contrast, other nations faced dire straits. Some had long been disorganized, and when the apocalypse struck, they could hardly muster any semblance of resistance, succumbing entirely to fate. In Yacheng, the relentless downpour showed no signs of abating. On the contrary, it intensified. As the largest sanctuary in the southern Dragon Kingdom, Yangqing now found itself shrouded in a persistent deluge. Director Yi, once a commander in a military district, now found himself in a state of utter disarray. He sensed the unusual severity of the rain, prompting him to send his wife and daughter to safety. In retrospect, his decision seemed sound. However, the plight of the citizens of Yancheng weighed heavily on his mind. With the rain continuing to pour, signs of urban flooding began to emerge, and tragically, many lives were lost to the rising waters. The crux of the matter lies in the countless spectral figures lurking outside the city. Each time lightning lacerates the sky, these dense apparitions become visible upon the city walls, sending shivers down the spines of those who behold them. The pressure on the inhabitants of Yang City is palpable. Some, unable to bear it, attempt to flee in secret. Yet, what solace can escape offer at such a time? Just then, a subordinate reported, "Director, several thousand more corpses have been discovered within Yang City." Director Yi, his eyes bloodshot, replied with a hint of resignation. "Quickly cremate these bodies and bury them discreetly to prevent further complications." However, the subordinate countered, "Director Yi, if this rate continues, it is estimated that none of us within the city will survive for long." Director Yi fell silent, acknowledging the truth in those words. If the rain persisted and no solution was found, the entire population of Yang City faced extinction. As the city's administrator, Director Yi was determined to prevent such a catastrophe. He inquired, "What word comes from Dragon City?" "They are our only hope for assistance." Subsequently, a confidential report was delivered to the director. Upon reading it, Director Yi's face turned ashen. The report contained only one sentence: "A calamity-class specter has emerged in Yang City, tentatively designated as Rain Man." Upon reading this, Director Yi staggered backward, his hands trembling with a sense of helplessness. He never anticipated that circumstances could deteriorate to such an extent. The crux of the matter lies in why these enigmatic rain beings chose to manifest in their sanctuary of Yang City. With an abundance of sanctuaries existing in the world, why did they select Yang City? The pressing issue is that, at this moment, Yang City's capabilities are utterly insufficient to fend off these intrusions. Director Yi, feeling a profound sorrow and a sense of despair, eventually recognized the necessity to persevere. If need be, he would confront these accursed rain beings head-on. Director Yi, known as Yiming, initially succumbed to panic for a brief moment before regaining his composure. Aware that he could not afford to appear so vulnerable in front of his subordinates, he waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I am aware of the situation. You may leave for now. Oh, and do remember to summon all the leaders. I wish to convene a meeting." Once his subordinates departed, Director Yi turned to unlock a concealed underground chamber. This had previously served as an underground base, being one of the 5 major sanctuaries of the Dragon Nation. The area where the director of Yang City resided was the core of this facility. Typically, it was brightly illuminated, powered by nuclear energy, a rare commodity among sanctuaries. And Yang City was fortunate to possess it. Were it not for the stable energy supply provided by nuclear power, they would likely have succumbed long ago. Before long, the leaders of the sanctuary hurriedly assembled. Director Yi tossed the report toward them. Initially, they were perplexed, but upon reviewing its contents, shock gave way to anguish, followed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Finally, one of them spoke up, "Director Yi, what shall we do now? If the Rain people were to attack, it is certain that our city, Yangcheng, would not withstand the onslaught. Recently, we have been under immense pressure, and the atmosphere within the city is fraught with anxiety." At this moment, Yiming tapped the table and finally remarked, "What do you suggest we do about this situation?" Consequently, someone proposed that we should escort certain crucial individuals out of the city, regardless of their destination, as long as they could escape the deluge. Reports have indicated that the Rain people possess the ability to manipulate the weather, and their powers are maximized within the rain. However, once they exceed the boundaries of the rainfall, their strength diminishes significantly. Nevertheless, this raises a dilemma. The number of vehicles available is limited, making it impossible to escort everyone. Thus, those who are to be escorted must either be of utmost importance or fortunate individuals. Moreover, the list of those to be sent away would certainly require deliberation among various factions before it could be finalized. The crux of the matter is that such a calamity is unprecedented. In truth, Yangcheng, with its robust foundation and nuclear facilities, had been steadily stabilizing amidst the apocalypse, only to be confronted with this formidable threat. Yet, in order to preserve the essence of Yangcheng, Yiming consented to the proposal of forming an elite team to escort certain key figures, either esteemed scientists or individuals of significant status. As for the ordinary citizens, Yiming felt powerless, but he made it unequivocally clear that he would not abandon his post. As the director of the Yangcheng Sanctuary, he vowed to stand with it through thick and thin. At that moment, Yiming felt a sense of relief, grateful for his foresight in ensuring the safe departure of his wife and daughter. However, he had yet to receive any news from them. Nevertheless, Yuan, a trusted confidant of Yiming, had earned his confidence. With the burden on his heart lifted, Yiming found himself prepared to embrace his fate with magnanimity. Thus, in the dimly lit basement of Yang City, a preliminary draft was meticulously prepared. Yiming glanced at the list before him, exhaling a deep sigh as he remarked, "Very well, let us proceed according to this list. Oh, by the way, how many talismans do we have left? How long can they sustain us?" Yiming inquired. "Our talismans should last us for approximately 10 more days," came the reply. "Despite the vastness of our sanctuary in Yang City, we consume an astronomical quantity of talismans daily. Moreover, since the emergence of the Rain people, the talismans have been recklessly dispensed along the city walls. To last 10 days is already pushing our limits. What are the talisman mines? Can they not be exploited?" Yiming questioned. At this juncture, the law enforcement officer of Yang City stepped forward. A former subordinate of Yiming, sporting a buzz cut. "Director, there are indeed several talisman mines outside the city. However, no matter how many personnel we dispatch or how well-equipped our teams are, they invariably return empty-handed, with no news to report. Therefore, venturing out to mine talismans is exceedingly perilous. Our only fate outside is death, and we cannot bring back even a single talisman." Upon hearing this, Yiming had already anticipated such an outcome. Yet, hearing it confirmed stirred a sigh within him. Indeed, this path was fraught with insurmountable obstacles. Yiming resolved that the elite team would prepare for 3 more days in the city before hastily departing. However, most would remain in Yang City to hinder the rain-drenched adversaries. After the meeting adjourned, Yiming felt a sense of unease and restlessness. He ascended the ramparts of Yang City, a fortification he had painstakingly constructed. Yet now, amidst the torrential downpour, it seemed to sway precariously. As he walked along the drenched walls, he noticed the numerous enchanted stones embedded within, all of which were rapidly depleting. Suddenly, a thunderous crack echoed through the sky as a bolt of lightning illuminated the surroundings, granting Yi Ming a clearer view. He gazed beyond the walls to see a multitude of pale, ghostly figures moving slowly. However, upon the flash of lightning, they turned their heads toward Yi Ming with alarming swiftness. His heart raced, nearly skipping a beat, but the flicker of the enchanted stones brought him back to his senses. He then observed the layer of enchanted stone powder that blanketed the ground beneath him, finally understanding why it was said that Yang City could only endure for 10 more days. Given the rate at which these stones were being consumed, it would be a miracle if the city lasted that long. Just as the last of the stones were depleted, a squad of enforcers arrived to reinstall the prepared enchanted stones. At that moment, one of his subordinates advised, "Director Yi, the walls are perilous. Perhaps you should return." After listening, Yi Ming slowly nodded, then descended the city wall with heavy steps. Chapter 80. Explosion. At this moment, Yi Ming's mind was utterly blank. The horrifying scene he had just witnessed made him realize that even if an elite team were formed, it would be remarkable if even 1/10 of them survived. Consequently, he adjusted his expectations to 7 days. Managing to endure for 7 days would be commendable, while 10 days seemed an insurmountable aspiration, making 7 days appear far more reasonable. Given the dire circumstances, by the following day, the shelter had already selected the individuals to be evacuated. This time, they chose 500 elite team members to escort 100 key figures. Among them were scholars and doctors, regardless of their previous identities, as long as they managed to escape. They would become the seeds of the entire Yang City. Nevertheless, their escape route still led to the mountain city. Yi Ming had also contemplated reuniting these individuals with Yusini and the others for mutual support. As dawn broke the next day, Yi Ming opened the back gate of the city wall, allowing the convoy to depart slowly. He breathed a sigh of relief. Alas, if only everyone could escape. But Yi Ming understood the improbability of such a scenario. Even if this group reached their destination, surviving 1/10 of them would be a stroke of good fortune. After seeing them off, Yi Ming hurried back to the shelter to reinforce their defenses. What they must now do is to persist for a few more days, in order to buy as much time as possible for the fleeing team. At this moment, Yi Ming can only do so much. Concurrently, he prepares to launch all the bombs and similar devices within the sanctuary. Naturally, if this location cannot withstand the onslaught. In order to prevent the corpses of these individuals from mutating, Yi Ming resolves that, upon his demise, he will allow the entire city of Yangcheng to be buried alongside him. Although the bombs may not possess sufficient power to annihilate these spectral entities, they can indeed provide a temporary respite, delaying the reformation of these apparitions for a while. This interval is the final act of assistance that Yi Ming can offer to those in flight. The crux of the matter is that communication is currently unreliable, with sporadic links between Yangcheng and Longqing. Additionally, Yi Ming has an unsettling feeling about the clouds enveloping the entirety of Yangcheng. These shadows are dependent on the rain, and should the rain cease, the apparitions ought to vanish as well. However, despite conducting numerous experiments, he finds that bombarding the clouds has no effect whatsoever. Transporting talismans into the clouds yields some results, yet even if all the talismans in the city were deployed, it would be but a drop in the ocean against such vastness. By the 7th day, as the walls of Yangcheng dim, a multitude of white apparitions will be seen standing atop the walls, rendering the law enforcement team stationed there utterly defenseless. Once the talismans on the wall are depleted, they will begin to fall, one after another. Even if someone were to discharge a firearm, the projectile would merely traverse the specter's form, causing no impairment whatsoever. Subsequent to the breaching of the city ramparts, the entirety of the urban expanse was inundated with a dense multitude of phantasms. The heavens continued to weep, the precipitation bespeckling the cadavers of the populace of the city. In the epicenter of the municipality, the protagonist, witnessing this calamitous tableau, was seized by profound indignation. He gritted his teeth and proclaimed, "Detonate all the explosives." Such an agglomeration of corpses will precipitate an even greater cataclysm. Presently, there is no one to enter our remains, but we shall undertake the task ourselves. At this juncture, the only individuals in close proximity to the protagonist were his trusted confidants. Abruptly, a hirsute man with a thick beard dashed over and implored, "My lord, can you endure this? Will you not abscond? Rest assured, we still possess a few vehicles. Permit us to convey you to safety while we hold our ground here." The protagonist, however, responded with a mirthless smile and a melancholic shake of his head before uttering, If it were within my power to depart, I would have long since done so. Nevertheless, I am gladdened that those two individuals should be secure. I can now meet my end without regret. Moreover, within the brief span of their exchange, the denizens of the city were falling in droves, numbering in the thousands. Finally, the protagonist, his voice hoarse, cried out, "Hasten, detonate all the explosives. Delay no further." Upon hearing the command, the enforcement squad, with gritted teeth, proceeded to detonate all the explosives within the city, directly in its heart. Such a vast quantity of explosives, once ignited, shone with the brilliance of a sun, illuminating the surrounding countryside for dozens of miles. The entire city wall and buildings of Yangcheng have vanished, leaving behind a vast crater where the original walls once stood. The power of the explosion was so immense that it pierced through the very clouds above. At this moment, the spectral figures hovering above the crater disappeared, their forms disrupted by the overwhelming force of the detonations. However, this state was merely transient. It would not be long before these apparitions began to coalesce once more. This was the very reason why even nuclear weapons had failed to eradicate them in the past. Yet, the clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, and the rain, which had been pouring down, eventually lessened to a mere drizzle before ceasing altogether. Nevertheless, the remnants of Yangcheng now bore the visage of a hellish landscape. In Chapter 81, The Light of the Electric Lamp, no one could have anticipated that Yangcheng, one of the 5 great sanctuaries, would meet its demise at the hands of the Rain People. Undoubtedly, Yi Ming's sacrifice was justified. He laid down his life for the survival of humanity, a loss that was profoundly tragic. Even the elite squad and the escorted seeds beheld a distant glow that day, a beacon forged by the resolute defenders who had given their lives to carve a path for them. Tears welled in their eyes. Yet they steadfastly continued their journey toward the light. After all, the leader had chosen to remain behind, ensuring their escape to safety. To turn back now would not only be futile, but would also risk their own lives. Thus, this group determined their course and pressed onward toward the mountain city. The cataclysmic explosion in Guangzhou reverberated throughout the Dragon Country, particularly affecting Dragon City Sanctuary, where prominent figures convened to discuss the matter. They lamented the profound sacrifice made by Yi Ming. Meanwhile, in a remote corner of South Asia, a coastal city, densely populated with the nation's entire populace, was suddenly engulfed by vast, ominous clouds, followed by a torrential downpour. Initially, the inhabitants rejoiced at the prospect of imminent rainfall, as the city had been grappling with severe water scarcity for days. However, their elation soon turned to dread as the rain intensified relentlessly, causing catastrophic flooding and a rising death toll. The sight of countless Rain People standing in the deluge outside the city walls filled them with terror. Lacking the exceptional leadership of figures like Yi Ming and possessing fewer resources than Guangzhou, the city's protective measures quickly faltered. Within a mere 5 to 6 days, their runestones were depleted, and the city was overrun with spectral apparitions, the ground littered with countless corpses. In less than a week, a single rainstorm had silently annihilated an entire city. As the sanctuary was emptied of life, the rainfall gradually subsided, and the ominous clouds drifted towards their next target. Due to its remote location and poor communication, this city was swiftly obliterated by the Rain Man within a few days, leaving the outside world utterly unaware of the events transpiring here. Furthermore, various calamities befell shelters across the globe, resulting in a significant decline in the world's population once again. The incident at the Yangcheng shelter had a profound impact on the entire Dragon Nation. Consequently, every shelter began to hastily extract runestones. Although they were uncertain how long they could survive in this apocalyptic era, it was evident that the more runestones they could harvest, the longer they could endure. Meanwhile, Lin Yi methodically fortified his safe haven at home. Today marked the completion of his solar panel installation, and he noticed a remarkable transformation on his rooftop. The entire surface was now composed of materials capable of harnessing solar energy, adhering to the already robust structure beneath. Moreover, the efficiency of this conversion was unparalleled, far surpassing that of conventional solar panels. Lin Yi also realized that enhancing the power system was indeed worthwhile, as the entire electrical circuitry of his room had been meticulously laid out, including the wiring for his underground cultivation base. Previously, his home had only a few lamps. So Lin Yi hurriedly installed them, and with a satisfying click, he watched as the incandescent bulb gradually illuminated. Overjoyed, he reveled in the sight of the light once more. After so many days, he could finally bask in the glow of electricity. Though modest, this light rekindled his hope for survival. Now, Lin Yi no longer needs to light candles every night. With the advent of electric lights, he can also conserve fuel. He even visited his underground cultivation base and observed that the enhanced seeds had begun to sprout. Lin Yi installed an electric light in the cultivation area, and the gentle illumination provided by the lamp facilitated photosynthesis for these enhanced seedlings. It is estimated that before long, he will be able to harvest these improved crops. Lin Yi suddenly felt a surge of anticipation regarding the effects of his enhanced seeds. After some contemplation, he estimated that these enhanced plants would take less than a month to take root, sprout, and bear fruit. By then, he would only need to wait a month to reap the first harvest of fortified food, filling him with excitement. At this moment, he finally felt he could achieve self-sufficiency. Of course, having food alone was not sufficient. He also needed water, as sometimes a reliable water source is even more crucial than sustenance. Consequently, he dug a shallow pit beneath his bedroom and silently focused on reinforcing the space into a basement that is safe, concealed, and highly protective while integrating seamlessly with the entire room. This newly fortified basement would be smaller than the previous cultivation base, and thus the reinforcement time was set for 1 day. Lin Yi mused that his bedroom was approximately 30 square meters, while the last cultivation base spanned a whole 100 square meters. However, Lin Yi knew that he could not dwell on such details. Reinforcing the basement was imperative, as it would significantly enhance his safety. Lin Yi made his decision without a moment's hesitation, opting for enhancement. He planned to relocate his pump to the basement the following day, intending to enhance it further. At that point, his underground water source would become a continual flow, granting him the liberty to utilize it whenever he wished, eliminating the need to venture to the river for drinking water or collect rainwater. He had even developed a slight apprehension towards rainfall. While Lin Yi was busy enhancing these materials at home, a heavy and somber atmosphere enveloped the Red Rock Sanctuary. Zhao Lei rubbed his forehead and spoke. "I've already informed you about the situation in Yang City. Do you have any thoughts on the matter?" Upon hearing this, Wang Ming slammed his hand on the table and declared, "Director Zhao, rest assured, if we encounter a similar situation here, we can ensure that we go down fighting. Just like Director Yu." Zhao Lei shook his head in response, stating, "This is not the time for such discussions. Prepare a team. We will commence mining the talismans tomorrow morning. The situation in Shansheng is becoming unbearable, and this time they have taken the initiative to request our assistance." Wang Ming, perplexed, replied, "Director Zhao, those fellows from Shansheng were quite demanding when we previously sought their help. I never anticipated they would be so eager this time." Zhao Lei, clearly troubled by these developments, adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Shansheng believes itself to be strong enough to disregard certain specters, but look at Yang City. It's in dire straits. With the advent of the Rain Men, their resistance would crumble. Our present recourse lies in extracting these runestones and dispatching them to their aid." Wang Ming interjected with mirth. Who would have foreseen such a plight befalling the denizens of the mountain fortress? Addressing Chief Zhao, he jested, "I propose that once we've mined the runestones, we withhold their delivery." Zhao Lei demurred. Such a course of action is untenable. After all, we are beholden to them, and they extend their assistance. Moreover, in these tumultuous times, it behooves us to conserve our strength. Should we encounter the Rain Men, I trust, Wang Ming, that you will lead the chosen talents of our Red Rock shelter to safety in the mountain village. Should the mountain fortress falter, seek refuge in Dragon City. And if Dragon City, too, should succumb?" Wang Ming inquired casually, his query casting a pall over the entire shelter. Dragon City, throughout the nation, stood as an emblem of security, grandeur, and authority. Should this apex of defense fall, the world, in its entirety, would likely be engulfed. Yet, with the specter of the shadow increasingly menacing, such a scenario was not beyond the realm of possibility. Zhao Lei swiftly interjected, "Let us not dwell on such eventualities prematurely. We shall proceed one step at a time. In tomorrow's mining endeavors, strive to extract as much as possible. Lacking alternative strategies, we must amass runestones to prolong our survival." Zhao Lei's pronouncement plunged the shelter into silence, each inhabitant acutely aware of the looming crisis. The remaining personnel dispersed to attend to their respective duties. On the other hand, Lin Yi was fixated on the generator before him. Although solar energy was now available, he felt that relying solely on this singular source was insufficiently secure. At the very least, he required alternative energy supply methods. The existing generator presented a perfect solution to Lin Yi's dilemma. After some contemplation, he ultimately resolved to enhance his generator, transforming it into a fireplace. This way, During the cold days, it could provide warmth through a fire, while simultaneously generating electricity, thus serving two purposes at once. Particularly last night, with the presence of electric lights, Lin discerned that his dwelling felt significantly safer than before. This was not merely a psychological effect, but a tangible sensation. Moreover, Lin needed to prepare for the future. As it was already summer, yet the expected warmth was entirely absent. He understood that the weather was gradually turning colder, and the thought of winter was daunting. Therefore, in addition to an electrical system, he required a heating system as well. This heating system was integral to his plans, utilizing hot water circulation, thereby allowing the modified fireplace and pump to play crucial roles. While others struggled even to procure a sip of water, Lin could utilize this water for heating, evoking envy in countless hearts. Yet, such was Lin's unique advantage. Moreover, Lin retrieved the camera he had previously used at Ma You's residence, a device long since rendered inoperative. The other villagers had scarcely glanced at it, for the ghostly apparition captured by the camera was nearly imperceptible, and such phantoms could only be sensed by humans within a certain proximity. However, Lin was different. A mere upgrade would allow him to monitor the surrounding vicinity from the comfort of his home, observing for any spectral entities. By employing an enhanced camera in conjunction with a ghost detector, he was resolute that these apparitions could not pose a threat to him. Chapter 83, Class A Apparition Unbeknownst to Lin. The existence of the Rain Man had been classified as a Class A apparition by the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom, denoting a presence capable of devastating an entire city. In previous encounters, they had only faced wandering souls, categorized as Class B. Of course, even within the Class B spectrum, the strength of these spirits varied. Research has revealed that an apparition's power could escalate in proportion to the number of humans it has slain. Thus, the more lives claimed, the mightier the entity becomes. It is evident that the emergence of a Class A apparition such as the Rain Man would incite considerable upheaval. For instance, while individual Rain Men may lack formidable strength, their collective force, augmented by the influence of rain, could unleash devastation across an entire city. At his current level of enhancement, Lin would find himself insufficiently equipped to confront such a threat. To effectively defend against the presence of the Rain Man, he must continue to fortify his shelter. As evening descended, Lin found himself seated comfortably at home, the gentle glow of an electric light illuminating the space and dispelling the encroaching darkness. Outside, the cacophony of unsettling noises persisted, a commotion wrought by phantoms and the ominous black pests tormenting the night. In the village of Songyuan, each villager lit a candle, trembling as they sought refuge within their homes. In stark contrast, Lin's sanctuary stood as a beacon amidst the shadows. The flickering of candles was inherently unstable. As they neared exhaustion, it was imperative to replace them promptly. However, with the advent of his generator, Lin no longer faced such concerns. In fact, while enhancing his electrical system, he had the foresight to incorporate a battery, allowing him to store excess energy for future use. After considerable reflection, Lin concluded that he was merely a television short of complete comfort. Yet, he realized that even with a television, there would be no programs to watch. Nevertheless, he resolved to acquire several screens, envisioning a setup wherein he could integrate them with cameras, enabling him to observe the events unfolding outside from the safety of his home. Suddenly, a series of loud thuds resonated from the windowsill, signaling an evolution among the black pests, which Lin noted had grown significantly in size. Fortunately, his abode remained resilient against their advances. However, he learned that some villagers were on the brink of surrender, contemplating relocation to a nearby shelter. Even the village chief had sought him out once, but he had resolutely shaken his head in refusal. Now, ensconced within his safe haven, he relished the comfort of solitude. Far removed from the drudgery of serving others at the Red Rock Sanctuary, where he would be subject to their control, Lin had defined his own role as one of barter, exchanging supplies which fostered a relationship of mutual cooperation. As for other matters, he chose not to dwell too deeply. He glanced toward the entrance and noticed that the talismans were nearly depleted, prompting him to replenish a few. His consumption of talismans had significantly decreased compared to before, thanks to the protective properties of the runic thorns and runic turf outside. Many of the malevolent specters that approached his door had already expended a considerable portion of their energy, and combined with the fortified talismans at the entrance, they were largely deterred from entering. Therefore, unless confronted by particularly formidable phantoms, he felt secure within his abode, impervious to their threats. However, while he thrived in his sanctuary, the plight of those outside was dire. The vast refuge of Yang City had been reduced to ashes, with larger sanctuaries faring somewhat better than the smaller ones, which were barely surviving, often going without food. The situation across the world mirrored that of Song Yuan village, as most talisman mines were situated in remote locales. Yet, now, a veil of fog shrouded the jungles and wilderness, and countless individuals had perished not at the hands of the specters, but while endeavoring to extract talismans. By morning, Lin Yi was jolted awake by the sound of cannon fire. The sky was already bright with day, and he hurriedly rushed outside. At this moment, a group of villagers had gathered, their eyes fixed on the direction of the cannon fire. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, for he realized that the source of the bombardment was precisely where they had previously mined the talisman stones. Could it be that someone was shelling the talisman quarry? After all, there had been a considerable number of talisman stones within that mine. The old village chief, trembling, emerged from the crowd, bolstered by supernatural assistance. He and Yang Tiantian, along with a few others, were still managing to hold on. Lin Yi inquired, "Chief, what is happening?" The old chief frowned and replied, "What else could it be? Surely, some influential figures have set their sights on our talisman quarry. I wonder if there is any benefit for us." After speaking, the chief's tone was laden with helplessness. After all, they were but a small village of Songyuan, lacking the strength to contend with those formidable forces. Yet, the village chief thought that if those powerful entities feasted, it would suffice for Songyuan village to savor a mere sip of broth. Now, it was merely a matter of whether these individuals would permit them to partake. Lin Yi, observing the unfolding situation, felt a surge of ambition. If they could detonate the quarry, the open pit would be far easier to mine than the subterranean tunnels. Thus, he hastily suggested, "Chief, why don't we hurry over to take a look and extract some talisman stones? After all, we are nearby and could be the first to arrive." At this juncture, Lu Yishou remarked, "Lin Yi, we all comprehend your words. Naturally, we desire to accumulate more of these talisman stones. However, as you can see, traversing the talisman stone mine necessitates navigating through those dense woods. Presently, only you possess these gas masks, none of us have them. The events surrounding Zhang Laosan are still fresh in everyone's minds. Many assumed that Yi Qian had rescued Zhang Laosan. Yet only Yi Qian understood that it was truly Lin Yi's elixirs that had proven effective. Unfortunately, it was somewhat too late, leaving Zhang Laosan in a perpetual state of near-death. Given Zhang Laosan's condition, others were understandably hesitant to plunge into the fog. There had been suggestions to simply set the forest ablaze. However, when they attempted to ignite it, the flames extinguished almost immediately. It turned out that the fog possessed the peculiar ability to suppress fire, rendering that strategy futile. Thus, an alternative approach was necessary. Chapter 84. Insufficient gas masks. The solution lay in felling the trees, creating a direct path through the woodland. Yet, the sheer number of trees in this forest was daunting. If they were to chop down each one, it could take an eternity. This was the very reason the Hongyan Sanctuary had requested explosives to clear a pathway. After all, blasting a route through the chaotic trees was far more efficient than laboriously chopping them down one by one. At that moment, Lin Yi contemplated utilizing a vehicle to transform it into a lumbering machine. However, this would not only expose him, but also potentially incite the envy of others. After all, being a genuinely good person is no easy feat, especially in such a dire apocalyptic environment. Nevertheless, some villagers were still willing to give it a try, and soon several of them picked up axes and began to chop down trees. Their enthusiasm was palpable, yet even at their most vigorous, they could fell no more than 10 trees in a single day. This was due to the necessity of both resting and preventing excessive fatigue. The villagers abandoned their efforts after only half a day, for despite their collective labor, they had only managed to advance a mere 10 meters. At this rate, it would take an eternity to clear a path to the runestone mine, and by the time they succeeded, it was likely that no remnants of the mine would remain. Observing this, Lin Yi could only suggest, "You should return for now and await my news. I have a few sets of gas masks available, and I will craft a few more in the coming days. However, only one person from each family may accompany me to the runestone mine. I do not have extra masks." This announcement sparked a glimmer of hope in the old village chief's eyes and brought encouragement to the other villagers. Lu Yishou and the others gazed at Lin Yi with expressions of hope. However, Lin Yi continued, "These gas masks will not be given freely. When you extract the rune stones, you must exchange them with me for the masks. They are merely lent to you for your use." Upon hearing this, Lu Yishou responded with a smile, "Very well, rest assured, These gas masks will be invaluable to us. Moreover, once they blast open the runestone mine, the extraction of runestones will become considerably simpler, and we shall certainly provide for you then." Upon hearing Louis Shou's words, the other villagers expressed their unanimous agreement. In truth, Lin Yi's intention in saying this was merely to encourage these villagers to accompany him. For Lin Yi could very well venture alone, donning a gas mask as he traversed the jungle to mine the rune stones, yet he sensed that such a solitary endeavor would be excessively perilous. Furthermore, he could not simply relocate his home to that location. By joining forces with these villagers, even if a specter were to appear, he could use them as a shield. He held great confidence in his ability to escape ahead of them. However, the villagers, believing they were gaining an advantage over Lin Yi, remained blissfully unaware that he considered them as mere pawns to protect himself. Yet, even if they were to realize this, they would still willingly comply, for without runestones, survival would be arduous, and obtaining them was their only glimmer of hope. Upon hearing Lin Yi's proclamation, the village elders hastily urged him to return and procure a gas mask, while the other villagers hurried home to prepare their tools for mining the rune stones. Fortunately, the sound of cannon fire from that direction had not ceased. It seemed the area was expansive, and even with artillery clearing a path, it would require considerable time. Upon returning home, Lin Yi discovered that one of his basements had been entirely completed. This basement was indeed exceedingly discreet. From the exterior, it appeared indistinguishable from the usual ground, yet he uncovered a mechanism nearby. When he activated it, a staircase entrance revealed itself. At this moment, he descended further, discovering that the walls of the basement were composed of the same material as those in his own room. The space was immaculate and devoid of any unpleasant odors, which greatly pleased him. He then proceeded to transport his water bucket and various other containers into the basement, subsequently placing the pump within as well. Henceforth, this would serve as Lin Yi's water room. He also set up several additional units and positioned a few water purifiers beside the pump. This arrangement would allow for purified water to be drawn directly, eliminating the need for filtration each time he required drinking water. The water, once boiled, could be used immediately, thus streamlining the process. After completing these tasks, he initially intended to purify the pumps. However, with the task of enhancing the gas masks at hand, he sought out some bottles, broken nets, charcoal, and filters. The evolution of a gas mask required 4 hours, and he could only purify 6 masks in a day. Fortunately, with the village's dwindling population, he resolved to dedicate 2 days to the purification of 12 gas masks, which should suffice. While he was engaged in this endeavor, the bombardment at the Red Rock shelter persisted unabated for a full 2 days before finally ceasing. At that juncture, Wang Ming hurriedly approached Zhao Lei, exclaiming, "Commander, the route from Mountain City has been cleared after 2 consecutive days of shelling. I just checked, and our soldiers can now proceed without obstruction. They can directly go ahead and commence mining. It has come to my attention that the mine has been completely bombed open, and now our people can directly extract those precious rune stones." Zhao Lei, overwhelmed with joy, promptly instructed Wang Ming, "Hasten to arrange for several transport teams and convoys to proceed there immediately. We must ascertain the quantity of these rune stones and collect as many as possible. Additionally, prioritize the extraction of those exposed rune stones before transporting them back. I have calculated that you must venture there and return on the same day. I cannot afford any losses among your personnel, as each individual is a valuable asset to the Hong'an Sanctuary. Moreover, spending the night outdoors poses excessive danger, and the likelihood of encountering ghostly apparitions increases significantly with such a large group. Therefore, Wang Ming, you must advance swiftly and return just as quickly, allowing only a 2-hour window for the extraction of rune stones. Regardless of how you organize this, ensure that you return immediately after the 2 hours of extraction. Other sanctuaries are too far away to intervene. If we proceed gradually, extracting for 2 hours each day, we should complete the task in no time." Zhao Lei's orders left Wang Ming with no choice but to comply. In his mind, he envisioned spending the night at Foxconn and then dedicating 2 days to extracting all the rune stones from this mine. However, this plan undeniably carried certain risks. Despite the substantial gathering of these rune stones, even those devoid of carvings exert a powerful suppressive effect on the ghostly entities. Yet, nothing is ever absolute. Since the leader has spoken, Wang Ming had no alternative but to acquiesce. The villagers of Songyuan had endured the sound of cannon fire for a full 2 days. By the 3rd day, when the echoes of artillery fell silent, Lin Yi understood that the shelter must have commenced its operations. However, At that moment, his stock of reinforced gas masks remained insufficient, necessitating a further wait. Chapter 85, Excavation Simultaneously. Lin Yi recognized that his group of villagers could not compete with the combatants equipped with professional gear and rigorous training. If they were to excavate the runestone mine immediately after it was blasted open, it would be akin to defecating atop someone else's efforts. Moreover, with only a handful of them, they could not transport a significant amount. Lin Yi also surmised that the personnel from the shelter could not possibly remove every single piece of the runestone mine. Even a few remnants would suffice for the villagers' needs. After all, the scale of a village pales in comparison to that of the Red Rock shelter. Although Lin Yi could fortify his own safe house and construct his base, he could not extend that assistance to others. Presently, he was solely focused on enhancing his own supplies, with little time to spare for aiding others. Meanwhile, Wang Ming promptly gathered personnel within the Red Rock shelter. Forming an imposing convoy, they first dispatched helicopters to scout the area, with Li Dehai and Zhang Depeo leading the way. Upon their arrival at the runestone mine, they were filled with exhilaration, even though the scene resembled a battlefield, engulfed in flames from the explosions of artillery shells. In this instance, the mountain city did not hold back, nearly exhausting all the artillery stored within its arsenal, resulting in the near obliteration of the surrounding peaks, which unveiled the gleaming talismans beneath. Li Dehai and Zhang Depeo were filled with exhilaration upon sighting these talismans. At this moment, words were unnecessary. They promptly began transporting the talismans to the helicopter. However, the helicopter had limited capacity and the talismans were quite weighty. Moreover, the primary purpose of the helicopter's deployment was to survey the routes, which were now deemed secure. Thus, Li Dehai and Zhang Depeo hurried back to report to Wang Ming. Meanwhile, Wang Ming was engaged with his subordinates in distributing newly improved gas masks. Previously, they had received some methods for enhancing the masks. Yet the advanced and intricate techniques proved to be beyond their capabilities. Upon acquiring the secret formula, they realized they were unable to replicate Lin Yi's methods, which left both Wang Ming and Zhao Lei feeling somewhat disheartened. After all, they had finally obtained a secret formula, only to find themselves incapable of executing it. Fortunately, this formula inspired the factories, leading to a successful upgrade of the gas masks. Even this modest enhancement rendered them significantly more effective than their predecessors. To further support the current operation, the factory workers toiled diligently to produce a new batch of these masks. Although the routes had been cleared, it was deemed prudent for the personnel to don the masks for safety. Once Li Dehai and his team returned safely and confirmed the routes were secure, Wang Ming promptly set off with his subordinates. Their convoy was composed of imposing heavy trucks, each fortified with steel plating, resembling formidable beasts of iron. Wang Ming was almost equipped with a tank. Had he possessed one, he would have driven it forth without hesitation. Fortunately, bolstered by the convoy, their pace quickened significantly, and by midday they arrived at the site of the. At this moment, the expressions of Wang Ming and his subordinates mirrored that of Li Dehai. A wave of elation swept through them. This expanse of open represented the very hope for survival of the Red Rock Sanctuary. Initially, Wang Ming harbored concerns regarding the meager quantity of within, yet it now appeared abundant enough to fill their entire convoy, potentially allowing for 3 days of extraction. After a brief estimation, Wang Ming urged, "Do not linger any longer. Hasten to commence extraction. This will indeed save our Red Rock Sanctuary." The sole remaining challenge lay in inscribing runes upon these. Although this task demanded considerable mental fortitude, the ample manpower at the Red Rock Sanctuary alleviated any pressure. Furthermore, Wang Ming was aware that researchers from Dragon City had uncovered a new rune, which, when etched onto the, would yield even greater effects. However, Zhao Lei had yet to relay the specifics to Wang Ming, merely hinting at its significance, thus underscoring the importance of the at present. As Wang Ming and the members of the Red Rock Sanctuary busily began their extraction, Lin Yi was not idle. Although the villagers had not yet set forth, they were diligently preparing to construct a wall within the fields of Songyuan village, a task that Lin Yi had insisted upon. Lin Yi intended to cultivate some thorny runes upon these walls, thereby establishing a barrier that could afford the villagers a semblance of survival. Although he found solace within the safety of his shelter, he could not bear the thought of the villagers facing extinction, leaving him bereft of companionship. For Lin Yi, the cultivation of rune thorns was no longer a daunting task. He discovered that any rune plants he nurtured within the confines of Songyuan village thrived, yet beyond its borders, their fate remained uncertain. Meanwhile, at the Hongyan shelter, Yi Xini and her daughter Zhang Ru wept inconsolably, their sorrow palpable. Even Yuan, standing beside them, fell into a contemplative silence as he gazed at the rune plant that had succumbed, its once vibrant leaves now a dismal yellow. He had devoted himself to its care since receiving it from Lin Yi, yet within mere days, it withered, nearing death, leaving Yuan perplexed, as he had hoped to rekindle his fortunes through this very plant. However, a deeper anguish gripped Yuan's heart, for he was aware that the director had made the ultimate sacrifice. In the days that followed, Yi Xini and her daughter had scarcely eaten, coming to the painful realization that Yi Ming had sent them away for their protection. Yet, they harbored a longing to remain by the sides of their father and husband. And now, no words could change the course of fate. Upon Yuan, there lingered a sense of desolation. He spoke, addressing the lady and the young miss. I have already conversed with the individuals at the Hongyan shelter. They assured me that Director Yi sacrificed himself for the greater good of the people, and thus, they will not abandon us. However, the journey to Shanqing is fraught with peril and distance. Therefore, let us first settle within the confines of the Hongyan shelter, where they will attend to our needs. At the very least, we shall not suffer from hunger or thirst here. As Yuan uttered these words, a sigh escaped his lips. Ever since Yi Ming's demise, he felt that they were all solitary figures, and there was little distinction between going to Shanqing and remaining in the Hongyan shelter. Chapter 86. Delay yet. Yi Xini earnestly inquired, Captain Yu, shall we still be able to go to Yangcheng? I wish to see it. My father's remains are still there. Yuan opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. The entire Yangcheng had been reduced to a vast crater. Nothing could possibly remain. Not to mention the body. Perhaps even the ashes would be untraceable. However, Yuan refrained from voicing these thoughts, fearing they might inflict emotional turmoil upon Yi Xini's tender spirit. Instead, he replied, Miss Yi, we may indeed go, but I cannot permit you to venture there at this moment. Let us wait until the situation stabilizes, and then we can pay our respects to the esteemed Director Yi. At this juncture, Zhang Ru also harbored concerns for her daughter's safety. After all, she had already lost her husband and could not bear to lose her daughter as well. Thus, Zhang Ru hastily remarked, Xini, do not be anxious. Let us await the right opportunity. For now, let us remain within this sanctuary, and later we shall venture to Yangcheng. Rest assured, I shall accompany you. The mother and daughter embraced for a moment before succumbing to tears once more. At that juncture, Yuan could only shake his head and step outside. Taking along the runic thorns he had cultivated, he lingered in the courtyard, pondering the possibility of a miracle. Yet, it seemed destined to be in vain. However, a thought of Lin Yi's plants resurfaced in Yuan's mind, prompting him to consider a return to Songyuan village to inquire about the nature of those plants. Nevertheless, entry and exit from the Hongyan sanctuary was not a matter of mere convenience. One required approval. Although Yuan and Yi Xini were currently regarded as guests of the sanctuary, adherence to its regulations was imperative. Yuan resolved to seek an opportunity to discuss the matter of the plants with Lin Yi in the future. Meanwhile, on the mountain, Wang Ming was fervently extracting symbol stones, exerting all his strength. 2 hours swiftly passed, yet, due to his overwhelming excitement, he spent a full 2.5 hours on the task. It was only when someone alerted him that Wang Ming became aware of his surroundings. Others then urged him, quickly load the symbol stones onto the vehicle. We must return at once. Do you understand? Wang Ming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, realizing that he had become rather complacent today, nearly wasting precious time. If they were unable to return by nightfall, it could prove perilous. Moreover, the early onset of darkness posed a significant risk. If they failed to reach the shelter in time, being stranded in the dark would be terrifying. Having spent nights outdoors before, Wang Ming was reluctant to endure such an experience again, as his last encounter had nearly cost him his life. Observing the gradual deterioration of the talismans, he understood that even if it meant risking his life, he had to ensure their safe delivery to the shelter. According to Wang Ming's assessment, they had squandered half an hour, which he deemed manageable, but they must hasten their pace on the return journey. Yet, despite their rushed efforts, he noticed that the sky continued to darken, with still 20 minutes of travel ahead. Suddenly, the previously bright sky dimmed as if a switch had been flipped, plunging the night into an abyss of darkness. At that moment, he heard the unsettling sound of black insects emerging from the ground nearby and from a distance, their sporadic rustling sending chills down his spine. Wang Ming quickly shouted, "Turn on the lights of the vehicle. I know the way, follow me." He located a vehicle and led the charge ahead. Fortunately, the vehicles they had taken were well fueled. as the high beams illuminated the densely packed black disaster insects. They dissipated into the void, yet in the shadows beyond the reach of the light, even more of the ominous creatures surged forth, particularly with each step they took forward. The ominous black calamity insects trailed closely behind, like shadows. Wang Ming felt a shiver run down his spine. These black calamity insects had an insatiable appetite for flesh. The moment they detected the pungent scent of fear, they surged forth like moths drawn to a flame, heedless of the peril. In the early days of the apocalypse, the specters claimed fewer lives than these ravenous insects. Wang Ming understood that if they did not reach the safety of the city walls in time, lacking sufficient fuel, they would all meet their demise. It had taken him considerable effort to venture out, and he could not allow the precious talismans to be squandered here. A failure he deemed utterly unacceptable. Wang Ming shouted into the walkie-talkie, urging his companions to stay closely behind him, insisting that they must not fall behind. He then pressed the accelerator, hastening forward, acutely aware that lingering in the darkness only heightened the dangers. Even if they formed a protective circle with their vehicles and lit fires to ward off the black calamity insects, such actions would inevitably attract the specters, leading to substantial casualties. He had brought them out not to sacrifice his comrades. At that moment, a pang of regret washed over Wang Ming as he reflected on his hubris during the talisman mining, which had delayed their return and placed both himself and others in jeopardy. As he surged ahead, he suddenly spotted a figure in the distance. Instinctively, he waved his hand and shouted, "Hurry, step aside. Be careful not to get run over." Just then, Wang Ming attempted to brake, but it was too late. He barreled straight towards the silhouette. However, the anticipated collision did not occur. Instead, it felt as though he had passed through a veil of air. Wang Ming became acutely aware that the apparition had obstructed his path. A surge of panic washed over him as he hastily reached for the talismans in his vehicle, only to find that several had already cracked. Wang Ming cursed, another wretched thing of this sort. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that with an abundance of talismans, they could not pose a significant threat. Calculating quickly, he estimated that within 20 minutes, each vehicle in their convoy was equipped with numerous talismans. Although these talismans bore no intricate engravings, their collective power could not be dismissed. Yet, reality is seldom absolute. Wang Ming could only hope for the safe return of his subordinates alongside him. However, where there was one apparition, there would surely be another. As he gazed ahead, he was met with a chilling sight. The area within a few hundred meters was densely populated with phantoms, sending shivers down his spine. The darkness truly resembled a hellish scene, and he felt his legs tremble. With so many specters surrounding him, would he even be able to return to the sanctuary today? This was the final question lingering in Wang Ming's mind. At that moment, a frail voice crackled through the communicator. "Captain Wang, I'm so scared. There are so many apparitions here, they're even encroaching upon my passenger seat." Upon hearing this, Wang Ming recognized the voice of a young man named Xiao Wang from the convoy. Xiao Wang was a diminutive figure, a university student whom Wang Ming had recruited into his enforcement team. Intelligent and capable, Xiao Wang had accompanied him to extract talismans on this mission. However, during the advance of the convoy, Xiao Wang had somehow found himself at the rear of the group. Upon witnessing the situation, Wang Ming hastily exclaimed, "Young Wang, rest assured, I shall certainly escort you back to the sanctuary. At this moment, you need not concern yourself with anything. Simply press the accelerator and follow our lead." However, Xiao Wang replied, "Captain Wang, I cannot escape. I am here to provide cover for you. I hope you will treat my parents kindly and ensure that all my inheritance is bestowed upon them." Wang Ming shouted, "No, Xiao Wang, what foolishness are you contemplating? I have vowed to bring you all back, and I shall fulfill that promise. Have faith. Our vehicle is equipped with ample talismans, and we shall be safe." Though the two spoke via the intercom, the advancing convoy dared not relax for even a moment. Behind them lurked the black calamity insects, and before them loomed a throng of ghostly apparitions awaiting their arrival. It would be impossible for anyone to claim they were unafraid. Were it not for the talismans embedded within their vehicles, the spirits would have surely overwhelmed them by now. In such a scenario, the entire convoy would meet with disaster, and the Red Rock Sanctuary would likely succumb to the onslaught of phantoms within a matter of days. Yet, on the other end of the line, Xiao Wang's voice did not return. Instead, there was only a series of beeping tones. A sense of foreboding gripped Wang Ming's heart, prompting him to urgently inquire. Xiao Wang, please respond quickly. You must not fall asleep." At this juncture, Wang Ming felt a surge of trepidation. He yearned to ascertain the welfare of Xiao Wang, Yet the latter was but a solitary soul. Wang Ming bore the mantle of leadership, guiding the entire convoy forward. In these dire circumstances, the convoy represented the very lifeline of the denizens within the Red Rock Sanctuary. A weighty decision pressed upon Wang Ming, demanding a sacrifice. With a determined clench of his teeth, Wang Ming ultimately refrained from driving towards the rear of the convoy. Such an action, he reasoned, would disrupt the convoy's momentum. Moreover, the likelihood of rescuing Xiao Wang appeared grim. Wang Ming nearly ground his teeth to dust, inwardly castigating himself for his avarice during the day. Alas, regret held no curative power. His remorse arrived too late. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted from the convoy's tail end, casting a colossal blaze that illuminated the heavens. The source of the conflagration was none other than Xiao Wang's vehicle, now consumed in a fiery cataclysm. The incandescent burst momentarily banished the surrounding black scourge, creating a temporary expanse of clear ground. In that fleeting instant, the convoy's velocity perceptibly increased. Wang Ming felt his strength wane, as if his very essence were draining away. Xiao Wang, in an act of supreme selflessness, had sacrificed himself to ensure their advance, detonating his own truck as a rearguard action. The truck's ample fuel supply, coupled with the ignition of the fuel tank, unleashed a devastating explosion. Even the uninscribed rune stones aboard the vehicle were scattered by the force of the blast. Though lacking inscriptions, their sheer quantity, combined with the explosive dispersal, sent them hurtling in all directions, dissipating a significant number of spectral entities in the vicinity. With gritted teeth, Wang Ming exhorted, "Brothers, let us press onward with haste. This is the opportunity that Xiao Wang has exchanged for with his life." Wang Ming clenched his teeth, realizing that in this dire situation, he had no choice but to continue fleeing. The commotion had finally caught the attention of the law enforcement team stationed on the city wall. There, Zhao Lei had already taken his position, deeply aware of the paramount importance of mining the talisman stones today. However, Wang Ming had not returned before nightfall, which left the senior officials of the refuge increasingly anxious, with some even pessimistically believing that Wang Ming and his companions had perished outside. Such a turn of events would completely thwart their plans to extract the talisman stones. Zhao Lei had prepared for the worst, but upon seeing a distant glimmer of light, he gritted his teeth and instructed, "Quickly send a team to assist them. Let us activate the searchlights on the wall and bring along additional talisman stones." At that moment, Zhao Lei could no longer afford to dwell on the dangers of venturing out into the night. They had no other option but to extend a lifeline to Wang Ming. Wang Ming was now quite near the city wall. Upon noticing that individuals from the refuge had come forth to assist, he breathed a sigh of relief and led the convoy into the city wall in an orderly fashion. As soon as they entered, the massive gate of the wall was promptly shut behind them. Observing the convoy laden with talisman stones, Zhao Lei was filled with immense joy. He approached Wang Ming and patted him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Wang Ming, you have achieved a remarkable feat this time." However, Wang Ming wiped away his tears and recounted the recent events to Zhao Lei. After listening, Zhao Lei fell into a moment of silence, before finally conceding. "We find ourselves in an inescapable predicament. Surviving in this apocalyptic world is already an arduous task. To be frank, I initially believed that it would be remarkable if even half of your convoy returned, given the immense sacrifice made by Xiao Wang. Let us bring his parents to the core area of the shelter." Wang Ming was taken aback for a moment, yet a flicker of joy ignited within him. After all, the core region of the shelter was quite limited, predominantly occupied by the higher-ups like themselves, and the slots were scarce. The crux of the matter lay in the unparalleled safety of this core zone, replete with ample talismans and consistently patrolled by guards. Thus, such an arrangement seemed to resonate with the thoughts of everyone involved. The group mourned briefly, but under the current circumstances, they had little time to dwell on sorrow. Wang Ming proceeded to transport the talismans to the warehouse. These talismans represented the lifeblood of the entire shelter, and Zhao Lei had appointed a trusted confidant to safeguard the storeroom. Chapter 88. Climbing Tiger and Song Air. Once they completed their tasks, Wang Ming was so exhausted that he fell into a deep slumber. After all, he needed to resume talisman extraction the following day. To prevent any unforeseen complications, they had to act swiftly. However, this time, Wang Ming vowed to himself that he would not allow any delays in their return. He even resolved that, come dawn, he would strive to return before the sun fully rose, even if it meant extracting fewer talismans. At present, their enforcement team was dwindling in number, and Wang Ming could not afford to be careless this time around. However, on the morning of their departure, A palpable sense of despondency hung over the group. Wang Ming let out a deep sigh, feeling rather helpless as he steered the vehicle resolutely forward. Meanwhile, in the village of Qishan, Lin Yi had finally completed the enhancement of his gas mask. Yet, upon finishing this task, he refrained from further augmenting other items, choosing instead to reserve his strengthening time for the journey ahead. After all, despite possessing a gas mask, adhering to rules, and utilizing detectors and enhancement talismans, he could not assure his safety within the forest. Furthermore, they were to spend the night at the mine, and before departing, each member was required to carry a wooden plank, so that upon reaching the talisman mine, they could construct a rudimentary shelter. Many had brought candles. Although Lin Yi typically dismissed such dilapidated accommodations, he had no choice but to compromise in order to replenish his talismans. He understood that beyond this village, such opportunities would be scarce, and if they did not collect these talismans now, the prospect of finding any worthwhile bargains in the future would be nothing short of a fantasy. Lin Yi first distributed the gas masks to Lu Yishou and Wang Ergu among others. Notably, this expedition comprised solely men, as the village chief, being of advanced age, had opted not to accompany them, and neither did Yang Tiantan nor Yi Qian. Indeed, this journey was a long and arduous one. Far from the ease of their previous excursion, and with the limited number of gas masks available, each family was compelled to send forth their strongest and most robust member. Lin Yi even took up the axe he had casually reinforced earlier. This axe was exceptionally sharp, adept at felling trees and cutting through the thorns and vines along the path. The urgency of the situation weighed heavily upon him, as he feared that if the extraction of the runestones progressed too swiftly, they might find themselves bereft of even a drop to drink. Consequently, he hastily summoned the villagers, urging them to gather their tools and proceed towards the direction of the runestone mine. Fortunately, it was daytime, however. The ephemeral mist within the forest rendered the journey somewhat disconcerting. Thankfully, Lin Yi possessed a reinforced gas mask, allowing them to traverse the woods without trepidation. Lu Yishou touched his gas mask and remarked with a smile, "Lin, you truly are remarkable. This gas mask appears to be quite extraordinary." Wang Ergu, puzzled, interjected, "What is so extraordinary about it? Isn't it just a common gas mask available on the market? If I had the money, I would buy one for each of you." Upon hearing Wang Ergu's words, the others merely rolled their eyes, and even Lu Yishou dismissed him with indifference. Nevertheless, Lin Yi chose not to elaborate. After all, as long as the mask served its purpose, that was sufficient. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the thorns became increasingly plentiful, and they encountered various plants that Lin Yi had never seen before. Each of these flora was peculiarly unique, leaving even Lu Yishou, a carpenter with some knowledge of plants, perplexed. He examined them closely but still could not identify what they were. Lin Yi casually plucked 2 plants and tucked them into his pocket, intending to later place them in his abode. One of these was a vine, which Lin Yi presumed to be a variant of the climbing ivy. However, this particular ivy had undergone mutations, now adorned with sharp thorns. He believed that such an ivy could serve a dual purpose within his dwelling, providing both camouflage and protection against adversaries. With the potential to enhance this ivy, it would ultimately fortify the exterior of his safe haven, thereby establishing a reliable defense. The other specimen appeared to be cocklebur. However, this modern iteration was not only considerably larger, but also bore seeds in a kaleidoscope of colors. Upon utilizing his enhancement skill, Lin Yi discerned that these seeds were highly toxic, a stark contrast to the cocklebur he had previously encountered. He surmised that the enhanced version of this cocklebur might prove beneficial, thus he decided to bring it back as well. As for the other assorted plants, Lin Yi primarily focused on gathering talismans and therefore did not collect extensively. Meanwhile, some villagers, while forging a path ahead, voiced their grievances. "When we came last time, there was a clear path. Now it's overgrown with these dreadful plants. How long will it take to clear this route?" Louis chimed in with frustration, "Hurry up. Stop dawdling and clear this path. Curse this resilient vine." Villagers wielded machetes and axes, yet this laborious effort slowed their advance. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Yi furrowed his brow. If they delayed too long on the road, they would lack the time to reach the runestone mine. Therefore, Lin Yi stepped forward and calmly declared, "Make way." Having the ability to produce a variety of items now granted him a certain prestige within the village. Upon hearing his words, some villagers instinctively moved aside. Lin Yi, not one to indulge in unnecessary chatter, swiftly swung his enhanced axe forward, effortlessly severing the vines that had resisted the villagers' attempts for an extended period. Before the astonished onlookers could fully grasp what had transpired, Lin frowned and urged, "Hurry and follow me. My strength won't last long, and we must hasten our pace." With little time to entertain their questions, Lin focused on clearing the path ahead, while the villagers diligently worked to remove the obstacles around them. Time passed swiftly, and Wang Meng and his team arrived first, managing to gather all the members and return in just an hour and a half. After all, they had already collected a sufficient amount of runestones for the day. After a considerable while, once Wang Meng had departed, Lin Yi and his companions finally emerged near the runestone mine. Upon seeing the abundance of runestones surrounding them, Lin Yi and several villagers gaped in astonishment. They had never imagined that the stones they once spent hours painstakingly digging for now lay plentifully on the ground, easily within reach. Chapter 89. Ergo Lu Yishou and Wang Ergu, unable to contain their excitement upon witnessing this spectacle, immediately lunged forward like ravenous dogs pouncing on their prey. The other villagers did not ponder much, and one by one, they opened their backpacks to stuff in some talismans. Observing this, Lin Yi shook his head and chose not to partake. After all, with so many talismans present, it would take them several days and nights to transport them all. However, Lin Yi remarked, "We can take these talismans with us when we depart tomorrow. Nightfall is approaching swiftly. Let us hasten to construct the wooden shelter." Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the group awakened from their daze and realized the practicality of his suggestion. At that moment, Lu Yishou came to his senses, patted his chest, and boldly declared, "Leave this matter to me." Thus, Lu Yishou retrieved some hammers, nails, and similar tools from his backpack. Lin Yi, feeling relaxed, was pleased that Lu Yishou, being a carpenter, was well versed in such tasks. After surveying the area, Lin Yi decided to erect a wooden shelter atop the talisman mine, as it was surrounded by talismans, providing a sense of safety. However, with the night bringing uncertainty, there was no time to waste, and it would not do to let Lu Yishou work alone. The others pitched in to assist. To ensure the wooden shelter's stability, Lin Yi also gathered some large stones from nearby to enhance its sturdiness. After a considerable amount of effort, they finally completed the wooden structure. However, given the number of occupants, the shelter felt rather cramped. Yet, with no alternative, they resigned themselves to spending the night within its confines. As dusk fell abruptly, the sky darkened instantaneously, and once they had completed their construction, the heavens seemed to paint themselves in shadows. With the onset of night, the expressions of the surrounding villagers also darkened, as they began to comprehend the impending peril. Had they delayed their efforts even slightly, that sudden shift in atmosphere might have cost them their very lives. Furthermore, as darkness enveloped the landscape, the eerie sounds of scattered insects began to resonate from the sandy ground. In this moment, the group hastily lit candles, and the collective illumination transformed the interior into a space as bright as day. Lin Yi exhaled in relief, his greatest fear being that delays during their journey would hinder the establishment of their shelter. In this world, the dangers of daylight were incomparable to those lurking in the night. Yet, he perceived the wooden structure as somewhat insubstantial. The sound of dark insects colliding against the cabin reached his ears, and given the villagers' limited experience, he held no expectations for meaningful communication with them. Silently, he gazed at the cabin, internally whispering a command for reinforcement. At this juncture, Lin Yi did not envision transforming the cabin into something extraordinary. He merely wished for it to endure until the sun rose the following day. Thus, he focused his thoughts on fortifying the hastily constructed wooden structure, ensuring that its shape remained unchanged while enhancing its resilience and flexibility so that it would withstand the night until dawn. To expedite the process, he also imposed several constraints. After a while, a notification from the reinforcement skill appeared, indicating a duration of 2 hours for the enhancement. Lin Yi sighed with relief. 2 hours were manageable for him at this moment. He had a singular requirement. The wooden cabin needed to endure until the reinforcement time arrived. After activating his reinforcement skill, Lin Yi found a spot to sit down, closed his eyes, and prepared to gather his strength for a while. After all, they needed to mine the symbol stones the following day and hasten their return, making time exceedingly precious. The other villagers, including Lu Yishou and Wang Ergu, settled into their respective places, ready to rest. However, this time, Zhang Laosen did not join them, as his health had yet to recover, though he wished to participate. Neither he nor Lu Yishou were willing to carry the burden of a liability. After all, they were risking their lives by venturing out to mine symbol stones, and none dared to accommodate a dead weight. Initially, The villagers animatedly discussed the Symbol Stone mine, but as fatigue set in, everyone but Lu Yishou prepared to rest, leaving the cabin enveloped in silence. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed on the wooden door. Lin Yi's eyes flew open, and a flash of white light illuminated the cabin, revealing that the reinforcement had been completed. Yet, amidst the desolation of the wilderness, Lin Yi felt a lack of assurance. The reinforced cabin was his sole source of confidence. The villagers, having conferred for a while, fell silent again, but suddenly, the sound of knocking reverberated from outside. Camping in the wild, such occurrences were a source of dread, and the knocking rendered everyone inside the cabin exceedingly tense. At this juncture, some villagers tremulously inquired, "Who is out there? Could it be a specter? We are surely in peril now." Whereupon, Lu Yishou, from within the throng, cast a fierce glare upon him and retorted, "Knowing that, you still speak? At this moment, it is imperative to remain silent." Consequently, an even greater silence descended upon the room, punctuated only by the incessant pounding upon the door, each strike against the fragile wooden planks grating upon the nerves. Lin Yi furtively glanced at his spectral detector, which emanated a faint crimson glow. It went without saying that in the dead of night, no mortal could be abroad. It was undoubtedly a phantom. Forthwith, Lin Yi hastily retrieved several of his enhanced runestones, clutching them in his hand in anticipation of the unknown. Lin Yi fixed his gaze upon the doorway, poised to hurl the runestones the instant the specter dared to enter. At this moment, Wang Ergu alone remained unconcerned, secure in the knowledge that he was surrounded by a multitude of people behind whom he could take refuge. However, finding the door unyielding, the phantom outside began to speak, uttering, "Ergu, it is your father. Have you forsaken me out here? It is fraught with peril outside. Quickly, open the door and let me in." Upon hearing these words, Wang Ergu felt a tremor run through his entire being. His father had long since been cremated and interred in the mountains. How could his father possibly manifest at this moment? Thus, Wang Ergu, with trepidation, stammered, "Father, is that truly you?" Before Lu Yishou could finish his words, he dashed forward and firmly covered Wang Ergu's mouth, whispering harshly, "Wang Ergu, have you lost your mind? How dare you respond to the words of that ghostly shadow?" Chapter 90. Rain Patterns. However, upon seeing Wang Ergu's distressed expression, tears welled up in his eyes. Yet, in that moment, he realized the gravity of the situation and stifled his voice. Nevertheless, tears slipped through his fingers. Despite his questionable character, thoughts of his elderly father stirred deep emotions within him. Wang Ergu had never anticipated hearing his father's voice again. He believed he would never have that privilege. His initial reaction was one of instinct, but as he regained his composure, his father's voice echoed from the doorway. "Ergu, you are a good child. Please, open the door and let me in, will you? It's so cold outside, and I wish to come in and warm myself for a while." At that moment, not only Lu Yishou but several villagers nearby quickly restrained Wang Ergu, determined to prevent him from venturing outside. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, realizing the ghostly presence was indeed formidable. If he hadn't reinforced the wooden cabin, it was highly likely that the specter would have been able to enter. Moreover, since Wang Ergu had already acknowledged the spirit, it would undoubtedly be even more reluctant to depart. Lin Yi pondered that they could not allow this ghostly entity to linger any longer. Otherwise, they would surely encounter calamity that night. Lin Yi felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had anticipated this situation and had reinforced the makeshift wooden cabin beforehand. Otherwise, they might have faced disaster that very night. He retrieved several enhanced talismans from within the cave and quietly approached the entrance, stopping at a cautious distance. At that moment, the red light on his ghost detector flickered incessantly, signaling that he could not draw any closer. He hastily placed the talismans at the threshold, their energy dissipating rapidly with each oscillation. Before long, the runes inscribed upon the talismans faded into nothingness, and the talismans themselves shattered into fragments. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, realizing that the spectral entity that had come tonight must possess considerable strength, or perhaps the reinforced defenses of the wooden cabin were still insufficient. Fortunately, after deploying several enhanced talismans, the sounds of the ghostly presence outside diminished significantly, eventually fading into silence, rendering the surroundings eerily tranquil. However, the villagers were too apprehensive to rest. Instead, they steeled themselves, remaining vigilant. Lin Yi, too, found sleep elusive, continuously monitoring his ghost detector while sighing in concern for potential dangers. Meanwhile, Wang Ergu sat apart, appearing somewhat sullen after the earlier incident. Linny contemplated speaking to him but ultimately refrained, fearing that provoking Wang Ergu might lead him to recklessly open the door, jeopardizing their safety that night. As Linny and his companions stood resolutely on the other side, Wang Ming's convoy hurriedly arrived at the Hongyan Sanctuary after completing the loading of the talisman stones. Today, they had returned early while dismantling the talisman stones, thus avoiding the unfortunate circumstances they had encountered previously. However, as they approached the sanctuary, passing through a thicket, Wang Ming's keen eyes suddenly caught sight of a figure standing in the shadows beneath the trees. The daylight was fading, and although the ghostly apparitions had yet to emerge, their silhouettes could occasionally be glimpsed in the dimness. Upon noticing this figure, the members of the convoy widened their eyes in astonishment, and Wang Ming exclaimed, "Xiao Wang, what are you doing here?" The crew recognized that the figure bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Wang, who had perished in the explosion the previous night. In truth, Xiao Wang had sacrificed himself for the sake of the entire convoy, earning the gratitude of his comrades. Once Wang Ming spoke, the entire convoy halted, exchanging looks of surprise among themselves. However, none dared to approach. Upon closer inspection, the shadowy figure did indeed resemble Xiao Wang in form. Yet, the figure beneath the trees did not respond to Wang Ming. It merely turned its back to him, exuding an air of desolation. Wang Ming cautiously advanced a few steps before coming to a stop. Wang Ming gritted his teeth and said, "Little Wang, I am uncertain if it is truly you. But if you happen to encounter him, please convey this message. His parents have been safely settled in our core area of the Red Rock Shelter, residing among the elders. Unless the entire shelter perishes, their safety is assured. I, Wang Ming, swear this in my capacity as the enforcer of the Red Rock Shelter." The shadow beneath the trees exhibited a momentary pause before gradually retreating into the darkness, ultimately vanishing from sight. Wang Ming opened his mouth, yet no words emerged at that moment. This was merely a fleeting episode on their journey. Once the specter beneath the tree departed, the members of the convoy exhaled a collective sigh. Wang Ming finally remarked, "Let us proceed. Lingering here could prove perilous." The convoy's members gazed longingly in the direction the shadow had vanished, feeling a sense of reluctance, as they instinctively believed that this apparition might be the manifestation of little Wang, who had perished the night prior. When the vehicle exploded last night, their search for little Wang's body that morning yielded nothing. It was possible that he had only recently transformed into a ghostly figure, still harboring memories of his former life. However, it was likely that in a matter of days, he would evolve into a vengeful spirit. The members of the convoy shared their sentiments briefly before calling to one another, hastily urging the group to depart and swiftly make their way into the safety of the Red Rock Shelter. The runes are now stored in the warehouse, and each day, a portion is extracted for those with formidable mental prowess to inscribe runes upon them. It is only at this stage that the runes transform into finished products. Particularly since the advent of these runes, the workload of the staff at the Red Rock Sanctuary has increased. However, for the ordinary populace, the ability to carve runes into stones is certainly preferable to having none at all. Moreover, the sanctuary has enhanced its compensation, allowing workers to receive an additional rune for a day's labor, thus invigorating their efforts. Upon Wang Ming's arrival at the sanctuary, Zhao Lei approached him, presenting a highly intricate design. Wang Ming, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "What is this?" Zhao Lei appeared remarkably radiant and full of vigor, likely due to encountering fortuitous developments. He replied with a smile, "This is a new rune called Rain Pattern, developed and disseminated by the launching sanctuary. It is a remarkable innovation. You must promptly organize a team. All future runes will incorporate this design." Wang Ming, upon hearing this, was utterly astonished, his hand trembling as it held the rune. He had not anticipated such delightful news would arrive so swiftly. Chapter 91. Enhanced Climbing Vines at Present. Humanity's understanding of runes can be said to comprise merely 1% or even 1/10,000th of their potential. No one could fathom the multitude of rune types that exist in this world. Yet, it is indisputable that each rune can be inscribed upon a stone. The launching sanctuary has also dispatched numerous personnel for research endeavors. Significant efforts and resources have been expended to consolidate the research findings from various shelters. This particular rain symbol is a remnant left behind following the obliteration of the Yangqing shelter by the Rain People, concealed within a vast pit. This symbol is a testament to the sacrifices made by the Yangqing shelter. Such sacrifices are undeniably immense, yet they hold the potential to aid countless individuals. Ultimately, official analyses suggest that the demise of an A-level phantom could yield a similar symbol. However, the challenge lies in the fact that these phantoms tend to resurrect, making their complete eradication exceedingly difficult. The incident involving Yiming and his companions resulted in mutual destruction. Currently, the remaining shelters throughout Longbo are dwindling. Should each shelter meet a similar fate, their survival would be a mere struggle against extinction. Thus, this notion is seldom advocated. Presently, the people of Longwo aspire to unify all remaining forces. Upon acquiring the rain symbol, Wang Ming was overwhelmed with excitement, almost eager to inscribe these symbols onto talismans immediately, eager to witness their effects. However, Zhao Lei cautioned him, stating that these symbols are extraordinarily challenging to master. He recounted his previous attempts, noting that most individuals would exhaust their mental energy halfway through the engraving process, rendering them incapable of continuing. Therefore, it is imperative to carefully select individuals within the city, as only those with exceptional talent and inherently robust mental fortitude can successfully inscribe such symbols. Upon hearing this, Wang Ming promptly agreed, understanding that once the engraving begins, it must not be interrupted. Only upon the completion of the entire inscription will the talisman be imbued with energy. However, Lin Yi was different. He was entirely unconcerned with such matters. As long as he possessed the rune, he could enhance it, even imbuing it with greater intricacies. Otherwise, his enhancement runestones would not have proven so effective. After Wang Ming concluded his remarks, he hurriedly conducted a thorough selection within the Red Rock Sanctuary. Those capable of inscribing such rain patterns were afforded special protection by the sanctuary. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had managed to endure until dawn. As the first light broke, the entire wooden cabin suddenly collapsed with a loud crack. It turned out that Lin Yi's enhancement effect had reached its peak. The cabin, already burdened beyond its capacity, succumbed to the inevitable collapsing of its own accord. Fortunately, the onlookers were quick-witted and swiftly moved aside. Before them lay the planks, pockmarked and riddled with holes, a testament to the ravages inflicted by the black disaster insects. Lin Yi furrowed his brow upon observing the wooden boards. Some bore gaping holes, rendering them unusable. Yet, he noted with concern that the wounds left by the insects appeared significantly larger than before. Had these black disaster insects somehow increased in size? Lin Yi pondered this in doubt. Meanwhile, the villagers around him were diligently excavating runestones, preparing to return before nightfall. They were resolute in their determination not to endure another night of peril. Contemplating this, Lin Yi decided against further deliberation and promptly set the planks ablaze. He then proceeded to collect the runestones. Given the exposed nature of the runestones, Lin Yi and his cohort were able to gather them with expediency. Without any prompting from Lin Yi, the villagers dispersed with alacrity. Lin Yi's efforts proved exceptionally fruitful, as he filled his backpack and bags to capacity with the runestones. Subsequently, they commenced their return journey towards the village. The return route was considerably less arduous, owing to the prior clearing of thorns and vines during their initial passage the day before. However, Lin Yi noted the rapid resurgence of new vines. Remarking on the uncanny growth rate of these plants, he surmised that within a few days, the newly forged path would once again be thoroughly obstructed by the vegetation. Lin Yi cast a glance at the runestones they carried, a tinge of reluctance in his heart. He wished he could transport them all back home. However, he doubted the villagers would return the next day, and venturing alone would not only be perilous, but would also necessitate constructing a shelter single-handedly, making it a race against time. Moreover, the events of the previous night had evidently unnerved the villagers, as evidenced by their hasty departure. Wang Ergu, in particular, was the fleetest of foot, despite his silence the night before. At daybreak, he was the first to spring into action and leave the site. After a concerted effort, the group finally reached Song Yuan village near dusk. Lin Yi decided against visiting the village chief's residence, as the lateness of the hour precluded such a visit. Lin Yi contemplated bestowing additional runestones upon the village headman the following day. Upon returning to his abode, he reflected on his recent acquisitions, a collection of runestones, a Virginia creeper, and a cocklebur. He promptly planted the cocklebur in a flower pot and the Virginia creeper at the base of his wall. These thoughts then drifted to the marks left on the wooden planks by the black blight beetles the previous night. He resolved to fortify his exterior walls, acknowledging that while they were currently robust, the relentless attrition from the beetles would eventually compromise their integrity. His gaze fell upon the Virginia creeper, and he wondered if it could serve as a deterrent to the pests. He knew of carnivorous plants like the pitcher plant, but none were to be found in the vicinity, nor had he observed such traits in any of the mutated flora. Undeterred, he decided to imbue the creeper with such capabilities. He gathered some runestones and sketched an image of a pitcher plant. In his mind, he intoned, "Enhance the Virginia creeper," granting it the resilience of fortified ramparts, imbuing it with runic properties, and enabling it to ensnare and devour the blight beetles, thereby safeguarding the walls. Aware that his enhancement parameters were extensive, he noted that the reinforcement process, facilitated by his unique skill, would require 56 hours. After a moment's contemplation, he concluded that this was just over 2 days and promptly authorized the enhancement. Chapter 92. The devouring black calamity insects as he observed the Virginia creeper in the corner. A flash of white light signaled the commencement of the enhancement process, bringing a sense of relief to Lin Yi. Fortifying his safe haven was a worthwhile endeavor, justifying the time invested. With these preparations concluded, Lin Yi retreated to his abode and deposited all the rune stones he had acquired in his basement. This subterranean chamber had become his sanctuary, offering both security and seclusion. Having completed these tasks, Lin Yi succumbed to a restful slumber. With the impending completion of his water pump, coupled with a heating system, he envisioned indulging in daily ablutions. In this era, even the most fastidious individuals, such as Yang Tiantian and Yi Qian, sparingly rationed water, let alone luxuriated in hot baths. A sudden notion struck Lin Yi. He could potentially enhance his own bathroom. His recent expedition had left him feeling utterly drained, and if his safe house could be fortified, why shouldn't he afford himself some well-deserved pampering? Thus, Lin Yi drifted off to sleep with visions of opulence dancing in his head. Due to the robustness of his dwelling, he remained blissfully unaware of the subtle tremors that rippled through the night. However, his fellow villagers experienced a markedly different sensation. Across the globe, in every nation and corner of the earth, individuals perceived a far greater impact on their homes than before. Some audacious individuals even discerned that the tenebrous blightworms were engaging in mutual cannibalism, resulting in their increasing size. However, despite this internecine feasting, the number of these blightworms did not diminish, rather, it proliferated. If previously the blightworms were diminutive, akin to ants, after the night's devouring, each one had grown to the size of a small rodent. To continue observing would reveal insects the size of rats rampaging across the land. Should any dwellings lack structural integrity, they would be breached by the gnawing or ramming of these blightworms. Although light exerted some influence upon them, the feeble glow of candles proved inadequate. Only when the blightworms surged close were they repelled by the illumination, but subsequent waves of the insects pressed forward relentlessly. In that moment, countless lives were extinguished across the world, and even within Songyuan village, several cries of anguish echoed. Yet, at this time, Lin Yi slumbered soundly, oblivious to the unfolding calamity. It was not until the dawn's first light that Lin Yi awoke, sated and refreshed. He had finally enjoyed a night of undisturbed sleep. However, upon opening his door, Lin Yi was met with the sound of lamentations emanating from various parts of the village. Compelled to investigate, he hastened towards the commotion. He discovered a throng of people gathered outside Zhang Laosan's residence. Observing their ashen faces and expressions of terror, Lin Yi furrowed his brow and approached, inquiring, "What are you all doing here? What has befallen Zhang Laosan?" The old village chief, amidst the crowd, lamented, "Alas, Zhang Laosan has passed away, and his death was horrifically tragic." Lin Yi felt a twinge of confusion. Could it be that Zhang Laosan was taken by a ghost last night? However, upon reflection, it made sense. Ever since his injury, Zhang Laosan's health had steadily declined, leaving him increasingly frail. Yet, Lin Yi had acquired Zhang Laosan's method, rendering the latter of little significance to him now. Nevertheless, Zhang Laosan's demise bore considerable weight for the other villagers. After all, they had been exchanging supplies for candles with him quite smoothly over the past few weeks. But with Zhang Laosan's death, what would become of their future candle supply? Unless the Hongyan sanctuary showed them pity and dispatched a helicopter to trade goods, they had not seen Li Dahai in several days. The villagers were well aware of the unpredictable nature of their world. Even the Hongyan base could not guarantee the timely exchange of supplies. To uncover the truth, Lin Yi ventured closer, only to find Zhang Laosan's corpse utterly mangled, with remnants of black ashes scattered about, evidence unmistakably left by the black calamity bugs. Bewildered, Lin Yi pondered, had Zhang Laosan been bitten by these wretched creatures? How had he come to such a fate? At that moment, a few villagers remarked, "There is a large hole at Zhang Laosan's doorstep." Lin Yi followed suit to inspect, discovering a hole resembling that of a rat, with several openings approximately the size of a rodent's burrow. At this juncture, Lin Yi's intuition was piqued, and he began to formulate some conjectures. Simultaneously, the village elder stepped forward, stating, "Indeed, I discovered a similar aperture near my residence. Fortunately, my door was sufficiently sturdy. Otherwise, I surmised these calamitous insects would have infiltrated my abode." Instantly, trepidation permeated the entirety of Songyuan village, as the populace recognized that while the diminutive black insects posed minimal threat when candles were lit, the augmented size of these creatures exponentially amplified the peril. Even Yang Tiantian and Yi Qian, the two maidens, were visibly pallid with trepidation, recoiling at the prospect of being devoured by these vermin post-mortem. As per customary procedure, Zhang Laosan's cadaver was incinerated by the villagers, including his personal garments. Subsequently, the villagers commenced a thorough search of Zhang Laosan's dwelling, procuring an assortment of provisions, predominantly consisting of runestones and candles. Given Zhang Laosan's demise and the absence of any surviving kin, these resources would afford the villagers a modicum of respite. Consequently, a consensus was reached to distribute Zhang Laosan's possessions equitably among the villagers. However, Lin Yi abstained from partaking in this distribution, deeming the items inconsequential. Moreover, Zhang Laosan's residence contained a meager supply of candle-making materials, suggesting that even had Zhang Laosan survived the previous night, his prospects of survival would have been bleak in the absence of candle procurement. The village elder appeared profoundly apprehensive, casting a solicitous gaze upon his granddaughter. He had relinquished all hope of reuniting with his son and daughter-in-law, acknowledging that mere survival in this apocalyptic epoch was a veritable luxury. The village elder convened the populace, proclaiming, "As you all observe, the present era diverges from days of yore. Unity is now paramount. Furthermore, our current resources prove inadequate against the onslaught of the Black Scourge and spectral apparitions. I propose we pool our cement, sand, and stones to fortify our dwellings in these trying times." Chapter 93. Reinforced concrete. Indeed, the village elders' words resonated with reason. Their homes were increasingly vulnerable to the Black Scourge. Fortunately, the villagers possessed a modest supply of cement and sand. However, a collective assessment revealed a significant deficit. Some suggested scavenging abandoned residences for remnants of cement, now recognized as a vital safeguard. Yet, Lu Yishou interjected, "Village elder, I posit that we need not exert ourselves so strenuously. Let us proceed directly to Ma Youwei's villa. I am privy to the fact that Ma Youwei, in constructing his abode, retained a surplus of cement, deposited adjacent to a sundry warehouse, which also houses steel reinforcements." Upon uttering these words, Lu Yishou evinced a degree of discomposure, for he had, in his capacity as an assistant during the villa's construction, engaged in self-enrichment by clandestinely selling a portion of the steel reinforcements. A sense of regret now washed over him, for while the sales had yielded financial gain, the presence of additional steel and cement within their dwellings would have immeasurably enhanced their security. Ironically, Ma Youwei's demise had inadvertently bestowed upon them a boon of considerable magnitude. Moreover, since there are free resources available, why not take advantage of them? It turns out that Lu Yishou had long been eyeing the items within Ma Youwei's villa, yet he lacked the courage to venture there alone and had been hoping to persuade other villagers to accompany him. In fact, Lu Yishou had discreetly approached several villagers to join him, but all had declined. Consequently, he sought to capitalize on the village chief's meeting to subtly propose some suggestions. Fortunately, with the allure of free resources, the villagers readily agreed. Lin Yi, however, held little regard for these items. Firstly, it was a collective endeavor of the villagers, and secondly, he wished to avoid standing out too much, as he feared being perceived as an outsider, which might raise suspicions among the villagers. Additionally, Lin Yi was curious to see what valuable items Ma Youwei's villa might possess, so he decided to follow along. At this moment, the villagers chattered excitedly, some expressing relief that they had not inadvertently set Ma Youwei's villa ablaze during the last incident, suggesting that the villa still offered some form of security. Although, prior to the apocalypse, the villagers had found Ma Youwei's ostentatious displays irksome, observing him daily as he brought various supplies into his home. They had not yet realized the immense assistance his actions provided. However, with the onset of the apocalypse, the atmosphere felt palpably different. Standing before the villa, a chilling sensation enveloped them. Even Lu Yishou shuddered, muttering in frustration, "What is this? Why does it feel increasingly eerie? Initially, I had intended to venture in and procure some supplies. However, upon reflection, it seems more prudent to abstain. It has not been long since the last acquisition of materials. And as long as the essentials are sufficient, everyone prefers to remain sheltered within their homes rather than risk exposure. Lin Yi, in particular, has no such need. He is patiently awaiting the harvest from his underground cultivation facility, which promises to provide for his every need, thereby rendering any perilous endeavors alongside the villagers unnecessary. At this juncture, Lu Yishou had a sudden epiphany and led the group to the rear courtyard of the villa. The courtyard was in disarray, but Lu Yishou, well acquainted with the surroundings, deftly produced a key and unlocked a dilapidated iron gate. Upon its opening, one could see the ground strewn with pebbles, sand, and various construction materials, including a plethora of steel rebar. However, it was evident that much of the rebar had been removed. Lu Yishou, with an unflinching demeanor, remarked, "These remnants are from Ma Youwei's previous construction of the villa. He had entrusted me with their disposal, but alas, time has slipped away, and I have yet to tidy up. It seems this oversight has inadvertently benefited you all." At this moment, a voice emerged from the crowd. "Lu Yishou, cease your theatrics. The Ma family has perished. Who remains to concern themselves with your affairs?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yishou's face oscillated between shades of green and red. Yet his thick skin rendered him unfazed. He swiftly procured a small cart, and thus, all the villagers rallied together, busily transporting the construction materials away with a cacophony of activity. In the village chief's vision, they are now intent on constructing houses akin to fortresses. Apart from leaving a small ventilating hole, all windows are to be sealed with reinforced concrete. Lin Yi wholeheartedly agrees with this approach. Previously, the villagers had fashioned a door from concrete, yet the issue of windows remained unresolved. By rendering the windows identical to the walls, this concern should be alleviated. Indeed, such completely enclosed homes resemble the shells of turtles, entirely sacrificing comfort and ventilation. Individuals seated within may feel a sense of suffocation, yet at this juncture, such considerations are of little consequence to the community. As materials were gathered, Lu Yishou and Li Taijian commenced the fabrication of molds, while the others busied themselves with the preparation of reinforced concrete. Once the molds were ready, they could pour the concrete to set. To expedite the curing process, they even gathered firewood to stoke a fire. In truth, Lin Yi had no pressing need for these materials, yet to avoid drawing undue attention, he too procured a couple of concrete slabs. Meanwhile, Wang Ming, having summoned numerous individuals to sketch the newly acquired runes, found that these runes were decidedly challenging to illustrate. Despite enlisting several adept individuals with considerable mental prowess, they were unable to produce even a single rune. Ultimately, Wang Ming, exasperated, recognized that this task could not be rushed. Thus, he hurriedly set out at dawn with the shelter's transport team to excavate runestone mines. Furthermore, they were cognizant that this day marked the culmination of their extraction of these runestone deposits. Recent mining operations had been confined to surface-level deposits, and with their depletion imminent, the remaining runestone ore lay buried deep within the earth, necessitating a considerable expenditure of effort for its retrieval. The Red Rock Sanctuary's plan had always been predicated on the cessation of activities after the surface-level deposits were exhausted, allowing for a period of respite. Subsequently, they were to transport a portion of the extracted runestone ore to the Mountain City Sanctuary. Chapter 94. Augmenting the water pump upon his arrival. Wang Ming disowned the remnants of ash left behind by Lin Yi and his cohort during their burning of wooden planks. Due to the exigency of the circumstances, Lin Yi and his group had been unable to properly dispose of the ashes. Wang Ming, upon observing this, felt a sense of bewilderment. However, after some deliberation, he reasoned that the quantity of runestone ore had not diminished significantly and ultimately dismissed the matter. At this juncture, Wang Ming surmised that others must have discovered the runestone deposit and followed the trail. Wang Ming also dismantled a significant portion of the area, but he felt that with such an abundance of runestone, allowing others to take a small amount was inconsequential. It was crucial to acknowledge the dire circumstances and ensure that even in times of prosperity, others should partake in the benefits. Subsequently, Wang Ming gazed in the direction of Songyuan village, as it was the closest settlement, while some inhabitants of other villages were also eking out a meager existence. Judging from Li Dahai's reaction, Songyuan village appeared to be in a slightly better position. Wang Ming speculated that the survival of the villagers of Songyuan village might be attributed to Lin Yi, but he could not ascertain this with certainty. At present, Wang Ming's thoughts are entirely consumed by the new runes. He must extract the final batch of outdoor rune stones, after which he can inscribe the runes upon them. The day passes swiftly, and as Wang Meng nears the completion of his extraction, he hastily instructs his subordinates to embark on their journey. Even though some outdoor rune stones remain, he chooses to disregard them, believing it more prudent to leave these stones for future worthy seekers. Meanwhile, upon returning to his abode, Lin Yi casually places 2 cement slabs against his window, merely for the sake of appearances, ultimately neglecting them. He then inspects the water pump at home, as he requires it to be fortified for drawing groundwater for his own use. Additionally, he gathers the previously prepared water filter and a collection of hoses. The following day, Lin Yi observes the climbing ivy in the corner of his wall. He discovers that the ivy is enveloped in a luminous white glow, and the undersides of its leaves are adorned with numerous formidable thorns. Intrigued, Lin Yi tosses a small pebble, only to witness the ivy enveloping it with its leaves. When it subsequently unfurls its foliage, the once intact pebble lies shattered. Astonished, Lin Yi realizes that this ivy has evolved a remarkable biting strength. It seems that if nocturnal pests akin to rats approach, the ivy would have sufficient capacity to feast upon them. Lin Yi was exceedingly pleased with the Virginia creeper's progress, subsequently providing them with some hydration. The complete envelopment of the house by the vines would necessitate a protracted duration. Currently, Lin Yi did not require such rapid growth. His sole desire was for the Virginia creepers to proliferate and cover his wall corners within a month, gradually extending to envelop the entire dwelling. Having attended to the Virginia creepers, Lin Yi merely planted the cockleburs without opting for further enhancement. Lin Yi reasoned that he should prioritize fortifying the water pump before augmenting other items, as resolving the water and electricity supply was paramount for a turnkey residence. Indeed, a generator was also essential, ensuring a dual power supply, which Lin Yi deemed crucial for his survival in this apocalyptic world. Particularly at this juncture, Lin Yi hastened to his water source. Subsequent to completing all preparations, his request was for the enhanced water pump to extract subterranean water, concurrently endowing the extracted water with purification properties, and to fortify the entire safe house's water supply system. Ultimately, the reinforcement skill prompted Lin Yi, indicating that the water pump was eligible for enhancement, with a reinforcement duration of 3 days. Lin Yi exhaled a sigh of relief. 3 days was not an excessive period, and he promptly opted for enhancement. Chapter 95. Disseminating Seeds. A burst of white light permeated the basement, emanating a faint radiance from the water pump, signifying ongoing reinforcement. In reality, Lin Yi's remaining accumulated water was dwindling, attributable to his unrestrained consumption, while other villagers meticulously conserved water, fearing the depletion of the water source. Lin Yi harbored no such apprehension. He understood that he could procure water through various means, yet once the water was depleted, the enhanced pump would change color. Thus, at this juncture, with his water supply nearly exhausted, he chose to upgrade the pump. He contemplated that the remaining water should suffice for his needs. However, 3 days can be perceived as both lengthy and brief. During this interval, he engaged in constructing walls and fences alongside the villagers. Subsequently, he planted his runic thorns. Indeed, Lin Yi's runic turf had also yielded some propagation. He discovered that by extending the runic plants outward, the numerical readings on the ghostly shadow detector diminished further. Concurrently, he surmised that the manifestation of these ghostly apparitions was likely correlated with the concentration of ghostly energy. The higher the concentration, the greater the probability of these apparitions materializing. Moreover, once the concentration reached a certain threshold, even more formidable specters would emerge. Therefore, he was prudently preparing for potential dangers, nipping threats in the bud. Even if more powerful apparitions were to appear, the runic plants he had interspersed between himself and the villagers would serve as a buffer zone. When his runes activated, he would then confront these specters, particularly the stronger ones, affording him ample time to respond with composure. Thus, rather than merely tending to the villagers, it could be said that he regarded them as a shield, a protective barrier. Nonetheless, he was, in an intangible manner, assisting them as well. Although the villagers were unaware of the peculiar plants cultivated by Lin Yi, they soon noticed that their nights had become significantly quieter since the introduction of these flora. Despite their lack of understanding, they instinctively recognized that his actions were beneficial to them. Consequently, one by one, they began to construct walls with great enthusiasm and fervor. Some even approached Lin Yi, seeking to acquire these wondrous plants. Lin Yi, generous as he was, willingly shared any surplus, allowing the villagers to plant them, as he discovered that this method was far more efficient than tending to them alone. While these enchanted plants might not endure indefinitely, they could sufficiently populate the entire Songyuan village, thereby alleviating some of his workload, much to his delight. During this period, the industrious spirit of Songyuan village was palpable. A portion of the villagers busied themselves with the special turf and the enchanted thorns provided by Lin Yi, while others busied themselves with the steel and concrete from Ma Youwei's residence, tirelessly reinforcing their own homes. Initially, there were suggestions for everyone to move into Ma Youwei's villa, which had been constructed at a considerable expense and resembled a fortress. The completion of this villa had caused quite a stir, given Ma Youwei's wealth and the use of top-tier building materials. If the villa were to accommodate residents, it could easily house the remaining villagers. Presently, it seemed that only Lin Yi's house surpassed Ma Youwei's villa in terms of comfort and quality. However, while Lin Yi's residence can indeed be fortified, Ma Youwei's house is gradually falling into disrepair. Nonetheless, the proposal to utilize Ma Youwei's villa was swiftly rejected by everyone. After all, there are indeed ghostly apparitions within that villa. Moreover, several lives have been lost in those villas, and the villagers are inherently fearful of such supernatural phenomena. Therefore, even if Ma Youwei's villa were deemed a suitable refuge, they would not dare to venture there. Lin Yi harbored no particular interest in Ma Youwei's villa, yet he took the initiative to survey it with a ghost detector. However, upon entering, the detector immediately flickered a crimson light, prompting Lin Yi to withdraw decisively. Thus, the notion of residing in Ma Youwei's villa was utterly out of the question. Nonetheless, the villa contained materials that could be of use to both Lin Yi and the villagers, and considering these as a storage point for resources was a commendable idea. Simultaneously, he perceived that the strength of the reinforced concrete outside was still significantly inferior to that of his own dwelling. It might not withstand the onslaught of the black disaster insects. He had consistently observed that these black disaster insects were becoming increasingly formidable, and their size seemed to be continuously enlarging. It would not be long before individuals larger than rats emerged among them. This development signified that the challenges of survival during the night had escalated to a new level. Meanwhile, Wang Ming, after completing the distribution of the talisman stones, prepared to lead another transport team to deliver these stones to the mountain city. After all, these were commitments made previously, and they had no intention of breaching their word. However, just as they were about to depart, they were halted by Zhao Lei, the director of the Red Rock Sanctuary. Zhao Lei remarked, "It is far too perilous to venture out at this time. Why not wait until we have completed the rain pattern before you set off? After all, each additional rune enhances the strength of the stones significantly, thereby considerably increasing your chances of survival in the darkness." Nevertheless, Wang Ming, feeling somewhat anxious, replied, "But Director Zhao, this transport team has already been delayed for quite some time. If we wait any longer, might not the mountain city pressure us?" Zhao Lei furrowed his brow and stated, "Let them pressure us. If it comes to it, they can scold us. But what of it? Our safety is paramount. Trust my judgment. We shall depart only once the rain pattern is completed." Upon hearing Zhao Lei's insistence, Wang Ming reluctantly acquiesced. Thus, in the ensuing days, the entire Red Rock Sanctuary devoted its efforts to devising a way to accurately depict the rain pattern. Chapter 96. The Electric Fireplace. Although Wang Ming had memorized the design of the rain pattern and had enlisted individuals with considerable mental prowess, they often found that the runes would inadvertently break while attempting to draw the rain pattern. These individuals lacked Lin Yi's enhancement skills, and once the runes were severed, the rain pattern dissipated entirely. Consequently, completing an intact rain pattern became the foremost priority for the Red Rock Sanctuary. In Zhao Lei's perspective, it was imperative to successfully render the rain pattern. Its completion would substantially augment the strength of their runestones. Furthermore, they had heard that the Dragon City Sanctuary had already succeeded in depicting the rain pattern. However, the Dragon City shelter was already densely populated, and prior to the apocalypse, nearly all the scientific talent had congregated there. Creating rain patterns in such an environment was hardly a remarkable feat yet for the Red Rock shelter. It posed a significant challenge. Ultimately, Zhao Lei found himself compelled to raise the salaries of these individuals, aiming to accumulate more runes and stones inscribed with rain patterns for his eventual departure. In truth, the energy imparted by these rain patterns, even once inscribed, paled in comparison to the enhancements provided by Lin Yi's fortification of the stones. Recently, Li Dehai and Zhang Depeo had not made their way to Songyuan City, leaving Lin Yi unaware of the rain pattern developments. Should Lin Yi become privy to this knowledge, he could inscribe rain patterns on his own stones and further enhance them. thereby significantly increasing their potency and ensuring a greater chance of survival in this post-apocalyptic world. Meanwhile, Wang Ming was not idle. He began organizing personnel to reinforce the vehicles of his convoy. Although they had already been fortified, the journey to Mountain City was long, and spending nights in the wilderness posed considerable danger. Wang Ming was determined not to sacrifice his teammates again, so he resolved to fortify the vehicles even further, only pausing when they were armed to the teeth. On the other hand, upon hearing this, Zhao Lei sought to deploy some military vehicles from his own shelter. His sole motivation was the robustness and durability of these vehicles, which, once reinforced, would serve as their safeguard for survival during the night. On the other side, after an interminable wait of 3 days, Lin Yi could no longer contain his anticipation and hurried to his basement to take a look. To his astonishment, the once familiar space had undergone a remarkable transformation. The old water pump had vanished, replaced by a cozy bedroom. Intriguingly, the room contained nothing but a solitary faucet. Unable to restrain his eagerness, Lin Yi swiftly turned on the faucet, and a cascade of subterranean water erupted forth, crystal clear and pristine. As he cupped the water in his hands and inhaled deeply, he discerned no unpleasant odors. It was impeccably clean. In that moment, Lin Yi could hardly wait to take a sip, and he found the water reminiscent of the sweet well water he had enjoyed in the past, imbued with a refreshing coolness. Overjoyed, he realized that the underground water was indeed still present. It simply could not be accessed through conventional means for some unknown reason. Lin Yi felt a profound sense of relief that he had acquired this pump, as it meant his water supply issues were now thoroughly resolved. He also discovered that the water chamber had sprouted multiple pipes, extending to various rooms in his dwelling, even reaching the underground aquaculture base. This innovation meant that watering his plants would no longer be a concern, as he would never run short of water. With this revelation, Lin Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was now on the brink of self-sufficiency. For the foreseeable future, unless significant events arose, he could live comfortably within the confines of his secure refuge. Lin Yi reflected on how long he had endured in this apocalyptic world and felt a surge of joy at finally having a place to call home. With a buoyant spirit, he brought his generator into the living room and proceeded to chop some wood, crafting a makeshift fireplace. He envisioned merging the generator with the fireplace, transforming it into a thermal power generator. This innovative combination, alongside a water supply system, would resolve the heating issues of his shelter during the winter months, achieving multiple benefits at once. Although solar power was now an option, its inconsistency troubled him. Lin Yi contemplated adding a thermal generator, ensuring that he would never again be burdened by the absence of electricity. Should these two sources prove inadequate, he mused about acquiring another generator, exploring options such as biomass or wind power. After all, having light and power at night would significantly mitigate the dangers lurking in the shadows. By the time Lin Yi completed his tasks, the day had slipped away. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he gestured toward the array of materials before him and declared, "I will combine this generator with the fireplace to create an enhanced hearth in my living room, one that generates electricity. By simply feeding it wood, I can harness thermal energy, which must also integrate with the water system to maintain a comfortable temperature in my room and breeding base." Lin Yi's demands this time were rather numerous, and the enhancement skills indicated that they could indeed be strengthened. With the enhancement period lasting 5 days, this duration surpassing any prior time frames. However, without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi chose to acquiesce. Fortunately, the vicinity of Songyuan village was replete with towering mountains and dense forests, ensuring that Lin Yi would not face a scarcity of timber in the foreseeable future. Yet, he found the prospect of harvesting the wood alone to be exceedingly burdensome. Aware of the persistent dangers that loomed in this apocalyptic world, Lin Yi recognized that for Songyuan village to survive, it was imperative to fell the surrounding trees. Moreover, he had not reclaimed his gas mask from the last encounter, as those individuals had yet to return his talismans, and he had refrained from requesting them, considering his own collection was already ample. Nevertheless, Lin Yi felt that the gas mask should not be handed over without some form of labor in return. It was only fair that they contribute in some capacity. He resolved that once his electric fireplace was constructed, he would enlist the villagers' assistance in chopping wood. After all, the spaces around his dwelling were vast, and the timber could be stored nearby, ready to be utilized whenever he faced a power outage, thus addressing his energy needs. Chapter 97. Hot water. After contemplating for a while, Lin Yi deemed this plan to be highly feasible. However, casting a glance outside, he noticed that it was nearing midday. He quickly consumed a modest meal, simultaneously considering that the fireplace could also serve as a means to prepare food, given the current energy scarcity. Every bit of conservation was essential. Furthermore, Lin Yi felt he hadn't had a hot meal in quite some time, often subsisting on nutrient paste for convenience. Despite their high caloric content and palatable taste, Lin Yi found himself yearning for the warmth of freshly cooked dishes and the savory delight of charcoal-grilled meats, sizzling with fat. Such culinary pleasures, however, were currently beyond his reach. Yet, he envisioned a future where, with the gradual refinement of his facilities, he could realize this aspiration. After dedicating some time to enhancing his generator, he was absorbed in his thoughts. He realized that for the next 5 days, his enhancement abilities would be unavailable. Lin Yi also had another pressing matter to address: the thorough felling of trees surrounding the village. Upon stepping outside, Lin Yi observed numerous villagers already engaged in lumbering. Inquiring, he discovered that since the passing of Zhang Laosan, the community lacked a source for candles. Consequently, they were compelled to burn firewood for illumination, and the amount required for a single night was substantial. Thus, households were universally engaged in tree cutting. Not everyone, after all, possessed Lin Yi's access to candles and electric lighting. Moreover, Lin Yi had never extended invitations for anyone to enter his dwelling. Unbeknownst to the village elder, Yang, and others, Lin Yi's abode had undergone a profound transformation, bearing no resemblance to its former humble state. Even the prospect of acquiring a lavish villa would not entice Lin Yi to relinquish his secure haven. With the community collectively engaged in felling trees, Lin Yi joined in the endeavor. Lin Yi has decided to fell some of the trees surrounding his residence, as he has always found them to evoke a sense of foreboding. Approaching them instills a feeling of trepidation within him. Subsequently, he summoned Lu Yishou and a few others to discuss the matter of gas masks. Upon hearing his words, this group deemed Lin Yi's gas masks invaluable and were reluctant to part with them. Thus, they opted for an alternative path proposed by Lin Yi, assisting him in chopping wood. Fortunately, the felling would only occur along the forest's edge, which is comparatively safer. Furthermore, Lin Yi's reinforced axe is remarkably sharp, surpassing the effectiveness of their own tools, allowing for swift progress in their task. Within half a day, a considerable expanse around Lin Yi's abode had been cleared, much to his satisfaction. In the days to come, Lin Yi intends to have these individuals continue aiding him, as he believes that even if they join the shelter, they must contribute labor to obtain resources. Given the current circumstances, Lin Yi is not inclined to allow others to benefit without effort. Additionally, he discovered that once his oilseed crops reach maturity, he can extract oil from them, ultimately enabling him to produce candles. At that juncture, he plans to trade candles with the villagers for supplies. However, the prospect of electricity remains out of reach, as Lin Yi feels that revealing his power supply would undoubtedly make him a target. He has no desire to run electrical lines to each household in the village. Such an endeavor is both unnecessary and a waste of his resources. Lin Yi now intends to procure some batteries, aiming to store the surplus energy for future use. Furthermore, the enhanced batteries are undoubtedly less prone to the myriad of issues that plague ordinary ones. With the acquisition of such batteries, Lin Yi can allocate some for his RV, ensuring a reliable and ample energy supply even during distant travels. Reflecting on his current situation, while Lin Yi's safety has been somewhat assured, there remains a plethora of enhancements yet to be addressed. He often finds himself pressed for time. Upon his return, Lin Yi also delivered several talismans and timber to the village elder. He is aware that, due to the elder's injury, the speed of talisman creation has significantly diminished. It is likely that Yang Tiantian's talismans will suffice only for her own use, leaving no room for others. Consequently, Lin Yi decided to present some fortified talismans to old Yang. As for the past, Lin Yi feels no concern. He recalls the art exhibition where many villagers, after sustaining injuries, exchanged talismans for healing opportunities with Yi Qian. Thus far, no one has dared to provoke Yi Qian. Therefore, Lin Yi believes that the current safety is, for the time being, secure. Additionally, while utilizing the runic grass and runic thorns, he intentionally sowed more in the direction of Dr. Yi and old Yang, offering them a measure of assistance. Nonetheless, Lin Yi understands that true survival ultimately relies on oneself. Nightfall approached swiftly as Lin Yi returned home. After acquiring a pump, Lin Yi indulged in the luxury of a hot bath. Immersed in the tub, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, even going so far as to close his eyes in bliss. However, he also needed to keep the ghost detector close by, ensuring that he would be alerted to any approaching apparitions. It had been quite some time since Lin Yi had enjoyed a hot bath, and he nearly let out a cry of delight. It dawned on him how excessively tense he had been during this period. After luxuriating in the warm water, he finally felt that he had genuinely relaxed for the first time that evening. It is worth noting that even the most beautiful women, regardless of their esteemed status, were deprived of the privilege of a hot bath in the apocalypse. In contrast, after soaking for a considerable time and allowing the water to cool, Lin Yi extravagantly discarded the bathwater completely. To him, the loss was trivial. He could always pump more, as this amount of water was inconsequential. Seizing the moment after his bath, Lin Yi enjoyed a restful sleep. Upon awakening the next morning, he was pleasantly surprised to hear the long-missed roar of helicopters. Realizing that after many days of waiting, help had finally arrived from the Hanyan shelter,